Onion Knight Davos. Before you stands a Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, King beyond the wall, the Ender of White Walkers, the Guardian of the North and the Iron Islands, the Warden of Braavos, the Master of Dragons, the Conqueror, Duke Lion Victor. Now, you may kneel. The long night approaches, and this is a tale of a Night's Watch, equipped with the mechanics of mounted combat and a multifaceted deity system. It encompasses vile bandits, fierce wildlings, the undead White Walkers, and the levied soldiers of the Lords. It is a narrative of legendary creatures, dragons, sorcerers awakened by magic, and gods harboring ill will towards humanity. This is also a story of battle, of a sword and a bow. This is an unprecedented, long summer in the memories of the elder Westerlanders. As the dawn of the 7th year of a long summer cast its light upon a watchtower of black iron fortress, a boy of around 15 or 16, wrapped in bare skin, huddled by a nearly extinguished hearth, his eyes abruptly met the piercing morning light, prompting Lion to involuntarily awaken. In truth, Lion was not of this world. He was once an ordinary high school student who, during summer vacation, discovered a mod from Mount Blade, 2-title Game of Thrones world, and became utterly engrossed for 7 consecutive days and nights. His relentless pursuit of new experiences led him to revel in countless lives until fate turned tragic, and he succumbed to exhaustion at his computer desk, awakening in this new realm. Lion, or rather, the Night's Watch recruit Lion Victor, shivered involuntarily, then slowly rose to stretch, exhaling a cloud of frosty breath. Near the wall, even the dawn of a long summer morning bore temperatures almost frigid enough to freeze a man solid. Standing in the watchtower, Lion glanced back at the scene within Black Iron Fortress, where silhouettes began to emerge through the morning mist, hastening about in pursuit of their daily livelihoods. As a new recruit of the Night's Watch, Lion's duty did not encompass monitoring the town's security. Suddenly, the stern visage of Lord Commander Gior Mormont, with his serious demeanor, flashed through Lion's mind, reminding him that his mission was to keep watch for wildlings attempting to sneak into the castle from beyond the wall. Having lived his previous life in a peaceful land, Lion had never experienced such a perilous existence, leading him to underestimate the work of the Night's Watch, believing it merely required standing atop the high watchtower or castle walls, gazing upon the unchanging landscape outside. However, the events of the day before fundamentally altered this misguided perception. Thus, Lion widened his eyes and hastily peered out of the watchtower, but despite his efforts, the morning mist obscured his vision to a mere 3 to 5 miles of the wilderness. The terrain was riddled with ravines and hills, and further afield lay the verdant expanse of the Wolfswood, where even if hundreds or thousands of wildlings were hidden beneath his very nose, Lion would likely remain oblivious to their presence. Lion, there is no need for excessive concern. It is the height of summer. Even if a few wildlings were to slip through the rat holes of the wall, they would pose no significant threat. Moreover, our watchful eyes are present in every village within 100 miles, ensuring that danger is but a fleeting notion. A voice, flat in tone, emanated from a watchtower several meters away, evidently directed at the visibly anxious Lion. Turning towards the voice, Lion beheld a man clad in raven-black watchman's leather armor, leaning halfway out of the watchtower, his face adorned with a relaxed smile as he regarded Lion. Despite having encountered this visage multiple times over the past week, Lion felt an unquenchable urge to request an autograph from him. The reason was simple. The figure within Lion's sight was none other than Jon Snow, one of the principal characters from the countless viewings of the renowned series Game of Thrones. His lineage resembled that of a classic fantasy narrative, having been called a bastard for most of his life, only to discover he was a legitimate heir of House Targaryen. Yet at present, he was merely 15 years old, having recently celebrated his naming day, and was accompanying his uncle, Benjen Stark, to the wall. You, my friend, I cannot decide whether to commend for your resilience or to chide for your obliviousness, even in the dead of night. You failed to stoke the dying embers of the hearth. Jon's words dripped with playful mockery, and it was then that Lion noticed the stubborn flicker of flame still struggling to burn within the tower's fireplace. Regardless, Lion, fortunate to have survived the frigid night, owed his gratitude to that very hearth. No need for thanks among brothers of the Night's Watch. It is only natural to look out for one another. It was I who climbed up and down in the latter half of the night to stoke the fire for you. Seeing you sleep so soundly, I refrained from waking you. I must admit, the feeling of being alive to see you the next day is rather pleasant. Observing Lion's current disposition, devoid of the animated conversation he had exhibited in previous days, Jon smirked and, finding his attempts at banter futile, withdrew from Lion's line of sight, evidently returning to his previous position. Although John claimed there was no danger, the prolonged exposure of half his body outside the tower rendered him susceptible to an arrow shot by wildlings, which could materialize from the shadows at any moment. This was a truth painfully underscored 2 days prior, when a misfortunate brother of the Night's Watch nearly paid for his fortuitousness with his life. Lion had been an unfortunate witness to that tragic event. He was the very brother who had narrowly escaped death, the wildling's arrow grazing his scalp. Had it descended a mere centimeter lower, he would have been bound for the next realm. Though Lord Commander Benjen Stark promptly led a contingent of rangers to search in the direction Lion indicated, they found not a trace of the wildlings. This was undoubtedly a significant blow to Leon, who was still in a state of exhilaration upon his arrival in this otherworldly realm. Since that moment, his demeanor had turned increasingly taciturn, plagued by a sense of uncertainty. Even though his youthful physique was far superior to that of a frail high school student from his previous life, Leon still hesitated to wager that his skull could withstand the force of a cone-shaped arrow crafted from wolf teeth. The 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Despite his initial fervent curiosity about his surroundings, Leon found himself confronting an endless expanse of wilderness and the occasional tingling intuition akin to a spider's sense. His curiosity was replaced by a profound sense of resentment and a gnawing fear of death. Each time he stood watch atop the guard tower, his gaze would drift into the distance, contemplating the means by which he might escape this wretched place. Yet, during meals in the mess hall, he had overheard more than once the grim tales of deserters being captured by the lords of the north and summarily executed. Listening to the veterans' unrestrained discussions about the fates of those deserters, accompanied by the cruel smiles that occasionally crept across their faces, sent chills down Leon's spine. Regardless of whether he would be fortunate enough to flee the north, his ignorance of this world suggested that he could conjure up 100 ways to meet his demise should he attempt to escape. But could he afford not to flee? Despite his scant knowledge of this world, he was acutely aware of the White Walkers that threaded through the 8th-season saga. Even more terrifying was the fact that he stood on the front line against these creatures. With the meager self-defense skills he had gleaned for videos, it was likely that after just a few exchanges, he would find himself begging for mercy at the hands of the White Walkers. Even in death, the Night King would raise his hand, and Leon would be forced to rise again, playing the part of a mindless zombie, condemned to an eternity without redemption. O heavens, or rather, 7 gods above. Though the Northerners worship the old gods regardless of which deity may intervene, please come to the aid of this lost lamb. With that thought, Leon plopped back onto the wooden floor of the Arrow Tower, muttering to himself. In most novels, protagonists typically receive a system upon landing in a new world, making Leon's situation where he had to rely on prayer quite rare indeed. Yet better late than never. I apologize for my tardiness. Congratulations, host. You have awakened the mounted combat interface. Additionally, a 1,000-faced deity system has been granted. Just as Leon was teetering on the brink of despair, contemplating a reckless confrontation with the Night King, an indistinct voice, neither distinctly male nor female, young nor old, resonated within his mind, seemingly the manifestation of some celestial being passing through the heavens. You may summon the interface at any time to allocate points. You can also call upon the system to explore its functionalities. As compensation for my lateness, your attributes will each increase by 10 points, and you may select 1 skill specialization from 3 options. As Leon stood in stunned silence, he unconsciously murmured the word interface. To his astonishment, a familiar yet slightly alien panel materialized before him. Identity: Leon Victor, new Night's Watch recruit. Level: 0 family. Level 0 no fief. Strength: 15 one-handed, two-handed polearm. Agility: 13 archery, crossbows, throwing. Stamina: 16 horsemanship, running, forging. Cunning: 11 serving, tactics, vices. Social: 11 charm, leadership, trading. Intelligence: 13 management, medicine, engineering. Available attribute points: 0. Available skill specialization points: 0. Available max level skill specialization attempts: 1. Inventory: moth-eaten light armor of the Night's Watch, rusty one-handed sword from the Kingdom's rations, scarred short bow from the Kingdom's rations, bald-headed arrows, X21. Currency: 0 gold dragons. After meticulously examining his attribute panel, Lion found his previously rising spirits abruptly transformed into a state of astonishment. The cause was none other than his abject poverty. In the perilous and dreary expanse of the wall, where one had to be cautious even while relieving oneself lest they freeze. It seemed the meager wages of his predecessor had been entirely donated to a certain technician at the Red Romantic Leisure Club in Mole Village for the sake of emotional solace. Thus, when it came time for Lion to take over the character, he was left with nothing but a collection of unsightly equipment and an economic strength of 0. Yet, it is important to note that Lion had been on the brink of despair, and at that moment, the panel and system appeared as a beacon of hope in the darkness. After a brief bout of despondency, he found renewed vigor. "Fear not. As long as I possess this panel, in due time, it will not be a dream to single-handedly fell the Night King." Lion clenched his fist, looking once more at the unchanging watchtower in the desolate wilderness, and unexpectedly a spark of ambition ignited within him. Considering his understanding of his predecessor, Lion realized that, by the standards of a typical night's watchman in this world, his raw strength alone far surpassed that of his peers, exceeding them by at least threefold. This was not merely a simple arithmetic equation, but rather an exponential increase in power. He confidently speculated that once his strength reached 30 points, he would possess the courage to challenge even a giant in a test of strength. In the original realm of the mounted combat game, without resorting to cheats, a strength of around 30 points was sufficient for one to be revered as a sword saint, allowing them to roam freely within the game. However, he understood that this was the low magic world of A Song of Ice and Fire, and his knowledge of the external world remained limited, confined to the small area of Castle Black where the Night's Watch resided. The wildlings beyond the wall remained a mystery to him, fraught with unknowns and dangers. More content loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, digest mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features in your browser, or copy the URL to read in another browser. He knew that the outside world harbored dragons and White Walkers, yet he was uncertain whether Daenerys Targaryen and the Night King adhered to any form of logic. He began to worry whether his physical form could withstand a dragon's breath, or if he could contend with the Night King's army of 1,000,000 whites. These thoughts furrowed Lion's brow. He understood the necessity of being discreet and cautious, lest he find himself in dire straits. Until he had unraveled these mysteries, Lion needed to exercise greater prudence. Given your current equipment, it is recommended that you allocate your mastery points to one-handed sword specialization. Also, I must take my leave. Do not forget to check the 1,000-faced god system I have left for you. Upon witnessing the myriad expressions flitting across Leon's face within mere moments, the ambiguous voice felt compelled to issue a reminder. Every encounter is a fateful connection. May I have your name? As the voice indicated its departure, Leon felt a rush of urgency if the process were to unfold as anticipated. This entity had yet to present him with his novice gift package. After a prolonged silence, Leon was convinced that the voice's owner had indeed departed. Recognizing the gravity of the moment, and in deference to the mysterious voice's final wish, Leon judiciously decided to invest this precious opportunity into mastering the one-handed sword. This choice was not solely driven by his familiarity with the weapon, but also stemmed from an insatiable yearning for swordsmanship that resided deep within his soul. As the one-stall icon radiated with brilliant light due to this allocation, Leon felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his veins. It was as though he had become one with the sword, holding it in hand and feeling as if the world was his to command. With a swift motion, he grasped a rusted one-handed sword nearby and performed a few flourishes. Though the blade was worn and battered, in his grasp, it seemed to awaken with newfound vitality. Each swing emanated an unstoppable momentum, suggesting that no adversary could withstand the force of his strike. However, as the dance of the sword concluded, a profound and melancholic depth shadowed Leon's gaze. It was a loneliness that accompanied those who stand atop the heights of achievement, a solitude that transcended the masses. He felt as though he was perched at the pinnacle of swordsmanship, surveying the myriad souls below, yet unable to find a worthy opponent to challenge him. This overwhelming sense of invincible solitude left Leon momentarily disoriented. He hastily sheathed the sword, attempting to dispel the feeling from his mind. How terrifying! Is this what it means to be at maximum level? Snapping back to reality, Leon felt a wave of apprehension wash over him, quickly returning the rusted sword to its sheath and averting his gaze. Fortunately, once the sword was secured, the sense of overpowering, adolescent grandeur began to dissipate. Ahem, it is time to get to the point system. With Leon's gentle cough, A familiar interface materialized before him. Thousand-faced God system growth type. Description: the faith of the thousand-faced God holds that death is a grace bestowed by divinity, marking the end of suffering. Under the condition of receiving offerings, the deity grants this grace to every soul in existence. The assassination of the faceless is regarded as a sacred rite. Active task: eliminate Alicia Thorn. Reward: kiss of black and white forged from the world's finest Valyrian steel. This sword is indestructible, though its unassuming nature belies a hint of the thousand-faced god's divinity. Passive tasks: 1. Bloodthirst. After slaying or defeating 10 foes, unlock a portion of stamina recovery. 0-10 can grow indefinitely. The system's explanation was succinct, verging on foolproof simplicity. Yet, Leon found himself grappling with 2 pressing questions. Firstly, who is Alicia Thorn? Secondly, what does it mean to recover a portion of stamina? Chapter 3. Alistair Thorn, you've invited death's embrace in a secluded watchtower along the wall. Leon sank into contemplation. His gaze traversed the vast wilderness, yet failed to reach the depths of his inner turmoil. First, who is Alistair Thorn? He murmured to himself, attempting to dredge up answers from the fragmented memories of his former self. Yet these memories lay like ancient tomes long forgotten, their pages requiring meticulous examination. He settled cross-legged upon the cold stone, closing his eyes as he delved into the scattered remnants of recollection. After what seemed an eternity, alas, his predecessor had not been blessed with remarkable memory. The fragments surfaced in disjointed, hazy glimpses, mundane and frustratingly incoherent to Leon, a man accustomed to the relentless information deluge of modernity. Drawing a steadying breath, Leon sought to quell the storm within, to unravel the mystery of Alistair Thorn. He knew he must plunge deeper into these inherited memories, yet his efforts proved futile. No matter how fiercely he strained, no trace of this enigmatic name surfaced. Curiously, certain recollections burned with unnatural clarity: his lineage, his father's cold exile sentencing him to the Night's Watch. These memories stood vivid as yesterday's events. His father, Vico Victor, sworn bannerman to House Tyrell, Warden of the South. Yet among his numerous offspring, Leon Victor had been but one leaf in the family tree. With the eldest son securing the inheritance, Leon could claim neither castle nor lands. Compounded by his former self's dissolute nature, a youth squandering nights in brothels and taverns, he had been the least favored scion. The final reckoning came when old Baron Victor retrieved his wayward son from gambling dens one last time. Instead of his plush ancestral bed, young Leon found himself bound for the frozen north, rattling northward in a Night's Watch wagon. Though his predecessor bequeathed a tarnished legacy, he'd left redeeming qualities. Leon inherited his father's striking features, a face that earned him certain considerations at establishments like the Molestown brothel. Yet the grueling journey and a southerner's first exposure to northern cold proved fatal. After one such visit, fever claimed the young wastrel. In that liminal moment, Leon's soul crossed the void, seizing fate's baton. Now, Leon had become the new Leon Victor. As he slumped against the tower wall, the latter trembled. His gaze snapped toward the disturbance. First emerged a head crowned with unkempt hair, followed by a stooped figure draped in black. The newcomer's face bore the numb etchings of northern winters, his expression flattening further at the sight of Leon's lax posture, so unbefitting a watchman. Yet disappointment didn't manifest in reprimand, only an icy utterance: mealtime. Miss this, and you'll wait till tomorrow's bell. Finding no reprimand from the other man, Leon felt oddly unsettled. Since his transmigration, still unaccustomed to medieval ways of thinking, he had often made a fool of himself at work. Yet Leon did not recognize this elder brother of the Night's Watch. Perhaps in the veteran's eyes, the current Leon was unworthy of wearing the same black garb and guarding the same vows. Watching the older man settle into the seat Leon had yielded, casually kicking aside his gear before placing his bow within easy reach, Leon noted how the man's gaze remained steadfast upon the wilderness. The already cramped watchtower suddenly felt suffocating. With a resigned sigh, Leon gathered his belongings and slowly climbed out of the tower. Just as his foot touched the last wooden rung, 2 familiar voices reached him from behind. One he instantly recognized as John's, while the other, though vaguely familiar, eluded immediate identification. Turning, he saw the owner of the unfamiliar voice, young brother Ed. Though neither version of Leon possessed remarkable memory, they could always match faces to names upon meeting. Their words carried no overt hostility, yet an unmistakable undertone of mockery lingered. Quite the rarity today. Old Corin didn't even curse at you. What do you mean, Ed? John pressed curiously. Leon stood silently, listening, a ripple of confusion stirring within him. Their conversation seemed to concern him, yet its meaning remained elusive. What has the Night's Watch become? Once, they were the realm's paragons of duty, heroes, warriors, legends. Now, a den of criminals, thieves, brigands, and unwanted sons-in-law. Ed's words dripped with disdain and quiet despair, though he sidestepped John's question. These days, the Watch's duty amounts to little more than chasing down insignificant wildlings. As for the others, I'd sooner believe them a nursemaid's tale to frighten children, John continued. How can you say that, you of House Stark? Winter is coming. Isn't that the age-old warning of the North, your house's very words? Or does even a Stark bastard dismiss his own family's creed? Ed's bluntness darkened John's previously amiable expression at the praise of his Stark lineage. Pride had flickered across John's face, only to twist into bitterness at the word bastard. Yet Ed remained utterly oblivious to this fact, compared to John's noble bastard status. As a commoner by birth, Ed likely couldn't care less about being insulted as a bastard, such a vulgar taunt. Firstly, because he wasn't one, and he knew the names of both his parents. In any case, John left behind his garrulous companion Ed, who was still rambling about winter coming, and approached Leon. In the presence of Leon, who hailed from nobility, John rediscovered a trace of their former camaraderie. As fellow recruits who had joined the Night's Watch at Blackiron Keep around the same time, Leon's performance, though not outstanding, often brought John moments of levity. His easygoing nature and endless repertoire of humorous anecdotes never failed to amuse John. Even when Leon boasted of bizarre and outlandish experiences that struck John as somewhat peculiar, he had no grounds to refute them. However, in recent days, Leon had grown unusually withdrawn. Perhaps the novelty of arriving at Blackiron Keep had worn off, and now he found himself adrift in contemplation, bewildered and uncertain about the long, looming vigil that lay ahead. Chapter 4. Public Humiliation of John. Let the feud begin. Not only Leon, but John himself was now frequently plagued by regret, questioning his impulsive decision to join the Night's Watch. Come on, let's head to the mess hall. I heard someone hunted a wild boar last night. Wonder how much is left. John patted Leon's shoulder, signaling him to follow and ignoring Ed behind them. At that moment, a thought flashed through Leon's mind. Though he couldn't recall who Alistair Thorne was, surely John, the protagonist of this story, would know. John, do you know who Alistair Thorne is? Leon asked. Not really. Why do you ask? John replied, barely pausing in his stride. Clearly, the prospect of wild boar in the mess hall held far more appeal. Yet John's answer left Leon conflicted. How could he explain that he needed this man's head to complete some mission? It's nothing. If it's nothing, then let's keep moving. Just then, Ed caught up from behind and interjected, asking John was a mistake. He never pays attention to these things. Probably can't even recall the Lord Commander's name right now. John retorted, Nonsense. Of course I know Lord Geor Mormont's name. Ed pressed on, but you and the other recruits don't even know our drill master, Alistair Thorne. John, you know nothing. As they spoke, a brother of the Night's Watch seemed to overhear Ed's words. He turned, his gaze filled with disdain, searching for the insolent recruit who dared utter his name. Leon recognized him instantly, a realization dawning. So, it's him. This was the man who, in both the books and the show, had clashed bitterly with John, even betraying him and contributing to his first death. Though his portrayal was complex, selfish, arrogant, and despicable, yet also loyal, honorable, and principled, here he stood, right before them. Well, if it I sent Lord Snow calling for me in public, sneered Alistair Thorne. John now understood exactly who Thorne was. From the moment he arrived at Castle Black, nearly every encounter with the man had been laced with mockery and unwarranted contempt. Though John's pride burned at the insults, he had swallowed his anger, mindful of his newcomer status and Thorne's high rank and influence. But Thorne's taunts had only grown sharper. And Jon could endure no more. Yet instead of confronting him like some wronged maiden, he silently drew his sword. "Ah, Lord Snow, are you provoked to wrath? Daring to draw steel against me? Do you comprehend the gravity of this act?" Ser Alliser Thorne's eyes, once brimming with scorn, now glimmered with a murderous glint that would chill the marrow of lesser men. A gaze honed only by veterans who had waded through rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. Jon felt his limbs turn to ice, his fingers stiffening around the hilt of his sword. Though the fire of his fury had dwindled beneath that piercing stare, pride forbade him from sheathing his blade and pretending this confrontation had never occurred. Around them, the brothers of the Night's Watch and the common folk of Castle Black gathered. Yet none dared intervene. Some among the Black brothers, nursing old grudges against Jon, folded their arms with smug satisfaction, sealing off any path of retreat for him and his companions. Witnessing this, Ser Alliser's wrath burned ever fiercer. He advanced upon Jon with the unstoppable force of a storm. Though his sword remained sheathed, his mere presence was enough to cow any who might stand in his way. Only then did Ryan realize the three of them were encircled, like a lone owl besieged by an unrelenting tide, utterly forsaken. Meanwhile, upon a nearby balcony, Jeor Mormont and the imp observed the unfolding spectacle with detached amusement. "Have you no intention of descending to halt this folly?" Tyrion inquired, his voice calm as still waters. "I suspect blood may soon be spilled, or more precisely, a wolf may meet its end." Though his tone betrayed no urgency, the goblet in his hand remained steady, untouched by the distant turmoil. Since his arrival at the wall, driven by curiosity, the biting cold had left him shivering, and only the warmth of strong wine offered respite. Though he had formed a favorable impression of Jon during their time in Winterfell, it was not enough to compel him to intervene on the boy's behalf now. Even sober, Tyrion could see that Jon was unwelcome here, and as a dwarf, he had little confidence in his ability to best Ser Alliser and his loyal Black brothers should he descend. "Whether Ser Alliser is a charming instructor matters not to me," Jeor Mormont remarked, "but he is the finest master-at-arms I have. So long as he continues to forge raw recruits into true brothers of the Night's Watch, he has my trust." The Lord Commander's words carried the weight of long-earned faith, a trust not lightly given, and thus not easily withdrawn. Whatever Ser Alliser did, Jeor knew he would stand by him in the end. He, too, had noticed the hostility Jon faced. If the boy could not endure it, if he perished here, it would be preferable to allowing the honor of the Night's Watch to suffer further tarnish. For in truth, the Watch's reputation had already decayed across the Seven Kingdoms. One needed only to look upon the rabble of brigands, murderers, swindlers, and oath-breakers that now filled its ranks to see how far it had fallen. "To be honest," the little demon continued, "I do not share your perspective. Perhaps you should contemplate how to explain to Benjen Stark upon his return that his nephew perished at the hands of your most esteemed instructor." Hearing this, Jeor Mormont fell silent, merely observing the unfolding drama below with quiet intensity. Chapter 5. Young Jon's defeat. Lord Snow, Ser Alliser Thorne sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "Did the master-at-arms of Winterfell teach you nothing? Once a sword is drawn, it must taste blood before it can be sheathed." His mocking words struck Jon like a physical blow, making it nearly impossible for him to meet the man's gaze. What shocked Jon even more was the sudden loss of courage to swing his blade. The crowd, sensing his hesitation, erupted into jeers as he stood there, head bowed and face flushed like a frightened quail. Their bloodthirsty anticipation only fueled his anger, and with renewed determination, his fingers tightened around the hilt of his sword. "I, Jon Snow of Winterfell, challenge you to a duel," he declared, his voice steady and resolute. "By the name of the old gods, if one of us must die, let them bear witness." His words momentarily silenced the raucous crowd. Some faces froze in disbelief, but soon laughter erupted once more, louder, crueler. This time, however, the noise no longer unsettled Jon. His focus remained unbroken, his gaze locked onto Ser Alliser Thorne. The knight's smirk never wavered. "Is it because I called you Lord Snow?" he drawled. "Or is it that you're eager to meet your horror of a mother, rotting in some ditch by now, no doubt?" The insult struck like a whip. Jon's jaw clenched, his face burning with fury. Without hesitation, he swung his sword toward Thorn's face, as if to silence that vile mouth forever. Yet, with a mere tilt of his head, Ser Alisar dodged the strike effortlessly. Despite being trained by the renowned Ser Roderick Castle, Jon was no match for the battle-hardened knight. In an instant, Thorn's massive hand seized Jon by the throat, lifting him off the ground like a helpless fledgling. The crushing grip drained Jon's strength. His vision blurred, his sword clattering uselessly to the ground. The sudden violence left Leon stunned. This was not how he remembered events unfolding. In his memory, Thorn had always been all bark and no bite, never daring to lay hands on Ned Stark's bastard. But now, Jon hung limp in Thorn's grasp, his face purpling, his eyes rolling back. Gods, is the protagonist of this tale really about to die? Leon thought in alarm. This never happened in the show. Without hesitation, his hand flew to his own sword, ready to sever Thorn's arm if necessary. The content continues to load. Even if Lion were to bear the infamy of attacking the Night's Watch leadership, the best outcome awaiting him would be exile from the Order, or worse, being slain on the spot by the arriving guards. Yet, at this critical moment, Alisar Thorn deliberately loosened his grip, allowing Jon to slip like a slick eel from his grasp and crash onto the frigid ground. Before Lion could even draw his sword to intervene, Jon was already sprawled on the floor, clutching his throat and gasping for air. Pathetic little bastard, since you've already sworn your vows to your gods. No one would dare protest if I ended your life right now. But I want you to understand, crushing you is no different from crushing an ant. I simply disdain taking such a wretched existence. The only reason I spare you is so you may learn to abandon your laughable pride and resign yourself to menial tasks like scrubbing chamber pots. Surviving like the maggot you are unworthy of the honor of being a brother of the Night's Watch. With that, Alisar Thorn turned to leave. Before he did, his contemptuous gaze swept over Lion and Dolorous Ed standing beside Jon. Though he spoke no words, their faces, especially Lioness, were etched into his memory. Thorn had certainly noticed the murderous intent in Lioness' eyes earlier, which was precisely why he had released Jon so abruptly. After all, in his mind, trading an arm for the life of some reckless recruit was hardly worth it. Once Thorn's figure had vanished, the gathered Night's Watch brothers and common folk dispersed, each casting scornful glances at Jon as they passed. On the wall, the chill of indifference cut deeper than the bitterest frost. This time, Jon's performance could hardly be deemed passable, though he hadn't cowered like a coward in the face of Thorn's provocation. Defeat was defeat, especially when it stemmed from his own reckless challenge. If Jon allowed this humiliation to break him, no one would ever respect him again. When Jon finally caught his breath, he realized only Lion remained by his side. Ed was nowhere to be seen. Did you stay just to mock me? Jon's first words took Lion by surprise. He hadn't expected such bitterness. This is your punishment for stabbing Daenerys in the finale. Jon's retort left Lion speechless. He had prepared words of comfort, but now they lodged in his throat. Still, Lion managed to force out a consoling phrase. Revenge is a dish best served cold. For some reason, perhaps because it was the first time in 15 years he had heard such profound wisdom, Jon's resentment and shame dissolved in an instant. After a prolonged silence, Jon appeared to have regained his composure, giving Leon a solemn nod. Chapter 6. The Night's Watch Selection. Not everyone can be a brother one day. I will personally deliver the executioner's blade to Alisar Thorn. Jon's eyes burned with unwavering resolve as he rose to his feet, his voice a low, venomous oath. Beside him, Leon gave a solemn nod, his silent agreement echoing the depth of his conviction. Compared to the noose, the bite of steel seemed a far more satisfying vengeance. When Leon supported the still weak Jon into the mess hall, it stood deserted, littered with scraps and cold remnants. The stout cook scraped her ladle against the pot's bottom with a grating screech, clearly unwilling to spare even a morsel for them. Yet just as they arrived, the ever-elusive Dolorous Ed materialized like a shadow. Without waiting for Jon to speak, he produced 2 dark, unappetizing loaves from his greasy sleeves. Upon closer inspection, flecks of wild boar meat, Jon's long-craved delicacy, peeked from within. One's mine, the other I wrestled from Janey. Cost me 2 ladle strikes. Eat up, Ed muttered, thrusting the bread into their hands. John's eyes shimmered with gratitude as he accepted this otherworldly meat pie, his throat tightening with emotion. Leon, however, showed no such restraint. He devoured the entire portion in one ravenous bite. After a day exposed to the wind and sun atop the wall, with only this single meal to sustain him, hunger had hollowed him to the bone, leaving no room for courtesy. John fared little better, though he maintained the measured grace of nobility, chewing each modest mouthful with deliberate care. His hunger was no less fierce. Just now, the master-at-arms made an announcement, Ed remarked, his expression flickering between concern and dark amusement. All able recruits must assemble in the yard come morning. Seems your little brother here will finally get his wish, banished to Molestown as a teapot. Only after Ed's blatant scrutiny did Leon realize the little brother in question was himself. The original Leon's morals had been neither exceptional nor deplorable by Black Castle standards. Yet after a bout of reckless indulgence in Molestown, he had collapsed from fever, a first among the Night's Watch brothers, equal parts pitiable and absurd. Leon's face remained impassive, as though Ed spoke of a stranger. The sins of the past were not his to bear, but John's tension was palpable. His grip tightened around his sword hilt. No, he declared firmly. I want to allow it. Leon and I have sworn to serve as rangers together, as first ranger, and he is my lieutenant. Ed barked a laugh. Lord Snow, that's the finest jest I've heard all day. Yet John found no humor in the situation. Clenching his fists, his gaze upon Leon brimmed with unwavering resolve and determination. What's so bad about being a kettle boy? Ed chimed in, still unconvinced. Staying in the cellar with the girls all day, how could that compare to our life under the sun and wind, climbing and toiling? A fine lad like you might live comfortably in Molestown. But neither of them paid him any heed. Seeing they had finished their meal, the three rose and made their way to the training yard. Leon, don't worry, John reassured, his voice steady despite the morning's humiliation. With me here, no one will lay a finger on you. Leon was deeply moved. He knew John was standing up for him. After all, his own pitiable performance days ago had hardly inspired confidence. Though Leon now possessed the enhanced abilities of the warband panel, his strength tripled, explaining it all seemed too convoluted. Instead, he resolved to prove himself through action. In the training yard, nearly all the new recruits of the Night's Watch from their batch had already gathered. Clad in armor from the armory, they sized up potential opponents with sharp, eager eyes. Yet when Leon, John, and Ed entered, most averted their hostile gazes. Only a few dared to openly challenge them with their stares. This was not due to any lack of intimidation from Leon or John, but rather because John's prowess was overwhelming. Under the meticulous tutelage of Sir Roderick Castle, his swordsmanship had reached near perfection. Even recruits taller and stronger than him could scarcely last a single exchange. Those who had previously lost to John now seemed prepared, their expressions far more relaxed. Bastard, sneered Alistair Thorne from the high platform. What are you doing here? Are the chamber pots and stables so light a burden that you have time to waste on our selection? He had expected John to slink away in shame after the morning's humiliation, not march in defiantly. But John met his mockery with a glare so full of venom it seemed to say, "You don't want me here? Then I'll come all the more." Seeing this, Alistair Thorne merely smirked, his expression one of smug satisfaction, as though everything was unfolding exactly as he had planned. Chapter 7. Thorne's Conspiracy. Near zero defense, though John's heart burned with hatred for Alistair Thorne, his fingers itching to tear the man apart upon that high platform. He knew well this was a training yard, no place for unchecked fury. The Night's Watch's code meant more to him than life itself. Thus, when faced with Thorne's provocation, John merely fixed him with a searing glare before speaking with icy resolve. As a recruit of the Night's Watch, I firmly believe I have the right to undergo selection and earn my place as a true brother. Very well, Thorne sneered, his voice dripping with mockery. Since our precious bastard Lord Snow wishes to prove he's no coward, let me ask the assembled recruits, who among you would care to teach him a lesson? His gaze swept across the eager, yet hesitant recruits gathered in the yard. Many flinched under his scrutiny, their previous defeats at John's hands still fresh in memory. But not all were cowards. A hulking figure named Hodder stepped forward. Though only 16, his towering frame and boulder-like muscles dwarfed grown men. His stonemason lineage had forged him into a brute of unyielding strength, his rough-hewn face betraying both savagery and cunning. Jon's stomach tightened at the sight of his opponent. Hodder's legendary strength matched his monstrous size. Though Jon's swordsmanship was superior, he dared not underestimate such raw power. Moreover, Jon glanced at Lion beside him. Today was Lion's moment of truth, his chance to become a sworn brother. Jon couldn't afford to fall before Hodder. He had to fight tooth and nail to clear Lion's path. As his mind raced, Jon scanned the yard. The only face resembling an ally was old Ed's. A plan crystallized: defeat every challenger except Ed, then ensure Ed went easy on Lion in their match. That way, Lion wouldn't be forced to take that wretched assignment at Mole's Town. Lion watched in awe, baffled by Jon's intricate foresight, how he'd already woven safety nets amidst this chaos. 30 seconds to prepare, Thorn announced coldly from the platform, a serpent's smile flickering. Hodder's cautious expression shattered into glee. Ed, however, stood thunderstruck. 30 seconds? He sputtered. That's not even enough time to fetch proper armor from the armory. Thorn's dead eyes flicked toward him. 20 seconds, he corrected, toneless. Jon's face mirrored disbelief at the words. Upon hearing the number, poor Ed fumbled frantically with the ropes of his padded armor. Time was slipping away. As the countdown ended, Ed's panic only worsened, managing to undo merely 2 knots in his haste. Hod, clad head to toe in steel, his half-visor helmet casting a shadow over his face, curled his lips into a smirk that radiated menace. Step by deliberate step, he advanced toward Jon. Yet Jon, unshaken, displayed remarkable composure and valor. Though Ed floundered beside him, Jon inhaled deeply, steadying himself, and strode forward with unwavering resolve. I wager 2 broken ribs for Lord Snow, 1 copper star. A voice called out. Huh, I'll raise another star, and toss in a broken arm. Another jeered. Have you no faith in Lord Snow? 2 more stars, say, he only spits blood. A third chimed in. As Jon and Hod faced each other at the center of the yard, tension thick in the air, the Night's Watch recruits wasted no time in placing bets on the outcome. After all, in past duels, even when both were armored, Jon and Hod had been evenly matched. Now, with Jon nearly defenseless, none expected victory for him. The wagers revolved solely around the extent of his injuries. Flattered by his comrades' implicit praise, Hod's face twisted with exhilaration. Without hesitation, he swung his greatsword in a brutal arc toward Jon. Yet the mighty strike found only dirt, kicking up dust harmlessly. Jon, swift as shadow, sidestepped Hod's sluggish movement, drawing his blade in one fluid motion. Alas, the slash landed uselessly against the thick steel of Hod's backplate. The impact merely staggered the overconfident Hod, leaving him unharmed but furious. The sting in his back served as a bitter reminder. Jon's swordsmanship was unmatched among the recruits. No longer would Hod underestimate him. Stonehead, lose this, and you'll be scrubbing privies alongside Lord Snow. Ser Alisur Thorn's taunt from the high platform flushed Hod's face crimson, stoking his battle lust. Enraged, Hod brandished his great sword wildly, his strikes chaotic, devoid of technique. Jon seized every opening, his blade leaving faint marks on Hod's armor. Though the heavy plate weighed Hod down, it also spared him grievous wounds. Without it, he would have been riddled with cuts by now. Chapter 8. I believe I could take on 10. Today, duel broadened Leon's horizons, and he couldn't help but feel a flicker of respect for Jon, even against an opponent clad in heavy armor, seemingly invincible. Jon neither begged for mercy nor surrendered. With masterful swordsmanship, he gradually seized the upper hand. To Leon's eyes, this fledgling warrior's proficiency with the greatsword was undoubtedly no less than 150 points. Leon himself possessed an extraordinary 300 points in single-handed sword mastery, and he recognized Jon's latent potential, undeniable, formidable. The title of the North's future sword saint was well-deserved. This led Leon to ponder. If he were to face Jon now, what would his chances of victory be? To speak without false modesty, I could perhaps afford to yield him 30 moves. After careful observation and contemplation, Leon arrived at this measured conclusion. Of course, this was merely a hypothesis based on experience and technique. After all, he had yet to cross blades with Jon in earnest. He couldn't be certain how many moves he should concede. In the world of Mount Blade 2, a 300-point single-handed sword skill could deal devastating damage, enough to slay a dragon in 2 strokes. Even the legendary 5 cuts per second sword maiden of the West would be left speechless before Leon, forced to acknowledge him as her superior. Lord Snow, do you still refuse to yield? Amid the clashing of steel, Jon and Horder had already exchanged over a dozen blows. Jon, unburdened by armor, used his agility to press the attack. But in the world of warriors, no blade goes unfelt. A mere glancing strike from Horder's flat against Jon's arm sapped his strength. His once overwhelming assault faltered, leaving him barely able to parry Horder's brute force swings, let alone counter. Horder's taunt, dripping with triumph, was met with Jon's gritted teeth and silence, yet his eyes spoke volumes. Yield? Never. Jon's defiance did not serve him well. His stubborn resistance crumbled within 3 more exchanges. His sword was sent flying, and a brutal kick sent him sprawling 2 or 3 meters away. Fortunately, a pile of hay cushioned his fall, humiliating but unharmed. Yet, Jon found himself utterly drained, unable to rise and fight on. In his final moments, he mustered the last of his strength to turn his head, casting a silent, remorseful glance toward Leon. It was as if to say, "Forgive me, brother, I failed. It seems we shall not stand together as brothers of a night's watch after all. A bastard remains a bastard. Your strength is as feeble as if you were half-formed in the womb. You couldn't even defeat Horder, the very man you despise. A disgrace to the Stark name. No wonder your father never claimed you as his own. Perhaps he always saw you for what you are, a stray whelp picked up from the wilds." As Alistair's words rang out, the surrounding gamblers, witnessing Jon's defeat, erupted in glee, collecting their winnings. Even Jon's friend Ed was left speechless at this moment, only able to lower his head and endure the mockery. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Feeling Jon's apologetic gaze upon him, Lion did not hesitate to step forward. With a stern expression, he locked eyes with Alistair Thorne on the high platform and shouted loudly, "This isn't fair. Oh, the Southern Firefly has something to say? What injustice troubles you that I might remedy?" Lion, closely tied to Jon, had long been despised by Alistair Thorne by association. Yet his usual low profile had made it difficult for Thorne to find fault with him. But now, Lion had boldly stepped forward, stirring complex emotions in Thorne, contempt, yet also a thrill of vindication, as though fortune had smiled upon him twice in one day. To deal with 2 nuisances he had long despised in a single stroke. What could be more satisfying? I forgot to inform you. Within this training yard, the rules are mine to dictate. Regarding Jon's equipment, I refuse to apologize because it was my command. You have no right to dispute it, unless you wish to leave this place. Thorne's words dripped with implication, positioning himself upon the moral high ground to suppress Lion. The recruits who had initially sympathized with Jon fell silent under his rhetoric. Even Ed, who had always harbored resentment toward Lion, tugged discreetly at his sleeve in warning, urging him to swallow his pride. With time, terrain, and morale all favoring Thorne, why court disaster? Yet Lion merely shook off Ed's hand with a slight motion and took a resolute step forward. "Lord Firefly, do you mean to champion Lord Snow? The rules have changed. Unless you wish to scrub latrines alongside him, you'll have to fight 3 men, otherwise forget it." Ha 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 ha. A smirk curled Thorne's lips as he spoke. No sooner had his words fallen than more than 3 recruits who bore grudges against Jon stepped forward, their hatred extending to Lion by association. Just as Thorne prepared to press further, Lion spoke again. "This still isn't fair." "Oh, does the Firefly falter?" Thorne taunted. "No," Lion replied firmly. With a glance at the assembled recruits, a knowing glint flashed in his eyes. A disdainful smile touched his lips as he shook his head and declared, "I want to fight 10. Chapter 9. The Extra. Any last words? It seemed the people of Westeros were unaware of the legend concerning an obscure yet versatile martial arts master. When Lion uttered those audacious words with such nonchalance, every creature in the vicinity froze as if struck by a paralysis spell, momentarily petrified. Even the ever-scheming Alistair Thorne forgot his composure, his jaw slackening in disbelief. What did this boy just say? Indeed, none of us quite caught what our ladybug had declared, but it certainly carried an air of grandeur. He said he would take on 10. 10? Only after a prolonged silence did the crowd snap out of their stupor. Even after repeated confirmation, they found no error in their hearing or misunderstanding of lioness intent. Then, as if synchronized, the entire assembly erupted into the most uproarious laughter and applause they had ever mustered. The deafening clamor from the training yard resonated throughout the modest confines of Black Iron Keep. At that moment, whether occupied with duties or merely passing by, curiosity compelled nearly everyone to investigate the commotion. Strange, ISNT today meant for the Night's Watch recruitment? Since when did a circus come to town? Mused a passerby en route to the yard. Perched atop a haystack, Jon Snow felt no exhilaration upon hearing Lion's bold declaration, only profound embarrassment. He wished fervently to be a groundhog, capable of burrowing deep into the earth to escape the spectacle. If even Jon, Lion's closest companion, reacted this way, the others' responses were hardly surprising. Tyrion Lannister was the first to arrive at the scene, though his stunted legs hindered swift movement. His dwarf-born instincts for gossip propelled him to the forefront of any scandal. Soon, not only Tyrion, but half the residents of Black Iron Keep had heard of Lion's preposterous claim. Even the typically reclusive Lord Commander Jorah Mormont and the venerable Maester Aemon were stirred from their duties, deciding to make a rare joint appearance. Their arrival hushed the raucous yard considerably. After the two highest authorities grasped the situation, before Maester Aemon could even muster a smile, his aged yet benevolent face turned solemnly toward Lion at the center of the field. Lion, he inquired gravely, if memory serves. House Victor is not particularly renowned for valor or reckless boasts, is it? Despite Lord Commander Mormont's imposing presence. Muffled laughter rippled through the crowd at Maester Aemon's question. Maester Aemon, Lion replied, the sigil of House Victor is a thorn sword, and our words are, burn the path. Oh. Maester Aemon feigned contemplation. So tell me, are you delirious from fever, or has your head not fully healed? The exchange continued, each question and answer fueling waves of escalating laughter that surged through the yard like an unstoppable tide. The usually irascible Ser Jorah Mormont displayed an uncharacteristic gentleness this time. Young man, your courage in standing up for your comrades is commendable, but it must not come at the cost of harming yourself. Are you certain you wish to challenge 10 opponents? I only ask that you answer me truthfully. Commander, with my skill, taking on 10 is no exaggeration. Were it not for the order of rank, I would challenge the Master-at-Arms himself today. Lion's reply was neither timid nor arrogant, carrying an air that invigorated those who heard it, at least from the perspective of onlookers who did not already consider him mad. As for whether Lion was arrogant or suicidal, Ser Jorah Mormont no longer dwelled on it. In his view, his earlier question had been the final courtesy extended as Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, an acknowledgement of the deep bond between Lion and Jon after understanding the full context. Yet, for Jorah Mormont, there was a limit to patience. Since the opportunity had been given and refused, he would let Lion have his way. Without another word, the Lord Commander turned and strode through the dispersing crowd. Many composed and seasoned high-ranking brothers of the Night's Watch followed suit, dismissing the day's events as mere farce. Over the years, as the quality of recruits declined, the once proud castles that stood as humanity's bulwark against the others had become a motley gathering. They had seen all manner of men, and in their eyes, Lion was simply the weakest and most brazen of the lot. Thus, the outcome was already decided. Yet Maester Aemon did not leave. Instead, he summoned an apprentice and murmured instructions, prompting the young man to hurry off and return with a medicine chest. Clearly, the ancient Maester possessed a compassion as deep as his wisdom. When the Lord Commander had appeared, Alliser Thorne had feared his actions might have been too extreme, that the commander would intervene or at least ensure Lion a fair fight. To his relief, however, the Lord Commander offered no objection. The duel would proceed as planned. How much longer must the audience wait? You worthless lot. Alliser Thorne's voice dripped with mockery from the high platform. Shall I call you out one by one to challenge our Lord of 10? A cruel, eager smirk played on the Master-at-Arms' lips as he selected 10 of the most formidable fighters, like a slaver from Yunkai hand-picking gladiators for the pits. Master Thorne, truly, there's no need for 10. I alone am enough. Hot, spurred by the presence of Black Castle's residents, including more than a few maidens he fancied, and still riding the high of defeating his rival John, could not resist boasting. However, his words had the opposite effect. While Horde's speech garnered admiration from some, it provoked visible discontent among the majority. Clearly, the crowd still longed to witness Leon single-handedly taking on 10 opponents. You blockhead, what nonsense are you spouting? 10. A single man, less would be an insult to Lord Beetle. Up on the platform, Alistair Thorne nearly convulsed with rage at Horde's mindless declaration. Even he, if he were to step into the fray, might struggle to defeat 10 fully armored recruits of the Night's Watch, let alone Leon, who, like John before him, was forbidden from wearing armor. To Thorne, these conditions were nothing short of a death sentence for Leon. He would tolerate no unforeseen obstacles thwarting his scheme. With a sharp glance, Thorne signaled the surrounding recruits, commanding them to act immediately and put an end to Horde's boastful farce. TCH, Lord Beetle, have you prepared any last words? Horde swaggered forward, brimming with confidence, eager to mimic the grand theatrics of nobility by demanding a final statement before severing Leon's head. Yet Leon merely tilted his head slightly and uttered, with effortless indifference, "Are you the first to die?" The words landed like a drop of cold water in a boiling oil, instantly igniting an uproar among the onlookers. Some, who had never heard such a ludicrous jest, doubled over in laughter until they collapsed. But for Horde, the target of the remark, the effect was entirely different. He felt provoked, humiliated, even, as if his own reflection in Leon's clear eyes resembled nothing more than a ridiculous, shaggy wildling. Fury consumed him. Horde charged at Leon first, followed closely by a swarm of Night's Watch recruits, far exceeding 10, crowding together like a murder of ravens, eager to devour Leon down to the bone. At last, as the clash loomed, the spectators held their breath, jostling forward in anticipation of witnessing Leon's imminent demise. Yet among them, not a single soul spared Leon a shred of sympathy. Those who might have harbored even a sliver of compassion had long departed with Gior Mormont. Thus, only the bloodthirsty thrill-seekers remained, those who reveled in chaos and cared not for the consequences. Chapter 10. Bloodthirst unleashed, stamina restored in the next instant. The mirth on the faces of the onlookers twisted into horror, their expressions shifting with alarming swiftness. Hodder charged forward like a raging bull, while Leon before him stood motionless, as if petrified by the sheer force of Hodder's advance. Yet, just as Hodder's blade was about to descend upon Leon's head, Leon moved, swift and precise. With a mere flick of his scabbard, a seemingly effortless upward parry, he deflected Hodder's mighty downward strike. For that fleeting moment, time itself seemed to freeze. Everyone heard the resounding clang, no less deafening than a blacksmith's hammer striking steel. Yet Leon's arm did not waver. Instead, Hodder, as if his blade had met the unyielding breastplate of the Night King, was hurled backward by the tremendous recoil, crashing into the recruits behind him and sending them sprawling. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the crowd. A furious man burst from the corner, cursing at the fallen Hodder. "Damn it, are you acting? You swing a sword and send yourself flying. You're more theatrical than the most dramatic dwarf in the 7 kingdoms." His words instantly resonated with many. What had seemed like a farce orchestrated by the Night's Watch recruits now appeared far more serious. Veterans with combat experience began to realize that Leon might truly possess formidable strength, and their earlier mockery now seemed like foolish arrogance. Hodder, still seated on the ground, grasped the gravity of the situation. His hands were drenched in blood, the flesh around his palms split open to the bone, crimson pouring forth unrelentingly. His eyes brimmed with disbelief and terror. "Look at the sword," someone cried. All eyes turned to the shattered remains of Hodder's great sword, blade and hilt separated, the break jagged and uneven. The weapon, chosen from the armory for its supposed sturdiness, had failed to withstand a single strike from Leon. The recruits who had charged forward moments earlier now hesitated, fear creeping into their hearts as they beheld Hodder's grievous wounds and the broken weapon. The Northerners' dread of the unknown made them falter, questioning whether they could overcome this seemingly ordinary yet terrifyingly powerful newcomer. It's just that thick-skulled fool picking the worst weapon in the armory. Keep going. From the high platform, Alistair Thorn frowned deeply. Though at a distance, he could clearly discern Leon's astonishing combat prowess and effortless composure. A surge of unease and fury welled within him. He could not tolerate the audacity of an unknown recruit daring to act so brazenly under his very gaze, especially when this recruit had cost him a capable subordinate like Hod. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Alistair Thorn's eyes as he resolved to personally crush this presumptuous newcomer. Yet he knew the time was not ripe. He must bide his time, waiting for the perfect moment to strip Leon of all resistance before the watchful eyes of the Night's Watch, thereby eradicating the unease and threat gnawing at his heart. Meanwhile, the skirmish on the training ground had escalated into a fever pitch. Though fear and trepidation gripped the fresh recruits under the command of their master-at-arms, they had no choice but to press their assault against Leon. Yet their strikes proved feeble before him. Each attack deftly parried, each counter leaving them battered and broken. Leon fought with ruthless precision, seizing a recruit's shield before delivering punishing blows with the flat of his sword. His movements were swift and lethal, each strike landing with devastating effect while his adversaries floundered. Most of their futile swings either clattered against his stolen shield or were effortlessly evaded by his uncanny footwork. One by one, the recruits crumpled, ribs shattered, their will to fight crumbling beneath the weight of Leon's overwhelming prowess. Yet Leon did not relent. He knew these recruits were mere pawns in another's game. But what of it? Their fates mattered little to him. His sole concern was survival in this den of treachery and blades. Though his mind had once been that of an ordinary student, his first true battle had forged him into something sharper, deadlier. And so he fought on, shield and scabbard lashing out with unyielding force. His gaze burned cold and unflinching, like a predator exuding dominance over its prey. Amid the chaos, Leon shattered his final opponent with a brutal shield bash, only for the battered wood to splinter apart in his grip. Though his body, enhanced by unseen forces, bore no wounds, each clash had whittled away at his dwindling stamina. A furtive glance at his interface confirmed his fears. His endurance hung by a thread. And scathed though he was, if his enemies exhausted that last sliver of strength, death would claim him all the same. As Lion was lost in contemplation, a newly awakened Night's Watch recruit stirred from unconsciousness on the ground. Gazing at Lion's heaving back with eyes brimming with resentment and unwillingness, the recruit attempted a stealthy assault. Yet in that very instant, Lion abruptly turned, striking the recruit's face with precise brutality from his scabbard. The recruit spun violently before collapsing into oblivion once more. Without pausing to assess the fallen recruit's condition, Lion pressed forward, knowing this prolonged skirmish demanded swift retreat to recuperate. However, upon defeating the final novice, an unexpected warmth surged through his veins, dispelling fatigue and weakness instantly. By conservative estimation, Lion felt half his strength restored, his endurance gauge abruptly replenished to midway. So this was the partial stamina recovery mechanism. From his elevated vantage, Alistair Thorn observed Lion's combat with shifting expressions that ultimately settled into corpse-like pallor. The demonstration of Lion's extraordinary martial prowess and recuperative abilities instilled profound dread. Lion's capabilities were indeed extraordinary, reminiscent of legendary figures like Arthur Dane, the Sword of the Morning who wielded Dawn with peerless mastery. Even Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer and arguably the realm's finest knight, had attested. I learned from Arthur Dane himself. The man could piss with his right hand while cutting down 5 Kingsguard with his left. Thorn recognized the vast chasm between these green recruits and the legendary Kingsguard. Lion's abilities clearly transcended novice standards, amplifying Thorn's unease. Doubts crept in about potential flaws in his strategy, whether greater caution was warranted with this dangerous newcomer. Yet surrender wasn't in Thorn's nature. He resolved to continue scrutinizing Lion's movements, seeking vulnerabilities that might reveal a path to victory. Only witnessing Lion's defeat could restore his peace of mind. What manner of ruthlessness might such a man, merciless even to himself, unleash upon his enemies? Suddenly, Lion's gaze locked with Thorn's, an expression of utter indifference. as though viewing his surroundings as insignificant dust. Though silent, this wordless exchange carried more menace than any verbal threat. Thorn's mind flashed to his childhood in the Crownlands, his father's warning echoing anew. When surrounded by enemies, sleep with a dagger beneath your pillow. The memory resonated so powerfully that Thorn found himself contemplating implementing this very precaution that very night. He felt himself utterly enveloped by the menacing aura emanating from Leon. Every passing moment saturated with peril. As Leon struck down the second and third challengers with his scabbard, the once raucous cheers of the onlooking crowd gradually crescendoed into frenzied adulation before subsiding into a tomb-like silence. The spectators appeared thoroughly cowed by Leon's martial prowess and ruthless efficiency, not daring to utter so much as a whisper. Only when Archmaester Eamon arrived with his acolytes to tend to those unfortunate souls with broken ribs did the crowd regain their senses. Watching the venerable maester and his apprentices work, the people found solace and reassurance in their ministrations. Yet for Alistair Thorn, this moment served only to deepen his understanding of Leon's formidable threat. Throughout the entire ordeal, Archmaester Eamon never once glanced toward Leon, for the wise old man could see that though the young warrior was drenched in blood, none of it was his own. Youth will have its vanities. Let the boy have his moment of glory, Eamon mused, knowing full well that lads of this age could have their legs severed one day and be carousing in brothels the next. The most telling detail? Leon had never even drawn his steel. It was then that the hitherto silent imp finally spoke. The dwarf who had spent his entire life treating the world with sardonic amusement, now offering his most solemn respect to the lone warrior, standing triumphant in the arena. Chapter 11. Leon's draconic resilience stuns Maester Eamon. By the time Leon emerged from the infirmary of Black Iron Fortress, the afternoon sun had already begun its descent. As Maester Eamon had previously observed, though Leon had been drenched in blood, enough to kill an ordinary man 5 times over, his body bore no serious wounds, only minor abrasions and exhaustion. A skeptical apprentice, refusing to believe the impossibility of such a recovery, had even taken shears to Leon's blood-soaked undershirt, searching for any trace of injury. Yet the only wound still seeping blood seemed almost sentient, tendril-like filaments, invisible to the naked eye, extended from its edges, pulling the flesh together with an eerie precision. Even the spilled blood was reabsorbed into Leon's skin. The apprentice, witnessing something beyond any medical text, cried out in astonishment, summoning Maester Eamon. "Maester, look at this. Does it even require stitching?" Eamon, who had been tending to the other battered recruits of the night's watch, lifted his gaze just as he finished binding the last wound. He had intended to examine Leon's condition himself. Once the most brilliant scholar of the Citadel, a distinction that had earned him a place in humanity's most revered order, Eamon's medical knowledge surpassed nearly all living men. Yet even he fell silent when he pressed his palm against the smooth, closing wound on Leon's back. Beneath his touch, he felt the faint, rhythmic pulsations of muscle regeneration. When he withdrew his hand moments later, the gash, once spanning dozens of centimeters, had halved in length, as though time itself had accelerated around the injury. Eamon glanced at the speechless apprentice. To the young man, Leon's healing was more terrifying than the fact that he had single-handedly defeated 10 recruits. "Dress his wounds," Eamon commanded, his voice unyielding. Then, fixing Leon with the gravest gaze he had ever mustered, he added, Leon, stripped bare and feeling the chill of the air against his healing skin, turned his head. "What is it, Maester Eamon? From this day forth, your injuries, present and future, shall be treated by my hand alone. No other shall tend to you. In Black Iron Fortress, Eamon's authority was second only to the Lord Commander's. His tone brooked no argument. Once Leon had donned a freshly laundered black tunic and departed, the apprentice, brimming with unanswered questions, finally dared to voice his disbelief. "Maester Eamon, I've scoured every medical text. Such regenerative prowess is spoken of only in legends of dragons, whose flesh was forged from blood and fire. Is Leon some twisted draconic abomination in human form?" Without hesitation, Eamon delivered a sharp blow to the apprentice's head. "The content is loading. Please wait. By the 7, what nonsense are you speaking? Miracles do occur in this world. but only when one is destined for a greater purpose. Lion is no dragon, and I forbid you to spread such slanderous lies. Seeing the apprentice about to argue with increasingly absurd claims of devils and heretics, Maester Eamon swiftly silenced him with a stern rebuke. Stepping out of the dimly lit infirmary, Lion was greeted by a crowd of Night's Watch brothers and civilians gazing at him with hero worship in their eyes. At the forefront stood John, his injuries minor, already bandaged with his arm in a sling, alongside loyal Ed and several unfamiliar brothers whose faces brimmed with unrestrained admiration. And then, with great effort, the little figure of Tyrion emerged from the forest of legs. Tilting his head upward, the first words from Tyrion's lips were, "Lion, does it still hurt?" Instantly, John's jubilant expression darkened with guilt. Lion had suffered grave injuries defending him, yet he had forgotten to ask if his friend was in pain, preoccupied instead with the thrill of victory. Tyrion's simple question weighed heavily on John's conscience, and he silently retreated into the crowd. Lion inhaled sharply, only now registering the dull ache of his wounds, though it was fleeting. "If my nerves aren't deceiving me, I feel no pain now," Lion replied with ease. Looking down at Tyrion, ignoring the clamor of well-wishers, Tyrion seized Lion's arm with surprising strength and dragged him away from the throng. Before Lion could react, he found himself stumbling into a secluded corner. "Lord Tyrion, is there something you need?" Lion swore that if any other dwarf had manhandled him like this, he would have painted their face crimson. But this was Tyrion, one of the few unwavering heroes across 8 seasons, so he tolerated the impertinence. "I hear you're still a recruit of the Night's Watch, unsworn." Tyrion glanced around to ensure their privacy before posing the question that made Lion frown. But after today, that won't be the case for long. You're different from John and the others. You have potential, too much to waste here. The Night's Watch is no longer a noble calling. Staying here will only see you rot day by day." Chapter 12. Leon's overwhelming sense of justice. Rejecting the little demon's temptation, no wonder he didn't want others to hear. The little demon had ulterior motives. He was simply seizing the opportunity to lure Leon away. Had there been even one brother of the Night's Watch present, they would have immediately silenced the little demon for such blatant poaching. So, Leon tilted his head, feigning indifference. Truth be told, Leon harbored neither aversion nor resistance toward the identity of a Night's Watchman. Moreover, as someone not native to this world, he held no unrealistic reverence for the Night's Watch. "Come with me, leave tonight." The little demon, sensing Leon's wavering resolve, swiftly dangled the bait. "I swear in the name of House Lannister. Do you seek fame? You're young, and with your potential, the very least you could become is a Kingsguard. Gold. My family owns mines aplenty. If you wish, you could learn strategy and governance under my father's tutelage. I assure you, he would never refuse such an exceptional squire, nor would he hesitate to grant you a castle and lands of your own. How very selfless of you. But what isn't it for you?" The little demon had done his research. Whether Leon had come to the north willingly or not, one thing was undeniable. He was a noble, not some mercenary from Blackwater who cared only for coin. Thus, the little demon hadn't even broached the idea of Leon becoming his squire. "With your valor, legends of you will spread across the 7 kingdoms, whether you become a lord of the Westerlands or a Kingsguard serving before the Iron Throne. So long as you prove useful to my father, to the future of House Lannister. That is enough." It seemed this version of the little demon had not yet become the future patricide, still clinging to the faint hope of winning his father Tywin Lannister's favor. "And what are my vows to the Night's Watch?" Leon hesitated. This was indeed a chance to alter his fate. Though the little demon appeared unreliable now, Leon knew he would later prove to be the most lion-hearted of the Lannisters. Upon hearing this, the little demon could barely contain his delight. He leaned in close, whispering into Leon's ear, "If you're willing, I have countless ways to remake you." "Such as?" "Elaborate. I could persuade, or bribe, the Night's Watch as higher-ups. As it stands, the Watch is teetering on the brink of starvation, with only the North still offering support. Idea of you accompanying me south to gather provisions and funds for them. House Lannister alone could contribute a significant portion. Besides, there's precedent. A noble from the Reach once did the same, living out his days in his home castle under the guise of a watch steward. So long as you don't overstep, no one will question it. But would the old bear and the others truly let me go? Leon frowned, skeptical of the little demon's seemingly far-fetched scheme. What use are you even here? They merely treat you as a raw recruit. Yet if you follow me south, my personal coffers alone could raise an army of 2,000 to reinforce the wall. The commander would surely grasp the weight of such a choice. Very well, my decision is. Leon pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Though part of him longed to leave without hesitation, an instinct whispered that this was not the life his soul truly desired. To rise through sheer martial prowess as a Lannister enforcer, gaining lands and castles in the Westerlands, yet bound by the Night's Watch vows, unable to openly take a wife or sire children. To become but another nameless casualty in the looming war of the Five Kings. The disappointment on the imp's face was palpable. Despite his silver tongue and generous offers, Leon remained unmoved, shaking Tyrion's confidence in his own persuasion. His eyes burned with urgency, silently demanding an explanation. My Lord Tyrion, do you know the words of House Stark in the North? I do. But surely you're not refusing me for that? You still believe in the existence of White Walkers? Tyrion could scarcely fathom that Leon would spurn wealth and status for something so naive. You've seen the wall, towering, ancient, unyielding. Do you truly think it was raised merely to deter a few wildlings? Leon gestured toward the colossal barrier, ever present on the horizon. Even if White Walkers existed, that was ages past. Not even the Dragonlords of House Targaryen gave them heed. Why should mortals like us? Tyrion pressed, unwilling to concede. But now the dragons are gone, and winter is coming. If I do not stand as mankind's first defense, who will shield us when the others return? Leon's solemn conviction left Tyrion speechless. The gravity in his eyes brooked no doubt. After a long silence, seeing no change in Leon's resolve, Tyrion finally relented. Though disappointed, he felt an unexpected respect for this young man barely past adulthood. Though no knight in title, Leon carried himself with a nobility that surpassed many who bore the title. I'll speak of this to no one. I've heard of your inclinations, unlikely as it seems. I shall wait for you at Madame Annie's in Molestown for 1 month. As he turned to leave, Tyrion paused, curiosity getting the better of him. One last thing, why didn't you draw your sword? Their menacing demeanor clearly indicated lethal intent. Upon hearing this, Leon let out a bitter chuckle and drew the rusted sword from its scabbard right before the imp's eyes. Gazing upon that ancient blade so corroded it seemed a mere gust of wind could shatter it, the imp concluded it would be far wiser to leave the weapon sheathed. Having reached this realization, the little demon departed without the slightest hesitation or backward glance. At that very moment, Jon came trotting past from the side path. Spotting Leon, his face lit up with delight. So here you are. The Lord Commander demands your immediate presence, he exclaimed. Chapter 13. The reason Lion remains with the knights. Watch. Jon led Lion to a small banquet hall adjacent to the commander's tower. Only after 7 days did Lion realize that the meager single daily meal was merely the harsh treatment reserved for recruits. Once one became a true brother of the Night's Watch, 3 full meals were guaranteed. Indeed, within this modest hall, a rather lavish feast was underway. As Lion stepped through the doors, veteran brothers, both familiar and unfamiliar, raised their goblets in his honor. The drunken revelers had left the tables in disarray, with spilled wine of crimson, gold, emerald, and ivory hues staining the floor. Yet Jon guided Lion past the entrance without lingering, leading him toward the largest oaken table at the heart of the hall. There, waiting for Lion, stood Lord Commander Jorah Mormont, known as the Old Bear. Lion surveyed the gathering. Nearly all the high-ranking officers of the Night's Watch were present, save for the nearly blind Maester Aemon. Strangely, the imp Tyrion Lannister sat unabashedly in a place of honor, greeting Lion with an air of nonchalance. Ser Alliser has informed me that a lad like you need no longer endure his training. Do you concur? The Old Bear spoke with rare warmth, his spirits evidently high. Nearby, Ser Alliser Thorne wore a stormy expression, deliberately avoiding Lion's questioning gaze. Hick! With winter approaching, the Night's Watch is in dire need of capable men. The Old Bear continued between wine-laden breaths. The realm has not sent us someone of your caliber in many a year. Your deeds honor your father's expectations. At these words, Ser Alliser seemed to choke on some unspoken jest, his face contorted between derision and suppressed fury. Lion, bewildered by the Lord Commander's ambiguous praise, could only stare in confusion. Only John appeared privy to some unspoken truth, grinning foolishly beside him. "Lad, have you truly resolved to don a black?" The old bear intoned. "To forsake marriage and legacy, to shun ambition, and to stand eternal vigil against the cold and the dark?" To John, these words rang like divine music. He nearly answered for Lion in his eagerness. Yet hesitation crept in. What glory remained in the Night's Watch now? The Order's noble facade concealed rot within. Even John questioned his decision to follow Uncle Benjen beyond the wall. But where else could he go? The path forward was set. Additional content loading. Please wait. This site supports mobile browser access only. If you see this message, the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable your browser's reader mode, ad blocking functions, or try accessing via another browser. Winterfell. There is no returning now. With Lord Eddard Stark gone south to serve as Hand the King, remaining in Winterfell would only mean enduring the cold disdain of Lady Catelyn Stark, though his siblings did not share their mother's hostility. Yet the thought of being an outsider in his own family still weighed heavily on Jon's heart. He didn't even know whether his brother Bran had awakened from his slumber. "My lord, abandoning my path is not in my nature. Since fate has led me here, I am willing to stand and fall with my brothers of the Night's Watch." Leon's response was neither submissive nor defiant. It was a decision he had carefully considered since arriving in this world. Firstly, leaving the Night's Watch would make completing his Faceless God system tasks far more difficult. Keeping his targets close was far more convenient. Secondly, though Leon knew little of this world, even if he could carve out a life beyond the wall, it would all be for naught should the White Walkers breach the Great Barrier. The Song of Ice and Fire was far from concluded, and Leon refused to believe the Night King would meet as careless an end as in the show, struck down by Arya Stark's Dragonlord dagger after 8 seasons of build-up. Moreover, with the Warband system and the Faceless God's gifts, he might yet grow strong enough to challenge the Night King himself. Upon hearing Leon's answer, the old bear nudged the silent first ranger beside him. "See, you thought he'd leave. This time, you misjudged. Not all Southern boys are spineless cowards." With that, he dismissed Leon with a wave and returned to the feast, urging his men to drink and eat heartily. Alliser Thorne lifted his gaze to Leon, his eyes brimming with hostility and something deeper, colder. He felt as though this stranger bore him some unspoken grudge, as if only one of them would leave this place alive. Noticing the tension, Jon pulled Leon aside to an empty seat, piling food and drink before them. "This isn't that slop fat Janey serves the recruits. This is Three Finger Hobbs' finest, meant for the highborn." Ignoring the glares from others, Jon tore into a golden-crusted leg of lamb, fragrant with rare spices, washing it down with stolen gulps of wine. His injured arm forced him to alternate between eating and drinking with his good hand, a flurry of motion. Inspired by Jon's enthusiasm, Leon found himself indulging more than usual. Across 2 lives, he had never been one for gluttony, and the medieval fare of this world rarely tempted him. But Three Finger Hobbs' skill was no mere boast. Once Leon began, he couldn't stop. The half-roasted lamb on the table, along with other delicacies like apple pie and meat pies, was largely devoured single-handedly by Leon. Chapter 14. Enthronement. The promotion path of Night's Watch soldiers, the boisterous feasting of Leon and Jon eventually drew attention from the high table. The imp, discarding all decorum, stood upon the dining table to peer over, though at this moment no one cared for etiquette, all too astonished by Leon's prodigious appetite. Some busybody had tallied that in this single meal, Leon had devoured at least 3 pounds of roasted meat, 2 pounds of flour for pies, and an assortment of fruits and vegetables. "Fine lad." The old bear chuckled heartily, watching Leon's rustic table manners with amusement. The banquet hall grew even livelier as night approached. After draining several oak barrels of wine, Leon and Jon staggered back to the wooden tower where the recruits were quartered, supporting each other. The pungent reek of alcohol and meat clinging to them instantly roused every recruit from slumber. Yet none dared voice a protest. Even the habitual snorers held their breaths in silent accord. Particularly those who had crossed blades with Leon earlier that day dared not even whimper. His overwhelming prowess in combat had thoroughly subdued them. The assailants, especially, racked their brains afterward, unable to fathom what had possessed them to challenge him. Leon, however, paid no heed. After enduring several frigid nights in a watchtower, the mere luxury of a bed was too tempting to resist. Though the recruits' palates lacked the soft velvet and quilted bedding of seasoned brothers, the straw stuffed into the mattresses tonight felt unusually plush and abundant. Victor, Lord Leon, one of them, tormented by fear and unable to sleep, finally mustered the courage to approach Leon's bedside. I hope you won't hold our earlier confrontation against us. Receiving no reply after a long moment, the man prepared to slink away. But under the silvery moonlight, he noticed Leon sleeping deeply, peacefully, utterly defenseless, rubbing his bruised face. The recruit's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Just as his thoughts spiraled, Leon murmured drowsily, The sudden sound sent the man leaping like a startled hare. Trembling, he scurried back to his own bed, burrowing beneath the covers in uncontrollable shivers. After the man retreated, Leon couldn't help but touch his own face, bemused. Am I truly so terrifying? In truth, Leon hadn't yet fallen asleep. Since the skirmish earlier, he'd been too occupied to examine his mount blade interface. Now, certain no further disturbances would come, he exhaled almost imperceptibly. Status. The attributes displayed little change, save for the single shift from level 0 to 1. Leon found himself with an additional discretionary attribute point. However, he deemed his current attributes sufficient for the time being. Since this wasn't a specialization point for any particular skill, there was no immediate need to allocate it. He decided to reserve it for unforeseen circumstances in the future. The system, on the other hand, had undergone significant changes, introducing several new features that demanded his attention. Active quest, slay Alisar Thorn reward, black and white kiss, a Valyrian steel sword of exceptional quality. Passive quests, 1. Bloodlust, upon killing or defeating 9 individuals, restore a portion of stamina. 10-100, with infinite growth potential. 2. Knighting, unlocks upon commanding over 10 subordinates. Allows the promotion of battle-hardened followers into elite units. Current Knights watch promotion paths. 1. Knights watch Recruit Knights, watch Footman Knights, watch Guard Knights, watch Ranger, First Ranger of the Knights watch. 2. Knights watch Recruit Knights, watch Archer Knights, watch Elite Archer Knights, watch Oathsworn Knights, watch Valkeeper Knights, watch Defender of the Realms. The 2 branches ultimately yield different elite units. In Leon's assessment, the first path emphasizes frontline combat and support capabilities, while the second specializes in range prowess. Regardless of the difficulty in progression, the second branch culminates in a formidable Tier 6 unit, far surpassing the first in strength. Thus, if Leon were to command troops, he would likely steer their development toward the archer specialization. As for the task of eliminating Alisar Thorn, even in his weakened state during the day, Leon had failed to provoke the man into attacking. Clearly, Thorn was a cunning old fox. Were Leon to assassinate him outright, the Night's Watch's opinion of him would plummet. Given Thorn's standing, the weight of these considerations pressed upon Leon, his once clear mind now clouded by fatigue. Chapter 15. A brawl, or taking on 100 rangers single-handedly. The next morning, the diligent Hod presented Lion with a wooden basin of clean, unadulterated warm water as soon as he awoke. A soft white lamb's wool towel hanging considerately on the side. Lion frowned at the sight of Hod's bruised and swollen face, puzzled. Since when did he, a mere recruit, have an orderly? He hadn't even been aware of it. Lord Lion, would you care to freshen up? Did you sleep well last night? Hod fawned obsequiously by the bedside, his battered face twisting into an expression so nauseatingly ingratiating that it bordered on grotesque. Lion merely furrowed his brow, but did not refuse the gesture. Once Lion had washed, the other recruits eagerly offered their tributes like treasures. Some presented freshly laundered, well-fitted gambesons. Others brought carefully selected longswords from the armory. As for Lion's original rusted blade, an eager soul had taken it out at dawn to be sharpened. A few humbler offerings included an apple or a chunk of meat, likely stashed in someone's armpit for who knows how long, now reeking of stale sweat. Yet Lion accepted them all, placing each item on his bed. You want something from me? Ah, my lord, it is only our duty to serve you. One T say, fine, I'll decide what to do. And no, Lord Lion, there's another trial today. We beg your mercy. Joining the Night's Watch is our life's ambition. We'd rather not be beaten by you and then spend the rest of our days scrubbing latrines under Ser Aliser's orders. Hod was desperate, and the other recruits who had fought Lion the previous day were nearly on their knees, pleading. Yesterday, they came at you with murder in their hearts. Ed, ever the blunt observer, interjected. The duckling hacked at your back twice, the toad slashed your shoulder, and the ladyboy jabbed your leg with his spear. Ed recounted Lion's injuries with clinical precision, each named recruit trembling under the weight of his words. Had Lion not shown restraint the day before, merely defeating them rather than slaughtering them, they might have forsaken their oaths and fled like frightened rabbits. Now, with Ed's merciless indictment, regret gnawed at them like rats in their bellies. I said I'll decide, Lion replied, biting viciously into a plump, unblemished apple from the pile. Hod and the others, sensing the storm in Lion's gaze, dared not press further and slunk away. Once they were gone, Jon Snow approached with a grin, settling onto Lion's bed and picking up an apple of his own. I've never seen a southerner fight like you, he mused between bites. Your style, it's nothing like the elegant swordsmanship of the South. He paused, as if trying to place just whom Lion's brutal efficiency reminded him of. Barbarians. I have heard that beyond the wall, among the hundreds of thousands of wildlings, there exists a tribe known as the Berserkers, blue-skinned warriors who, in battle, fight like a leon, never dodging incoming blades, but instead launching frenzied assaults. Legend has it that only by dying with such valor can their warriors ascend to their God's Hall of Heroes, where eternal joy awaits. This myth, sung by some wandering bard and relayed by Old Ed, drew silent nods of agreement from those present. Is Leon's skin blue? Jon retorted skeptically, his neck stiff with disbelief. At this, Ed, as if possessed by the spirit of a bard, shook his head and countered. Perhaps his father forbade him from painting his skin blue before setting out. As their speculations grew increasingly absurd, Leon had no choice but to cut them off before Ed could weave even more outlandish tales about his lineage. After breakfast in the mess hall, where the cook, Jenny, having heard of Leon's prodigious appetite, piled his plate high with thick cuts of dark, wild boar, much to the protests of the other recruits, Leon, utterly indifferent to Jenny's flirtatious glances, found himself surrounded by a crowd as they made their way to the training yard. When will these endless recruit evaluations finally end? He wondered. Perhaps only when Ser Aliser Thorn could assemble a batch of marginally passable recruits to present to the old bear would these trials cease. Today, however, Ser Aliser seemed disinclined to waste words. Upon spotting Leon and Jon leading a determined group into the yard, he hesitated, then swallowed whatever sharp remark he might have made. Leon the Giant Slayer, you are exempt from today's drills. If you have no other duties, you may assist at the watchtower. But as Leon emerged from the armory clad in full plate, Ser Aliser couldn't resist adding, Ser, I volunteer for the evaluation. As you can see, I am fully prepared. Leon shot back in a mocking tone, his defiance drawing stifled cheers from the recruits. Never before had the stern, nickname dispensing Ser Aliser been publicly challenged on the training grounds, a first that left many secretly exhilarated. You. Ser Aliser's face darkened with rage. He took a step forward, intent on teaching Leon a lesson, to prove that yesterday's victories against a few hapless opponents were nothing to boast of. Yet as Leon, armored and resolute, drew his gleaming new sword, Ser Aliser hesitated, an uncharacteristic flicker of doubt crossing his features. It suddenly dawned on me that with Lion's reckless, injury-for-injury fighting style from yesterday, there was no way I could have walked away and scathed from his hands. Alyssa Thorne's expression darkened as she pondered for a moment before suddenly letting out a cold snort. Humph, fighting 10 grown men. I suppose ordinary recruits wouldn't satisfy your appetite. So, I've specially arranged for a squad of unoccupied rangers. Do you think they're worthy opponents? As she finished speaking, a thick cloud of dust billowed from one corner of the vast training yard, accompanied by the clamor of horses and men. A scene of bustling commotion. Emerging from the haze were no fewer than 100 rugged rangers, each exuding an aura of grit and bloodlust that sent shivers down the spines of the untested Night's Watch recruits. At their head strode a wiry man in his 40s or 50s, a seasoned brother of the Watch. Behind him followed his steward, holding aloft a banner of black cloth stretched over a jujube wood pole. Emblazoned upon it was nothing but a single human hand, though the gruesome wounds carved into its palm were impossible to ignore. That was the sigil of the House of the Broken Hand. The man leading them was none other than Corin Halfhand. Legend had it that during a skirmish with wildlings, he had blocked an axe with his right hand, leaving him with only his thumb and forefinger. Yet he trained his left hand to wield a sword anew, eventually surpassing his former skill. He was widely regarded as the finest ranger among them. At this point, one couldn't count on John, who knew nothing to enlighten Lion. It was good old Ed who proved reliable. Had he not whispered explanations from behind Lion, the boy might have found himself cluelessly facing off against these rangers. Chapter 16. The rangers challenged Leon dispatch his opponent with a single strike. What more needed to be said? "Alistair, is this the lad who made such a spectacle yesterday?" said Alistair Tornesnedith. By dawn, even Shadow Tower had heard rumors of some southern savage infiltrating Castle Black. Yet here he stands, lively as ever, hardly the look of a man who took a dozen cuts. Smiling, Corin Halfhand studied Leon intently, while the accompanying rangers regarded him with keen interest, searching for what set him apart. Soon, Corin approached, peering through the gaps in Leon's armor to confirm the bandages beneath. Only then did his amusement wane. "The Night's Watch's finest rangers stand before you," Alistair declared from the platform, his tone smug. "Defeat them, and I'll deem you worthy to join us." The rangers behind Corin erupted in curses. "When 7 hells do you take us for?" One spat. "I could pin this whelp with one hand. Why waste the rest?" "Alistair, has age addled your wits?" Another jeered. "A green southern boy who's never seen a wildling has you trembling? Perhaps I should take your place as master-at-arms. I'd do a damn sight better." Alistair's face darkened at their mockery, but he swallowed his pride, refusing to retaliate. "Very well," Corin said, his gaze drifting over the recruits. Among the rabble, Jon Snow stood out like a lone wolf among sheep. "So, this is Benjen's nephew. He's got the look of a Stark. Wooden blades or steel?" Leon asked casually, given the Rangers' lack of full armor. He saw no sense in risking injury to men vital to the wall as defense. Misinterpreting his concern, Corin stroked his chin. "What will suffice? Wouldn't he want to bruise the Watch's future?" A burly ranger swaggered forward, selecting a practice sword before advancing on Leon. "Mind yourself, boy. Blades bite, even wooden ones." Without hesitation, he swung for Leon's throat, the vulnerable gap between helm and breastplate. Clearly, this was no half-hearted test. The ranger fought to kill. Had been steel, Leon's head would have rolled. Precision. Ruthlessness. A single stroke to end a man. Leon narrowed his eyes as he assessed the ranger before him. The combat skills honed through years of battlefield experience were indeed incomparable to those of the recruits trained briefly under Alistair Thorne. Yet this seasoned ranger could never have imagined that Leon possessed the prowess of a master swordsman with a formidable strength of 15 points in single-handed combat. Clang! Clink clank! The clash of steel rang out as Leon moved with ghostly swiftness, exchanging a flurry of blows with the ranger in mere moments. Upon the high platform, Alistair Thorne watched with grave intensity. He knew his own martial abilities were on par with this very ranger, confirming his earlier wisdom in not hastily engaging Leon himself. The recruits behind Leon cared not for such calculations. Seeing their comrade hold his own against one of the Night's Watch's most elite warriors, they erupted in cheers. Jon Snow in particular clapped and shouted encouragement with unrestrained enthusiasm, his excitement mirroring that of someone personally involved in the duel. The ranger, however, grew increasingly flustered as his prolonged failure to defeat what appeared to be a mere recruit wounded his pride. The jeers and taunts from Corin Halfhand's men further disrupted his focus. Through this exchange, Leon had gauged his opponent's capabilities, a swordsmanship skill between 160 to 180 points. He wondered idly how the first ranger might compare as he continued the duel with effortless grace, his thoughtful gaze occasionally drifting toward Corin's missing hand. "Sirio, if you can't take down this whelp, you'll be scrubbing latrines for a month." Corin's normally calm demeanor cracked under Leon's apparent scrutiny of his maimed hand, his anger manifesting in this threat to his subordinate. The ranger gritted his teeth in silent frustration. Against a wildling, He would have cut through the enemy lines multiple times by now. Yet against this recruit, he found himself outmatched. Worse still, he sensed Leon had been toying with him like a cat with prey after the initial serious exchanges. Noticing his opponent's waning stamina, Leon concluded his assessment of the ranger's capabilities. With 2 decisive strikes, he sent the veteran warrior tumbling to the ground in an unexpected and humiliating defeat. John's eyes shone with admiration. To become a ranger of the Night's Watch was his life's ambition. Yet here stood Leon, who had already attained the skill to best one. Chapter 17. The Northern Champion Swordsman? A worthy opponent, ouch. With a heavy thud and the incessant groans of Sasso clutching his arm, the once bustling training ground fell into an eerie silence. Colin's eyes widened in disbelief, as if questioning the very fabric of reality. Could a mere recruit dug up from anywhere in the 7 kingdoms truly possess the skill of his finest rangers? No, more than that. With Colin's discerning eye, it was clear Leon had held back. Otherwise, the boy wouldn't be standing there so casually, examining his own broken weapon. At this realization, Colin's anger dissipated, replaced by a flicker of curiosity. If even Sasso wasn't a match, then who was this boy's true opponent? A thought struck him, and he instinctively tucked his right hand behind his back, eyes narrowing. Surely not me? Damn it, Sasso, you spineless worm. Did you spend all your strength on some girl in Mole's Town last night? Watch me. A towering figure emerged from the ranks of the rangers, his height dwarfing the others. Not only was he tall, but the weapon in his grip, a great sword, was several inches longer than standard, resembling half a door. Matthew, you overgrown oaf, cough. Easy for you to talk when you're not the one lying on the ground, cough. Why don't you try him, huh? Sasso, still wheezing on the dirt, couldn't bear the insult and shot back with a sneer. Matthew ignored him, instead strolling to the weapon rack, picking and choosing until he settled on a large shield, leaving the other weapons untouched. It seemed he intended to wield brute force, swinging the shield like a battering ram to crush Leon outright. As the hulking man advanced, the recruits behind Leon fell silent, their breaths held. Would Leon stand his ground or yield? To their untrained eyes, defeating one ranger had been sheer luck. Facing this monstrous opponent seemed like a fool's errand. Boy, Sasso's nothing but a weakling. But me? Before I took the black, I was the Northern Champion Swordsman. So don't hold back. Give me everything you've got. Matthew loomed over Leon, shield raised in one hand, his voice dripping with condescension. Leon nodded, answering with an elegant flourish of his wooden blade. Matthew's fighting style was as broad and unsubtle as his frame. He charged, closing the distance in 3 strides before halting abruptly, then swung the shield with all his might in a devastating horizontal arc. To onlookers, the attack seemed unavoidable. Leon's signature circling footwork would be useless here. They could already picture him being sent flying, sword and all, meters backward. And yet, true to expectation, Leon stood rooted, making no move to evade. But when steel met steel, it was the towering figure that hurtled backward. The thick shield shattered like brittle biscuit, fragments scattering across the ground. The content is loading. Please wait. SSSHH. Such tremendous strength. Colin could only watch as Lion swung his sword with a single, devastating strike, sending both Matthew and his shield flying backward. The sheer disparity in their power was as if Matthew had been pitted against a mere child of 3 or 5 years. Except now, it was Matthew who was the one hopelessly outmatched. What bizarre strength, Colin muttered under his breath. Such raw, innate power was something he had only ever witnessed among the giants. Seeing the result of his first full-force attack, a 2-meter-tall, 200-pound Westerosi warrior sent sprawling, unconscious. Even Lion, thick-skinned as he was, couldn't he help but feel a pang of guilt. He was the one who told me not to hold back. Surely this isn't my fault? Noticing the faint rise and fall of the fallen man's chest, proof he still breathed, Lion finally exhaled in relief before cautiously asking, "Damn it, Alisir, where the hell did you dig up this monster?" Colin, hearing Lion's question, immediately turned and roared at Alisir Thorn, who stood atop the platform with an inscrutable expression. At Colin's words, the shadow of displeasure flickering across Alisir's face darkened further, though to Colin, it carried a far more ominous implication. Just what did I do to offend Alisir for him to torment me like this? Colin thought, already turning to leave. Wait, first Ranger Colin. The training master hasn't yet declared that I've passed the trial. But Lion had no intention of letting this golden opportunity slip away. His reason for coming to the training yard today was precisely to spar with the recruits, defeating as many as possible to hasten the next stage of his bloodlust ability. Now, with seasoned rangers at hand instead of untested green boys, how could he possibly let such a chance go to waste? A quick glance at his system panel had shown him the rewards. Defeating a named elite ranger like these granted 5 kills defeats. The 2 earlier victories alone had filled his bloodlust gauge to 2100. Alistair, you damned fool. Someone like him doesn't need a trial. He is more than fit to be my second in command. I've no time for your petty games. Colin seethed, his glare boring into Alistair, Thorn as if daring him to refuse. One wrong word, and he destormed the platform. Rules be damned. No. To his shock, Alistair seemed determined to push this to the bitter end. Lion's right. In this yard, as the master-at-arms, my word is law. None of you leave until he defeats every last one of you. It was a stroke of luck Alistair hadn't expected. Watching Lion effortlessly overpower 2 elite rangers had left him scrambling for a way to save face. Yet here Lion was practically handing him the solution. Just like a pillow to a man craving sleep. When it comes to underhandedness, Alistair Thorne still has much to learn from Leon. Today, even at the risk of offending the Shadow Tower's second-in-command, Corn Half-Hand, he was determined to teach Leon a harsh lesson. Damn it all, you may be the master-at-arms and hold authority here, but I've already acknowledged this recruit of yours can fight. Our ranger company numbers over 100 men. Are we supposed to challenge him one by one in single combat today? Should we just sit around like fools, accomplishing nothing but waiting our turn like trained monkeys? Chapter 18. It matters not. Mere fatal wounds. Colin's demeanor at this moment resembled that of a maiden wronged by a scolding matron. While the rangers behind him exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions uniformly awkward. As for this question, Alistair Thorne had not considered how to respond, merely crossing his arms with an inscrutable, coldly detached expression. Seeing the first ranger remain silent, Colin grew impatient. Alistair, you'd best not venture alone beyond Castle Black in the future, lest you catch a stray arrow. At this critical juncture, it was Leon, this supposed enemy, who stepped forward to mediate. Lord Colin, if you're in such a hurry, why not come me together? I'll take you all on alone. As he spoke, Leon stretched his limbs and began removing his cumbersome armor piece by piece. Though its defensive properties were reassuring, the heavy plating severely hindered his agility. In a brawl, a little extra protection was far less useful than unhindered mobility. You're serious, boy? Colin regarded Leon as if he were a fool, an expression mirrored by the rangers behind him. Whether it was arrogance or confidence, Leon's nonchalant demeanor only stoked their fury. The rangers swiftly encircled him. Fine then. We won't bully you. No weapons, just fists. Let's finish this quickly. Colin raised his arm, ready to give the signal, but John, standing behind Leon, rushed forward in alarm and seized Colin's arm. Lord Colin, Leon has clearly lost his senses. Seeing John attempt to interfere, Leon grew agitated and shouted, "Stay out of this. Let's go." His voice was like a battle horn, and the eager rangers surged forward at once. Helpless, John could only watch as Leon was buried beneath a pile of bodies, his frantic cries drowned out by the rangers' roars. The melee began. Leon first endured an onslaught of blows. Thud, thud, thud. Though such strikes were but a drizzle to him, nothing compared to yesterday's blade-to-flesh ordeal. Yet enduring without retaliation was not in Leon's nature. Worse still, some dishonorable ranger kept aiming for his most vulnerable spot, igniting his fury. In a burst of rage, Leon seized the offender by the collar and knocked him unconscious with a single punch. Then, like swinging a ragdoll, he hurled the man in a sweeping arc. One strike, and over a dozen rangers were sent sprawling. In an instant, Leon felt the weight lift from his body as the accumulated injuries from earlier had mostly healed. Seeing that he could endure this, he cast all caution aside with a furious roar, discarding the unconscious ranger in his grasp and charging relentlessly at the remaining foes. A few Night's Watch recruits who had been spectating at the edges were too slow to evade, unjustly receiving several brutal slaps from Leon in the chaos. The terrified recruits fled the fray with panic screams, leaving only the enraged rangers locked in a bloody, bull-like brawl with Leon. 10 minutes passed, then 20. Fighting recklessly, trading injury for injury, Leon wielded fists, elbows, teeth, even nearly resorting to more unmentionable tactics, until his vision blurred with blood. His mind fixated on a single goal, to bring down every man still standing before him. Finally, after 30 grueling minutes, Colin, battered and exhausted, mustered the last of his strength and delivered a powerful kick to Leon's chest, toppling the beast-like man at last. No more. Can't keep training today, or the injuries will worsen. That was Leon's last coherent thought before he collapsed into unconsciousness. His final opponents, rangers of unprecedented strength, each rivaling Matthew's initial power, had pushed Leon to his limits, draining his endurance until Colin seized the moment and dealt the finishing blow, ending the day's brutal training. Huffing heavily, Colin braced his hands on his knees, too exhausted to straighten up. Sweat poured from his brow, steam rising from his overheated body before he finally gave in, dropping to the ground with labored gasps. Meanwhile, Maester Eamon, supported by 2 acolytes, entered the training yard. His clouded eyes scanned the scene, bodies strewn across the grounds like fallen crows, before realizing the rangers were merely napping. After listening to the stammering, incoherent explanations from the shaken recruits, he ordered his assistants to retrieve Leon, who lay sprawled atop several rangers. Uncertain whether the paint-smeared figure before him was indeed Leon, his aged vision blurring the details, Maester Eamon leaned close, gently lifting one of Leon's eyelids. Softly, as if speaking to himself, he murmured, "Leon, it seems you've been gravely wounded this time." He assumed Leon couldn't hear him, yet Leon did, and with utmost respect, he replied, "It matters not. Merely a mortal wound." Chapter 19. The terrifying nightmare intruder, Leon strikes back. The night had deepened, yet candlelight still flickered within the Maester's tower where Archmaester Eamon resided. Under the dim glow, the 2 apprentices' so-called strikingly handsome faces could frighten even the bravest wildling. Fortunately, Leon lay sprawled across Eamon's bed, fast asleep with his eyes shut, blissfully spared the sight of their ghastly visages. Earlier that day, as the pair had carried Leon toward the tower, they passed the recruits' mess hall. The cook, Jenny, had curiously inquired about the boar-headed wildling they were hauling. When one apprentice truthfully identified him as Leon, her infatuation with his once dashing looks and formidable prowess instantly withered. Whether Leon would grieve over this lost admirer upon waking remained uncertain, though given his current state of carefree slumber, it seemed unlikely he would mourn the absence of yet another smitten lady. "Hey, Chet," one apprentice muttered, "how does his face heal so fast? Swollen like a pig by day, yet flawless by night. Did the Archmaester slather him with some rare ointment? Who knows? He forbade us from treating Leon. Maybe you could sneak a look once he is asleep." "You're an idiot, Chet. Don't you want that miracle salve?" Leon was so hideous earlier, even Jenny recoiled. "Huh, fine. Once the Archmaester's out cold, I'll help you search. I know where the vials are kept." They whispered their treacherous scheme right beside Leon, either too foolish or too arrogant to grasp the gravity of their betrayal. Yet Leon, lost in slumber, gave no reaction beyond steady breaths. That night Leon dreamed, vividly, lucidly. Beneath a silver moon, he wandered an endless forest, its shadowed path stretching into eternity. The trees bore faces intricately carved into their bark. Though startled at first, Leon soon grew accustomed to them, even daring to trace the grooves of one wooden visage, no different from ordinary grain. Then, an icy dread slithered down his spine, the sensation of unseen eyes upon him. Unflinching, Leon turned. A horror unfolded. Every weirwood face in sight swiveled toward him. Closed eyelids snapped open, hollow gazes locking onto him. Twin trails of crimson tears streaked down each wooden countenance. And at the end of that macabre procession, a towering, indistinct figure advanced. "Run!" A thought suddenly surged in Leon's heart. Even the carved faces on the surrounding weirwood trees seemed to form the word "flee" with their mouths in unison. Yet this time, Leon neither turned rashly nor chose to escape, for he remained acutely aware that this was but a dream. Seeing that Leon did not cower in terror like ordinary men, neither collapsing in fear nor fleeing in panic. The shadowy figure appeared intrigued and quickened its pace. As it drew nearer, Leon could discern its eyes, two dazzling sapphires, radiant and otherworldly, embedded within its hollow sockets. 30 paces, 20-10, until the White Walker halted less than a meter before him. Even in the dream, Leon felt the bone-chilling cold radiating from the creature, a cold far more profound than the bitter winds atop the wall. This was a cold that threatened to freeze not just flesh, but the very soul. "Human, why do you not flee at the sight of me?" The White Walker's voice was glacial, each syllable sharp as if carved from ice, carrying an eerie, distorted resonance. For the first time in 8,000 years, it seemed to encounter a mortal of such defiance. Though its face, sculpted from frost, should have been expressionless, curiosity flickered across its features with startling vividness. "So this is the ice in the Song of Ice and Fire," Leon murmured, more to himself, leaving the White Walker perplexed. Then lifting his gaze, Leon studied the creature with the wide-eyed fascination of a child, while the White Walker, in turn, scrutinized him before finally nodding in approval. "Upon waking, leave the wall. Journey north. Follow the first great road you see, but let the North Star guide you if no path lies before you. You will arrive at the Frostfangs, and I shall await you in the city of Ven." Its voice carried an ancient cadence, a rhythm no bard, however learned, could hope to replicate. "Become my servant," it continued. "Your body is worthy. I shall permit you to retain a fragment of your lowly soul, setting you apart from the mindless whites. When winter comes, this shall be an honor coveted by millions, eternal life shared with me." Though its face remained impassive, Leon glimpsed pride gleaming in its eyes. "Well, mortal, have you decided?" The White Walker did not press for an answer, for patience was a virtue it possessed in abundance. "TSK, such arrogance." Those words would sound more fitting coming from your boss. "As a mere underling, you should know your place." Leon spat contemptuously in the direction of the other, though the biting cold of this damnably vivid dream left his mouth parched, robbing him of the satisfaction of splattering the creature's face with a thick glob of saliva. Though the other couldn't comprehend most of Leon's words, the disdain and utter disregard in his eyes were unmistakable. Enraged, the other took half a step back, reaching for the greatsword strapped across its back, only for Leon to drive a crushing kick straight into its breastplate. True, this particular other had spent 8,000 relentless years in the land of always winter, honing its monstrous strength. But the sheer force of Leon's strike still sent it staggering to the ground. "You dare strut around in my dream?" Asking for a beating. With that, Leon launched himself onto the other's chest like a raven diving from the sky, his fists raining down like a storm upon the creature's face. The flurry of blows left the other dazed and bewildered, with no choice but to raise its arms in a feeble attempt to shield itself as Leon unleashed his fury. Ayoa, ora 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 ora. Chapter 20. Unbelievable. Such remarkable resilience, yet not descended from dragons, merely enduring? In Archmaester Eamon's chamber, Zaid had just finished applying an ointment resembling medicinal salve, sourced from who knows where, when he noticed Leon's furrowed brows and the faint twitching of his eyelids, signs of imminent awakening. Eager to check on him, Zaid approached. Yet the moment he drew near, Leon, still submerged in slumber, suddenly puffed his cheeks. In the next instant, a revolting glob of phlegm, streaked with blood and reeking of decay, splattered directly onto Zait's face. Before Zait could react, Leon, eyes still shut, erupted from the bed like a storm, his fists raining down mercilessly upon Zait's meticulously maintained visage. "Ow! Ow! Stop, my lord! Please, no more!" After what felt like an eternity, Archmaester Eamon, aided by another apprentice, arrived at the scene just in time to witness Leon pummeling Zait with unrestrained fury. "Enough, Leon!" Eamon's ever-present cane struck the floor with a thunderous crack, the impact shattering the fine wooden planks of the Maester's tower into splinters. The deafening noise jolted Leon fully awake. Dazed, Leon surveyed his unfamiliar surroundings. "Where am I? Wasn't I just battling a White Walker?" Then his gaze fell upon the White Walker beneath him, only to behold a grotesque creature whose face was a nightmarish tapestry of wrinkles and raw, fleshy polyps. Smeared with some eerie, darkly glistening substance. It barely qualified as human. Leon frowned in silence. Still dreaming then? Come on, White Walker. Let's go another round. 300 punches for you. Seeing that Leon was awake yet not entirely lucid, Eamon bellowed, "That's enough. Any more, and you'll kill Zate." The familiar voice snapped Leon back to reality. Hastily, he hauled the battered, barely recognizable Zate to his feet. "My apologies, Zate. I mistook you for a White Walker." Miraculously, despite enduring dozens of Leon-esque blows, Zate's uniquely resilient facial structure allowed him to stagger back, putting considerable distance between them as he stared at Leon with sheer terror, as if he were the monster. Though, to be fair, Leon mused, White Walkers are far more handsome than you. Once the apprentices had been dismissed, Eamon seated Leon and pressed him for details about his dream. Leon recounted everything truthfully, leaving the Archmaester utterly stunned. For a long moment, the man who had weathered nearly 7 decades of the realm's greatest storms could only sit in silence, grappling with Leon's outlandish tale. "So, you encountered a legendary White Walker," Eamon finally managed, and nearly beat it to death. "Because it wanted you as its subordinate?" Though Leon's expression and tone carried no hint of deceit, the very foundations of Eamon's worldview resisted accepting such a claim as truth. "Very well. Let us conclude this matter here. I have been awaiting your awakening solely to verify one particular issue, and I sincerely hope you will consent to it." It appears Archmaester Eamon's sleepless vigil was not merely to listen to Lanyon's idle dreams, but rather for some far more significant purpose. "Archmaester Eamon, I shall speak without reservation." Faced with the Archmaester's request, Lanyon agreed without hesitation. After all, what ill intent could a kindly old man, half buried already by time, possibly harbor? Seeing Lanyon's acquiescence, Archmaester Eamon did not speak. Instead, he rose slowly and made his way toward a source of light. Assuming the Archmaester wished to retrieve something, being the sort who would unfailingly offer his seat to the elderly on a crowded carriage, Lanyon immediately stood to assist. Yet today, the old man's steps seemed unusually swift, as though buoyed by some impending fortune. Before Lanyon could rise, Archmaester Eamon had already returned with a lamp in hand. "Now, place your hand upon it," the Archmaester instructed, removing the lampshade to reveal a candle fashioned from some unknown creature's fat. "Upon the flame?" Lanyon asked, wary of misunderstanding the old man's intent. Indeed, Archmaester Eamon extended his own hand, a skeletal, age-spotted palm, and pressed it directly into the fire. "Place your hand upon it." "As I have done." Lanyon's expression twisted with unease. "So the old man intends to experiment on me?" Yet, ever respectful of his elders, Lanyon did not resist this unnatural demand. Seeing the Archmaester's hand remain unscathed despite the flames, he found himself intrigued and, after a moment's hesitation, placed his own palm upon the fire. Sizzle. Unlike the withered hand that yielded no oil, Lanyon's flesh immediately seared with the sound of roasting meat. Gritting his teeth against the searing agony, he endured, brow furrowed in silent torment. Moments later, the chamber's candlelight seemed to brighten, whether by Lanyon's suffering or some unseen force. None could say. Still, Archmaester Eamon did not relent, and so Lanyon persisted, caught between pain and a strange, masochistic resolve. Fortunately, this merciless ordeal, or experiment, was soon halted. "Lanyon, do you truly feel no pain from the flames, or are you merely enduring it?" The anguish on his subject's face extinguished the last ember of hope in Archmaester Eamon's heart. Yet, clinging to denial, he posed one final question. "Archmaester, I can endure it still." Lanyon's reply shattered what little remained of the Archmaester's hope, or rather, his delusion. "True dragons do not burn, Lanyon. You are evidently not even Blackfire." Blackfire? Turning the word over in his mind, Lanyon found himself perplexed by its meaning. "There is nothing more to be done. You may take your leave now." Archmaester Eamon offered no explanation, yet in that fleeting moment, Leon keenly sensed the venerable elder's vitality wane as though a decade had abruptly slipped away. The once salt and pepper strands of his hair now seemed uniformly faded. Regarding the wound from yesterday, there is no need for further dressing changes. I have examined it thoroughly, and it has healed completely. Additionally, While you were asleep, a young lad named John came seeking you several times. He may still be waiting for you by the door. Chapter 21. Dressed and ready. Leon pushed open the door and stepped outside. Maester Eamon had been right. There, beside a Night's Watch guard stationed at the corner, crouched a shadowy figure. At the sound of the door and the sight of Leon emerging, the figure immediately rose and approached. Leon, the voice came before the man himself, and under the moonlight, Leon recognized John's exhilarated face. Rubbing his numb knees from crouching too long, John had spent the entire afternoon negotiating with the apprentice at the door, all in hopes of visiting his injured friend. But without the maester's permission, the dutiful apprentice had barred all entry. Frustrated, John had declared, "I won't leave. I can stand here all day if I have to." The apprentice had merely rolled his eyes and retorted, "Suit yourself. Stand wherever you like." And so, stubborn as ever, John had remained there all afternoon. When evening fell with no sign of Leon waking, exhaustion finally forced him to crouch nearby and wait. Now, seeing Leon emerge, John ignored his own stiff limbs and instead gave Leon's shoulder a gentle pat, as if checking for missing parts. "You know," he said, "when I saw you grinning at me like an idiot, even as they carried you off looking like a beaten hog, I knew you'd be fine." Relief washed over John as he confirmed Leon was not just unharmed, but seemingly stronger, as if the brutal fight had invigorated him. "You're still up this late, waiting for me for a reason?" Leon asked, unsettled by John's excessive enthusiasm, especially after Maester Eamon's unsettling experiments. Cautiously, he added, "You're not planning to use me for some tests too, are you?" "Don't be ridiculous," John scoffed. "I just came to tell you. The old bear has given orders. The moment you wake up, your oath ceremony is to be held immediately. But I figure the highborns are asleep by now, so delaying it till tomorrow shouldn't matter." "Ah, I see." Leon understood John's eagerness. This was about belonging, about being recognized as one of the Night's Watch. John was simply happy for him. With nothing else to discuss, the two headed toward the recruits' quarters. As they passed the guard stationed at the maester's tower, Leon noticed a difference in the man's gaze. No longer the dismissive scrutiny of the veterans, it now held respect, trust, and equality. Word of the day's events had clearly spread throughout Castle Black, and the seasoned brothers had accepted Leon as one of their own. Back in the barracks, the others were already snoring loudly. But Leon, still restless, intended to sleep again, hoping to revisit that dream of the White Walker. After all, he hadn't had his fill of the fight yet. Before that, however, he summoned the interface and system he had the chance to check before collapsing earlier that day. The interface remained unchanged, except that the level had risen from 1 to 10, and the freely distributable attribute points had also increased to 10. However, Leon was in no hurry to allocate them. His current attributes were sufficient for now, and it wouldn't do to lack emergency points should unforeseen circumstances arise. Though the panel stayed the same, the system seemed to evolve daily, undergoing significant changes. Passive missions. 1. Bloodthirst. After killing or defeating 8 individuals, restore a portion of stamina. 199-200, capable of infinite growth. 2. Ennoblement. Unlocks upon commanding over 10 subordinates. Allows the promotion of battle experience followers into elite units. 3. Plunder. After killing or defeating 1 individual, regardless of their wealth, seize 1 golden dragon. Fixed skill. More content loading. Please wait. Defeating an opponent in a sparring match carries a 1 chance to steal a piece of equipment superior in quality to one's own. Capable of growth. It was immediately evident that the Bloodthirst skill would soon live up to its name. Through 2 days of combat, Leon had already demonstrated just how absurdly efficient its healing effect could be. With further upgrades, it was conceivable that even if he were on the brink of death, defeating a single foe might instantly restore him to full vitality. The only drawback was the stringent upgrade condition. Had he not provoked his adversaries today, such an opportunity, facing over 100 opponents, might not have presented itself again. No, I must find a way to make people attack me. No, to make them let me attack them, Leon mused inwardly. His attention then shifted to the description of the 3rd skill. If bloodthirst was the foundation of his ascension, then plunder was nothing short of divine providence for his current financial state, neither destitute nor affluent, but undeniably strained. Regardless of their wealth or poverty. How noble, how poetic. For a moment, Leon was nearly moved to tears. Damn it, 100 golden dragons wasted. Skill 3. You should have appeared sooner, you bastard. But regrets were futile now. Channeling his frustration into resolve, Leon devoted himself to locating the next batch of potential adversaries. The night passed without incident. At dawn, the song of a lark roused Leon from slumber. Refreshed and clear-headed, he greeted another ordinary day in the vast lands of Westeros. As usual, Horde fetched water for Leon to wash his face and, aware of his master's hunger, thoughtfully prepared a hearty breakfast. Swallowing the boiled egg Horde had painstakingly peeled with his thick fingers in one gulp. Leon noticed a delay in the serving of his mouthwash wine and promptly delivered a kick to Horde's broad backside. Wine spilled across the floor, and the effeminate Lid hastily offered his own cup to Leon. After merely taking a sip, Leon spat it all out in disgust. Water, you wretched fool. Are you trying to poison me? Fetch me wine. At the crack of dawn, Leon's bizarre outburst inevitably roused Jon from slumber. Bewildered, Jon could scarcely comprehend how his once composed companion had transformed overnight into this brash, caustic stranger, a man of unshakable righteousness. Jon resolved to confront Leon before his friend spiraled further into disgrace. Yet as he rose, steadfast Ed restrained him, whispering an explanation. Hod and his ilk, nursing their wounded pride from yesterday's defeat at the hands of 100 rangers, attempted to cripple Leon under cover of darkness. But Leon, ever vigilant even in sleep, caught the mid-ambush and left each battered near half to death. Observe, Hod's face now wears fresh scars atop old wounds, resembling some grotesque boarman. Enlightened, Jon exhaled in relief. There was reason behind Leon's harshness. No sudden metamorphosis into another Alliser Thorn. His indignation melted away, replaced by warm familiarity as he approached Leon with a renewed smile. Chapter 22. The Appearance of Maud, follower of the many-faced god enough. You wretched peasants and sons of thieves, Lord Leon has no need for your services. Begone. Jon's words brought visible relief to the recruits. Seeing Leon give a slight nod, they hastily abandoned their tasks and scattered like startled birds. The rare taste of aristocratic indulgence left Leon somewhat reluctant to let the moment pass. He shot Jon a reproachful glare for interrupting his enjoyment. Do not forget what I told you last night. Go now and complete your night's watch vow ceremony with the Lord Commander, Jon said. Though unfortunately, both Ed and I have guard duty today and cannot witness this glorious moment of yours. Ed, standing beside Jon, wore a similarly regretful expression and nodded at Leon. So, go now. When you return, I want you to recount every detail of the vow ceremony to me personally. Promise me, Leon. Very well, I will. After lingering for a moment, Leon reluctantly left the barracks and made his way alone toward the commander's tower, following the unsettling dream of the White Walkers. Though he appeared nonchalant, Leon had quietly steeled himself. Thus, he easily detected something amiss within one of the structures in Black Ironfort. Clang, clang, clang. Amidst the rhythmic hammering of swordsmith Donal on the blade, Leon stepped into the only forge within Black Ironfort. Leon, here for new sword? Or perhaps another weapon? Without turning, Donal recognized his visitor. His hands never ceased their work, one gripping tongs, the other wielding a hammer, shaping the material before him into the form of a longsword. This seems to be my first visit to your forge, yet I've heard tales of you from other recruits until my ears nearly grew calluses. And what tales have you heard? That my footsteps have traversed all 7 kingdoms? That I've tasted delicacies beyond count? Or perhaps that I've bedded hundreds of women, or fought in hundreds of battles? Speaking of himself, Donal seemed inexhaustible. His muscular arms rose and fell with mechanical precision, a motion repeated day after day, night after night. Now inseparable from the man himself. All of the above. Yet none explain why a man of your stature chose to journey north to the wall. Tell me, when did you reattach that missing arm of yours? Faced with an anomaly that would terrify most, Leon remained unperturbed. He pulled up a chair and sat down leisurely, eager to hear what explanation this Donal might offer. Donal's epithet was one hand, for nicknames are never mistaken. It was after losing an arm during the Siege of Storms Inn that Donal decided to take the black and forsake worldly affairs. Yet this Donal before him had both arms intact, with no signs of recent reattachment. The blacksmith Donald, whose identity had been exposed by Leon on the spot, showed no sign of anger. With deliberate movements, he shaped the materials in his hands into the rudimentary form of a sword before plunging it decisively into a vat of chilled rapeseed oil nearby. Only then did he turn to face Leon directly. Yet Donald offered no explanation of his true identity. Instead, he uttered words laden with cryptic meaning. The boy owes the many-faced god a life. What the hell is that? I asked for your name. A man has no name. What kind of a man nonsense is this? Can't you use first-person pronouns? A man could, but a man has devoted himself entirely to the many-faced god. Now, a man is but a nameless one. Leon found this self-referential a man talk utterly exasperating, his limited comprehension strained by the repetition. Still, from the blacksmith's tone, Leon pieced together fragments of memory from television dramas, forming a vague understanding. Then tell me, this boy who owes the many-faced god a life, which life is it? Alistair Thorne. This time, Don had abandoned the man affectation, delivering the name with cold precision. Him? Yes. The many-faced god grows impatient. The boy must act swiftly. Wait, why should I obey the will of your so-called many-faced god? This is the North, where the old gods are worshipped. I've never even heard of your deity. The boy need not argue. The blood price has already been paid in full. The boy need only claim Alistair Thorne's life. Then tell me, who paid this blood price? Leon was genuinely curious. In reality, Alistair Thorne was a bitter, callous man. Yet he had diligently molded a rabble of thieves and outlaws into disciplined men of the Night's Watch. Aside from Jon Snow, Leon couldn't fathom who would harbor such deep hatred for Thorne as to hire a faceless man for assassination, though the task had evidently been outsourced, landing in Leon's lap. If he had been acting blindly before, now that the truth lay within reach, Leon felt compelled to uncover the full story before sending Alistair Thorne to his grave. Perhaps weary of Leon's relentless questioning, the expressionless blacksmith turned and retrieved the tempered sword from the oil. With a few deft strikes, imbued with some unseen magic, the blade emerged anew, gleaming with an eerie azure light, which he then presented to Leon. This was the reward the many-faced god bestowed upon the boy, though given prematurely to spur him onward. Under the flickering light, the blade's fading azure glow gave way to an ethereal duality. Ebony and ivory divided along its central axis, shimmering like the chasm between heaven and hell. The kiss of black and white. Indeed, with that, the blacksmith Donner peeled away his human mask, revealing an utterly unremarkable face, one easily lost in a crowd. Once the task was complete, the boy could summon this man to forge weapons at any time. All he needed was to present a peculiar coin and call him odd. No matter the distance, the man would traverse mountains and rivers to arrive before dusk. As he spoke, the nondescript man flicked a coin into the air, a faceless disc, or rather, one bearing twin visages on either side, spinning it deftly between his fingers. Leon instinctively reached to catch it, only for the stranger to snatch it back midair. Only after the task is done, the man intoned, his lifeless expression nearly cracking at the boy's audacity. And it must be completed before sunset. Leon grinned. What if we chase the sun so fast that it never sets? Then the deadline never comes. The many-faced god did not appreciate such wit. In a blink, the stranger vanished, leaving behind only the whisper of his departure. When Leon's vision cleared, the forge stood empty, save for a gleaming sword resting upon the anvil. Maud had even provided a scabbard worthy of such a masterpiece. The moment Leon gripped the hilt, admiration spilled from his lips. What a blade! His mount blade interface hummed to life in response. Obtained, the kiss of black and white X1. Equip effects, 10 agility, 10 magic pierce. Description, forged from legendary Valyrian steel. Its edge is peerless. The stronger the gear, the shorter the lore. Leon smirked. Perfect. With the system now silent, his pulse quickened. The bloodlust meter needed but one more soul to ascend. Sir Alistair Thorne, if my left foot crosses that threshold first today, your fate is sealed. Chapter 23. Solemnity. Leon takes the Night's Watch vow after the guards at the Commander's Tower questioned Leon's purpose. They stepped aside. clearing a path and opening the door to the Lord Commander's study. With his head held high, Leon strode forward, his left foot crossing the threshold first. As his eyes adjusted to the dim light within, he noted that the Lord Commander had quite a few visitors. The Lord Commander held a letter crafted from parchment. Ignoring Leon's entrance, he rolled the missive tightly, tucked it into a small wooden cylinder, and fastened it to a raven before releasing the bird through the window. This is the third great Lord we sought aid from. Let us hope he does not disappoint, that he brings the men and supplies we so desperately need. Maester Eamon, his aged eyes dim, murmured softly as he gazed at the empty window. Once the old bear had finished his task, Leon mimicked the stance and tone of seasoned veterans. Offering a crisp salute, Leon Victor, reporting for duty, my Lord Commander. You seem brimming with boundless energy, boy. 2 fights in as many days. Have you chosen your opponent for today? The old bear launched into a rapid-fire reprimand, his expression neither harsh nor lenient. The question left Leon momentarily at a loss for words. Colin asked for you before he left, insisted you serve as his second-in-command among the Rangers. But I refused. You have yet to take your vows. By now, I trust you've given the matter ample consideration. The Lord Commander's tone carried an unyielding authority, compelling Leon to stand rigidly at attention, his chin lifted in deference. Unlike those convicts, you are a noble. You may leave at any time before the vow-taking ceremony without being branded a deserter. Over the centuries, countless men have set out with fervor, only to be broken by the biting winds of the wall. Once you swear your oath, the world's pleasures, power, and family ties will no longer concern you. Leon Victor, are you prepared? I am ready, my Lord Commander. Stirred by the old bear's impassioned speech, Leon, once merely a high school student in his past life, felt his blood aflame with zeal, eager to pledge his vows then and there and join the noble brothers of the Night's Watch. Good. Drill Master, gather your men. We proceed to the September. At once. My Lord Commander. Allard Seaworth, who had remained silent since Leon's arrival, finally spoke. His gaze flickered toward Leon, who, for reasons unknown, had not spared him a single glance, as if he were nothing but air. It seemed the long-standing enmity between them had reached its conclusion with Leon's impending induction into the Watch. Not a chance. This isn't over, Allard muttered under his breath, his petty nature refusing to let go of their grudge so easily. But as he made his way toward the chapel, Aleser Thorn noticed flocks of ravens circling ominously in the sky, some even daring to alight upon his shoulders and head with incessant cawing. Irritated, he tried to shoo them away, only for more to descend upon him like a portent of ill fortune. Why bother with these insignificant birds? Growled the old bear, causing Aleser to freeze mid-motion. Reluctantly, he allowed the ravens to perch upon him as they pleased. Fortunately, once inside the chapel, the vexing creatures vanished. Standing before the altar, Mormont's bald head gleamed under the prismatic light. You came here as outlaws, he declared. Poachers, rapists, debtors, murderers, thieves, scoundrels all. You arrived as boys, shackled and alone, without friends or honor. Some came from wealth, others from destitution. Highborn or low, named or nameless, it matters not. The past is behind you. Upon the wall, we are one family. Tonight, as the sun sets and darkness falls, you shall take your vows. From this moment forth, you are brothers of the Night's Watch. Your crime shall be absolved, your debts erased. But you must also forsake former loyalties, abandon old grudges, and forget past loves and enmities. Here, you shall be reborn. The Night's Watch serves the realm, not kings, not lords, not the pride of noble houses, not for wealth, glory, or the passions of the heart, but solely for the safety of the kingdom and its people. We take no wives, father no children. Duty is our bride, honor our mistress, and you, our only sons. You have heard the words of the vow. Consider them carefully before you swear, for once you don the black, there is no turning back. Desertion carries but one penalty. The old bear paused. Does any man wish to leave? If so, go now, and none shall think less of you. No one moved. Good, Mormont said. At dusk, return here to swear your oaths before Septon Celador and the leaders of your order. Are there any among you who keep the old gods? Lion pondered before answering. My lord, does House Victor follow the old gods? Nay, but now that I stand at the wall, I thought it wise to pay respects to the local deities." Though puzzled by Lion's reply, the old bear did not press further. "Once this is done, go north half a league into the haunted forest. There, you will find the heart trees of the old gods." "Very well, young men. Based on our needs and your own capabilities and skills, you shall be assigned to different posts." Bowen Marsh, the Lord Steward of the Night's Watch, stepped forward and handed him a parchment. The Lord Commander unfolded it and began to read aloud. "Hod to the builders." Hod gave a stiff, eager nod. "Gren to the rangers." Abet to the builders. "PYP to the rangers." Each recruit whose name was called exhaled in visible relief. "Marsh to the rangers." "Darion to the stewards." "Toad to the rangers." "Lyon as the master-at-arms assistant, responsible for training new recruits." "Night gathers, and now my watch begins. It shall not end until my death. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, father no children. I shall wear no crowns and win no glory. I shall live and die at my post. I am a sword in the darkness, the watcher on the walls, the fire that burns against the cold, the light that brings the dawn, the horn that wakes the sleepers, the shield that guards the realms of men. I pledge my life and honor to the Night's Watch, for this night and all the nights to come." The newly named recruits knelt and recited the oath of the Night's Watch in unison. Their voices varied, but their words identical. "You knelt as boys. Rise now as men of the Night's Watch." At the old bear's command, the recruits, faces alight with excitement, rose to their feet, exchanging glances of disbelief, scarcely able to fathom that they were now truly sworn brothers of the Watch. "Men will call you crows," came the venomous voice of Alistair Thorne. "But if you believe it, you're fools. You're still green as summer grass, reeking of boyhood. When winter comes, you'll drop like flies with your legs in the air." His cruel words doused the recruit's fervor like a bucket of icy water. And when he heard the old bear declare that Lion would serve as his assistant in training the new recruits, Thorne's fury flared. He turned sharply toward the Lord Commander. Chapter 24. Discontent over the Seas instructor's position, Alistair Thorne rose in protest, only to be swiftly struck down. "Leon was but a recruit yesterday, yet from this day forth, he shall stand as my equal. Why not simply appoint him as the master-at-arms outright? How am I to command respect after this?" "That is your concern," Lord Commander Mormont replied with deliberate calm, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Leon's swordsmanship and valor have already been proven. As for Leon himself, the title of instructor held little significance, though not the ranger position he had hoped for, one that would allow him to venture north and battle the wildlings. Training recruits through constant sparring would steadily hone his skills. The role was acceptable. "Lord Tyrion Lannister shall soon depart for King's Landing," the old bear continued. "Given your connections at court, perhaps you should accompany him south and plead for the king's aid." The next words from Mormont's lips stunned both men. Alistair Thorne shot Leon a venomous glare, interpreting this as the beginning of his fall from favor. Should he return from the capital leading a band of convicts, he feared complete exclusion from the circle of power. Leon, however, was alarmed for a different reason. The many-faced god had set a deadline. If Thorne left now, would he have to wait for his return to fulfill his duty? Unthinkable. As if sharing a single thought, both men protested in unison. The old bear's expression darkened. In his decades commanding the Night's Watch, never had two men dared challenge his decree at once. His gaze turned icy as it settled upon a master-at-arms. "The Night's Watch shall have only one master-at-arms, and it shall be me. And you?" Mormont turned to Leon. "Just so. Moreover, with our ranks stretched thin, might I suggest Sir Alistair join the Rangers? The duties of instructor I can manage alone. You." Alistair Thorne could scarcely believe Leon's audacity. The deputy, not yet sworn in, already scheming to usurp his authority. "Enough," the old bear snapped, weariness dripping from his voice. "Settle this with steel. The loser tends the horses." Dismissing further argument, he commanded them to the yard. "Wooden blades or live steel?" Leon asked, though his hand already rested on Dark Sister's hilt. His choice was clear. "Live steel." Thorne roared, fury blinding him to Leon's prior displays of lethal skill. "By the seven, if one of us is meant to die, let it be witnessed by the gods." "Lord Commander," a voice interjected, "Sir Alistair is no match for Leon. Why permit this?" The chief steward Bowen Marsh attempted to intervene and halt the duel, but the old bear remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the murder of crows circling above Ser Alisar Thorn's head. "You insolent whelp, prepare to meet your end." Ser Alisar Thorn was no craven who shrank from drawing steel before an enemy. Had he been such a man, he would have surrendered when the rebels stormed King's Landing during Robert's Rebellion. Thus, though he knew himself outmatched by Leon, he unsheathed his blade without hesitation. This stirred a flicker of respect within Leon, but it was swiftly extinguished by the cold resolve of battle. Without a word, Leon raised Dark Sister high and brought it down upon Ser Alisar with lethal precision. Clang! A blinding arc of steel flashed between them. When the two figures parted, Leon's blade gleamed immaculate, save for a single drop of blood upon its tip. Ser Alisar's eyes widened in disbelief. Then, from his right shoulder to his waist, a crimson line blossomed. His body split cleanly in two, as did the fine castle-forged sword in his hand. None could fathom why Leon had struck to kill, when in previous duels he had merely wounded his opponents. But the deed was done, and by the time the onlookers grasped the horror before them, it was far too late. The legendary sharpness of Dark Sister was such that Ser Alisar did not perish instantly. His upper half collapsed to the ground while his legs remained standing, gaping soundlessly. His hollow eyes turned skyward as the black crows continued their macabre dance above him, until at last his final breath escaped and the birds dispersed into the night. That evening, the old bear presided over Ser Alisar Thorn's funeral. Every high-ranking officer of the Night's Watch attended, save the chief steward, who accompanied Leon to the Godswood. Though the fallen master-at-arms had been a divisive figure, grief and solemnity prevailed. He was not a good man, the old bear spoke heavily. As an individual, he was selfish, arrogant, and spiteful. Yet as a brother of the Night's Watch, he was loyal, steadfast, and bound by duty. Once a knight of the Crownlands, sworn directly to the Iron Throne, he came to us and served without falter. Through his years of the Wall, he counseled many a Lord Commander. He was not the most beloved of instructors, but he was the finest. It was he who forged thieves and outlaws into true men of the Watch. He was Alisar Thorn. His watches ended. The eulogy was brief, weighted with truth. Around the grave, brothers of the Night's Watch bowed their heads in final respect. At the pyre's edge, Maester Eamon, trembling with age, cast a torch onto the kindling beneath Ser Alisar's remains. Flames roared into the frozen night beyond the wall. Chapter 25. Tenfold training efficiency, converting bandits into regular troops, veteran salute. Unlike the dwindling weirwood trees in the Seven Kingdoms, now reduced to single digits, the haunted forest beyond the wall abounds with sacred trees carved with human faces. The ritual was simple. After Leon recited his vows before a weirwood and rose, he sensed no immediate transformation. Chief Steward Bowen Marsh escorted Leon through the oath-taking before departing with his retinue, leaving the newly sworn brother to explore beyond the wall for the first time. Though aware of the heightened risk of encountering White Walkers when traveling alone, Leon felt no fear while bearing his Valyrian steel sword. Having already experienced the terror of the others, he deemed them inconsequential. Status: Leon murmured when certain of his solitude. Identity: Leon Victor, Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Level: 11 House. Tier 0, no lands. Strength: 25, one-handed, two-handed, polearms, agility. 23, archery, crossbows. Throwing: 10 from Black-White Kiss, endurance. 17, riding, athletics, smithing, cunning. 11, scouting, tactics, vices, charisma. 11, charm, leadership, trade, intellect. 13, stewardship, medicine. Engineering, available attribute points. 11 available specialization points. 1 agility, gained every 5 points above 20. Available mastery uses. 0 inventory. Black-White Kiss Knights Watch Novice Armor Currency. For Gold Dragons. Acquired from defeating Hod's Knight Ambush. Active quest: eliminate Alisar Thorn. Completed. New quest: kill or persuade Mance Raider. The King Beyond the Wall reward: Horn of the Free Folk, 50 recruitment chance when equipped. Passive quests: 1. Bloodthirst, restores stamina after defeating 7 foes, 200-300. Unlimited growth. 2. Knighthood, unlocks at 10 leadership, promotes experienced followers to elite units. 3. Plunder, always loots 1 gold dragon per defeated enemy. Fixed, 1 chance to claim superior equipment, Scalable. 4. Training. Subordinates gain 10x normal experience from daily drills and combat after examining his new abilities. Leon contemplated how to allocate his agility specialization point gained from wielding Black-White Kiss. Archery, crossbows, or throwing. These remained Westeros' 3 primary range combat methods. The bow is a versatile weapon, though notoriously difficult to master with modest damage output, yet compensates with remarkable firing speed and easy accessibility. In contrast, the crossbow specializes in devastating lethality, requiring virtually no training. Simply aim and shoot. Its sheer destructive power is unparalleled, with legendary artifacts like dragon-slaying ballistas existing in this world. However, such formidable arms are heavily regulated by regional lords, making acquisition exceedingly challenging. Projectiles encompass throwing spears, javelins, barbarian axes, or even bandits' ambush stones, improvised weapons with the lowest barrier to entry. Yet their effectiveness varies drastically, heavily dependent on the thrown object's inherent lethality and range. After careful deliberation, Leon ultimately allocated his agility specialization to archery. Bows met the criteria for future mass deployment, and as a Night's Watch Ranger, archery aligned with his combat focus. While crossbows remained an option, their sluggish rate of fire ultimately dissuaded him. Since this wasn't a max-level allocation, even Leon had to start from scratch with basic training. Fortunately, the system provided him with an archery proficiency guide, smoothing his learning curve considerably. Next, Leon turned his attention to distributing his 11 free attribute points. Considering his role as the Night's Watch's chief instructor, inevitably involving extensive training, it was time to invest. He allocated 9 points to charisma, then placed his newly acquired specialization point in leadership. This wasn't a game world with artificial troop limits. As long as Leon could sustain their wages, his forces could expand indefinitely. This marked his first investment in the panel's lower attributes. What effects would this leadership point yield? System notification. Veteran salute skill unlocked. Bandit units in your army can now be converted into troops. The floating text left Leon both astonished and exhilarated. This was the legendary troop multiplying skill from Mount Blade. With this ability, manpower shortages would never plague him again. Recalling the swarms of bandit units dotting Mount Blade's overworld, Leon surmised Westeros would be no different. The realization nearly made him bubble with glee. Chapter 26. The Green Seer. Green Seer. What is your purpose in this world? Leon, Mount and Blade. Leon then turned his gaze to the many-faced god system. This time, the target was a man bearing the title King Beyond the Wall, a name that suggested no easy prey. Leon remembered clearly from the original lore. Though the wildlings had suffered heavy losses from the White Walker's sudden assault, the King Beyond the Wall still commanded an army of at least 100,000. His head was not something a mere Night's Watch instructor like Leon could covet. This matter required careful consideration. Meanwhile, a new passive task had appeared. His subordinate's training speed had increased tenfold. Truly, the system favored Leon. Knowing this world was fraught with danger and leaving no time for slow growth, it had granted him such a formidable skill. Honestly, this was far more useful than any beginner's gift pack. After repeatedly examining the system, Leon had drawn a conclusion. Each time he fulfilled the bloodthirsty kill progression, a new entry would appear. This made him eagerly anticipate what the next one might be. Feeling accomplished, Leon closed the panel and turned his attention to the weirwood before him. Logically speaking, gods did exist in this world. Could his presence here be the result of some deity's manipulation? Surrounded by an air of mysticism, even Leon, who had never believed in the supernatural, felt a twinge of paranoia. Moreover, Leon had already encountered followers of the many-faced god, and in the original story, Bran Stark of Winterfell eventually became the Green Seer, capable of glimpsing the River of Time. Now, standing beneath a weirwood tree, if this Green Seer could see him, surely they wouldn't remain idle. The moment this thought crossed Leon's mind, it was as if some unseen force had heard him. The carved face on the weirwood seemed to come alive, its lips parting to speak. Young man from another world, do you harbor doubts in your heart? A hoarse voice emerged from the wooden face, startling Leon. Though he quickly composed himself. Leon, tentatively Green Seer? The face's expression flickered almost imperceptibly with discomfort before it replied calmly, "You are perceptive, young one. I'm the Green Seer, as the first men call me. Do you know why you were brought to this world?" Leon, hesitating to kill and burn? In truth, he very much wanted to answer, "Mount and blade." Seeing Leon's obstinacy, the Green Seer abandoned its prepared rhetoric and changed tactics. "Green Seer, this is not your world. Would you like to return to where you truly belong?" Leon, surprised, "Huh? You can actually do that?" Lion had initially harbored no desire for the Green Seer, for he already possessed the Mount Blade interface and the many-faced god system. He thought the eccentric old man could simply continue haunting Bran Stark. Yet to Lion's utter astonishment, the Green Seer held the key to his return to reality. Wait for the sun to rise in the west and set in the east, for the seas to run dry, for mountains to crumble like withered leaves in the wind, for a giant mightier than the Titan of Braavos to stand tall, for the final note of the Song of Ice and Fire to fade, for this fractured world to kneel before a single king. To say I can't go back already. Lion's frustration simmered beneath the surface at the Green Seer's cryptic ramblings. All things in this world are bound by fate. After bidding farewell to the enigmatic seer, Lion returned to the wall, his spirits dampened by the emotional turbulence. Truthfully, he and T felt an urgent longing to return, until the Green Seer's words unearthed memories of his past life. Friends, his cat, the games in his Steam library, unfinished novels, pending assignments, and the looming Gaokao. Had he not inexplicably found himself in this world of Game of Thrones, standing beneath the colossal, sky-piercing wall? An overwhelming sense of alienation crept over Lion. A fierce yearning for home welled within him, and unbidden tears traced his cheeks. But within moments, he buried the emotion deep within. The Green Seer's words had, in truth, already extinguished any real hope of return. Lion refused to torment himself with futile longing. Better to abandon the fantasy now than cling to false promises. Upon returning to the recruit's quarters, Lion's temper flared when he found his bedding missing. He seized a nearby recruit and demanded, "Where are my blankets?" It was Lord Snow, no John. He moved them to the Master-at-Arms tower. The trembling recruit had heard of the day's events, how Alliser Thorne had been struck down. And now the very perpetrator loomed before him. Fear gripped his heart. "Lion, you're back." John's timely arrival spared the recruit further distress. "I prepared your chambers. You're not just a brother of the night's watch now. You're our sole master-at-arms." Lion released the recruit, who scrambled away as if fleeing a monstrous beast. Yet in John's eyes, Lion remained unchanged, his steadfast brother. Noticing the unshed tears in Lion's eyes, John mistook them for emotions stirred by the night's watch vows and embraced him warmly. "You're a man of standing now. Go easy on us in training, and put in a good word with the Lord Commander. I want to join the Rangers." Lion agreed without hesitation, granting John's request. Entering the chamber once occupied by Alliser Thorne, a disquieted Lion lay upon the bed, eager for slumber after the unsettling words of the Green Seer. Perhaps the restless spirit of the deceased Thorne refused to depart, for the howling winds outside seemed particularly mournful this eve, stoking Lion's fury. He thought to himself, "Even in life I feared thee not. Why should I tremble before thy ghost?" With a wrathful roar into the empty air, he bellowed, "Begone!" Miraculously, his furious command seemed to take effect. The tempestuous winds gradually subsided into tranquility. Chapter 27. Old Bear, you're quite skilled. Help me train some soldiers. Leon, expecting free labor? The troubles of youth come swiftly and fade just as fast. After a night's sleep, Leon had completely forgotten about being unable to return home. Besides, this world wasn't so bad. What could be wrong with living as a decadent and extravagant medieval noble? Horde. The first thing Leon did upon waking was call out for Horde, but no one answered for a long while. Only then did he remember. He had just moved to the Master-at-Arms tower yesterday, and no longer lived in that foul-smelling new recruits barracks, which was hardly better than a pigsty. Looks like I'll have to ask the old bear to assign me a few stewards soon. Having to fetch my own water to wash my face in the morning is truly unbecoming of my station. Leon mused shamelessly to himself. Pushing open the door, he encountered an old Night's Watch veteran walking toward him. "Leon, The Lord Commander wants to see you. He waiting in the conference room. The man said before turning away without offering any congratulations or words of respect, as if Leon's new title as Master-at-Arms meant nothing to him. The conference room? Leon, who seemed to have developed a case of youthful forgetfulness, had a terrible memory, except for the path to the banquet hall, which he remembered perfectly, having enjoyed his first sumptuous feast in this world there. Still, it wasn't too difficult for Leon. He simply grabbed the first person he saw and had them lead him to the conference room. When he entered, the old bear was deep in discussion with a few trusted men. Upon seeing Leon, they fell silent, though House Thorn has not openly declared vengeance. My experience tells me you've made an enemy on the roads of Westeros, the Lord Commander said. The duel took place under the gaze of the Seven. It was the stranger's will, my lord, Leon replied evenly, standing tall before the conference table. Seeing Leon's indifferent, almost defiant demeanor, the old bear chose not to press the matter further. Bowen, how many new recruits do we currently have? 403, my lord. Good. Leon, did you hear that? 403, my lord. You have 2 weeks per cycle. By the end, I expect at least 10 competent Night Watchmen. 1 more is fine, but 1 less, and you'll be stripped of your position and sent packing. Any questions? Should I focus on training them in any particular skills? Do as you please. All I need are men who won't flee when facing wildlings with weapons in hand. May I have a few assistants? You mean John? His swordsmanship is decent, but no, he has other duties. I have plans for him. Then I have no further questions, my lord. Go ahead. I don't care how you train these new recruits. I just want 10 of them per cycle. Taking a thick roster of fresh recruits from Bowenmarsh, the Lord's steward, Leon skimmed through the brief personal notes, habits, evaluations, and miscellaneous background details listed for each newcomer. Without lingering to peruse them thoroughly, he exited the conference room under the old bear's dismissive gaze. Pausing just outside the door, Leon swiftly scanned the names on the list. Admittedly, Ed's concerns were not unfounded. Among the 403 recruits, their origins were wildly varied, and their former professions even more so. Nobles like John, with unblemished records, or farm boys like Ed, who had come willingly, made up less than 1%. The majority were petty criminals, pickpockets, and the like, hastily sentenced and shipped off to the wall. Then there were the hardened killers, though such men would hardly fall under Leon's tutelage. These recruits, a motley crew of Westeros' most desperate souls, ranged in age from teenagers to men in their 40s or 50s, long relegated to menial tasks and never truly embraced by the Night's Watch. They languished on the fringes. This was the state of the new blood meant to uphold the ancient order that had guarded humanity for 8,000 years. Leon couldn't help but think that, left unchecked, the wall would crumble without the others or wildlings ever needing to strike a blow. Yet humanity was not without its heroes. Men like the Old Bear, Benjen Stark, Maester Aemon, and even Alliser Thorne, nobles who had chosen the Watch after defeat, had shouldered the burden and kept the Night's Watch from collapse. Speaking of which, nobles who volunteered for the Wall were usually second sons or bastards with no claim to land. Upon joining, they were often granted authority of some sort, likely the reason for Thorne's persistent hostility toward John and Leon. Power was safest in one's own hands. Returning to the recruits' quarters, Leon asked, "Is there anyone here who can read?" The recruits exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of his intent, perhaps emboldened by his calm demeanor. A plump recruit eventually rose hesitantly from the corner. "My lord, I can read." "Good. What's your name?" "Samwell Tarley, from the Reach, Hornhill." Sam's voice dwindled to a whisper, barely audible by the end. Chapter 28. Samwell Caesar's failed debut, engaging in conversation with the notoriously fearsome Leon Victor, was no simple feat. Yet despite his timid nature, some might say weaker than a woman's, Sam possessed the keen observational skills and aristocratic upbringing to recognize that Leon now stood in need of assistance. This was an opportunity to alter his own wretched fate. Whether trap or genuine chance mattered little. Sam had to seize it. Otherwise, he would remain condemned to squander his days buried beneath endless trivialities. Samwell Tarley, firstborn son of Lord Randall Tarley, renowned as one of the Seven Kingdoms' finest military commanders, was heir to Hornhill in the Reach. Whatever paternal pride Lord Randall had felt at Sam's birth had long since withered as the boy grew fat, soft, and peculiar. The battle-hardened lord had desperately sought to mold his bookish son into a valiant knight worthy of their lineage. Yet Sam preferred music, feasting, reading, and playing with kittens. Though clumsy-limbed, he harbored an inexplicable passion for dancing, each eccentricity further disappointing his rigid father. In childhood, Sam was sent to the arbor as a page for Lord Paxter Redwine, only to be returned after enduring relentless torment from the Lord's twin sons. Subsequent masters-at-arms attempted to toughen him, all failing spectacularly. Sam endured curses, beatings, slaps, and starvation. Lord Randall escalated to humiliating extremes, forcing him to wear his mother's dresses, sleep in chainmail, even bathing him in aurochs blood under the supervision of Carthene warlocks. Not only did these cruelties fail to instill courage, they left Sam perpetually terrified of his father, growing ever fatter yet more fearful, retching at the sight of blood, weeping over slaughtered chickens. After Lady Melissa bore 3 daughters in succession, the birth of Dickon tarly sealed Sam's fate. Robust and spirited, the younger brother embodied every martial virtue Sam lacked. Lord Randall transferred all attention to this favored heir, granting Sam a few sweet years of respite, until he requested study in Old Town. The Lord forbade it, despising the notion of a maester's chain sullying their house. On Sam's 15th name day, Dawn brought his father's ultimatum: renounce inheritance and join the Night's Watch, or perish during a hunting accident. Should you refuse, tomorrow we ride, and your horse will stumble where the woods grow dense. You'll tumble from the saddle, neck snapping like a twig, or so I'll tell your mother. Pray not for swiftness nor resistance, for I shall relish chasing down and slaughtering you myself, you sniveling pig. Faced with his father's death threats, Sam chose to join the Night's Watch at the wall. Observing Sam's timid demeanor as he spoke, the other recruits struggled to suppress their laughter. Yet the oppressive aura emanating from Leon compelled them to restrain themselves. I recognize you, Sam. We met once in the banquet hall of Highgarden. That was 8 years ago, my lord. Sam's plump face contorted into an expression somewhere between a grimace and a smile, revealing his sharp memory. He still remembered Leon. Leon Henty suddenly recalled the encounter out of nowhere. Back then, a significant event had occurred, and the younger Leon, accompanying his father to broaden his horizons, had encountered General Randall. Beside him had stood a chubby young boy. Very well, Sam. You are now my steward. Take this list and gather these men. Stop by 2 in the afternoon, regardless of how many you've found, and bring them to the training yard. Understood? Yes, my lord. Don't call me my lord. Just yesterday, I was a recruit just like you. Then, may I call you Leon, like John and the others? Precisely so. Leon's stern facade finally cracked, and he grinned, giving Sam's shoulder a friendly pat. It had to be said, for a young man lacking experience, maintaining an air of authority was no easy feat. Dealing with intelligent people was always a pleasure. Sam didn't question why the list contained hundreds of names, nor did he protest that even 3 days wouldn't be enough to gather them all, let alone by 2 in the afternoon. Leon surely had his reasons. First, those not summoned were simply unlucky. Their chances of dying on the battlefield would be far lower than the so-called fortunate ones. Secondly, many of those called might refuse to come. Why waste time on the disobedient? Oh, Sam, one more thing, a small question if I may. Just as Sam turned to leave, Leon called after him. What is it? If, hypothetically, you were to establish your own house, what would you name it? I've never considered that. Though my father holds no love for me, I suppose I would retain the Tarly name, perhaps as a cadet branch. Right? Never mind, then. Chapter 29. The System's Ideological Imprint. No free soldiers for Leon. The training ground was sparsely populated, with barely a dozen men standing about. Hod, with a hint of schadenfreude, turned to Sam, who trembled beside him. Sam, you're not exactly excelling as a steward, are you? First task for Lord Leon, and you've already botched it. Leon won't blame me, Sam muttered, though his wavering voice betrayed his lack of conviction. His eyes flickered toward the platform where Leon stood, his expression unreadable yet ominous. The icy glint in Leon's gaze as it swept over the meager gathering of recruits was unmistakable, a prelude to fury. Even Sir Alistair Thorne, the most ruthless instructor among the recruits, had never seen such a pitiful turnout for training. It seemed Leon's influence was still too shallow, or perhaps other high-ranking members of the Night's Watch were deliberately undermining him. Regardless, if this continued, Leon's position as instructor would likely last no more than a month. Leon, instructor, the time has come, Sam announced hesitantly. Then we begin, Leon replied coldly. Today's training is archery. Sam, take 2 men and fetch enough bows from the armory. Sam obeyed swiftly, returning shortly with 2 recruits, distributing bows to each man present. Confusion rippled through the ranks. Hod, summoning his courage, ventured a question. Instructor, your swordsmanship is beyond doubt, but are you certain about training us in archery? Leon arched a brow, lifting a bow with deliberate slowness. Without sparing the target a glance, he knocked an arrow and released it in one fluid motion. Thwip! The arrow struck the target at 25 paces, a respectable shot, but hardly awe-inspiring. Those with keen eyes nearly scoffed. 7 rings. For an average recruit, it might have been passable. But for an instructor, many of the recruits could match or surpass that performance. Still, out of courtesy, most concealed their derision behind carefully neutral expressions. Hot, Leon called. Your turn. Hot feignet reluctans. My lord, I have confidence in yourself, Leon encouraged, mistaking his hesitation for self-doubt. Very well. Hod drew his bow, squinting as he took his time to aim. Having endured Leon's fists more than once, even a hardened man like him had learned caution. After a moment's deliberation, Hod decided to show mercy and let Leon save face. Thwip! 8 rings. Good. A fine shot, Leon acknowledged. Leon's voice resonated with heartfelt admiration for Hod's skill, though only Hod himself knew that at this distance, he could strike the bullseye with every arrow. Next, Leon had each recruit present take a single shot to assess their abilities. Yet one after another, the recruits surpassed Hod, who had been secretly holding back, with most hitting the bullseye. The sole exception was Sam, whose arrow missed the target entirely. This was no act of concealment. It was simply his true skill. The results left many recruits smugly glancing at Leon, for before arriving at the training grounds, they had feared he might seek petty vengeance, battering them with wooden swords. Instead, they found themselves practicing archery, hardly a cause for concern. At the wall, where every recruit endured hunger and cold, hunting game for sustenance and warmth with animal hides was their only respite. Thus, each had honed a passable skill with the bow. Still eager to improve? Leon asked from the platform, unfazed by their earlier display, idly twirling an arrow between his fingers. Sergeant, I'd rather you teach us swordsmanship, one recruit bluntly remarked, lacking tact. Is that so? Leon replied, unperturbed as he knocked another arrow, this time aiming not at the 25-pace target, but 30 paces beyond. Without hesitation, he loosed the arrow, then immediately drew again, shifting his aim to 35 paces, and further still, until the target was nearly indistinguishable at 100 paces. His movements flowed seamlessly, each shot fired within a second of the last, leaving even the most skilled recruits gaping in disbelief. If any of you can match this, I want to insist on archery training. Not even Hod, the finest among them, could claim such prowess. Yet, defiance flickered within him as he strode down the range. Inspecting each target, his confidence withered with every step. Every arrow had struck dead center. At the farthest target, he found the bullseye itself pierced clean through. To retain such terrifying strength at that distance, without full draw or careful aim, was beyond comprehension. When Hod returned with the distant target in hand, the recruits' faces bore nothing but reverence. If I told you that under my training, even Sam could achieve this, would you be willing? Leon stood atop the platform, bow in hand, his gaze as sharp and cold as an arrowhead. The recruits dared not meet Leon's gaze until one among them finally reacted, bending his knee in solemn obeisance. Once the precedent was set, the others followed suit, even the portly Sam, who struggled to assume the most dignified posture his frame would allow, demonstrating his sincere submission. Not fealty, for Leon was no lord, merely a Night's Watch instructor. Yet to command such respect was no small feat as they rose. Many recruits shared the same fleeting illusion, not of newfound strength, but of an ineffable sensation permeating their thoughts. Command over 10 individuals achieved. Title granting function unlocked. Current unit composition. Night's Watch recruits X19. Weekly wages, 190 copper stars. Note, delayed payments will lower morale and may result in desertion. Much like the unit roster in Mount Blade, half these recruits had already maxed their experience. Leon promptly promoted them to Night's Watch Rangers, doubling their wages. With 4 golden dragons lining his pockets, Leon could afford their salaries, especially since payday had yet to arrive. His willingness to assume the role of head instructor and generously compensate them stemmed not from selflessness, but from the system's indelible imprint upon their allegiance. Even if they strayed, a single thought from Leon would reclaim their loyalty. Commence training. At his command, the newly promoted rangers threw themselves into their drills with fervor. Even Sam, wide-eyed with disbelief, watched his arrow strike the target for the first time in his life. Overwhelmed, he nearly wept. If only his father, Lord Randall Tarley, could see him now. No longer the worthless fool, but a man of the Night's Watch. By dusk, the last recruit had ascended to ranger status. Leon called an end to the day's exertions. An unspoken vigor thrummed through the men, a palpable enhancement from the morning's frailty. Their exhilaration erupted in boisterous cheers. John, who had observed from the sidelines, approached the platform once training concluded, admiration playing on his face. I never knew you possessed such skill. Even Sam the Slayer, molded in a single day. With Alistair Thorne's early demise, his relentless torment of Sam had never materialized, leaving John and Sam's camaraderie less profound than in the original tale. Did you know? John added, Today, I took the Night's Watch oath, alongside Ed and the others. However, I was appointed as the administrative officer for Eldershion, not a ranger like my uncle. The mere thought of spending my future as a servant, tending to an old man's needs, cleaning up after him, doing his laundry, and serving his meals, fills me with profound discontent. Chapter 30. As a white, isn't it only natural to rise from the dead? Fortunately, Ed assured me that Old Bear was grooming me as his successor. Otherwise, I might have truly believed my life was over. John, absent all day, had been busy taking his vows. Regardless, congratulations were in order. Well done, Brother John of the Night's Watch, Leon said warmly, embracing him without hesitation. Yet John's expression remained somber, prompting Leon's concern. What's wrong? Did something happen during the oath ceremony? Not the ceremony, John replied grimly. But Ghost brought back a severed hand, belonging to one of our ranger brothers. His body was found less than half a mile from the wall. Leon, recalling the events from the show, suddenly remembered. It was during John and Sam's oath-taking in the haunted forest that this corpse, slain by the White Walkers, was discovered. Later, it nearly cost Old Bear his life when it reanimated at night. Thankfully, Ghost's warning and John's accidental toss of a lantern onto the corpse saved them, burning it to ashes. In the aftermath, John was even rewarded with Longclaw, a Valyrian steel sword gifted by Old Bear. Truth be told, had the system not bestowed upon Leon Black and White Kiss, he might have coveted that Valyrian blade enough to scheme his way into becoming Old Bear's steward. But John's election as successor was inevitable. Leon was wise not to waste his efforts. Where's the body now? Stored in an empty ice cellar beneath the kitchens. Leon suppressed a shudder. These men had no qualms about corpses, but keeping one alongside food was beyond him. Why not burn it? Maester Eamon must examine it first. There's something unnatural about it. You'll understand when you see it. John's face darkened with unease, the kind of dread humans feel toward the unknown. Take me to it. Sam, you're coming too. Sam, however, paled at the thought. And my lord, must I? Even after his training, Sam's cowardice remained unchanged. Leon gave him a look that said, I offered you a chance, but you squandered it. Without further persuasion, he followed John. Behind them, Sam hesitated, watching the other recruits smirk at his expense. Deep down, he knew Leon meant well, to bolster his courage and reputation. Swallowing his fear, he hurried after them. Leon had barely taken a few steps when he noticed Sam actually following behind, yet he refrained from commenting further. The cellar exuded an eerie chill, especially as night had fallen, casting a sinister atmosphere over the place. As for the corpse, Old Bear evidently deemed it unnecessary to post guards. Thus, the trio strode boldly up to the remains. Leon didn't recognize the name of this unfortunate ranger, but John clearly did. Even if it wasn't his first time seeing the body. John's face visibly contorted with grief. His name was Arthur, John murmured, his voice thick with sorrow, lips pressed tightly together, his eyes bloodshot. I watched him ride out beyond the wall with my own eyes. Leon asked nothing further, choosing instead to be a patient listener. True enough, John continued. He was one of the finest rangers under my Uncle Benjamin Stark. That day, my uncle led 6 men north on patrol. Your uncle will be fine, Sam offered weakly, unable to look directly at the corpse, but forcing himself to sound reassuring. Thank you, John replied, lifting his gaze to meet Sam's with quiet gratitude. Everyone says so. Even the Lord Commander insists. If wildlings dare harm Benjamin's men, he'll hunt them down without mercy. After you returned, did Maester Eamon examine the body? Leon asked, his eyes fixed on Arthur's face, those unnaturally vivid blue eyes, identical to the others he had seen in his dreams. Even though he had envisioned them before, seeing such a sight in reality sent a shiver down his spine. After all, if the man were truly dead, that would be one thing. The real dread lay in not knowing when he might suddenly rise and strike. Frankly, the waiting was torture. I don't know, John admitted. I think we should burn this corpse immediately, Leon urged, before it becomes something worse. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of hurried footsteps echoed outside. Before the 3 could hide, the storage room door swung open. What are you 3 doing here at this hour? Several men entered, led by a seasoned night S-Watch veteran. If Leon recalled correctly, his name was Cone, or something similar, the same man he had relieved during guard duty the morning he gained the system. Yet Cone seemed uninterested in their reasons for being there. Even as he spoke, he and the other veterans moved to lift the corpse. Look out, Sam suddenly shouted at Cone, who had his back turned as he reached for the body. Chapter 31. The Wight That Couldn't Be Killed by Conventional Means. Leon remained unmoved as Cohen raised his head in bewilderment. A sudden chill swept over him from behind. The veteran's instincts kicked in. He dropped the stretcher carrying the corpse and rolled forward to evade the unseen threat. The reanimated knight's watch brother, or rather, the Wight, missed its initial lunge, but swiftly turned to claw at another seasoned brother standing behind it. Unlike Cohen, this man lacked the reflexes to react in time. After all, who could have anticipated that a corpse, frozen stiff and long devoid of life, would suddenly stir back into motion? It defied all logic. Before the veteran could process the horror, the Wight seized him by the throat and hoisted him effortlessly off the ground. In life, Other had stood over 2 meters tall, perhaps bearing the blood of giants. Regardless, in its risen state, the creature dwarfed every living soul in the storeroom, its strength unmatched. The veteran struggled desperately against the Wight's grip, but his efforts were futile. A sickening crunch of bone echoed through the chamber as the man's face darkened into an unnatural shade of purple. Cohen, now on his feet, drew his sword and slashed at the Wight's back. Yet in his haste to strike went awry, merely carving a chunk of flesh from the creature's shoulder, an injury that seemed to cause no pain, if the Wight could even feel such a thing. Undeterred, the Wight retaliated with a brutal elbow strike to Cohen's face, shattering his nose and sending him sprawling unconscious. Seizing the moment, Jon Snow lunged forward, driving his blade clean through the Wight's back. The creature collapsed, its grip loosening on the lifeless veteran it had strangled. Leon, observing from a distance in the cramped storeroom, had no chance to intervene. In mere seconds, the Wight had claimed 1 life and left another grievously wounded, a devastating toll. From the unnatural bulge of the dead man's eyes and the blood seeping from his orifices, Leon surmised that no power in this world could save him now. "Leon, are you all right?" John's voice was tense. The encounter had unfolded too swiftly, leaving no room for hesitation. The Wight's brief resurgence, lasting no more than 10 seconds, had left 2 seasoned brothers broken in its wake. The cost was unbearable. Is it truly dead this time? John's thoughts raced. Never before had he witnessed the dead return to life. Not in his lifetime, at least. Such horrors belong to ancient legends, millennia old. More content loading. Please wait. I don't think so. Unless we burn this corpse completely. Sam, who had been trembling with fear while watching the entire ordeal, hastily added upon hearing John's muttering. When the White Walker had suddenly risen earlier, he had frozen in place. Fortunately, the creature's target wasn't him. Otherwise, given his frail physique, the White Walker could have snapped his neck as easily as ringing a goose's. What do you mean? It took a sword through it. Can it still be alive? John struggled to remain composed in the face of this supernatural phenomenon. Due to strict lighting regulations in the warehouse district, the small storeroom was dimly lit by only a single candle from the hallway. When John instinctively glanced down at the corpse's eyes, he couldn't shake the eerie sensation that its blue orbs were still shifting. Blood. There's no blood. It's definitely going to rise again. We need to get out of here or burn it. Seeing John's doubtful expression, Sam pressed on. This must be a wight transformed by a White Walker. Nothing but fire will stop it. Cough. I remember Arthur. He never had blue eyes in life, croaked the wounded Cone, who had been struck down by the White, but was still clinging to life. Propped against the wall, he weakly pointed at the corpse. The boy might be right. John swiftly helped the old soldier up, keeping his sword at the ready. We must report this to the Lord Commander immediately. We can't stay here. Leon, who had remained silent until now, spoke up, snapping the others out of their confusion. Sam, carry the wounded man. There might still be hope for him. To Leon's command, the usually timid Sam summoned an unexpected burst of courage. Carefully avoiding the fallen White, he hoisted the injured veteran onto his back, and the four of them fled the storeroom in a desperate scramble. No sooner had they emerged than they spotted a group of torch-bearing figures approaching through the shadows. As they drew closer, Leon recognized the old bear leading the men. What happened? Taking in their disheveled state, the old bear stepped forward under the torchlight and saw the two veterans he had sent to retrieve the bodies, one barely conscious on Sam's back, looking as though he had survived a hanging. Chapter 32. The Old Bear's Suspicion. Could the White Walkers be more than just a legend? As the main force arrived, Jon Snow hurried to explain the situation to the old bear, but the words caught in his throat. How could he possibly say that a dead man had risen and attacked them? As for Sam's claims about the White Walkers, Jon found them difficult to accept. For generations, tales of the White Walkers had faded into uncertain legends. Most of the Night's Watch had come to the wall prepared to fight wildlings, not to defend against mythical creatures. Noticing Jon's hesitant expression, the old bear's face darkened, and he turned to the veteran beside him. Cone, speak. I sent you to retrieve the bodies. Were you ambushed by wildlings? Cough. No, my lord. It was a White Walker, or rather Arthur. He was turned by one. Nonsense. Show me the body. Clearly, the old bear doubted Cone's words, despite the man's 40 years of loyal service. The body is in the storeroom, but be careful, my lord. It might not be truly dead. As the group moved past them toward the storeroom, Leon whispered his warning when the old bear passed by. Leon had wanted to burn the White immediately to prevent it from harming anyone, but fate had other plans. First Cone, now the old bear, both determined to take unnecessary risks. Only Leon and Sam were entirely convinced of the White Walker's existence. Even Cone, who had been attacked, wavered in his certainty under the old bear's skepticism. The others, having never seen such horrors, remained unconvinced. As the old bear's steward, Jon felt compelled to follow and protect him. What are you doing? With so many men, you're hardly needed, Leon asked, puzzled, grabbing Jon's arm. Leon knew Jon to be driven by justice, not blind loyalty. I killed it once. If it rises again, I'll kill it a second time. Jon refused to fully embrace the idea of White Walkers, referring to the creature only as it. Understanding, Leon unsheathed the black and white kiss and handed it over. Take this. If trouble comes, it'll serve you better than that sword of yours. Jon accepted the offer without protest, swapping blades before rushing after the others. In the storeroom, torchlight revealed only bloodstains on the floor. Arthur's body was gone. I need an explanation, the old bear demanded, turning to Jon, who had just arrived, his face a mask of disbelief as he surveyed the empty room. The content was still loading. Please wait a moment. He was just here. Jon's mouth fell open in astonishment. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he whipped his head around. Behind him lay only an abyss of darkness, where nothing could be discerned. Yet Jon knew with unsettling certainty that something lurked within those shadows, watching them. The old bear keenly observed John's unease, but chose not to voice his concerns at that moment. Just then, a brother of the Night's Watch approached with a torch, whispering urgently into the old bear's ear. John caught fragments of the hushed conversation. Maester Eamon examined beyond help, leading him to surmise that one of the veterans attacked by the White had succumbed to his injuries. John, take a few men and scour the storage rooms thoroughly, commanded the old bear. Whether Arthur has truly risen or wildlings have infiltrated, we must uncover the truth. With that, he departed with his retinue, leaving John no choice but to organize a search party. Together with several volunteers, John meticulously combed through every nook of the storerooms. Yet their efforts yielded nothing. Several times during the search, John's hand twitched toward the borrowed sword at his side, its weight both a comfort and a reminder of their peril. Under normal circumstances, his companions might have mocked his trepidation, but the eerie atmosphere and Arthur's inexplicable disappearance had stripped them of any inclination for jest. Meanwhile, the old bear stood over the lifeless body of the veteran whose neck had been snapped like a twig. Despite Maester Eamon's detailed report, the Lord Commander felt compelled to inspect the wounds himself. The veteran's throat bore brutal contusions, his hyoid bone grotesquely displaced, his face tinged with the ghastly pallor of asphyxiation, a sight that defied the capabilities of any one-armed man, even one as formidable as Arthur had been in life. Maester Eamon, the old bear finally murmured when they stood alone, his voice grave as the tombs beneath the wall. Do you now credit the tales of the others? Had this question come earlier, when John first spoke of his dreams, the maester might have dismissed it as youthful fancy. But now, given the evidence before us, replied the blind maester, each word measured with scholarly precision, it appears the legends may hold truth. Benjen has yet to return, the old bear mused, his gnarled fingers tightening around the hilt of Longclaw, the Valyrian steel blade that never left his side. Perhaps his return will bring clarity. The ancient sword's presence offered scant comfort against the creeping dread that had taken root in his heart. Chapter 33. Methods to counter the White Walkers and conscripting recruits to bolster the Night's Watch before long. John returned from leading the search of the storerooms. My lord, we couldn't find Arthur's body. Understood. Inform Bowen to triple the Night Watch tonight. John bowed and departed. The atmosphere in Castle Black that night was more tense than usual. Along the wall near the fortress, nearly every post was manned by sharp-eyed brothers of the Night's Watch. Arthur's strange fate seemed to herald a possible large-scale attack by the wildlings, long planned for this very night. Even Leon had been assigned patrol duty along the wall, leading a trained group of rangers in ceaseless vigilance. John, have you been assigned patrol duty as well? As Leon walked, he spotted a familiar figure approaching. John, I didn't get to use your sword, but I must say, you picked an excellent blade from the armory. After only a brief time wielding it, John had grown fond of the exceptionally sharp black and white kiss, believing Leon had simply found it tucked away in some forgotten corner. Leon took the sword back without comment, sensing John had something more to say. As the old bear's steward, my duties ended once I delivered the orders. I came up here to ask Sam, how did you determine Arthur was turned by the White Walkers? Of course, John's reason for seeking Leon out was hardly surprising. Truth be told, Leon knew little about the legends of the White Walkers in this world. Apart from knowing that a mineral called dragonglass could kill them, he was aware that Valyrian steel swords, imbued with traces of magic, were also highly effective against them. Yet in all of Westeros, there were only a few dozen to a few hundred Valyrian steel blades in existence, most treasured as ancestral heirlooms by noble houses. Sam's family, for instance, possessed one named Heartsbane, which, along with Hornhill's castle, should have been his inheritance. But even if Leon spoke of this, it would change nothing. The great lords would hardly rush to hand over their Valyrian steel to the Night's Watch. Dragonglass, however, held untapped potential. Yes, it was the White Walkers. I read about such things in the Citadel at Old Town, in the Hightower's library. Arthur's condition matched the descriptions. Those slain by White Walkers rise again swiftly, becoming beasts that feel no pain. Ordinary blades barely harm them. Even decapitation won't stop them. Their eyes, like the Walkers, glow an eerie blue. I'd rather believe Arthur faked his death, that he was bribed by wildlings to infiltrate Castle Black and wreak havoc. Hearing Sam's account, Hodder shuddered before voicing his own theory. Additional content loading. Please wait. Author was truly dead, his blood frozen into icy froth, his pallor ashen with the ghastly hue of one long departed. No living soul would mistake him for anything but a corpse upon seeing him. Sam's explanation was both rational and strangely compelling, though timid in most matters. When it came to knowledge, his plump face would brighten with an almost scholarly glow in his eyes. It seems a waste to have stationed you at the wall. John mused, clearly convinced. You ought to have been sent to the Citadel, to train as a maester for some lord. Yet John pressed further with a crucial question: how to combat the others? The text described them as beings of extreme cold, wrought by sorcery. Sam pondered carefully. Thus, they must fear fire. Fire? Another ranger of the Night's Watch echoed, glancing at the torch in his hand with newfound reassurance. So they're like wild beasts, frightened by our flames? That does ease my mind somewhat. Stay vigilant, John warned, his tone grave. Not only against the others, but the wildlings as well. Having served as the Old Bear's steward, John had gleaned much intelligence. With the long summer waning and winter's approach inevitable, wildling raids would surge even without the threat of the others. Desperate for iron, seed, and other necessities scarce beyond the wall, they would probe for weaknesses in the Night's Watch defenses, slipping through to pillage the gift. Yet such movements seldom escaped the notice of the Watch's scattered rangers. Before parting, John lowered his voice to Leon. The Old Bear has sent ravens to every lord in the 7 kingdoms, pleading for aid. If possible, hasten the training of recruits. The more men you can muster, the better pleased he'll be. I heard of today's incident in the yard. Don't waste effort on unruly recruits. Instead, scour the gift for willing lads. No need to bind them by oath. Just remind them that when the wildlings come, their lives and livelihoods will depend on their own strength. Is this the Old Bear's will? Leon asked, intrigued. Conscription was a practice he knew well, though distasteful. It was the way of this world. Those who lived under a lord's protection owed service in return, and even the folk of the gift, lacking a formal liege, bore obligation to the Lord Commander in times of need. Trust me, John said, with what's unfolding now, the Old Bear needs men more than ever. He won T object. Chapter 34. Leon leads alone. Recruiting far and wide at dawn, Leon descended from the Great Wall with his company. Having endured the biting winds all night, they rode the manual lift down, each man receiving a bowl of lukewarm meat broth and 2 pieces of dark bread in the mess hall. The broth was neither good nor terrible, its surface marred by unappetizing flecks of blood. Yet no one, Leon included, cared for such details. All they desired was to fill their stomachs and collapse into sleep. As Leon ate, the light before him dimmed. Someone had taken a seat opposite him. A sword was placed on the table, its scabbard alone suggesting extraordinary craftsmanship. Before Leon could voice his confusion, John's voice reached him. Author is truly dead now. Last night, he hid somewhere, attempting to ambush the Old Bear, but Ghost warned me. John spoke with fervor, vividly recounting the night's dangers, leaving the other Night's Watch recruits around Leon wide-eyed. By the tale's end, gazes of envy and resentment fell upon John, or rather, upon the legendary Valyrian steel blade, Longclaw, gifted to him by the Old Bear. That sword should never have been John's, but the Old Bear's heir had forfeited his right to it through dishonorable actions. With no other worthy successor, the sword passed to John, a mark of the Lord Commander's exceptional regard. Is it true that nothing can destroy Valyrian steel except the forge's fire? Or another Valyrian blade? Sam, recalling some obscure text, peered curiously at Longclaw. At this, the men abandoned their meals, eager to unsheathe their own swords and pit them recklessly against John's. John, unbothered, drew Longclaw with confidence, proud of his weapon. Captain, why not test yours? Someone blurted out, eyes falling on Leon's scabbard, the only one present that could rival Longclaw's craftsmanship. Though Leon, too, wondered how his own blade, Black and White Kiss, would fare against Longclaw. He knew that once a victor was decided, at least one of them would no longer wear a smile. Politely, Leon offered the opportunity to Hod, who had been clamoring the loudest. Hod needed no persuasion. Chances to cross blades with the Lord Commander's legendary sword were rare, and his own was but a common castle-forged steel, easily replaced if shattered. With a forceful swing, he brought down the unsheathed longclaw upon the table. The onlookers held their breath as a cold glint flashed through the air. Hod's longsword was cleanly severed in two, while Longclaw remained unscathed, its blade showing not the slightest nick. Huh. Now you'll have to endure a thrashing from the blacksmith Donnell before he lets you pick a new sword, Leon remarked without surprise, mercilessly mocking Hod's recklessness. After teasing Hod, the tension from their all-night patrol visibly eased among the group. Eventually, John revived last night's discussion, drawing eager agreement from the surrounding recruits. Ser Alistair lacks the experience. Most recruits would rather train on their own than follow him. We might as well recruit from the gift. Hod voiced his opinion first. Sam then added that Leon's actions were backed by the kingdom's laws, and given his current status as the Night's Watch's master-at-arms, he had both the duty and the right to do so. Hearing this, an idea sparked in Leon's mind. If we encounter bandits while recruiting in the gift, we can deal with them, and with my newly acquired veteran's respect skill, captured outlaws can be turned into proper soldiers. Hunting down brigands and maintaining order is part of the Night's Watch's duty anyway. I doubt they'd resist the chance to redeem themselves as brothers of the Watch. A triple victory. Good. Let us do it. Enthused, Leon immediately prepared to set out. After a brief rest that morning, he gathered all 19 newly trained rangers, each mounted on 2 horses, and requisitioned 2 wagons from the quartermaster for weapons, armor, and essential supplies, clearly ready for a prolonged campaign. Of course, such preparations required the Lord Commander's approval. After hearing Leon's argument for training through combat, the old bear pondered briefly and agreed. However, the bi-weekly quota of 10 qualified recruits couldn't be ignored. As for whether Leon might eventually grow ambitious with his own forces, the old bear never even considered it. If Leon dared to rebel, he defaced not only the pursuit of the 1,000-strong Night's Watch, but also the relentless wrath of the Northwest Lords. For deserters or traitors of the Night's Watch, the Northern Lords held but one principle: death. Chapter 35. The reckless bandits ambushed Leon before setting off. Leon was taken aback. Somehow, word had spread among the Night's Watch Rangers. Upon hearing that following Leon would grant them rapid strength and a generous weekly wage during their travels, many fresh recruits eagerly joined his ranks. Paying recruits. Now, that's an idea even the old bear never considered. How'd you come up with it? John wore an exasperated expression as he bid Leon farewell under the old bear's orders, having overheard the recruits discussing their promised wages. This practice wasn't entirely unheard of. Most residents under the rule of Northern Lords lived similarly. When fighting on their lieges' lands, lords seldom paid wages, offering at most a midday meal. But for campaigns beyond borders, wages became essential to maintain morale. Yet Leon was neither a lord nor leading an expedition abroad. So why the wages? Still, trusting Leon's judgment, John offered no further protest, simply wishing him safe travels before letting the party depart. Truth be told, Leon would have preferred to honor the Night's Watch traditions, but the system's rules were unyielding, etched into every recruit's mind. If he failed to pay on time, even those who had sworn brotherhood with him the day before would vanish by dawn. This was dire. The 4 golden dragons Leon had barely warmed in his pocket had already transformed into a week's worth of rations for 50 men and enough arms for minor skirmishes. He had nothing left. No coin to hire hands in the gift's villages, let alone the impending wages. Yet outwardly, Leon maintained the composed demeanor of a wealthy southern lord, masking his financial strain. Beneath the calm facade, however, Leon schemed. If it comes to it, I'll challenge each recruit to a duel before payday. Defeat them one by one, and the gold will flow back. Beating one man earned a golden dragon, far more than their measly wages of 10 copper stars per silver stag. As the saying went, the wool comes from the sheep's own back. But ultimately, he blamed the wretched Mount Blade system for shackling him with his cursed weekly wage. Beyond the Black Iron Fort, the party trudged forward. The original plan of swift mobility with 2 horses per man was now impossible. Those who could ride mounted up, while the rest marched behind 2 supply-laden wagons, guarding the provisions and readying arms should enemies strike. Sam, calculate my weekly expenses in golden dragons. Leon called idly from atop a wagon piled high with supplies, glancing at the plodding Sam. This, too, was deliberate. After yesterday's training, Sam had proven himself a capable ranger, though his bulk remained an issue. Every chance to exercise was crucial. Leon didn't expect drastic weight loss, but a leaner Sam would at least be easier on the eyes. Upon hearing Leon's inquiry, Sam, who was panting and flushed from exertion, immediately racked his brains to meticulously calculate every expense of their expedition. Truth be told, such mathematical calculations would hardly pose a challenge for Leon, a high school student who could likely solve them within minutes. Yet Leon had begun to assimilate into local customs. After all, what great lord would stoop to calculating expenses themselves? That was the duty of their learned advisors. It seemed Leon intended to groom Sam as his first official scholar. "Your Grace," Sam reported after half an hour of laborious computation. The weekly wages for our 19 rangers amount to 380 copper stars, while the 31 recruits cost 310 copper stars. Provisions per man: 1.5 pounds of grain, half a pound of meat, and half a pound of supplementary rations daily, summed to roughly 500 copper stars per week. Equipment and horse maintenance add another 500, along with miscellaneous expenses. In total, our weekly expenditure approximates 18 golden dragons. "So, I must earn at least 18 golden dragons each week," Leon murmured to himself. To an outsider, this might seem an astronomical sum, but Sam, a noble from Hornhill, deemed it reasonable, even modest. As the son of Randall Tarley, a renowned commander of the Reach, Sam had been steeped in military logistics despite his personal distaste for the subject. Compared to the expenditures of armies numbering in the thousands, Leon's modest band was practically negligible, more akin to an armed excursion than a proper military force. Moreover, Sam harbored no concerns for Leon's finances. The young lord carried himself with such effortless poise, as though backed by a substantial family allowance. If Leon wished to subsidize the night's watch from his own coffers, Sam would hardly object. Little did he know, however, that Leon had no intention of being exploited. Demand payment? A thrashing would come first. How much longer until Greyraven Village? Leon inquired after settling the matter of expenses, reclining with closed eyes in feigned repose. "By this time tomorrow, we should arrive," Sam replied promptly, as though he had memorized every contour of the surrounding terrain. Just then, Horde, their scout, galloped back in alarm. "Bandits ahead," he bellowed toward Leon's wagon. "They're lying in ambush." "What?" Sam's eyes widened in disbelief. Ordinary brigands would have fled at the sight of our numbers. Who would dare attack us? Despite being surrounded by Night's Watch recruits, he glanced about nervously, suspicion coloring his every glance. Hood couldn't help but reveal a mocking expression on his face, stating with an air of obviousness, "With so many in our party guarding these two carriages, even the most foolish bandit would recognize this as a formidable challenge. Since they dare to ambush us, they must surely outnumber us and have made thorough preparations." Chapter 36. The current state of the Gift and the otherworldly Zhuge Dickens was a native of the Gift, residing in Grey Crow Village near the Wolfswood. Since this land north of the Wolfswood was granted to the Night's Watch by a Stark thousands of years ago, he and his family had lived there for generations. The Dickens family was but one of many minor clans in the village, their ancestors never producing military nobles or knights. Yet by Dickens' generation, circumstances had changed. With wildlings growing increasingly rampant and the Night's Watch in steady decline, the Watch could no longer protect the countless small villages scattered across the Gift. As a result, numerous settlements were abandoned. Those with means fled to other great lords of the north, while others were forced to gather in towns with stronger self-defense capabilities. Grey Crow Village, backed by the Wolfswood, was abundant in resources. Even during the long night, hunting could sustain thousands for a considerable time. Dickens' younger brother was a notorious outlaw, and through this connection, Dickens thrived in both lawful and unlawful circles. He became the village headman, tilling the fields dutifully during planting seasons, then leading restless farmers to join his brother's band during the off-season. In peaceful times, such audacity would have seen the Night's Watch scatter their ashes 8 times over. But these were different days. The old bear was so short-handed he couldn't even spare enough rangers for routine patrols, let alone manage villagers moonlighting as bandits. For the people of the Gift, leaving home was common, unless one was simply waiting to die. This was why Leon had failed to recruit a single fresh soldier across the north, and why he had traveled 100 miles to Grey Crow Village. Yet Dickens, lying in ambush within the woods, had no idea this group of black brothers was headed for his village. Had he known, he would have dared waylay them, even with 8 extra lives. Provoking the Night's Watch outright was different from an accidental skirmish. However weakened, the Watch could still muster enough strength to sack a mere Grey Crow Village if pushed. But moments ago, a black brother on horseback, relying on a strong bow and swift steed, had wounded several of his men. The insult was too much for Dickens to swallow. "Brother, let us rush out and fight them." Dickens' younger brother, the infamous bandit leader of the Wolfswood, slapped his thigh and cursed at the smug hoarder, gripping his pitchfork eagerly. "Stay calm. They don't know our numbers. If we charge now and alert them, they might escape, and those 2 wagons of weapons would be lost." Dickens smacked his brother's head in frustration, patiently explaining the stakes. But the dull, foolish glint in his brother's eyes made it clear the lesson hadn't sunk in. As the only shrewd leader in his family, Dickens knew how to command. He hardly needed advice from a bandit whose mind revolved solely around riding and slaughter. Under the watchful eyes of his subordinates, the second-in-command endured the elder brother's humiliating treatment like a beaten dog. Though his pride was wounded, he recalled that the elder's guidance had never failed him before. It was precisely by following his counsel that he had risen from obscurity to command over 100 hardened bandits in these treacherous lands. Suppressing his fury, he reluctantly took his seat. Indeed, had the Dixon family not required a public figurehead, and had Dixon himself fully committed to this venture, the ambush would not have been limited to the mere 200 men hidden in these woods. It could have numbered in the thousands. "Brother, why haven't they arrived yet?" The second-in-command grumbled impatiently after a long wait, seeing only a few scouting rangers on the road, but no sign of the main force. Could those cowardly crows have turned back upon spotting our trap? "No," Dickson replied, though his confidence was not unshaken. To maintain morale, he masked his uncertainty with an air of unwavering certainty. "This is the only major road south for miles. Unless they wish to waste 2 extra days, the Night's Watch has no choice but to pass through here." Report. A bandit sprinted toward Dickson, his voice ringing with excitement. "Speak." Seeing the messenger's eager expression, Dickson exhaled inwardly, gratified by his own foresight. "The Night's Watch has altered course. They're marching straight into our ambush." "Just as I predicted," Dickson declared triumphantly. Yet, noticing the puzzled expressions of his brother and the men, he elaborated before their doubts could fester. "Is their commander some young noble brat?" "Aye. The pampered lordling is too lazy to even ride. He lounges in a wagon, barking orders. The foot soldiers trailing behind haven't even bothered to arm themselves properly." The messenger, playing his part perfectly, amplified Dickson's aura of strategic brilliance, leaving the bandits in awe. Naturally, these Night's Watch leaders are always green-blooded fools, obsessed with glory in women. He likely assumes we're just some ragtag band of thieves, unaware we outnumber them 10 to 1. A single spit from each of us would drown them. Even if some grizzled veteran warned him, the spoiled lordling would ignore it. And now, they walk willingly to their doom. Rising to his feet, Dickson drew his sword and pointed ahead. Following his gaze, the bandits saw a vanguard of a dozen archers leading the way, while behind the wagon, recruits fumbled sluggishly with shields and blades, utterly unprepared for battle. At this moment, Dickens inexplicably felt an illusion, as if he wasn't holding a sword in his hand, but rather a peculiar fan adorned with bizarre bird feathers. Chapter 37. Ambush? "No, you are surrounded by me, Leon. Is it really wise for us to march so boldly into an ambush?" Even Sam, who had mustered some courage in the face of the mysterious and terrifying unknown of the others, now trembled with fear at the sight of these ragged, poorly armed bandits. Their numbers uncertain. The duality of human nature was vividly displayed in Sam. Had John been present, he might have raised his sacred sword high and charged alone into the enemy ranks. What is there to fear? Didn't Horde say? These bandits may look numerous, but they don't even have a decent shield among them. Leon, who had remained seated on the carriage until they neared the woods, perfectly embodied the phrase bold yet cautious. Of course, in the eyes of Dickon, lying in ambush, such behavior was sheer stupidity. "Archers, forward!" With a wave of Dickon's hand, dozens of archers armed with crude wooden bows emerged from woods. Though their numbers were not overwhelming, their quality was equally unimpressive. Yet, this was all Dickon could muster. After all, not every lord could boast a standing army like the Night's Watch, with its millennia of accumulated weaponry and equipment. The bandit archer strategy was not to inflict heavy casualties, but to shatter Leon's troops' morale with a sudden volley of arrows. Most Night's Watch recruits, or even seasoned veterans, would falter under such an unexpected assault, if not outright flee. Unfortunately for them, Leon's men were no ordinary soldiers. Though every ranger felt fear as the arrows rained down, none dared retreat without Leon's command. Instead, they formed a line and advanced steadily along the road toward the dense woods. Fortunately, the bandits' aim was poor, and the rangers emerged unscathed. "All men, take position." Leon, who had earlier appeared lazy and indifferent, now stood atop the carriage's highest point, bow drawn, and loosed an arrow at a particularly animated bandit leader darting among the trees. Thwip! At nearly 150 paces, Leon's arrow struck true, piercing the bandit leader's chest and sending him crashing to the ground. All men, fire at will. Seeing that they had reached the maximum effective range, Leon issued another command. Immediately, his 19 rangers, Sam included, knocked arrows and let fly toward the woods as they advanced. When a noble youth on the carriage suddenly rose and took aim, Dickon sensed danger and opened his mouth to warn his loudly commanding brother, only for an arrow to punch through his brother's chest, leaving nothing but the fletching visible. The sight of such a wound made Dickon's vision blur with rage. "More content loading. Please wait. Given the current state of medical technology, even if my brother doesn't perish immediately, his days are numbered." To avoid demoralizing the troops, Dickon, his eyes bloodshot, forcibly restrained himself from gazing upon his brother's grievous condition and continued directing his men in their volley against the Night's Watch. After all, only by defeating this small contingent of the Night's Watch could he avenge his brother. Yet what transpired next was nothing short of a nightmare. Every single member of the opposing Night's Watch displayed archery skills akin to that noble young master. Nearly every arrow found its mark, turning the skirmish into a one-sided slaughter. With each passing second, men fell, and, at times, multiple rangers targeted the same bandit, riddling him with arrows before he collapsed. How is this possible? That noble brat, trained by renowned masters since childhood. Being formidable was one thing, but how could every single ranger here be so deadly? Was this entire Night's Watch patrol composed of noble scions? Gods be damned. A chill of despair gripped Dickon's heart as he watched his men fall like wheat before the scythe. Morale shattered instantly. Bandits near the forest's edge began slinking away, while those farther back discarded their bows and fled. Damn it all. We can't wait any longer. Charge. Full assault. Before his forces could collapse entirely, Dickon made a desperate decision. A mere dozen or so Night's Watch rangers had somehow turned the tables, exuding the aura of hunters while his 200 men cowered like defenseless lambs awaiting slaughter. Thus, under Dickon's command, the trembling bandits mustered what courage they could and surged forward in a frenzied, howling mob. It was a last resort. His men were mere peasants, hopelessly outmatched in both equipment and training by the Night's Watch. Only sheer numbers could bridge the gap. True enough, as the bandits erupted from the woods like a disturbed hornet's nest, the 19 Rangers' barrage became insufficient. In moments, the distance between the forces shrank to 50 paces, and the bandit archers, now mingled within the horde, began wreaking havoc. For the first time, the Night's Watch suffered casualties. Infantry, forward! Archers fall back behind the infantry. Shields up! Archers, loose at will. From atop the wagon, Leon calmly issued orders in the face of the enemy's desperate final assault. Then, to the astonishment of all present, he leapt down and performed an action none among the hundreds on the battlefield could have anticipated. Chapter 38. Leon's impenetrable hide. Blades failed to pierce his skin. As the recruits hastily formed a shield wall to protect the Night's Watch ranger, who had just demonstrated extraordinary prowess, Leon uncharacteristically charged ahead, positioning himself at the forefront of the formation. The distance between the two sides was merely 30 paces, a sprint that could be covered in mere moments. Seeing the previously formidable Night's Watch commander suddenly make such a reckless decision, Dickens felt a surge of hope amidst despair. No matter how skilled your archers are, they're still flesh and blood. One solid strike, and they'll fall like any other man. With 200 against 50, the advantage is ours. As the saying goes, we could drown you in our spit alone. What do you think you're doing, standing alone before a charge? Trying to surrender now? Too late. You owe me my brother's life. Observing his men surging forward, even the previously fleeing bandits now roaring with renewed bloodlust, Dickens drew his sword and joined the charge. As for the noble-born youth standing before them, Dickens had only one thought: to hell with noble ransoms. Are peasants' lives worthless? I'll have blood for blood. At that moment, he abandoned any thought of taking prisoners, intent only on hacking Leon to pieces. Meanwhile, the Night's Watch recruits, witnessing Leon standing alone against the tide, felt their commander's valor ignite their own resolve. They swore to avenge him by slaughtering every last bandit should he fall. Wait, some recruits seemed to have forgotten. Not long ago, Leon had single-handedly defeated Corin Half-Hand and his entire ranger squad. Yet even if anyone remembered, circumstances differed now. That had been a fistfight, unlikely to claim Leon's life. But these blood-crazed outlaws? Mercy seemed improbable. My lord, retreat behind the wall. I, Horde, will give my life to protect you. Indeed, my lord. Withdraw and conserve your strength. Let them exhaust themselves against our shields before counterattacking. My lord, there's no time, fall back now. Amidst the desperate shouts from the shield wall, Leon remained unmoved, silently facing the oncoming horde. Drawing black and white kiss from his hip, he calmly discarded the scabbard. Kill, kill, kill. Before Leon, a bandit in his early 20s charged recklessly forward. In Leon's original world, such a youth might still be considered a child. But in the Game of Thrones universe, this was already a hardened criminal with untold blood staining his hands. The moral compass of another world held no sway here. Killing was no longer a novel experience for Leon. When he cleaved Elithar Thorn in two during their duel, his heart harbored neither revulsion nor exhilaration. This absence of sensation was neither pleasant nor unpleasant. As though he were a battle-hardened veteran who had waded through countless battlefields, his armor perpetually drenched in the sanguine baptism of foes. Though unaware of this detachment's origin, when steel next tasted flesh, only numbness remained in Leon's soul. With cold precision, Leon raised the ebony and ivory blade kiss of twilight. Its descent was merciless, severing both sword and the young brigand who futilely raised his guard. Without sparing a glance for the collapsing corpse, Leon advanced upon the marauders like death incarnate. The legendary blade became a living viper in his grasp, its glacial edge mirroring a serpent's lethal gaze as it reaped lives with pitiless efficiency. Soon, a grizzled outlaw veteran witnessed his comrades falling like wheat before Leon's harvest. Whether driven by helpless rage at their slaughter or aristocratic disdain for their plebeian lives, perhaps both, the old warrior lunged through his brethren's cover. His blade found purchase between Leon's ribs, the Night Watch's leather armor offering no more resistance than parchment. Success! The surrounding brigands' morale surged at this sight. Leon's terrifying presence had rivaled the 19 Rangers' arrow storm, his butcher's methods evoking slaughterhouse brutality rather than honorable combat. Yet the veteran's triumph proved fleeting. His steel tip, having pierced the outer armor, met resistance like toughened bullhide. Advancing no further, cowardly noble, wearing golden silk beneath this final thought flashed through the veteran's mind before Leon's counterstroke. He died ignorant of the truth. No gilded armor stayed his blade. The steel had indeed penetrated Leon's flesh, a fraction deeper, and any normally positioned heart would have ceased beating. Chapter 39. Decisive Victory. Recruiting bandit prisoners. Even Leon found himself drenched in cold sweat at this moment. He was not invincible. Perhaps a fatal wound could still claim his life. And now, he had no acquaintance with any red priestess of the Lord of Light to resurrect him should his heart be pierced. Undoubtedly, it was the physical transformation brought by his strength exceeding 20 points that had saved him this time. Had his strength been slightly weaker, or the bandit's blade slightly sharper, Leon's journey of invincibility in this foreign world might have come to an abrupt end. When Leon finally steadied himself, He saw the ground littered with the corpses of bandits clad in coarse gray linen, many of them mangled beyond recognition, resembling offerings upon some dark cult-s altar. In the distance, a handful of bandits were fleeing in panic, while far more knelt trembling, their heads buried between their knees, not daring to meet Leon's gaze, utterly resigned to their fate. It seemed all the courageous ones had perished in the earlier battle. The survivors would not dare raise a blade against them now. If Leon ordered them to slit their own throats, half would likely obey without hesitation. Now composed, Leon had no intention of sparing those who had lost their nerve and fled. He commanded the rangers to mount up and pursue the deserters, spreading a single decree: those who surrender shall be spared. As the last sliver of sunlight vanished, the recruits finally drove the remaining bandits to clean the battlefield. The wounded, friend or foe, were hastily bandaged, while the dead were piled together and set ablaze. Winter was coming, and should the White Walkers breach the wall, these intact corpses would only swell the ranks of the dead. Leon was not one to foolishly aid the enemy. The bandits' weapons and equipment were tallied and stacked aside. Though Leon regarded the heap as little more than trash, transporting it to any castle or village with a market would fetch a considerable sum. Samwell soon delivered the night's watch as casualties, and the numbers made Leon frown. 5 recruits wounded, 5 dead, most struck by stray arrows. Among the rangers, 5 were injured and 2 had fallen. With proper treatment, all the wounded would recover. Sam's plump face bore an optimistic expression as he finished his report, for he had yet to mention the bandits' losses. But there was no need to count. A glance at the dejected, bound prisoners revealed that only a third of the original bandit force remained unharmed and mobile, a casualty ratio exceeding 10-1. Such a feat would earn any man the title of a renowned commander, even if the scale of the battle was modest. As for the 7 fallen brothers of the Night's Watch, those with kin in Black Iron Keep would receive the highest compensation. Gold is no concern of mine. Leon pondered for a moment before addressing Sam, whose cheerful expression instantly turned grave. Dispatch 20 more men to escort our wounded brothers back to Black Iron Keep. Request Archmaester Eamon to tend to each of them. I shall cover the expenses. This must be done swiftly. But my lord, with so many men withdrawn, not only will you be in greater peril. What are these prisoners? What of them? A simple solution. Among the disheartened captives, Dickon kept his head bowed, attempting to remain inconspicuous while eavesdropping. As Leon approached, he tensed involuntarily. What method does this merciless demon have, other than slaughtering the surrendered? Dickon could conceive no alternative. You fiend, damned to the 7th hell. Even as ghosts, we shall haunt you. Dickon suddenly rose, nearly toppling from imbalance with his hands bound, were it not for someone steadying him swiftly. Leon, assisting the bandit prisoner, arched a brow at the outburst. With deliberate gentleness, he inquired, "The battle is over. When would you have the chance to become a ghost?" Face to face with the demon, Dickon's heart quivered. Yet for the sake of his men and villagers, he steeled himself, glaring defiantly. How else would you resolve your shortage of guards for prisoners, if not by killing us? Quite simply, join the Night's Watch. Presently, I require you to enlist under my banner. Leon's audacity bordered on arrogance. To demand surrender mere moments after clashing blades, even if facing a foe like Eugene, such humiliation was unthinkable. And if I refuse, who are you to decide for these bandits? I am their leader, and the village chief of Grey Crow. Dickon is my name. Bracing himself, Dickon resolved that honesty might spare his men. Better to declare it himself than wait for betrayal. Village chief of Grey Crow? You've nerve, I'll grant you that. Truthfully, Leon never imagined a village elder would turn bandit. It painted a stark portrait of the lawless chaos plaguing the gift. Chapter 40. The First Night's Watch Oathkeeper. The deterrence of a 4th-tier soldier, my lord. I won't waste your time with excuses about hardships or desperation. The victor becomes king, the vanquished a bandit. The moment I chose this path, I prepared to stake my life on it. Dickens wrenched himself free from Leon's grip, took 2 steps back, and knelt resolutely on the ground. All I ask is that after you take my head, you spare my men and the villagers. They followed me into banditry out of trust. Let my death grant them a chance at redemption. Seeing the man bow his neck willingly for execution, Leon couldn't help but admire his courage and accountability. Yet, Had he lacked such qualities, he likely wouldn't have rallied so many to his cause. Is serving in the Night's Watch truly so unbearable? Leon asked mockingly. We don't find it so difficult. My lord, you don't understand. Many of these men are the sole providers for their families in Grey Crow Village. If they're all taken to guard the wall, our village will perish. I only beg that after my death, you let them return. His face ashen, Dickens fell silent, exposing his neck as if resigned to his fate. Lord Leon, Sam whispered cautiously, stepping forward as hesitation flickered across Leon's face. You could declare him guilty and carry out the execution yourself. Whether the rest are spared remains entirely your decision. At Sam's words, Dickens jerked his head up, bloodshot eyes burning with fury at the noble counsel. To kill a man is one thing. To crush his spirit is another. Such words deserve death. Damn you, noble. I'll haunt you from the grave. Sam Sagishan, dripping with aristocratic pragmatism, where only their own kind were deemed human, the rest mere livestock, sent Dickens into a rage. Terrified by the curse, Sam stumbled back behind Leon, bewildered. He'd only repeated his father's methods. Why such venom? My lord, Dickens snarled, crawling forward on his knees. I demand a duel with this noble. If I lose, we submit to any punishment. He was fighting not just for himself, but for all his men's survival. I refuse, Sam yelped, panicking as Leon seemed to consider it. I want to duel a honorless brigand. Enough, Dickens. Leon kicked the crawling man back, his voice icy. Here, as my counteroffer, take those unwilling to serve and leave. The rest stay with me. Truthfully, Leon's mercy and desperation for recruits had led him to a decision that bordered on folly. At present, among the captured bandits, at least 20 expressed their desire to leave with Dickens, while a solid 40 chose to stay and join the Night's Watch. The reason so many remained was purely out of fear that Leon might go back on his word. These bandits lacked any sense of honor, projecting their own untrustworthiness onto others. Unbind them and set them free, Leon commanded. The Night's Watch reclaimed over 20 sets of shackles. Dickens, now freed, could scarcely believe that Leon, this merciless demon, would be so accommodating. He hastily ordered his men to depart first. Meanwhile, the bandits who pledged allegiance to the Night's Watch stood reluctantly to the side after being unshackled, their expressions betraying their intent to flee at the earliest opportunity. Hold! Just as Dickens turned to leave, Leon's voice halted him. Damn it! I knew it wouldn't be this easy, Dickens muttered, spinning around with a scowl, awaiting his fate. Our destination happens to be Greyraven Village. You'll accompany us temporarily and lead the way. Dickens immediately wanted to refuse, but knowing Leon held his past crimes over him, he had no choice but to comply to avoid greater calamity. That night, within the camp, Leon summoned the war band panel when no one was around. Having personally slain nearly 30 men that day, an equal number of golden dragons now filled his coffers, alleviating any immediate financial concerns. Of his original 50 loyal troops, only 13 remained, all now Night's Watch Rangers. Through this battle, each had advanced to elite Night's Watch Rangers. One ranger, who had slain the most, even ascended to Night's Watch Oathsworn, mastering not only archery, but also unlocking proficiency in the greatsword. Curious about the transformation, Leon summoned the Oathsworn for an audience. My lord, you called for me? Soon, a towering figure entered Leon's tent. His stern, resolute face was framed by the Night's Watch cloak draped over his shoulders, behind which hung a terrifyingly large greatsword. One might wonder if he could even wield it, though, given his imposing stature, it likely posed no challenge. Your name? Spazium, my lord. His words were terse, marking him as a man of few words and ruthless efficiency. Leon then recalled, this was one of the few recruits on the first day, a former murderer who had willingly joined training. No wonder he advanced so swiftly. Nodding, Leon said, I have a new duty for you. What is it? Scout for our company. By day, you'll serve tea. By night, you'll guard the camp. Hod previously held this role, but his performance was lacking. Understood. Without another word, the taciturn Spazium accepted his orders and departed. Gazing at Specium standing guard before the camp with his greatsword strapped to his back, Leon felt an indescribable sense of security wash over him, allowing him to enjoy an unusually peaceful night's rest. Chapter 41. Execution of deserters and recruitment of bandits. The night was eerily silent in Leon's camp, save for the occasional howling wind that seemed to lament the perils of the day's battle, or perhaps the restless spirits of the fallen. At dawn, Leon awoke late, the sun already high in the sky. Noticing Hod standing guard with a grim expression, he couldn't help but ask, "Hod, what's happened? Why is it so quiet?" "My lord, you must come quickly. The scout commander you appointed is about to slaughter those bandits," Hod replied, his words clearly exaggerated. When Leon followed Hod to a newly constructed execution ground at the rear of the camp, he found 7 or 8 bandits bound and kneeling, awaiting their fate. The remaining bandits stood nearby, their faces pale with fear, and many looked relieved at Leon's arrival. Dickon's mood, however, was far from relieved. His emotions were tangled beyond measure. What happened here? Leon rubbed his face to clear his drowsiness, then turned his gaze to Spicium, who was clearly in charge. "Spare us, my lord. They'll never dare flee again." Dickon pleaded before Spicium could speak, but Leon pushed him aside, intent on hearing Spicium's account first. "Commander, these bandits attempted a mass escape during the night. Is that all?" Leon asked, surprised by Spicium's brevity. "Yes." Spicium merely stated the facts, without any attempt to claim credit. "Dickon." Leon nodded and called the man forward. Dickon's face was etched with resignation. The bandits had consulted him before fleeing, but he had left the decision to them, refusing to interfere. Yet within half an hour, Spicium had hunted them down one by one on horseback. "My lord, I don't know what to say. They betrayed your mercy, but I beg you to spare them once more." Surely the wall could still use their strength. Even now, Dickon sought to defend the deserters. Leon had never before encountered such loyalty in a Westerosi, and his estimation of Dickon rose. But rules were rules. They swore their oaths to the Night's Watch yesterday. The fate of a deserter needs no explanation. The ice in Leon's voice was unmistakable. The accused bandits were shoved to the ground by the Night's Watchman standing behind them. Seeing no other recourse, Dickon clenched his fists but remained silent. Just as the watchmen drew their swords, Leon raised a hand to halt them, and they stepped back in unison. Leon approached the first bandit and spoke coldly. "By the name of Leon Victor, noble of the 7 kingdoms and master-at-arms of the Night's Watch, I sentence you to death." "Any last words?" The bandits, frozen and trembling from the night's chill, could barely speak. The first was executed in silence. "The content is loading. Please wait." The second. The third. Leon's sword black and white kiss was razor-sharp, and his beheading technique was swift and precise. Each bandit's head was severed cleanly without unnecessary suffering, until he reached the last bandit. "I have last words," the bandit said. "Dickon, my leader, I want to say that following you in this life was worth it. After I die, take care of my boy. Tell him not to seek revenge for me. Let him grow up and join the Night's Watch with honor, not follow his father's path as a shameful deserter." With that, the bandit pressed his face heavily against the wooden block before him, exuding a certain bold defiance. Dickon, who had been numb until then, felt tears welling up at these words and nodded solemnly in agreement. "Finally, a proper last word," Leon remarked. "You're a real man. Don't take the wrong path in your next life." With that, his sword flashed. After the morning's executions, the oppressive atmosphere over the camp dissipated. Hod had already led a group escorting the wounded back to Black Iron Keep, leaving Leon with a significantly reduced force. However, those who remained were elite, perhaps not capable of fighting 10 men each, but certainly holding their own against 3. Leon didn't voice this, so Sam remained unaware. Seeing unfamiliar faces all around, Sam couldn't help but feel uneasy. These men were fighting the Night's Watch to the death just yesterday. Will they really obey you now? Leon, sensing Sam's concern, reassured him, "Don't worry. The ones left are absolutely loyal." "Why, Lord Leon? Because you promised them 10 copper stars a week?" Leon chuckled. "You could say that." After dealing with the fleeing bandits, the remaining ones were all incorporated into the Night's Watch recruits. Under Dickon's leadership, they showed decent potential. Many, with some training, could become Night's Watch Rangers. Leon's current force consisted of 1 rank 4 Night's Watch Oath Sworn, Specium, 12 rank 3 Night's Watch Elite Rangers, 38 Night's Watch recruits, all former bandits. Once these bandits were registered in Leon's system, It wasn't that they couldn't flee, but at least they wouldn't stab him in his sleep. Chapter 42. The Gourmand Way, Junjia, after traversing over a mountain. The recruitment party descended into a sizable township at the foothills. Dickens approached Leon, who was feigning sleep in the carriage. "Sir, we've arrived at Grey Crow Village," Dickens announced. Leon merely acknowledged with a slight movement of his eyelids, offering no further response. Sensing his indifference, Dickens fell silent. His current status was awkward, neither a bound prisoner nor a free man, having been defeated in battle. Moreover, the blood feud between them over Leon's slain brother made any pledge of loyalty or enlistment into the Night's Watch unthinkable. Yet, as they neared his territory, Dickens considered that Leon's meager force of barely a dozen men would pose little threat. However, forcibly detaining Leon was risky. The Night's Watch riders, each with 2 horses, could easily escape and spread word. Such an act would invite retaliation not only from the Night's Watch, but also draw the ire of the Northern Lords, who would not tolerate an assault on the order. Suddenly, a loud snort startled Dickens, making him jump. He turned to find a towering Night's Watchman astride his horse, gazing down at him with the contempt one might reserve for an insect. The massive 2-handed sword strapped to his back seemed poised to sever Dickens' neck at the slightest hint of treachery. Instinctively, Dickens shrank back. He couldn't fathom why such a formidable veteran of the Night's Watch would willingly serve a nobleman's son. Though, admittedly, this particular noble was far from a foppish wastrel, displaying ruthless brutality in battle. Hadn't the Night's Watch fallen into decline? How had such a warrior crossed his path, resigned to his misfortune? Dickens suppressed thoughts of vengeance and focused on guiding them forward. Upon entering the village, Leon's eclectic procession drew wary and bewildered stares from the townsfolk. Many recognized their kin among the disheartened recruits clad in the black garb of the Night's Watch, now escorting a noble youth. At the village center, an elder of evident authority halted Leon. "Lord of the Night's Watch, what brings you here?" "To recruit for my forces, procure supplies, and trade," Leon replied. The elder shook his head. "Forgive me, my lord, but our village has no young men eager for war, least of all in the Night's Watch." His tone was dismissive. "What's wrong with the Night's Watch? Do we not fight the wildlings to protect your people?" Leon questioned, puzzled by the elder's stance. "True enough, but Grey Crow Village lies far from the front lines. Our people have known peace too long to serve your cause," the elder countered. "Peace?" Leon scoffed. "A laughable notion. Surely you recognize some of these recruits, former villagers who chose the black. You know exactly why they joined." A sardonic smile flickered across Leon's face as he gestured dismissively, prompting Spicium to immediately shove Dickens forward from the crowd. "My lord, you must understand, these are increasingly difficult times. The landless youths of our village must seek livelihoods elsewhere," the elder explained with measured words. To Leon's surprise, this wizened figure actually presented a coherent argument, twisted logic though it may be. "So when your people suffer, does that justify preying upon others?" Leon's fury ignited as he leapt from the carriage, striding toward the elder. Village youths brandishing pitchforks, tents to shield their elder. While Leon's seasoned Night's Watch veterans responded in kind, arrows nocked, bows drawn, trained on any who dared move. Even the newly recruited watchmen reluctantly unsheathed their swords, blades now leveled at neighbors they'd once broken bread with. This unexpected allegiance from the former brigands widened both the elder's and Dickens' eyes in disbelief. What had Leon bewitched these outlaws? Dickens hadn't detected any such influence. "Now, shall we discuss terms?" Leon's serene smile seemed demonic to the elder, the grin of a silver-tongued tempter. "Uncle, stand down. As Grey Raven's chieftain, I'll parley with the watch." "Excellent." Leon turned to Dickens, awaiting his proposal. "My village can provide 126 youths hungry for battle, but you must swear to value each life. I'll not have Grey Raven renamed Widow's Hollow." Dickens' unusually generous offer carried such finality that his uncle could only stare in mute protest. "I vow they shan't die needlessly. But winter comes, and with it, war and death. Most have families or sweethearts. I'll not have them don black cloaks unwillingly. I demand no oaths to the watch, though I'll turn none away if freely given. Then 5 copper stars per man for their households, and they march with you today." At Leon's signal, Sam counted out 6 golden dragons and 3 silver stags from their coffers. Dickens accepted the weighty sum, suddenly so accommodating. Why? Though Leon's system guaranteed basic loyalty, this unnatural smoothness bred suspicion. The game had unfolded too easily. As the village chief of Grey Crow, it is my duty to secure a livelihood for my people. And you, my lord, along with your men. Dickens glanced nervously at Spatium, swallowing hard before continuing. I cannot deny that you and your subordinates possess formidable capabilities. Rather than following me in banditry, aligning with your leadership offers far greater prospects. A pragmatic choice indeed. Leon nodded approvingly upon hearing Deacon's explanation. Chapter 43. The shape-shifting Maud and her mission. The village of Grey Crow possessed its own training grounds. How else could have nurtured over 200 bandits? Now, the vast field was packed with people. In front of hastily erected straw archery targets, the Night's Watch recruits trained relentlessly, their brows drenched in sweat. Due to insufficient bows carried on the supply wagons, 3 or 4 recruits had to share a single weapon, taking turns until their arms gave out. Fortunately, the village provided an ample supply of bowstrings and arrows, allowing the training to continue. Leon noticed that as long as he was present, whether actively participating or merely idling nearby, the tenfold training effect remained in place. Seizing the opportunity, he reclined in a wicker chair, basking in the sun, while Spathium, the only 4th-tier soldier in their ranks, took charge of the drills. Spathium's training style mirrored his stern expression, rigorous and uncompromising. When faced with clumsy recruits, he wasted no words, delivering a swift kick before personally correcting their form. Yet even with such efficiency, disciplining over 100 recruits consumed his entire morning. By dusk, however, half the recruits had successfully advanced to become Rangers of the Night's Watch. Strictly speaking, meeting Old Bear's training standards would have sufficed. But Leon had his own agenda. These soldiers were not solely for the Old Bear's sake. Once adequately trained, he intended to lead them beyond the wall to battle wildlings and White Walkers. After all, the King Beyond the Wall still had tasks within the system awaiting completion. With time to spare, Leon retrieved a peculiar coin from his pocket, distinct from ordinary golden dragons. Maud had given it to him before departing, claiming that a whispered invocation of his name while holding the coin would summon him across any distance. Why not test it now? Maud. Leon clenched the coin and called into the air. Yet after a long silence, nothing happened. Just as Leon assumed, Maud wouldn't appear and turned to retire for the night. An utterly detached voice, devoid of any emotion, spoke behind him. Boy, you call for Maud. What do you require? Leon spun around to find an unassuming villager standing before him. Though the face differed from their last encounter, the same unchanging, mask-like expression, unmistakably Maud's, was etched upon the man's features. Still, curiosity compelled Leon to ask, why do you look like this? If the boy dislikes it, this one can assume the form of a maiden. As if reading Leon's thoughts, Maud responded with impatience, promptly peeling away the human mask. In an instant, a delicate, golden-haired maiden with fair skin and a fragile demeanor stood before him. Fortunately, no bystanders witnessed the transformation, else such a display would have surely terrified the superstitious villagers. The boy wondered if this was the face he wished to see. It was not merely the visage that had transformed. Maud's voice had altered as well, adopting the delicate, dulcet tones of a maiden with uncanny precision. Leon frowned slightly, unsettled by the impression of an artificial vocal virtuoso. Does the young master not approve? Then I shall change again. Noticing Leon's discomfort, Maud made to tear away the mask, but Leon hastily intervened, thinking to himself, I summoned you for a purpose. Not to witness a performance of Sichuan opera's finest traditions. Last time you mentioned crafting weapons. Can you forge a bow? In response to Leon's inquiry, the maiden Maud remained silent, instead conjuring a crafting list before his eyes. Dragon's blood, legendary bow, requires living dragon bone and sinew, inflicts supreme fire magic damage, devastating power. Price, golden dragon's azure mist, legendary bow, requires a fragment of the mysterious force that annihilated Valyria. Attacks carry obliteration effect. Price, golden dragon's dream of ruin. Leon. A suspicion arose that Maud had emerged solely to vex him. Glancing through the list, Leon noted that even if these materials weren't fabrications, the exorbitant six-figure sums would require him to toil for decades before amassing such wealth. The materials required for the young Master's equipment undeniably exist in this world. Should funds be lacking, one might seek a loan from the Iron Bank of Braavos across the narrow sea. Observing Leon's exasperation, Maud, ever perceptive of human nature, offered a timely suggestion. And under my current circumstances, how much do you suppose I could borrow? Perhaps a rather unmentionable sum. For the first time, a flicker of something resembling embarrassment crossed the maiden Maud's expression. Don't grieve too deeply. The flaw lies not in the cost of your craftsmanship, but in my own poverty. With a sigh, Leon prepared to dismiss Maud, but as farewell neared, the latter spoke once more. Perhaps the young master might consider undertaking this task. Slay or defeat the free folk chieftain Harmadog's head, who has infiltrated the wall. He currently lurks near Eastwatch. Time limit, 1 month. Beware, his forces are numerous. Reward, Starlit Comet, legendary bow, forged from meteorite. Attacks unleash a scalable multi-shot effect. Multi-shot. For every 30 foes slain or defeated, the bow gains an additional arrow per shot. No upper limit exists. Mastery of a millionfold volley may sunder stars with a single strike. Upon reading the final line of the task description, only one thought echoed in Leon's mind. Deceive me, will you? Continue your charade. Chapter 44. Bountiful Harvest. 12 Nights Watch oaths sworn. Though Leon suspected Maud might be deceiving him, he lacked concrete evidence. Thus, he accepted the mission, resolving to summon Maud later for thorough interrogation should the multi-arrow tactic prove ineffective. Next time, he mused, he'd make her transform into a cat-eared maiden. After dismissing Maud, Leon pondered his next steps. If Maud claimed this doghead Hama commanded numerous followers, charging in recklessly with his troops was unwise. Despite wielding the formidable black and white kiss and mastering single-handed swordplay, a single bandit had nearly ambushed him. Ideally, Leon would prefer leading hundreds of elite, 6th-tier Night's Watch defenders, letting them secure victory while he reaped the rewards. However, the 1-month deadline left no room for leisurely training. The journey from Grey Crow Village to Eastwatch was considerable, a week's march with infantry and supplies, assuming Doghead Hama conveniently awaited them there, which he certainly wouldn't. Leon would need at least 3 additional days to track the wildlings. That left only 20 days for training, hardly enough to guarantee results. Still, with time pressing, he had no choice but to proceed and depart regardless of progress. The next day, the recruits sensed an intensified rigor in their drills. Even Lord Leon, who had previously observed from above, now trained alongside them, eliciting muffled groans. Their arms, already swollen from yesterday's archery, ached through the night. Yet today's regimen grew even harsher. Though they quietly grumbled, the recruits couldn't deny their staggering improvements. Some even felt reborn. A week later, payday arrived. Sam exchanged goods with merchants to procure a hefty sack of copper stars. Under Spathium's stern gaze, each recruit received 10 coins, twice their initial settlement allowance. Leon's generosity and benevolence earned their whispered praise, subtly bolstering loyalty and morale. With coin in hand, spending followed. News of the Night's Watch recruitment, led by their chief instructor, drew nearby villagers hauling wares to set up stalls. By payday, a bustling marketplace emerged. Opportunistic merchants peddled hot meals, weapons smithies, grain, and steeds, everything a soldier might desire. Leon seized this opportunity to sell off the looted bandit supplies in bulk at a bundle price. He then procured enough provisions and equipment to sustain 200 men for a month, outfitting each Night's Watch recruit with passable gear and bows. Notably, after a week of training, over 150 recruits had successfully advanced to become Night's Watch Rangers. Among them, 30 directly ascended to the rank of elite Night's Watch Rangers. The original 12 elite Rangers had even progressed to become 4th-tier Night's Watch Oathsworn, matching Spathium's rank. Yet Spathium, their vanguard, found his experience stagnating, his progress gradually overtaken by companions who had set out from Black Iron Keep alongside him. Even Sam was no exception, though his strength had grown modestly. A week of relentless training had shed 30 pounds from his frame, finally giving him a semblance of human dignity. After this wave of market expenditures, Leon's already meager coffers were left in dire straits. Apart from the 5 gold dragons reserved with Sam for emergencies, not a single copper star remained in his possession. However, Leon chose not to disclose this to Sam. As the saying goes, morale must remain unshaken. If the company lacked funds, it was the leader's duty, nay, obligation, to secure revenue for his men. Thus, at dawn one morning, Leon set out with all 12 oaths sworn, excluding Spathium, who remained to oversee training, in pursuit of their next week's wages. By dusk that day, the marketplace bore witness to a grisly sight. The 12 riders, Leon included, returned with their steeds adorned by the snarling, severed heads of bandits. Among them, Dickens recognized many who had once prowled near Grey Crow Village, a realization that filled him with grim gratitude for his past compliance. Had he defied Leon, his own head might now hang among them. Leon, once famed in the market for his lavish spending and generosity toward his men, now revealed a far more ferocious facet of his nature. This revelation bore mixed consequences. The virtuous and kind-hearted kept their distance, yet by the next day, merchants throughout the market unanimously chose to offer their wares at discounted prices. Chapter 45. Killing is a vicious habit, yet I seem unable to quit that night. Leon luxuriated in the bathhouse of Lord Dickens' residence, washing away the grime and blood of the day. As he stepped out, he found Spatium clad in full armor, standing guard outside. It appeared he feared Leon might be assassinated while bathing unclothed. How was today's training? Leon casually picked up a soft mountain goat wool scarf, using it as a towel to dry his hair as he inquired. Good. Spatium was characteristically succinct, but after a pause, perhaps feeling his brevity impolite, he added, "The recruits are gradually adapting to this intensity. We can increase tomorrow's regimen." Leon nodded slightly, donning a clean set of rough-spun peasant attire, noticing Spatium's unusually intent gaze. A shiver ran down Leon's spine. "Is there something else?" "Killing is a vicious habit, my lord." Spatium voiced the words he had long rehearsed, though regret flickered across his face the moment they left his lips. After all, what right did a convicted murderer turned night's watchman have to counsel the master-at-arms? Why do you say that? In truth, Leon had begun to sense his own callousness. How effortlessly he could take a life for a single gold dragon, even if it belonged to a bandit. Or perhaps, Leon continued, his tone laced with provocation despite his introspection, a murderer exiled to the wall, destined for menial chores had I not intervened, now presumes to lecture me? Spatium shook his head. "I am not your advisor, nor are you the lord to whom I swore fealty, master-at-arms. But before I explain, would you hear my story?" Leon gave an almost imperceptible nod, retrieving 2 goblets from Lord Dickens' wine cabinet and pouring for them both. "I was born in Yunkai, far across the narrow sea in Essos. A noble, such as yourself, must have heard tales of my homeland. Ah, the city of slaves. To Westerosi eyes, an institution both dishonorable and inhumane. The slavers style themselves as wise masters, good masters, or great masters, do they not? You are well informed. The blood-soaked duels of the fighting pits were the favored entertainment of Yunkai's freeborn. Every Saturday, the grand arenas would be packed to the rafters. Continue, Leon urged, reclining in an armchair, settling into a comfortable posture to listen. And I, an unfortunate soul captured as a slave in the gladiatorial arena since childhood, spent my entire adolescence locked in ceaseless combat with peers until adulthood, as if stirred by painful memories of the past. A trace of unbearable sorrow flickered across Spasium's face. You must be quite formidable, Leon remarked with casual ease. No, I would rather have been the one to perish. Each time I survived those battles, battered and bruised, my hands had already been stained with the blood of comrades without my realizing it. Now, I can only console myself at the thought that I must live on, carrying the hopes of all those who fell. Then one day, the slaves revolted. In the chaos, I escaped aboard a ship bound for unknown shores. But before disembarking, I was recognized as a former gladiator slave. Branded a murderer by the local lord, I was sent to the wall. At this point, Spasium's emotions surged violently, his expression darkening with a hatred so fierce it seemed he wished to tear that lord, who had dragged him from one hell only to cast him into another, limb from limb. Realizing he had digressed, Spasium checked himself. He shouldn't be venting his grievances about becoming a man of the night's watch to Leon, who had already sworn his vows. Besides, it served no cautionary purpose. Killing is indeed a vile habit, and one I can't seem to break. Leon replied after hearing the tale. Yet he added, but only by being strong enough to be the sole one wielding a sword can one prevent being slain in turn. No, winter is coming, Spasium. Your compassion is commendable, but take care not to misplace it. Spasium merely shook his head. A 1T, my lord. Perhaps these words were prompted by the sight of Leon, drenched in blood yet triumphant, which had unwittingly reminded Spasium of his own past self in the arena. After Spasium departed, Leon stroked the faint stubble on his chin, musing, the men need a septon or something. If even a hardened warrior like Spasium is fraying at the edges after charging in a battle with me, what will become of them in the long run? No, tomorrow I'll fetch one from the nearest September. Of course, Leon slightly overestimated the moral sensibilities of this world's people. Those with stories like Spasium's were rare, and the majority lived and died without ever grasping the depth of thought that haunted him. Chapter 46. 300 troops march out. Destination: Eastwatch. The following morning, an unusual stall appeared in the marketplace, a recruitment booth. Standing proudly before it were several seasoned Night's Watch veterans, their imposing presence serving as the finest advertisement. Many recognized them at once as part of the 12 knights who had accompanied Leon in the recent bandit purge, their lingering scent of blood unmistakable. That morning Sam, acting as Leon's steward, received a hefty pouch of 50 golden dragons with a single command: recruit soldiers. I don't care how you do it, but when we march in 2 weeks, I want every coin in that pouch spent. And so, Sam took his place at the stall. With Greyraven Village's remaining labor force already exhausted, Headman Dickens could conjure no more able bodies in such short notice. Thus, Sam turned his attention to the market-goers. Yet despite the presence of a sworn brother of the Night's Watch among the 12 knights, few stepped forward to enlist, mostly rogues and vagabonds. Sam suspected they'd squander the 5 copper stars of enlistment pay on ale before vanishing without a trace. Sire, ventured a young man, his eyes fixed on the bulging coin pouch at Sam's feet. Where will these recruits be sent? To fight wildlings? Sam nearly confirmed it, but the thought of potential wildling spies lurking among the market crowd gave him pause. Instead, he replied sternly, all you need know is that Grandmaster Leon Victor of Black Iron Fort has issued this call to arms with the Lord Commander's approval. The rest is not your concern. The youth hesitated. I'll join, sire, but not as a brother of the Night's Watch. I've no wife yet, only a hope to save coin for one. His bashful words drew laughter from onlookers. One of the 12 knights grinned. Lad, soldier's pay is coin you earn, but may never spend. Better toss it at the women of Mole's town now, lest you return to find strangers' brats calling you father. Sam, however, remained solemn. The Night's Watch oath is no light matter, even I've not taken it. Fear not, none will force you to swear. When the war ends or you retire wounded, Lord Leon will grant you fair severance. Then I'll join. Where do I mark my name? Here. Sam turned to Hod. The master bids you train these recruits. If bows run short, drill them as foot soldiers. With a nod, Hod led the newly enlisted men to the training grounds. The village of Grey Crow was now a bustling scene, half marketplace, half military training grounds. The clamor of over 200 soldiers drilling echoed to the heavens. And in the blink of an eye, the departure date Leon had set arrived. Chieftain Dickens watched the assembled troops with mixed emotions. Leon's forces could now be described as formidable. At the forefront stood 100 Night's Watch recruits armed with swords and shields, while behind them marched 2 companies of Night's Watch Rangers, at least half of whom were elite archers of exceptional skill. At the heart of the formation, Leon himself was flanked by 20 Night's Watch oathsworn, each bearing a greatsword. Notably, Spasium had trained diligently and ascended to the 5th-tier rank of Night's Watch Vowkeeper. His once overtly sharp aura had now been tempered into something more restrained, though the occasional glint of lethality in his hooded eyes betrayed his deadly prowess. Though Leon's recruits had undergone only 20 days of training, The tenfold enhancement in their regiment had granted them the equivalent of 5 years' experience under any other lord's command. Many had been mere peasants, vagrants, or street thugs mere weeks ago, their hands yet unbloodied. Yet Dickens could not deny that what stood before him was an elite force. "My lord, may victory be swift and decisive," Dickens offered, accompanied by a few villagers hauling a cart of vegetables and provisions for Leon's troops. The supplies were swiftly organized under Sam's supervision. "Lei me Dickens hashe impashifli." I won't claim regret for what happened to your brother, but the deed is done, and the fault was not mine. I understand. I only hope that the young men of our village will return triumphant. After this brief exchange, Leon gave the order to march. The elite rangers mounted their steeds, leading the procession, while the 200-strong contingent guarded 10 supply wagons laden with weaponry, arrows, and enough provisions to sustain 300 men for 3 months. Their destination, Eastwatch by the Sea. Chapter 47. The soul-stealing wildling shapeshifter, revised, in the game of Mount Blade. Leon once commanded a force of 1,000 men, only for his computer to nearly fry its graphics card upon entering combat. Since then, he had never led more than 300 troops. Now, for the first time in reality, Leon found himself at the helm of an army exceeding that number, and he couldn't deny that this figure would only grow in the future. This realization weighed on him. With a smaller force, a single shout could relay his orders. But now, he spent most of his time listening to reports from scouts returning from all directions. Leon suddenly missed John or anyone else who could share the burden of command. His current leadership skills only allowed for basic maneuvers, simple marches, and dispatching mounted rangers to chase down small bands of bandits. Beyond that, he could only watch as his troops trudged along at a sluggish pace. As for Sam taking charge, that was even less likely. The daily ledgers of supplies for hundreds of men and horses already consumed his entire day. Fortunately, the scouts, led by Specium, proved competent enough to prevent any ill-intentioned forces from brazenly assaulting the main column. Though Leon's forces numbered over 300, they were hardly a significant presence in the desolate north. During their stay in Greyraven village, he learned of several outlaw bands roaming the roads, each boasting over 1,000 men, led by notorious figures whose names carried weight in these lands. "My lord, this is the 8th group of bandits captured today," Horde announced, riding up and tossing a bound man from his saddle onto the ground before Leon's wagon. The prisoner, already dazed from the rough ride, hit the earth hard and lay there, seeing stars, unable to rise. This was by Leon's order. Any man who could ride was sent out to capture bandits, bringing back as many live prisoners as possible for his judgment. And Leon's judgment offered only 2 outcomes: becoming a newly sworn brother of the Night's Watch, or contributing a golden dragon to Leon's coffers. Faced with life or death, most captives chose the former. Aside from a few who attempted escape and were executed upon recapture, Leon's 3-day march toward Eastwatch had yielded only a dozen golden dragons. When a man finally stirred and found himself surrounded by black-clad brothers, his first instinct was to flee, only for Horde to swiftly lash him back down with a whip. Since being promoted to a sworn brother of the Night's Watch, Horde and the others had traded their old weapons for great swords and powerful bows, tools demanding considerable strength. His casual strike, misjudged in force, knocked the man unconscious once more. "Something off about him, Horde. Be careful." Seeing Horde recklessly dismount to flip the fallen man over, Leon suddenly spoke up in warning. Though Hod found Leon's words somewhat alarmist, the ingrained habit of unquestioning obedience from their long association prompted him to beckon several nearby recruits. After surrounding the fallen man with 3 or 5 soldiers, Hod cautiously approached and prodded the man's waist with his toe. Receiving no response, Hod crouched down to turn the man over. The moment he did, his eyes met a ghastly sight. The man's face was marred by a deathly pale hue where his eyes should have been, as though his pupils had vanished. But before Hod could react, an overwhelming force seized control of his mind, wresting dominion over his body without resistance. Hod rose slowly, his movements stiff and unnatural. The recruits, their view obstructed, failed to notice anything amiss with the fallen man. Just as one of them opened his mouth to speak, Hod tilted his head slightly. Then, in a motion swift as lightning, unsheathed the great sword from his back and swung it in a deadly arc. The surrounding recruits were caught completely off guard. The one standing closest had a crimson gash appear across his neck in an instant, his head soaring through the air. The remaining recruits fared no better, severed limbs and decapitated bodies scattered in disarray. Then, Hod seemed to have identified Leon seated in the carriage as the commanding officer of this night's watch contingent. Without hesitation, he charged toward Leon, thrusting his massive greatsword with lethal intent. Yet Leon was prepared. The spider sense in his mind had been screaming warnings ever since the man had been captured. Facing Hod's sudden assault, Leon swiftly drew his blade, raising it defensively before his chest. Suddenly, a flash of cold steel flickered before Leon's eyes. Damn it! There's another attack? At the critical moment, Leon instinctively ducked his head, with only this single thought flashing through his mind. Yet this chilling glint clearly came from the ever-loyal Spatium. Though Leon had fully prepared himself to withstand Horde's assault, Spatium had still managed to strike first. Clang! Spatium blocked Horde's path, his greatsword swinging in wide, powerful arcs. In the blink of an eye, the two had already exchanged half a dozen clashing blows. The depth of Leon's trust in his subordinate's loyalty was now matched only by the intensity of his fury. The system had explicitly guaranteed that subordinates bound by mental seals could never betray or attack Leon. Where was the system now? Explain yourself. Why did you implant a mental steel seal upon my subordinates? Yet they still dare to raise arms against me. However, before the system could explain, Spatium's voice timely interjected. My lord, something is amiss. This cannot be Horde. There's no conceivable way he could possess such formidable power. After exchanging several blows with Hod, Spatium felt his arms go numb. Hod, in an even more wretched state, had the webbing between his thumbs torn apart by the tremendous recoil from their clashing weapons. Yet, defying all logic, he continued his relentless assault on Spatium, seemingly intent on trading injury for injury. However, seeing that he couldn't defeat Spatium in the short term, Hod suddenly threw his greatsword like a throwing knife towards Leon as they passed each other, then rolled his eyes back and feigned unconsciousness. The man on the ground abruptly stopped pretending, his eyes darting around before he stealthily scrambled to his feet and fled while no one was paying attention. With his hands injured, Hod's aim was utterly off, and the sword harmlessly flew into the wilderness. Leon didn't even bother dodging. Witnessing Hod's theatrical collapse, Leon raised a hand to stop Spatium from advancing and instead summoned dozens of archers, their bows drawn taut and aimed directly at Hod. Count of 3, Hod. If you don't get up yourself, prepare to become a pincushion. Leon growled menacingly, his tone laced with threat. Seeing the terror on Hod's face, clearly awake, he showed no hesitation. Wait, my lord, I'm getting up, My hands, they hurt so much. The excruciating pain from his fingers rendered Hod barely able to rise, leaving him kneeling weakly on the ground. Without a word, Spatium raised his greatsword, aligning it with Hod's neck, and glanced at Leon for confirmation. One nod, and Hod would lose his head in the next instant. Listen to me, my lord. It wasn't me. That man possessed my body. I swear it wasn't my doing. Hod pleaded desperately. Chapter 48. The terrifying reconnaissance of the others, my lord. Having traveled across Essos for many years, I have never heard of such soul-stealing dark magic. After setting up camp, Hod was stripped of all his weapons, his hands bound behind his back, as 2 recruits forced him to kneel before Lion. Spatium, having just overseen the retrieval of the fallen recruits' bodies, was the first to voice his fury, his eyes burning with hatred. Many of these recruits had been personally trained by Spatium, and in all their days of marching and skirmishing with bandits, none had suffered as many casualties as Hod had inflicted in a single moment. Listen to my plea, my lord. That man rolled his eyes, and suddenly I lost control of my body. Besides, you know me, I could never be that strong. How could I possibly hold my own against Lord Spatium? Kneeling on the ground, Hod looked pitiful, his wounds still oozing blood, staining his face in black garments in grotesque crimson patches. His appearance alone screamed innocence. Jungfruned. Deep in thought, there were too many oddities in today's events. Though Hod had initially seemed rebellious when they first met, Lion's relentless discipline had tamed him considerably. It was unlike him to suddenly commit such an act of defiance. The problem lay with the man who had escaped. Spatium, was the fleeing man captured? Lion turned away from the kneeling Hod and addressed the knight standing nearby. Spathium's brow furrowed as well, shame coloring his voice. I dispatched half our rangers to search in the direction he fled, but the wolf's wood is vast, and night had already fallen. The last scouting party returned with no trace of him. My lord, I suspect the man who escaped was a wildling. Sam, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Lion arched an eyebrow. What evidence do you have? The proof is quite clear. The fur coat he wore wasn't tea of northern make, and it was soaked. Clearly, he had been living in a place perpetually covered in snow and ice. Sam's words prompted Lion to recall the man's damp appearance. It had struck him as odd, especially since there had been no recent rain in the gift. Hod, where did you capture him? Was he alone? I found him beneath a tree. His eyes were rolled back. I thought he was dying, so I bound him and brought him back. He was alone, no companions in sight. Sam rose to his feet, his expression grave. You're certain his eyes were rolled back? Was there anything else unusual around him? I thought I heard wolf howls nearby, like a direwolf. And that's another thing. Direwolves don't naturally live south of the wall. Hod's eyes lit up as if grasping at a lifeline, his words tumbling out in desperation. I've read accounts of the free folk. Sam nodded, noticing Lion's puzzled look. The free folk is what wildlings call themselves. Beyond the wall, it's not all ice and snow. They farm where they can. They just don't have kings sending men to collect their taxes. It is said that they share the same ethnic and linguistic origins as the Northerners, all being descendants of the first men from millennia ago. Sam did not keep them in suspense. Noticing the eager expressions of his listeners and Hod's pleading gaze from the ground, he continued. They say that among tens of thousands of free folk, one is born different. These individuals possess the ability to warg, to invade the consciousness of any animal and see through its eyes. When they do so, their own eyes turn milky white, for their true sight lies within the beast. His voice rose and fell dramatically, ensnaring his audience in contemplation. Even Hod, for a moment, was lost in thought, imagining what he might see if he suddenly gained an animal's vision. Only after a long pause did he snap back to reality. Yes, that's exactly what happened. My vision went black, and I couldn't see a thing, only felt my body moving on its own, swinging wildly. It was terrifying. Hod goblet loudly, his voice hoarse with desperation as he defended himself. Silence, Hod. Your guilt is not yet absolved, Leon barked. A recruit promptly stepped forward and struck Hod across the head. The blow sent him crumpling to the ground, subdued and mute. Sam's reminder brought to Leon's mind the wargs among the wildlings, characters he had seen in dramas. There were quite a few of them, like the one in Tormund Giantsbane's band. And in the forces of the then warlord, the number of wargs would only be greater. Perhaps this particular warg had grown careless, venturing out alone to scout and failing to notice Hod's approach. Once captured and surrounded by the Night's Watch, realizing escape was impossible. He had made a desperate gamble, invading Hod's mind, and to his surprise, he had succeeded. If anything, it was Hod's own fault for never using his brain, leaving it empty and vulnerable to possession. Hod, you'll have to endure a few more days of confinement. Who knows if that warg might seize control of you again and turn you against me. After a moment's deliberation, Leon made his decision. Relieved that his life had been spared, Hod exhaled deeply. Then, with a timid glance at the recruit behind him, he muttered, "Brother, the ropes are too tight. Could you loosen them a little?" The recruit remained stone-faced, deaf to any words not from Leon. Once Hod had been led away, dejected, only Sam and Spathios remained in Leon's tent, his most trusted lieutenants, with wargs among them. It seems our movements won't escape the wildlings' notice, Leon sighed, feigning distress in hopes his subordinates would offer solutions. Unfortunately, Spathios responded bluntly, devoid of tact. I'll have the scouts extend their search radius by another 10 miles, addressing the symptoms rather than the root cause. If I were a shapeshifter, transforming into an eagle soaring through the skies, could you possibly shoot down every single one without fail? Leon shook his head subtly. In truth, he already had a strategy forming in his mind. This was merely a test for his two subordinates, to discern if any could truly align with his thoughts. Noting Spatium's silence, Leon shifted his gaze towards Sam. Had it not been for Sam's earlier insight, Leon might have suspected hired faceless assassins had taken on Hod's guise to attempt his life. After all, he was a man blessed with the thousand-faced god system, yet not even a whisper of warning had reached him. For a moment, it nearly made him question the system's authenticity. Chapter 49. The Wildling Doghead Harma Tribe. A tale of paternal affection and filial piety. Let us shift our gaze from whatever ingenious method Leon has devised to the fleeing, wildling skin changer. Nothing here. Let's move elsewhere. A Night's Watch vow-keeper whispered to his companion while cautiously scanning the surroundings with his bow drawn. The enhanced strength and vision granted by becoming a fourth-tier warrior proved invaluable. After finding nothing, the two mounted their horses and rode away. Beneath the very cliff where the vow-keeper had stood moments earlier, the escaped skin changer clung to the back of a massive direwolf. Gripping its coarse fur tightly, he and his beast remained concealed under the veil of night. Only when silence prevailed did the wildling urge the direwolf to ascend the cliff. In the distance, the flickering torchlights of the pursuers gradually faded into the darkness. Channeling his full concentration into the direwolf, the skin changer allowed the beast to take control. With eyes far superior to vitamin-deprived humans, the direwolf navigated the jagged wilderness effortlessly under the faint moonlight, its speed surpassing even the finest steeds. The wildling soon broke free from the ranger's encirclement, racing relentlessly toward his destination. By midnight, the exhausted direwolf finally halted before a wildling camp. As the skin changer regained his own vision, a chilling gust brushed his ear. A gleaming dagger pressed against his throat before even the direwolf could react. Harvez, why such haste? Are the white walkers at your heels? Relief washed over him as he recognized the playful, familiar voice. Greta, take me to Lord Harma. It's urgent. Yet the blade remained, pressing deeper until it drew blood. Tired of playing wolf? Or did you stumble upon something you shouldn't have? Enough, Greta. The Night's Watch spotted me. Cotterpike? Impossible. My falcon watches east watch day and night. No movement escapes me. Not him. Rangers from the south. Sensing Greta's unyielding hostility, Harvez clenched his fists, preparing to manipulate her, as he had with Hod earlier. But the moment the thought formed, overwhelming exhaustion seized him, as if he hadn't slept for days. His body slumped against the dire wolf, nearly impaling his throat on her blade. Seeing that Havertz did not appear to be joking, Grace set aside her playful demeanor and effortlessly guided the ice wolf belonging to the former, carrying both of them toward the territory of the free folk. Soon, the trio arrived before the tent of Doghead Harma. After dismissing the ice wolf, Havertz was carried by two wildling guards into the presence of Doghead Harma. My daughter, what is the meaning of this? The awakened Doghead Harma, his voice laced with irritation, pointed sternly at the bloodstains on Havertz's chest and the gruesome wound on his neck. His eyes bloodshot from sleep deprivation. Grace removed her hood, revealing a face as delicate as frost and snow, and playfully stuck out her tongue with an apologetic expression. Perhaps his ice wolf went mad and turned on him, she said innocently. Nonsense. That wound on his neck is clearly from a dagger. Do you think I'm too old to recognize such an injury? Doghead Harma roared in anger. However, his daughter showed no fear of his temper. Instead, she affectionately leaned against him, her deceptively delicate hands, capable of twisting off a man's skull with ease, hammering heavily on her father's back. Almost instantly, Doghead Harma's fury dissipated, as though he found his daughter's ministrations rather pleasurable. Soon, he even began to hum softly in contentment. Outside the tent, the wildling guards stood motionless, their gazes fixed forward as the rhythmic thud from within echoed like distant drumbeats, clearly a familiar occurrence. Summon the healer to tend to Lord Havertz. Doghead Harma commanded. One of the guards immediately departed. Now, my dear daughter, Doghead Harma said gently, patting her hand, I know your thoughts well enough. I understand you have no desire to wed Havertz, but that does not justify harming him. After all, our Doghead tribe has only the two of you as skin changers. He is insufferable. His wolf howls late into the night, and he does nothing to stop it, Grace grumbled, her fists striking with renewed vigor, leaving swollen patches on her father's back. Yet Doghead Harma seemed entirely unbothered by the bruises, continuing as if nothing had happened. If you do not wish to marry him, then you shan't, yea? Father, I knew you'd. However, I hear the Magna Raven has recently been widowed, and you just flowered. Marrying him would be acceptable as well. Grace's joy was short-lived. Her father's words conjured the image of a burly, middle-aged, then warrior, his bald head adorned with a prominent hooked nose, no fewer than 20 metal piercings, and the intricate tattoos befitting his rank. To a man's eyes, he might have been the epitome of rugged charm, but to the young maiden, he was hideous beyond measure. Suddenly, even the unconscious Havertz, sprawled on the ground, seemed far more appealing. "No," she cried. "I refuse to wed Thorn the Impaler. Never." Upon hearing her father's arrangement, Gressa sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, storming out in a huff. Watching his daughter's rebellious departure, the dog-headed Hama could only offer a wry smile, murmuring to himself, "Perhaps only when you become a woman will you truly grow up." Before long, the shaman arrived with his medicine chest. He first bent down to examine the gruesome wound on Havertz's neck, determining it to be superficial before bandaging it. Then, he pried open Havertz's eyelids, studying them intently. "Lord Hama, Havertz is merely mentally exhausted from prolonged strain. A few days of rest will suffice. As for the wound, given his constitution, it will scab over in 3 to 5 days." "Very well. Now come examine my back. See how many bones are misaligned this time, and set them straight for me." Once his daughter had left, Hama bared his teeth in pain. Clearly, Gressa's gentle punches had taken their toll. Yet after all these years, the dog-headed chieftain had grown accustomed to such treatment. Chapter 50, Rebellion and Defiance. The outrageous mutiny of the skin changers. The camp of Harmadog's Head was strategically nestled within a grove near the shoreline, ensuring a swift escape by sea should danger arise. Merely 30 kilometers from Eastwatch by the sea, they operated under the very noses of the Night's Watch. The secret to their undetected presence lay in Greta's keen-eyed falcons, which spotted scouts from afar, coupled with the ruthless savagery of the wildlings who slaughtered any Northman unfortunate enough to stumble upon their encampment. A grim legend began to spread through the desolate woods, a tale of a place that devoured all who ventured near. Over time, word of these disappearances reached Cotterpike at Eastwatch. Yet, with manpower stretched thin and the old bear rallying the Night's Watch for an expedition beyond the wall, the rumors of the haunted forest were dismissed, unbeknownst to the old bear, as he prepared to march north. A deserter of the Night's Watch named Mance Raider had united dozens of feuding tribes, proclaiming himself the king beyond the wall. Now, at the head of 100,000 wildlings, he gathered near the fist of the first men. Harma's tribe had been tasked with infiltrating the north through the weakly defended Eastwatch, lying in wait to strike from within when the wildling horde attacked. Their first target, the Black Castle, followed by any land they could seize. Their motives remained shrouded in mystery. Ironically, the old bear's decision to muster a ranging party northward was timely, though Harma's people remained oblivious. Days later, when Greta reported to her father again, she spoke of unusual movements at Eastwatch. "Father, the garrison is assembling an expedition. Villagers are being conscripted like ants to transport supplies. I witnessed enough weaponry to arm 500 men loaded onto wagons. They must have discovered us. We must retreat to the sea at once." Her expression was grave, yet Harmadog's Head seemed unperturbed, his indifference puzzling her. "Half ours intelligence contradicts yours." Harma gestured to the man beside him. His direwolf infiltrated Eastwatch and overheard the villagers speaking of reinforcing the Black Castle. Not a word about us. Only then did Greta notice Half-R, who had awoken after days of unconsciousness. But unlike one recovering from illness, his eyes burned with an almost tangible intensity, so fierce that even Greta, a fellow skin changer, instinctively averted her gaze. Something about him had changed profoundly, as though he were no longer the same man. Unbeknownst to the camp, Half-R had awakened with a terrifying gift, the ability to dominate minds. Never in the millennia of free folk history had a skin changer successfully controlled another. Yet during his unconsciousness, his latent psychic energy had already ensnared several wildlings who had drawn near. Upon awakening, Havertz suddenly discovered he could control others' bodies and consciousness as effortlessly as entering the mind of a direwolf. This realization instilled in him a sense of supremacy over all living beings. Griselda, whose mental fortitude surpassed that of ordinary people, immediately sensed this shift and instinctively averted her gaze from Havertz. an act that inadvertently spared her life. However, the dog-headed Harma was not so fortunate. Within half a morning, Havertz had already begun influencing Harma's mind, compelling him to speak words of his choosing. Yet complete mastery still eluded him. Seeing that Havertz had already conducted close reconnaissance near her father, Griselda deemed her own intelligence gathering redundant and resolved to take her leave. "Wait," Harma suddenly interjected, halting her departure. "What is it, father?" "I have decided on your marriage to Havertz. The ceremony shall take place tonight." "What, father?" Griselda's head snapped up, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at her imposing father and the scheming Havertz beside him, whose narrowed eyes betrayed his triumph. "This matter has been delayed too long. Besides, you two were childhood companions. The Grand Shaman will arrange everything immediately," Harma declared tonelessly, his lips moving mechanically, leaving no room for negotiation. "Father, you never consulted me on this." And besides, Griselda's gaze shifted to Havertz, whose once handsome face among the free folk now struck her as utterly repulsive. "This is not a discussion. It is an order." Harma and Havertz rose in unison, their words eerily synchronized. Overwhelmed by the injustice, hot tears welled in Griselda's eyes before she stormed out. Moments later, as if emerging from a trance, Harma turned to Havertz with newfound wariness, his voice laced with fury. "You were controlling my words just now?" Havertz merely smiled enigmatically, tacitly confirming the accusation. "But how? Since when can skin changers manipulate minds?" Receiving no answer beyond that cryptic smile, Harma reflected on the experience. Even the memory of that profound helplessness and despair seared into his thoughts. "No, this power should not be yours to wield. You must not do this." Retreating 2 steps, Harma's heart swelled with a burgeoning desire to kill Havertz. "You wish to kill me, chieftain? Why?" With a sinister smirk, Havertz planted a thought, and without resistance, Doghead Harma involuntarily surrendered the dagger concealed behind his back. "Guards! Guards!" Doghead Harma bit his tongue, struggling against Havertz's overwhelming will that tightened its grip on his mind. Several expressionless savage guards slowly entered, weapons in hand. "Kill him. He has betrayed the Doghead tribe." With the last of his strength, Doghead Harma pointed accusingly at Havertz. "As you command, my lord." The savage guards drew their weapons, yet their blades were not aimed at Havertz, but at Doghead Harma himself. You traitors?" Doghead Harma gasped in shock. "Ah ha ha ha!" Havertz couldn't contain his laughter as he observed the stark contrast between Doghead Harma's current panic and his usual domineering demeanor. The sheer absurdity of the reversal amused him to no end. These savage guards obeyed his slightest glance. No, with just a little more time, once his psychic strength fully recovered, a mere thought could drive them to suicide without hesitation. Such formidable power. Is this the thrill of effortlessly manipulating minds? His laughter gradually twisted into a malevolent grin. "Leave." Just as the guards raised their weapons, closing in on Doghead Harma, Havertz issued a command. Instantly, the savage sheathed their blades and departed in eerie silence. Simultaneously, Havertz released his mental grip on Doghead Harma. You're sparing me?" "Of course, so long as you remain obedient, my dear father-in-law." Chapter 51. Reckless Leon's brilliant plan turns out to be an ambush. Leon's strategy was straightforward: divide the forces. The majority of the Night's Watch Rangers and recruits remained together under Sam's command, feigning a northward march toward Eastwatch. Meanwhile, Leon led the elite fighters, dispersing them into small units, each with 2 horses, racing day and night toward Eastwatch in an attempt to evade the watchful eyes of the wildling skin changers from above. Had Leon known that the skin changers of the Doghead Harma tribe were solely fixated on monitoring Eastwatch, paying him no heed, he might have felt the frustration of swinging at empty air. Regardless, Leon had only one target in mind: Doghead Harma. A precision strike by a small elite force was far preferable to a bloody, large-scale battle with untested recruits against the wildlings. After all, Leon's philosophy in warfare was clear. If they weren't elite, he wouldn't lead them. If he didn't lead elites, he wouldn't engage. The joy lay in nurturing strength. When he fought, it had to be a decisive, overwhelming victory. As for Maud's warnings about Doghead Harma's cunning, Leon chose to ignore them. "My lord, we've captured another wildling prisoner." It seems a band of them has indeed infiltrated the wall, reported Spathium, tossing a bound and hooded man, an arrow lodged in his leg, before Leon. Since the incident with the escaped skin changer, paranoia had gripped Leon's men. Every prisoner was now treated as a potential mind-controlling threat, a lingering trauma from their previous encounter. Good. Find out where their camp is. I'd rather die than speak. The hooded man's defiant voice rang out before Spathium could even begin interrogation. Another stubborn one. How many is that today? Leon sighed, unsheathing his sword as he approached. A moment later, a gurgling cry echoed, another prisoner silenced. The 7th today, Spathium remarked flatly. Despite the prisoner's unyielding defiance, the scattered clues suggested Leon was closing in on Doghead Harma's camp. Otherwise, capturing so many wouldn't have been this effortless. Spathium, signal the nearby units. I suspect we're nearing the wildling camp. Gather the horses. We charge at once. As you command, my lord. Spathium departed swiftly, soon returning with a dozen sworn brothers assembled beside Leon. No more prisoners. Eliminate every wildling in sight. We can't risk exposure. Aye, my lord, the Night's Watch brothers chorused. One more thing. Are the anti-eye contact measures in place? All prepared. Meanwhile, emerging from her tent, Gresha seethed with frustration. The sight of her fellow wildlings bustling about, their faces alight with joy as they prepared for the evening's wedding festivities, only deepened her bitterness. Had today's events not transpired, Gracia would most likely have chosen Havertz over the aging Prince Cern as her husband. Yet her father's unyielding attitude had sparked an unprecedented defiance within her, utterly extinguishing any prior fondness for Havertz. Distraught and restless, Gracia wandered aimlessly near the camp's perimeter. When questioned by the guards, she feigned an inspection of the sentries, though in truth, she merely sought solitude to soothe her troubled mind. What began as a casual stroll soon took a grim turn. Beneath a tree where a hidden sentry should have been stationed, she detected no movement, no sign of life. Climbing the trunk, she discovered the scout dead, a single arrow piercing his forehead with such force that it had shattered his brainstem before he could utter a warning. This was no ordinary hunter's work. An enemy of formidable skill had infiltrated their lands. A flicker of cold fury ignited in Gracia's eyes, pushing aside her earlier discontent. With a swift shift of consciousness, she merged her awareness with a circling storm petrel overhead. Through its keen vision, she soon spotted a small band of night watchmen lying in ambush at the camp's edge, their steeds tethered nearby, poised for a charge. How curious, these wildlings reveling before nightfall. Inside the camp, drunken warriors staggered between tents, their raucous celebrations carried by the sea breeze to the ears of Leon and his men. Wildlings celebrating a wedding, whispered Spathios, his voice low. Sounds like it's for Doghead Harma's daughter. Leon smirked. Then let us offer the Night's Watch's congratulations, perhaps with Doghead Harma's skull as our gift. The lax defenses of the wildling camp eased his tension. We strike once darkness lulls them deeper into carelessness. My lord, Spathios murmured, his instincts honed by years as a fifth-tier Night's Watch oathkeeper. That storm petrel. Something amiss. Leon glanced upward. The bird circled relentlessly above them, its gaze sharp, almost wrathful. So we've even noticed. With a piercing cry, the petrel darted toward the wildling camp before Spathios could knock an arrow, weaving between the celebrants in frantic warning. Its erratic flight roused the drunken warriors, who fumbled for weapons, scanning their surroundings in dazed alarm. An elder among them turned toward the woods, his expression darkening with realization. An arrow split the air, piercing his chest before lodging in another man's arm. A double strike, Leon remarked approvingly. Well done, Spathios. Leon couldn't help but voice his admiration while continuing his relentless assault, loosing arrow after arrow into the wildling encampment. No matter how the wildlings dodged, each of Leon's shafts found its mark with lethal precision, piercing skulls with unerring accuracy. As the chief instructor of the Night's Watch, such formidable skill was only to be expected. Inspired by the ferocity of their leaders, the other sworn brothers of the Night's Watch refused to be outdone. A mere dozen men unleashed a barrage so overwhelming it seemed like hundreds, forcing the wildlings to cower behind their shields and makeshift barricades in desperate fear. Any wildling archer foolish enough to rise and retaliate was instantly rewarded with an arrow through the skull. The wanton slaughter of her people enraged Gressa, who had been observing the battle through the eyes of seabirds. Burning with fury, she withdrew her consciousness from the birds, gripped her dagger, and began silently stalking toward Leon and his men from behind. Chapter 52. Duel of Formidable Foe. Harma the Hound tribe was a formidable gathering of several hundred wildling warriors. This time, the most elite 100-odd fighters under the command of their chieftain. Harma the Hound had infiltrated south of the wall, unburdened by any free folk civilians. Swift as the wind, they could harass and exhaust their enemies or retreat swiftly to Hardhome by sea. Yet, despite their numbers, they struggled to mount an effective counterattack against the Night's Watch, who were outnumbered 5-1. Of course, part of the blame lay with Harma herself, who had fallen under the control of Half-R and could not issue commands. Half-R, too, bore some responsibility for the slaughter of their kin. Once the wildlings endured the initial casualties and spontaneously formed a shield wall, the losses inflicted by the Night's Watch arrows diminished significantly. See that distinctive tent? Follow me. We take Harma the Hound. Leon emptied his quiver first, then swung onto his horse. The other sworn brothers of the Night's Watch followed suit, drawing their great swords and resting them across their saddles. They were not rangers, nor could they wield great swords effectively on horseback. At best, they were mounted infantry. Charging into the fray, they would still have to dismount and fight on foot. Yet, even with only 20-odd steeds, their charge through the cramped camp carried the thunderous might of an army. Attack! Leon unsheathed the Black Fawn, his one-handed sword flashing with deadly precision as he rode ahead, cutting down shield-bearing wildlings with the momentum of his steed. The other sworn brothers followed closely, though a few unfortunate souls were thrown when their horses were wounded, leaving them surrounded and fighting desperately on the ground. Most, however, followed Leon as they dismounted before the tent where Harma was believed to be. Wildlings, hardened by survival in the frozen wastes, had honed their bodies into formidable weapons through endless struggles against nature, beasts, and each other. In one-on-one combat, a Night's Watch recruit would be at a severe disadvantage. But now, they faced the elite 4th-tier warriors, the Sworn Brothers. The wildlings' vaunted physical prowess meant little against such foes. Clad head to toe in armor, the Sworn Brothers shrugged off wildling axes with barely a scratch, while their greatswords cleaved through the lightly armored wildlings with brutal efficiency. Grazing meant injury. A solid strike meant death. The loyalty of Harma's tent guards was beyond question. Though their comrades fell one after another to the greatswords, though they knew the fight was hopeless, their unyielding nature and duty to protect their chieftain kept them holding the line at the tent's entrance, denying the Night's Watch further progress. Yet as time wore on, even the Sworn Brothers began to falter. No matter their skill, they were still mortal men, and the relentless onslaught of axes from all sides wore them down. Seeing the wildling numbers swelling around them, even Leon grew uneasy. It was not his own safety that concerned him, but the fact that his painstakingly trained elite soldiers were falling one after another in mere seconds. In another few minutes, they would be utterly annihilated. Damn it, he had underestimated these savages. Watching his men fall incessantly, Leon's eyes burned with fury. As if sensing his rage, Spathium roared and cleaved through the last 2 savage guards blocking the tent's entrance. Just as he was about to lift the flap and charge inside, a massive 2-handed axe hurtled straight toward his face. Fortunately, Leon's attention had remained fixed on Spathium. In the blink of an eye, he kicked Spathium aside. With no obstruction left, the enormous axe continued its deadly arc, crashing into the midst of the savages. One unfortunate savage became its target. The colossal blade effortlessly pierced through his body before toppling several others in its wake. Even Spathium broke into a cold sweat at the sudden attack, shuddering to imagine his fate had Leon not intervened in time. His end would have been no different from that luckless savage. As the axe flew, a towering savage emerged from the tent. Adorned with a massive iron helmet shaped like a dog's head, he wore armor rare among his kind, gleaming with metallic luster. The design reminded Leon of Sandor Clegane, the Hound, a sworn shield to Prince Joffrey Baratheon in King's Landing. But that man could not possibly be here. This, then, must be Harma the dog's head. Pushing up his canine visor, Harma revealed an impassive face. His gaze settled on Leon, and for the first time, a ripple of emotion disturbed his otherwise fathomless eyes. "So, you damned crows actually caught up," Harma growled, each word dripping with venom. Something in Harma's stare struck Leon as eerily familiar. Suddenly, he remembered. The same look had been in Horde's eyes when the savage skin changer possessed him. "This time, you won't escape." Leon raised black and white kiss, his voice brimming with confidence, utterly unshaken by the dire odds. Harma threw back his head and laughed. "You seem blind to reality. Had your army been here, we might have retreated. But now, your men lie broken. Do you truly believe you can take me alive?" With that, he drew two short axes from his belt and charged at Leon with terrifying speed, his intent clear: to carve him into pieces. As the two leaders clashed, their followers instinctively halted, watching warily for any underhanded strikes. Harma fought with brutal, unrestrained force, each swing of his axes carrying his full might. Wielding dual weapons with startling agility, he proved the most formidable opponent Leon had faced since arriving in this world. Yet Leon's mastery of the single-handed sword was not in vain. Accustomed to dispatching foes with a single stroke, encountering a worthy adversary naturally unleashed his pent-up fervor. To avoid being caught in the cataclysmic clash between these two titans, both Night's Watch and wildlings alike cleared a vast perimeter around them. Arriving just beyond the fray, Gracia could only watch helplessly as her father engaged Leon in honorable combat. Though skilled in the art of assassination, she found herself powerless to intervene. The thought of drawing her whistling arrow for a treacherous strike crossed her mind, but the fear of accidentally harming her father forced her to stay her hand. Inside the tent, Hafitz, drenched in sweat, struggled to control the doghead Harma as it battled Leon to the death. To his astonishment, even the renowned wildling warrior, famed for his brute strength, was being overpowered by this young man of the Night's Watch, compounded by Hafitz's own lack of combat prowess. His control over Harma's body failed to unleash its full potential. After a moment's deliberation, Hafitz decisively severed his connection to the doghead Harma. Chapter 53. The Night King's Demise? "Leon, apologies, that's beyond my capability." As Harma, the hound, regained control of her body, a blinding flash streaked before her eyes. Without time to think, sheer instinct honed from countless life-or-death battles propelled her into a desperate forward roll, narrowly evading Leon's lethal slash. Survival, it seemed, was etched into her very reflexes. After tumbling to stabilize herself, Harma finally assessed the battlefield. Night's Watchmen had breached her camp. There was no time to settle scores with Havoc. Rising with a thunderous roar, she brandished her twin axes with renewed ferocity, her combat prowess surging beyond its previous limits. Yet Leon, having gauged her strength, grew weary of the skirmish. Harma was indeed a worthy opponent. Under different circumstances, he might have relished a prolonged duel. But surrounded by enemies, he couldn't afford to squander his elite forces. Speed was paramount. If he couldn't subdue Harma, he would claim her head to cow the wildlings. Thus, Leon resurrected his signature circling footwork. No matter how relentless Harma's assaults, he danced just beyond her reach, sidestepping left, pivoting right. Each of her missed strikes met with a swift counterblow. Though Harma stood tall, her hide thick and her armor forged from Braavosi steel, Leon's relentless, almost dishonorable tactics carved an ever-growing tapestry of wounds across her body. "Cowardly crow," Harma snarled, gasping after enduring a dozen calculated strikes. "You flee like a craven. Have you no spine for a true fight? Very well, as you wish." Leon raised Dark Sister, gathering his strength for a decisive stroke. Seeing him stand his ground at last, Harma wrenched free a massive two-handed axe from her back, its heft rivaling the throwing axe she'd wielded earlier. With a guttural cry, she swung it downward in a devastating arc, aiming to cleave Leon in two. True to his word, Leon neither dodged nor flinched. Instead, he met the blow with an upward slash, Dark Sister flashing like silver lightning. Clang! The impact rang across the battlefield, a deafening peal of steel. Against the colossal axe, Dark Sister seemed a mere sliver, yet Leon, veins bulging, held firm. The force rattled his arms, nearly wrenching the blade from his grasp. A coppery warmth surged in his throat. The ground beneath him cracked like spiderweb glass. But Leon and his sword stood unbowed. Harma, despite her size and strength, faltered. The clash had drained her utterly. Pain lanced through her palms, her grip failing. Strength deserted her limbs. Seconds later, a torrent of blood erupted from her lips, and she collapsed to her knees, broken. The onlookers bore witness to a duel of titans, a clash where raw power met unyielding resolve. The gathered wildlings and Night's Watchmen could no longer muster the will to fight, their valor paling into childish folly before the lone figure of Leon standing triumphant at the battlefield's heart. After drawing several ragged breaths, Leon gradually steadied himself, wiping away the blood splattered across his face from the fallen houndhead Hama. With the chieftain's defeat, his nearly depleted stamina surged back to full. His blood-streaked gaze swept across the surrounding wildlings. In the heavy silence that followed, one by one, weapons clattered to the ground, first scattered, then in a cascading surrender. Even his sworn brothers of the Night's Watch stood awestruck, their hearts trembling at the terrifying might Leon had displayed, though they had witnessed him besting 10, even 100 opponents in the training yards of Black Iron Keep. Those had been mere sparring matches, no true life-or-death struggle like this brutal clash with the wildlings. Yet here, against these savage warriors, Leon had triumphed through sheer, unrelenting strength, felling a foe far larger than himself. His prowess evoked whispers among the watchmen, drawing comparisons to the legendary duel where King Robert Baratheon had slain Prince Rhaegar during the War of the Usurper. But not all yielded. Among the wildlings, one remained defiant, Graitha. Concealing her murderous intent, she circled behind Leon, dagger in hand, closing the distance with lethal precision. At this range, she was certain no man could evade her strike, a truth proven time and again since her training in the House of Black and White and Braavos. To her, Leon, basking in the submission of the wildlings after defeating her father, would be at his most vulnerable. Even the mightiest warrior had moments of exhaustion. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Graitha struck. In the span of a breath, she was upon him, her blade aimed at his throat, the most fragile point of any man. She could almost feel the scalding spray of his lifeblood upon her face. "Look out!" Ser Spathium was the first to react, but his warning came too late. In the blink of an eye, Leon whirled, his hand clamping around Graitha's wrist with viper-like speed. A cold smirk curled his lips as he met the wildling maiden's defiant gaze. "Foolish girl," he murmured, his voice devoid of mercy. "Did you truly think the same trick would work twice?" Faced with Leon's sudden turn and attack, Grace was momentarily startled, yet her reflexes remained sharp. The instant her right hand was seized by Leon, she unhesitatingly released her grip, allowing the dagger in her palm to plummet under gravity's pull. Simultaneously, her left hand shot out to reclaim the falling blade, driving it with ruthless precision toward Leon's flank. The sequence unfolded with such swiftness that by the time Spatium's warning reached the ears of the Night Watch, Grace's dagger had already plunged deep into Leon's side. Grace thought, pouring the torrent of her hatred into the thrust, as if sheer force of will could drive the blade clean through the Night Watchman before her. Yet, to her astonishment, even as the dagger pierced his flesh, Leon merely smirked, a smirk laced with derision. "Girl, your strength is pitiful," he taunted. "You couldn't even break my skin." With that, he delivered a brutal backhand, sending Grace crashing to the ground. Slowly, he withdrew the dagger from his side. Astonishingly, the blade bore not a single trace of blood. It was as though Leon spoke true. Grace's feeble strength had failed to breach even the outermost layer of his defenses. Sprawled on the floor, Grace's cheeks swelled grotesquely from the impact, but the physical pain paled in comparison to the chilling realization dawning upon her. "I gave it everything. How is this possible?" Leon, too, found his own resilience perplexing. With each battle, his strength seemed to grow, his flesh evolving toward the monstrous fortitude of a dragon. Ordinary blades could scarcely scratch him now. Perhaps in the future, armor would no longer be a matter of protection, but of comfort and endurance. Chapter 54. Free Folk Never Bow. Unless there's food and shelter. Seeing Leon unharmed, Spathium lunged forward in an instant, the blade of his greatsword resting against Grace's neck. "Wait!" Leon suddenly halted Spathium's action. Gressa glared at Leon with seething hatred, utterly defiant of his earlier remark about her lack of strength. But the tide had turned. Even the houndhead Hama had been defeated. Gressa couldn't fathom who else could possibly overcome this seemingly young, yet terrifyingly powerful Night's Watchman. As the only woman in this camp, your skill clearly isn't that of a camp follower. I'm curious, what is your true identity? Leon had personally slain no fewer than a dozen wildlings in this battle, showing no mercy even to the women, though, admittedly, he retained some leniency for the exceptionally beautiful ones. After the fight, Gressa's untamed spirit and her striking northern beauty, reminiscent of the icy wilderness, stirred something in Leon, or, more accurately, in a certain part of him. Back in Grey Crow Village, ordinary peasant women held no appeal for Leon, though his fellow Night's Watchmen lacked such fastidiousness. Truth be told, Leon had long since adapted to the customs of this world, embracing the vices common among its nobility, lust being no exception. Cough, damned crow, don't you dare lay a finger on her. The houndhead Hama, who had been sprawled on the ground for some time, weakly snarled a threat at Leon. Gressa, steeling herself, suddenly produced another dagger from somewhere and pressed it against her own throat, declaring her resolve to die rather than submit. Witnessing this, Leon touched his own face, struck by the unsettling realization that he had somehow acquired the makings of a villain. This wouldn't he do? Sure, he had killed many and carried the stench of blood, but his mind hadn't twisted to that extent. Very well, if she is your cherished one, I shall not dishonor her as your wife. Leon cast a regretful glance at Gressa. She seemed so young. With that thought, he crouched before her, disregarding the lethal dagger in her hand, and flashed what he believed to be a disarming smile. If you wish, I can free you from his grasp. Though Leon's smile was meant to be warm, to Gressa, it was more menacing than that of an ice wolf. Damn you, Crow. She is my daughter. Don't touch her. We can negotiate terms. Seeing Leon approach Gressa, the houndhead Hama gritted his teeth against the agony and struggled to rise, only to be kicked back down by a Night's Watch oath sworn behind him. The man then delivered a humiliating insult, pressing his boot into Hama's face, grinding it deep into the blood-soaked mud. Ah, so she is your daughter? You two look nothing alike. Leon stood and walked over to Hama, waving a hand to dismiss the oath sworn, who reluctantly lifted his foot. Around them, the Night's Watchmen and even the wildling warriors watched the scene unfold with indifference, since the others faded into legend. The millennia-long war between the Night's Watch and the wildlings has etched mutual hatred and contempt deep into their bones. To both sides, this level of insult meant nothing. Had the Night's Watch suffered defeat today, their fate would have been no better. Lifting his head from the mud, Doghead Harma's eyes burned with profound disappointment as he surveyed his disarmed and defeated kin. Not a single soul remained willing to resist. Yet his own wounds served as a grim reminder. They stood no chance against Leon in open combat. Even Gressa, trained in the arts of assassination at the House of Black and White, had failed to breach his defenses. Their numerical advantage meant nothing in such a skirmish, unless they were prepared to lose their chieftain. And without his protection, even if these wildlings somehow escaped back into the frozen wastes, the king beyond the wall would bury them alive, scattering their families among other tribes. Do you truly believe there's room for negotiation now? Harma growled. Spare my people. They've already lost this war. In return, I'll give you intelligence that concerns the very survival of the Night's Watch. Leon's expression flickered with interest, but behind him, Gressa cried out, Father, don't betray the king beyond the wall's plans for our sake. A rough gag silenced her, yet her words had already sown doubt in Harma's mind. His face twisted briefly with hesitation before he shook his head, clearly choosing between his king's command and his people's immediate fate. Let them sail 5 miles from the coast, and I'll tell you. Harma added another condition. Release you, only for your kind to wreak havoc on the gift and the Northmen again? Leon scoffed. And how do I know your intelligence holds any value? I swear my people will withdraw beyond the wall at once, Harma insisted. And what I offer will surpass your wildest expectations. From among the Night's Watch, Spiculum, long familiar with wildling ways, stepped forward and spoke loudly, unconcerned with Harma hearing. My lord, a wildling's word is worth less than the wind. Then let the old gods bear witness. Harma roared, mustering his strength to rise onto one knee. I swear upon the weirwood, if I speak even half a lie, may the 7 hell's flames consume me where I stand. I have a proposition. Why don't you all pledge your allegiance to me? That way, none of you need perish, and I can confidently rely on your intelligence. How does that sound? Never. Free folk bow to no one. Impossible, my lord. Wildlings cannot be trusted. Leon's suggestion was met with vehement opposition from both the wildlings and the Night's Watch. With a dismissive curl of his lips, he pressed on. Very well. In that case, you and your daughter shall remain as hostages. And tell me, does your tribe harbor a skin changer? Hand him over as well. Inside the tent, Havitz, who had been covertly observing the exchange, felt a chill crawl down his spine. Given Leon's ruthless decisiveness, falling into his grasp would spell certain doom. Instantly, he resolved to flee. You mean Havitz? He's right inside the tent. The memory of his body being puppeteered still seethed in Doghead Hama's mind. Had it not been for Havitz's meddling, the outcome of their struggle might have been different. Then, a devious scheme dawned on him. A chance to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Go ahead and look inside. He returned gravely ill. Perhaps he's already dead. Dead? The thought of a skin changer, capable of effortlessly manipulating minds, sent a shiver down Leon's spine. Yet without seeing the corpse himself, he would never take another's word for it. Havitz, poised to escape, stiffened at Doghead Hama's words, but then reconsidered. If he could bend Leon, a man even mightier than Doghead Hama, to his will, wouldn't that make him invincible? And so, he lingered by the tent's entrance, biding his time, ready to unleash his mind control sorcery the moment Leon stepped inside. Chapter 55. Dual consciousness within Leon's mind? Evading the mind control of the aberrant for the first time in his life, Havitz felt time crawl with excruciating sluggishness. As he awaited Leon's entrance, the rhythmic cadence of approaching footsteps synchronized eerily with the pounding of his own heart. Leon paused at the tent's threshold, his momentary hesitation stretching Havitz's nerves to the brink of collapse. Crow, came the mocking, measured taunt from Doghead Hama, observing Leon's reluctance from within. He's right here. The question is, do you have the courage to enter? A derisive snort, pathetic attempt at provocation. Leon heightened his vigilance before stepping decisively inside. To his astonishment, the savage who had fled their previous encounter stood motionless by the entrance. Upon locking eyes with Leon, the man's pupils rolled back grotesquely, his body swaying as if on the verge of unconsciousness, as though overwhelmed by Leon's mere presence. An absurd notion, even with his eyes deliberately shut to avoid direct contact. Leon's mind reverberated with a deafening clang, as though struck by a blacksmith's hammer. Yet beyond this disorientation, he detected no further anomalies. Cautiously, after an interminable pause, Leon cracked his eyelids open. The same man still stood before him, now twitching violently, his face contorted in bewildered agony. When no trace of mental domination manifested after prolonged waiting, even Leon, never renowned for his intellect, recognized Doghead Hama's treachery. Fury ignited within him. Seizing the spasming figure by the throat, Leon hauled him outside and flung him at Hama's feet. The dog-headed warrior stared, dumbstruck, at the convulsing form of Havitz the aberrant. Now unconscious, whether genuinely or feigned remained unclear. Leon's patience evaporated. His blade found Hama's jugular. I've endured enough of your schemes, he growled. You sought to have him control me? Clearly, he failed. Now, reveal your secrets. Then die. Unbeknownst to Leon, the moment he entered, Havitz had already launched his consciousness into Leon's mind. But the aberrant encountered the impossible, 2 divergent pathways within a single psyche, as though housing dual consciousnesses. Choosing one corridor with trepidation, Havitz found himself not in Leon's perceptual realm, but adrift in a starless void of primordial chaos. The abyss consumed his consciousness whole, an unprecedented catastrophe since awakening his aberrant gifts. Worse yet, his connection to his physical form severed, trapped in this dimensionless night. Only one anomaly pierced the darkness, a single, distant pinprick of light. With no alternatives, Havitz poured his entire being toward that faint, desperate hope. Realizing his scheme had been uncovered by Leon, the dog-headed Hama slumped in defeat. Even the mind-controlling alien had failed. This night's watchman was truly an extraordinary foe. Mance Raider, Forgive me, for my tribe. Hama had never been known among the free folk for his unyielding resolve, and keeping a secret that could buy his life was simply too much to ask. Thus, he revealed everything. The king beyond the wall had united all the wildling tribes, amassing an army of 100,000. Take this news to your Lord Commander, the old bear. He will reward you handsomely. You betray the king beyond the wall so easily. Will your tribe even have a place north of the wall now? I will lead my people east, to Braavos. I have connections there. You've told me nothing of the timing, the gathering place, or which tribes are involved. How can I trust you? And let us not forget your earlier treachery. Leon shook his head in dissatisfaction. Hama scoffed. Send your rangers to investigate. Besides, there are only a handful of you crows here. If you kill me, do you think my people want to fight to avenge me? Leon glanced at the clearing where fewer than a dozen sworn brothers of the Night's Watch were not only tending to the wounded, but also guarding a far greater number of wildling prisoners. Though defeated, the wildlings had not lost their wits entirely. Their eyes burned with defiance, watching Leon's every move. If Hama's head rolled, none could doubt they would erupt in violence. Are you threatening me? Call it what you will. Without their chieftain, who knows what they might do? Unconvinced, Leon strode to one of the captive wildlings and tossed a hand axe at his feet. Kill Hama, and I'll let you lead the rest. I might even find you a better fate. The burly wildling, a man in his prime, met Leon's gaze before picking up the axe and stepping toward Hama without hesitation. Chris, would you trust the word of a crow? Hama lifted his head with effort, a bitter smile twisting his lips as he faced the man. The wildling, named Chris, remained expressionless, his grip tightening on the axe. Yet the furrow in his brow betrayed the storm of conflict within. Chris, you and my father fought side by side. You were brothers in blood. You can't do this. Gritting through the cloth in her mouth, Graysha's voice tore through the air in desperation. Leon observed the unfolding scene with keen interest. Subsequently, Chris knelt with one knee pressed against the back of Doghead Hama, raised his axe, and without hesitation, brought it down. Blood splattered in all directions, until his dying breath. Doghead Hama could not believe that he had not fallen to a crow's blade, but instead met his end by the axe of one of his own. As Chris rose to his feet, he held aloft the severed head of Doghead Hama. He shook it mockingly in Leon's direction before tossing it at his feet. Amidst Gresh's heart-wrenching wails, Chris spoke coldly. My lord, permit me to address you as such. My veins carry half the blood of the Night's Watch. Thus, I pledge my loyalty to you. Granted, Leon replied. You and your kin may join my ranks. Though he despised the man's lack of honor, Leon could not deny that Chris was a ruthless figure, precisely the kind who thrived in these chaotic times. The sudden decapitation of Doghead Hama left many unprepared wildlings in disarray. Those who rose to avenge their fallen leader were swiftly cut down by the merciless sworn brothers of the Night's Watch. Most of the wildlings remained frozen in shock. Hama is dead. Fleeing back to the tundra won't save you. Join me instead, Chris proclaimed, stepping forward to address his former brethren. Even those who had not immediately rebuked him now glared with undisguised hostility. Never, by the old gods. You shall never be chief of the Doghead tribe, unless you walk over our corpses. A group of elder wildlings stood, their faces stern with defiance. At the same time, the Night's Watch archers, having replenished their quivers, drew their bows and took aim. A flicker of reluctance passed through Chris's eyes, and he gave an almost imperceptible shake of his head toward the elders. But the enraged elders either failed to notice or chose to ignore the silent plea from the man who had slain their former chieftain. Loose. The arrows flew true. At such close range, not a single shot missed its mark. Chris's hatred for Leon deepened, though he concealed it masterfully, betraying nothing. As for Gresha, Leon approached her, crouching to lift her chin with his fingers. Before he could speak, Chris steeled himself and made a request. My lord, grant her to me. To her father's killer? How intriguing. Very well, she is yours. Meanwhile, the clamor of men and horses rose from the outskirts of the camp. Accompanied by billowing dust, Leon's main force had arrived. Upon hearing of the events that had transpired, Sam felt a chill of unease. Charging into a camp of over 100 wildlings with fewer than 20 men, relying solely on Leon's victory over their chieftain. It had been a reckless gamble. Thankfully, Leon had emerged unscathed. His gaze lingered on the newly appointed chief of the Doghead tribe, Chris, whose shadowed expression stirred distrust within him. When Sam voiced his concerns to Leon, the latter merely responded with a look of quiet understanding, as if he had already foreseen it all. Seeing Leon's confidence, Sam refrained from further comment. That night, within the freshly cleansed camp, aside from the faint, lingering scent of blood in the air, no one would have guessed the carnage that had unfolded there by daylight. In the wildling camp, now under Chris's command, despite his explanations, Gressa remained seething with rage, repeatedly attempting to assassinate him, only to be restrained by the few remaining wildling elders. Chris acted wisely. That crow Leon was bold because his men were lying in wait. Had Chris refused, we'd all be dead where we stood, one elder counseled Gressa. Gressa, only by living can you avenge your father. Under cover of night, take a ship to Braavos. You lack the strength. Seek out a true, faceless man, whatever the cost. You must agree, another elder advised. Night deepened. Beyond the camp, in a mass grave where the fallen wildlings and Night's Watch were buried, something stirred. After a long moment, a hand emerged from the pile of corpses, followed by the head of the skin changer, Hafitz. Lost in the chaos of Leon's mind for what felt like an eternity, he had finally clawed his way back to his own body. Surveying the jumbled corpses around him, he realized he had been buried alive, mistaken for dead. Fortune had favored him. Though Leon had ordered all bodies burned, the wildling prisoners tasked with the duty had only scorched a few for show, dumping the rest in this forgotten corner. With a final, lingering glance toward the camp, Hafitz scrambled free and fled toward the hidden ship along the coast. In his heart, he swore an oath. No matter how high he might rise in the future, he would never again provoke that unnaturally gifted Leon. Within Leon's thoughts, Hafitz had endured a harrowing odyssey of escape. He was left bewildered, struggling to comprehend the phenomenon he had witnessed. How could two consciousnesses coexist within a single mind? Had Leon glimpsed Hafitz's turmoil, he might have offered a wry explanation. I have schizophrenia. To me, this is perfectly normal. Chapter 56. 3 waves of assassination from the faceless men by the shore. Several small, squid-tentacled boats lay anchored as shadowy figures scurried about furtively. Split into 2 groups. A voice commanded. One will report our failed infiltration to the king beyond the wall at Hardhome. The other will escort Greta to the house of Black and White to summon a true faceless man. Chris remained unseen, staying behind in the camp to deal with Leon and the Night's Watch. The task of organizing the men fell to an elder of the Doghead tribe. But what if that raven demon notices so many of us missing? As they boarded the ship, Greta, who had not shed a tear even when witnessing her father's death, now wept uncontrollably before her kin, as if this departure marked an eternal farewell. Don't worry, the elder reassured her. The free folk escorting you are all trained newcomers. The Raven 1T suspect a thing. Enough. The burden of avenging your father rests on you now. Who knows when the king beyond the wall will breach the wall? This is our only choice. Go quickly. The wildling elder waded into the water alongside his men, pushing the boats until the icy waves reached their chests. Under the moonlight, he watched the vessels fade into the horizon before finally exhaling in relief. Yet when they returned to shore, the forest erupted with torches as if by prearrangement. Among the flickering shadows, the elder glimpsed the pale, grim face of the young Night's Watch commander leading them. Leon's command tent stood where Doghead Harmas once did, its furnishings largely unchanged. Now, Leon sat upon Harma's massive wolfskin throne. Speak, Chris. What have your men done? Leon's voice was rigid, his eyes burning with unspoken fury. In his expression, Chris saw profound disappointment and distrust. The surviving Night's Watch Oathkeepers from the battle had all been promoted to the elite 5th-tier Night's Watch Oathguard. Alongside the sole max-tier unit, Spathio's Night's Watch Defenders of the Realm, they stood within the tent. Though fewer than 10, their presence weighed heavily upon Chris and the drenched wildlings kneeling below, as if a single lie would bring Spathio's greatsword down upon their necks. The wildling elder knelt in silence, shivering uncontrollably. Though it was still summer, the season was turning, and the frigid seawater clung to them like a curse. Strangely, not a single brazier burned in Leon's tent. More content loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this message, it means the chapter failed to load. Please disable your browser's reader mode, ad blocking functions, or try accessing the URL from another browser. If they survive this night and return, they will undoubtedly fall gravely ill. In this era without antibiotics, countless lives have been claimed by what would seem like an ordinary cold. My lord, Chris could not bear to see his people suffer, and so he rose to take the blame. After a few fled, Leon's words cut sharply, instantly silencing Chris. Did they run to seek reinforcements from the king beyond the wall? Leon's faction panel still showed no sign of a loyalty pledge from Chris. Not even a single wildling had submitted one. What did this signify? It meant that even if these wildlings swore fealty with their tongues, their hearts remained ever ready to rebel and overturn the table. Leon had always kept his guard up against them. Yet despite all his calculations, the wildlings had still slipped through his fingers and escaped. My lord, hear me. They merely went for a walk in the night, restless and unable to sleep. They never meant to stumble into the water, even as Leon guessed half the truth. Chris maintained his composure, spinning his lie without flinching. Several men, all taking a stroll together, all falling into the water at once? Chris, do you take me for child of 3? Wildlings cannot be trusted. Now I understand the saying. Leon laughed bitterly, his anger simmering beneath the surface. To us, the Night's Watch is just as untrustworthy. How many generations have perished in the 1,000-year war between us? Seeing his lie mercilessly exposed, Chris remained unshaken. He stepped forward, meeting Leon's gaze without fear. Spathios moved like lightning, his greatsword light as a branch in his hands, its tip aimed at Chris's chest. One more step, and the blade would strike without hesitation. Oh, what is it you wish to say? Sensing the implication in Chris's words, Leon shifted in his seat, reclining comfortably on his wolfskin throne. He idly plucked the string of luxing, the bow rewarded by the system after slaying the houndhead Hama, listening intently. Night's Watch. Chris dropped all pretense of respect. At this, not only Spathios but all the sworn brothers of the Night's Watch, veteran warriors of the 5th rank, drew their blades in unison, poised to slaughter every wildling in the tent at Leon's command. Chris halted, a flicker of wariness crossing his face as he regarded Spathios. Yet he pressed on. You know, we free folk will never be slaves. We bow to no man but our own chieftains. But do you know how the king beyond the wall claimed his throne? How? By force, as it has always been. Since ancient times, has any ruler of the frozen wastes not seized power by the sword? Leon played along, though he sensed deeper meaning in Chris's words. No, this time is different. The current king beyond the wall carries the blood of the Night's Watch. He is your oathbreaker, but to us, he is the hope of all free folk. He united the scattered clans, the Hardfoot, the Thens, the Frostfangs, even the Giants. We chose him to lead us out of despair. And if he wills it, we would even help him seize that iron chair of yours in the south. Chris's words seemed to resonate deeply with all the wildlings, as expressions of agreement spread across their faces within the tent. Winter is coming, he continued. We've discovered the footprints of the White Walkers in the north. The army of the dead is growing at an unimaginable rate. For thousands of years, the heroic spirits who perished in the frozen wastelands are now being resurrected. Only this time, their aim is to devour all the living. As Chris spoke, the air inside the tent grew noticeably colder, as if his words carried the chill of the impending doom. Even the Night's Watch brothers, who had long dismissed the legends of the White Walkers, fell into a heavy silence, offering no rebuttal. Sam, who had already encountered the White Walkers, looked particularly horrified. He rose to his feet and asked, where have the White Walkers and their army of the dead reached now? With a bitter smile, Chris shook his head. Fat Crow, if you're still sitting here comfortably interrogating us, it means the king beyond the wall is leading the free folk in battle against the dead in the frozen wastes. Once we fall, believe me, you won't have to wait long before you see them from atop the wall. Chapter 57. Wildlings are not to be trusted. The winter is coming. It's been a long time since I last heard that phrase, Spathium mused, casting an inquiring glance at Leon. Had Leon dismissed it as wildling nonsense, Spathium would have slain Chris without hesitation. Yet Leon's expression was inscrutable, leaving Spathium unsettled. At sea, after drifting for some time, Glessa's small boat had completely left the coastline. Silently, she swore an oath. No matter the cost, no matter the blood price, she would hire a faceless man to assassinate Leon. Passive mission. Evade the faceless men's pursuit. Description. Your enemy, Glessa Harma, an affiliate of the House of Black and White, is en route to hire a faceless man to assassinate you. Within 6 months, you must successfully evade 3 waves of assassination attempts. Failure penalty, death. Success reward. Master of the House of Black and White. 4 Tier 6 faceless men will be refreshed monthly, freely convertible into any equivalent tier unit. This passive mission cannot be cancelled. Completing it will unveil a fragment of the world's grand tapestry. The many-faced god system, long dormant, resurfaced in Leon's mind. This time, however, it provoked an inward scoff. One can be vigilant for 1,000 days, but who can guard against thieves for 1,000 nights? As for the reward of 4 Tier 6 faceless men, half a year later, who would care about such meager reinforcements? Little did Leon know, however, that among Tier 6 units, the disparity could be as vast as that between a raw Night's Watch recruit and a seasoned, elite defender of the realm. For instance, while the game interface omitted it, a Night's Watch defender of the realm was merely level 32. Yet, other Tier 6 entities, giants and white walkers, boasted terrifying levels 80 and 90, respectively. Thus, the faceless men were far from trivial. Noticing Leon's pensive hesitation, Chris pressed on with his persuasion. The great enemy looms. Though the king beyond the wall believes the Night's Watch is but a crumbling door, ready to fall at a mere push, you still have the wall. He refuses a full assault, for it would claim too many innocent free folk. In the days to come, every living soul will be indispensable against the army of the dead. Therefore what? Leon interrupted, his gaze sharpening like glacial shards. Though unnerved, Chris stood firm. Therefore, the free folk and the Night's Watch must cease this pointless bloodshed. Under Mance Raider's leadership, we must unite against the White Walkers. I'm not the old bear. Your proposal is not mine to decide. But before that, Leon rose abruptly from his wolf pelt throne, his voice laced with venom. Shall we discuss how you sent that wretched woman, Glessa, to hire a faceless man to kill me? The situation abruptly escalated into hostility, as every Night's Watch Oathkeeper pressed their blades against the wildlings' throats. A single gesture from Leon would send these sworn brothers, who had endured enough of the free folks' madness and their deranged ramblings, decapitating the wildlings without hesitation. I can only apologize, Kristen stammered, his usual composure shattered now that Leon had exposed his buried secret. Desperate to salvage the situation, he added, if you persuade your Lord Commander to ally with the King Beyond the Wall, I'll plead for mercy on your behalf once Grayshaw returns with the Faceless Man. Leon scoffed, knocking an arrow to his bow, luminous star, in one fluid motion. Spare me your empty words. Assassins mean nothing to me. You faithless, scheming rats lurking in the shadows. I hereby sentence you to death and shall serve as your executioner myself. His voice was glacial as he leveled the arrow at Kristen. Any last words? Regret gnawed at Kristen. His reckless decision to let Grayshaw escape had doomed his efforts. But there was no undoing it now. He could only press forward, even into ruin. A pity. I once he lived to see Chief Doghead Harma avenged. Those were his final words. Thwip. Leon released the arrow without hesitation. The half-frozen wildlings in the tent stood no chance. Within moments, several more lifeless bodies joined the toll of luminous star-esque victims. Yet none, not even Leon, noticed that the last shot had carried 2 arrows. Afterward, Leon irritably ordered the corpses removed. And my lord, Sam ventured cautiously, unnerved by Leon's murderous aura. What we do now? Should we inform the Lord Commander of Kristen's claims? Leon shot him a sidelong glance. Do you truly think the old bear would take my word for it? Our trust doesn't run that deep. Take a few wildling captives to Black Iron, keep it first light. And you, my lord? I ride for Eastwatch. I'll ask Cotter Pike myself. Has he gone deaf and blind, letting so many wildlings slip past the wall? Leon's reproach was perhaps unfair. Even Black Iron Keep, with its strongest garrison, could barely spare rangers to patrol beyond half a league from the wall. How could Eastwatch, undermanned as it was, possibly stop wildlings crossing the sea? Yet another frustration weighed on Leon, the wildlings' stubborn defiance. Initially, Leon had intended to spare their lives, captivated by the scouting abilities of the aberrant among the wildlings, hoping to subdue one or two for his own purposes. However, the wildlings' obstinacy surpassed Leon's expectations, and perhaps the recent leniency in capturing bandit prisoners had led him to underestimate the difficulty of taming these savages. It seemed that only after defeating the king beyond the wall and seizing the horn of the free folk could he recruit them en masse. For now, he had to proceed methodically, capturing bandits and converting them into disciplined soldiers. One must not stride too hastily. Lately, Leon had personally slain numerous foes, and even the Night's Watch recruits whispered tales of his executioner's reputation. Yet after surpassing level 10 on his panel, the experienced bar crawled forward sluggishly, a far cry from the meteoric ascension of his early days. Finally, after eliminating Chris and his band of wildlings, Leon leveled up once more. The impending threat of a faceless man's assassination loomed in his mind, though uncertain of their exact caliber. The mere depiction of their word-as-law lethality, akin to the inexorable force of death itself, left Leon deeply wary. Thus, upon accumulating 3 free attribute points, he allocated them all to endurance, pushing his 17-point stat beyond the 20-point threshold. Dismissing his attendants, Leon conducted a solitary experiment upon himself with Blackfire. Ordinary blades could no longer breach his defenses. Only Valyrian steel of Blackfire's caliber could inflict palpable pain. The test reassured him. Unless the faceless men were extravagant enough to wield Valyrian steel for assassination, he would not be felled in a single strike. Moreover, upon reaching 20 endurance, the Mount Blade panel granted him a new skill related to mobility. Chapter 58. Leon the Transmigrator begins taking this world seriously. Force march. You and your troops can maintain maximum marching speed for 1 day, with a cooldown period of 1 week. Can be activated freely, regardless of marching method. After reading the description of his newly acquired skill, Leon couldn't help but feel that he had obtained something seemingly powerful. But wasn't this just a skill for fleeing? Who does he think I am? Leon scoffed inwardly. Aside from the Mother of Dragons, the White Walkers, and the Faceless Men, who else should I fear? Despite his disdain, he still prioritized this skill, setting it at the top of his activation sequence. Until the Faceless Men's assassination attempt was resolved, Leon would remain on high alert. Then it struck him, why not ask Mord? Now that I have the many-faced god system, how can the Faceless Men still target me? Suddenly, Leon remembered an old acquaintance among the Faceless Men. Without hesitation, he retrieved the Braavosi coin he carried with him and called for Mord. Before long, a new recruit of the Night's Watch appeared in Leon's tent without a sound. Someone has arrived. A chilling voice echoed from behind Leon, startling him despite his vigilance. Mord's entrance had gone unnoticed, not just by Spathios, the Night's Watch defender stationed at the entrance, but even by Leon himself, who had been intently observing for any signs of the Faceless Men's arrival. He hadn't the faintest clue how Mord, disguised as a fresh Night's Watch recruit, had materialized behind him. Suppressing his fear and anger, Leon spoke without turning around. Didn't I forge a contract with the many-faced god? Why am I still receiving warnings about an assassination attempt by the Faceless Men? Instead of answering, Mord diverted the conversation. The boy completed his task well, meeting the deadline despite his reckless methods and overlooked details. But perhaps that is simply his style. His tone carried a hint of mockery, as though disapproving of Leon's approach. Leon remained silent for a long moment, visibly sulking. Mord then stepped in front of him, his typically expressionless face contorting into an awkward smile, as if placating a child. You Faceless Men move like shadows, taking on any face you desire. I don't have such abilities. I can only carve my path with the sword in my hand. Leon lifted his head, his palm resting on the cold steel of black and white kiss, his body coiled like a spring ready to strike. Seeing Leon's undisguised hostility, Mord offered an unpracticed smile. It seems the boy isn't here for equipment this time. What is it you wish to know? Exactly. What caliber is the Faceless Man sent to kill me? How does the many-faced god see me? As a mere plaything. And you? Are you friend or foe? After Leon fired off 3 questions in rapid succession, Mord's perpetually mocking expression finally shifted into something resembling approval. Leon seemed to think his intellect was still salvageable, as the 3 questions he posed now were rather astute. Without hesitation, Maud extended a single finger in response. What does that mean? Leon frowned, eyeing Maud with suspicion, his expression darkening. Were it not for the fear of being outmatched, Leon would have already torn off the veneer of civility and taught him a harsh lesson. The boy is too greedy, so someone can only answer one of your questions. Of course, you may reconsider, given that this is the first time someone has answered your inquiries. It shall be free of charge. Seeing Maud's solemn expression, devoid of deceit and seemingly earnest in his willingness to respond, Leon felt a prickle of unease. He struggled to determine which question was most crucial or most beneficial to his current predicament. After some deliberation, Leon raised 2 fingers in return. Guess this, then. My turn to play the Riddler, he thought smugly. Yet Maud didn't even bother deciphering the meaning behind Leon's peace sign. As for your second question, the many-faced god does not conceal the truth. In his eyes, you're no mere plaything. You are his chosen vessel, a mortal entrusted with a grave purpose, though at present. Maud trailed off, shaking his head at Leon, his tone laced with unmistakable disdain. His entire demeanor was that of an adult humoring a child. Leon could easily infer that his reckless assault on the wildling camp, as well as his indiscriminate slaughter, regardless of morality, had fallen short of the many-faced god's expectations. But Leon hadn't always approached this world with such abandon. Before the system's intervention, his sole ambition in the Game of Thrones had been to cautiously align himself with figures of future significance, ensuring he wouldn't wake to find himself headless. At most, he sought to amass enough resources to survive the coming chaos. Yet after acquiring the Mount Blade interface, his mindset had inevitably shifted. If an invincible path lay before him, why not embrace mindless carnage? Alas, Leon sensed an unseen hand subtly manipulating his fate. To stubbornly cling to his original path now would be suicidal. At the very least, he had already discerned that Maud, this devout follower of the many-faced god, would go to great lengths to obstruct him. So be it. If that were the case, Leon resolved to engage his brain just a little. This free answer implies the next 1 TB, correct? As a top student on the cusp of college entrance exams, Leon's intellect was at its peak, allowing him to effortlessly grasp the subtext of Maud's words. Indeed, in this world, knowledge comes at a price. Before a boy possesses the capability to acquire it himself, the thirst for understanding demands payment in blood. Maud gazed tenderly at Leon, having observed his contemplative silence. He felt gratified witnessing Leon's conscious transformation of mindset. Perhaps only such a Leon would be worthy of the many-faced god's favor. Leon initially contemplated experimenting by posing random questions to discern the cost of this bloody toll. Yet it suddenly struck him as one who had traversed realms. Familiar with both the original texts and their dramatized renditions, would it not be utterly unbecoming to behave like some ignorant native, pestering a prophet with trivial inquiries? When I have questions, I shall seek you then. Boy, Maud interjected meaningfully before departing, allow me to remind you of this. In the eyes of Westeros, those of debased morals or notorious infamy seldom earn the world's admiration. Unless, of course, you have chosen your path with clarity. Oh, do you have some task you wish to assign me? Leon detected the implicit critique that his personal reputation was far too tarnished. Yet he saw no shame in this supposed weakness. He would act as he pleased. Not even the many-faced god had the right to dictate his choices. No, boy, you are beginning to grow. Maud fell silent, then regarded Leon with profound significance before slowly exiting the tent. Chapter 59. The Undefended Eastwatch, my lord. May I enter? Just as Leon was lost in contemplation, the voice of Spathium echoed from outside the tent. Enter. With Leon's permission, Spathium immediately stepped inside. He had come to report urgent matters, but the sight of Leon, unusually pensive, a stark contrast to his usual bloodthirsty demeanor upon waking, left him momentarily speechless. Has this little demon thought of some new enemies to slaughter? Spathium wondered, promptly forgetting the purpose of his visit. It's late. What is it? Seeing Spathium simply staring at him as if his face were smeared with dirt, Leon instinctively rubbed his cheeks, succeeding only in popping a pimple. Spathium hesitated, his mind scrambling for a plausible excuse to mask his distraction. But the more he panicked, the more his tongue tied. Finally, Leon broke the stifling silence. "A recruit just left my tent. Did you see him?" "A recruit?" Spathium frowned. He had been vigilantly observing every movement outside the tent. Yet he had no recollection of the recruit Leon mentioned. After a futile attempt to recall, Spathium shook his head helplessly, suspecting Leon was hallucinating in the dead of night. "Not at all." "Very well. It seems I must handle this alone," Leon muttered to himself before dismissing Spathium with a wave. Though uncertain of Maud's true strength, Leon knew the Faceless men's disguises and stealth were imperceptible even to 6th-tier soldiers. Facing 3 waves of assassinations from the Faceless men, Leon realized he would have to endure them alone. Thus, on this tranquil night, his yearning for power burned fiercer than ever. The next day, Leon's company set out once more. Compared to their departure from Greyraven Village, their morale had vastly improved. Along the journey, the recruits continuously clashed with bandits, accumulating invaluable experience. Now, aside from the captive outlaws, not a single soldier remained a novice. The lowest rank among them was the elite 3rd-tier Night's Watch Ranger. Naturally, Leon remained the strongest. Close behind was Spathium, towering above the rest as a Night's Watch Guardian, clad in an imposing ensemble of black robes and armor, wielding an extraordinary greatsword. He cut a figure akin to a high lord astride his steed, in stark contrast to Spathium's seamless, luxurious sable cloak and masterfully crafted steel chainmail, its engravings rivaling those of the King's Guard. Leon's attire appeared little better than tattered rags. More than once, Leon had to suppress the urge to strip Spathium of his finery and claim it for himself. But for the sake of maintaining his authority as the chief instructor, he restrained himself for now. The recruits required Lion to equip them, but the higher-ranking rangers seemed to miraculously acquire their gear without his involvement, as if stumbling upon it by sheer luck. Strangely, everyone accepted this absurd notion without question. Sam departed for Black Iron Fort with a dozen recruits and wildling captives to report to Old Bear. Thus, a formidable Night's Watch contingent, composed mostly of 200 elite 3rd-tier soldiers, interspersed with a few 4th and 5th-tier warriors, marched in grand formation toward Eastwatch. Yet Lion was disheartened to find that, even as his forces reached the castle gates of Eastwatch, Cotter Pike did not send a single envoy to greet them. Though no formal welcome awaited them, Lion eventually encountered Cotter Pike himself, inside a tavern within the city walls. Unlike the lifeless, near-deserted streets of Eastwatch, the tavern named Fragrant Grass was alive with raucous energy. Drunken Night's Watchmen sprawled across the establishment, utterly indifferent to their duties, or the fact that it was still broad daylight. Scantily clad women flitted among the rowdy crowd, unbothered by the wandering hands that reached for them. One particularly voluptuous woman noticed the young, handsome stranger lingering at the entrance, unlike the usual boisterous patrons who barged in demanding ale and entertainment. She sauntered toward him, intending to charm this fresh-faced delicacy for herself. Spatium, ever dutiful as a guard, merely fixed her with a glare, sending the poor woman fleeing in terror. Realizing he had forgotten to instruct Spatium beforehand, women need not be barred, having experienced the perks of his predecessor's dashing appearance. Lion turned his attention to the matter at hand. Rumor had it that Cotter Pike was distinguished by an unusually bulbous, drink-reddened nose, so crimson when intoxicated that it resembled a clown's. This made him easy to spot, and indeed, slumped over the tavern counter, one figure matched the description perfectly. "Drink! Where's my drink? Damn, barkeep, can't you see my cup's empty?" Cotter Pike, half-conscious, clutched his wooden mug, finding it too light. Squinting into its depths, he slammed the table in outrage. Witnessing the scene, Leon approached with a resigned sigh. 2 half-drunk and dazed Night Watchmen still vaguely remembered their duties, extending their arms in a symbolic attempt to block his path. Inform Cotter Pike that Leon Victor, the newly appointed chief instructor of the Night's Watch, has come to visit. Leon stated calmly, neither hurried nor angered by the obstruction. Yet, upon hearing his words, Carter's subordinate merely lifted his eyelids with effort, casting a bleary glance at Leon before scoffing dismissively. "Where did this brat come from, daring to impersonate the chief instructor?" You know our chief instructor. Hick could take on 100 men single-handedly. Look at you, scrawny limbs, barely any stubble. Between every few words, the man released a foul, alcohol-laden belch, forcing Leon to cover his nose in disgust. Growing impatient with such blatant disrespect and the endless delay, Spatium showed no restraint. Though mindful that this was Carter Pike's territory, he refrained from drawing his sword. Instead, he stepped forward, seizing the man by the collar as effortlessly as plucking a chick, then drove a fist into his stomach. Gag. The subordinate promptly emptied the contents of his stomach onto the floor. The nauseating stench of vomit instantly threatened to trigger a chain reaction among half the tavern's patrons. Chapter 60. The disdain and indifference of Carter Peck. To say Carter Peck is a capable man would be an overstatement. The fortress of Eastwatch under his guard might as well be left unbarred. Yet to dismiss him as a useless drunkard would also be unfair, for the night's watchmen in the tavern, sensing the commotion, rose one after another to surround them. Clearly, his ability to command his men was not lacking. When trouble arose, they truly stood by him. Boy, which noble house do you belong to? Even as a man of the black, you dare strike my men? Have you grown tired of living? Carter Peck, swaying drunkenly with the support of his subordinates, staggered toward Leon. His first words were laced with hostility. No wonder the wildlings around Eastwatch are so numerous, with you and your men behaving like this. You should be thanking the gods they haven't overrun your fortress yet. As a member of the Black Iron Fortress, Leon had no rightful authority to criticize Eastwatch's affairs. However, his position as Grand Instructor had been personally bestowed by the Old Bear, placing him on equal footing with Carter Peck, the captain of Eastwatch's garrison. Thus, Leon's reproach was not entirely without merit. Upon hearing Leon's words, a flicker of anger crossed Carter's face. Then, one of his men, having caught Leon's earlier introduction, whispered something into his ear. Carter rubbed his bleary eyes and finally took a proper look at Leon and the unmistakably formidable figure of Spychin beside him. So, you're the Old Bear's newly appointed Grand Instructor? Instead of training those scum at Black Iron Fortress, what brings you here? Though sobering up, Carter's tone remained sharp and combative. Seems to me all the scum of Eastwatch have gathered right here in this tavern. Leon fired back without hesitation, refusing to yield an inch. Carter fell momentarily speechless, his bloated, ruddy nose emitting a disdainful snort after a long pause. You little brat, do you truly believe defeating Colin and his rangers grants you the right to strut around the night's watch like some invincible force? Let me be clear, had my second-in-command not taken Eastwatch's remaining fighters to Black Iron Fortress for the ranging patrol, your earlier words would have earned you a world of pain. Carter's arrogance was palpable, his contempt for Leon undisguised. So that is how it is. Leon's tone softened upon learning that Carter wasn't entirely idle, at least sending men to participate in the Old Bear's patrols. He pulled over a chair and sat, adopting an air of wanting to engage in deeper discussion. I'm nothing to say to you, instructor. If you were truly dutiful, you'd take your men and return to Black Iron Fortress at once. Carter's expression was one of outright refusal. Regarding Eastwatch, I want to know the current state of its defenses. How is it that wildlings move freely under your very noses without action? Wildlings? Carter scoffed. Those ragged, half-starved refugees of the wilderness? Unable to survive in the frozen wilderness, I wish to take my family south of the Great Wall to seek a warmer livelihood. After speaking, Carter added, regulating and exterminating these worthless savages serves no purpose other than wearing down our weapons. Seeing Leon about to say more, Carter Peck raised his hand, and the bartender beside him refilled his glass with golden liquor. If you came all this way just to discuss such matters, you needn't bother. Yesterday, a ship of merchants arrived from Braavos. This is their wine. Drink this cup. It's Eastwatch's goodwill. With that, Carter Peck handed the brimming glass to Leon. At that moment, everyone in the tavern, including the servers, watched Leon's next move intently. This would determine whether Leon would earn the respect and friendship he deserved in Eastwatch. If he refused, even as sworn brothers of the Night's Watch, Eastwatch would likely no longer welcome Leon and his company. Leon pondered briefly, then smiled and accepted the cup, draining its contents with exaggerated flair before wiping his lips with the back of his hand. No wonder you're so fond of this. It's truly excellent. Huh. I knew a man who could take on 100 wound tea falter with drink. Seeing Leon down the cup in one go, Carter Peck's displeasure vanished instantly, his face breaking into a radiant grin. He promptly slung an arm around Leon's shoulders, and in the blink of an eye, the two were thick as thieves. The sudden shift left Spathium standing behind them, utterly dumbfounded. One moment, they had been prepared for a confrontation with Carter Peck, and the next, the two were getting along like old comrades. Fortunately, Spathium always wore a stern, grim expression, so no one noticed his bewilderment. Even the man he had punched earlier approached cheerfully, offering him a drink, though Spathium, ever the disciplined guard, had abstained since taking up his duties for Leon. Instead, he rested his great sword like a cane on the ground, hands on the pommel, standing sentinel by Leon's side like a silent guardian. Perhaps it was the first time the carousing brothers of the Night's Watch had encountered someone as rigid as Spathium, but regardless, no one disturbed Leon's private conversation with Carter Peck. I've heard this place is close to Braavos. Trade must be thriving here? Leon spoke while repeatedly raising his cup, steadily inebriating the already half-conscious Carter Peck to extract information. Some of his questions carried personal motives, so it was crucial that Carter remained too drunk to notice. Thriving? Thriving my arse. Thanks to that fool on the Iron Throne and his damn naval blockade. We're lucky to catch a single smuggler in the Dolphin Bay once a fortnight. Witnessing Leon's seemingly bottomless capacity for liquor, the alcohol-loving Carter Pike naturally grew spirited. After downing several cups, he poured out everything Leon wished to know like beans from a bamboo tube. What's the story with that merchant from Braavos? Does this place produce some specialty that interests the Free Trade Federation? Specialty? Around here, we've got nothing but wildlings, bird droppings, and drunken Night's Watch degenerates pissing everywhere. Carter Pike seemed amused by Leon's question, instinctively raising his voice. The surrounding Night's Watch brothers, upon hearing their captain's assessment, showed no anger. Instead, they roared with laughter and raised their cups for another hearty drink. Then what about the Braavosi merchant? After all these centuries, among the noble houses of the Seven Kingdoms, only the North still supports the Night's Watch, occasionally sending provisions of their own accord. Surely the Braavosi across the narrow sea needn't fear wildling invasions? Chapter 61. The Braavosi merchant. The merchants claimed to have been blown to Eastwatch by a storm. While they mentioned their cargo losses were secondary, the primary concern was docking to repair their vessel. But, whatever. The docking fees had already been settled with fine wine. Oh, I should take a look. Perhaps their ship carries something of interest to me. With that, Leon set down his goblet and departed with Spathios without hesitation. His abrupt departure left both Carter Pike and Spathios momentarily stunned. The latter had even prepared for Leon to spend the night at the tavern. But before they could react, Leon had already exited the establishment, striding briskly toward the docks. Eastwatch, as one of the North's few ice-free ports, boasted a strategically advantageous location. Utilizing it as a trade hub could yield immense profits. Yet, the recent generations of northern wardens lacked such commercial foresight. Coupled with the kingdom's draconian maritime restrictions, the port saw little activity beyond the occasional smuggler trading weapons and pelts with the wildlings. Hardly any Braavosi merchants bothered with this desolate outpost. Leon's interest in the merchants was not mere whimsy. As time passed, an unsettling premonition of impending danger had grown within him. The mention of Braavos by Carter Pike had triggered an internal alarm, sharpening his vigilance. Anyone who knew assassins could disguise themselves as familiar faces to strike at any moment would surely lose sleep. But Leon was not one to cower. Confronting challenges head-on was his nature, and his formidable combat prowess bolstered his confidence. Thus, whether these mysterious Braavosi merchants harbored faceless men or not, Leon intended to investigate. Upon reaching the docks, he spotted a well-dressed merchant, whose demeanor and appearance starkly contrasted with the locals. The man was amiably conversing with two Night's Watchmen, occasionally gesturing toward a large ship anchored offshore. Smaller boats, laden with goods, continuously ferried cargo to shore. Perhaps weary of the watchman's incessant boasting and prying questions, the merchant's eyes brightened the moment he noticed Leon. With a polite excuse, he abandoned the Black Brothers and strode toward Leon. The damage doesn't seem severe. Your ship appears intact, Leon remarked casually. Observing the vessel's steady posture, and undamaged masts. By the grace of the seven and your lordship's favor, my ship suffered only minor breaches in the hull's sealed compartments. A few more days of repairs, and we shall set sail again. The merchant spoke the common tongue of Westeros fluently, without a trace of accent. Oh, intrigued by the man's affable and composed manner, Leon engaged further. Do Braavosi also worship the seven? The first men, Undulls and Royner, share common ancestry. Shared faith is hardly surprising. Moreover, my late father was a nobleman from the Reach. The wealthy merchant deliberately omitted his father's name and family lineage, likely due to their diminished prestige. Leon, being a man of propriety, refrained from prying into such indelicate matters and instead cut straight to the point. If I require manpower and vessels to mine and preliminarily process ores before transporting them here, would such an endeavor pose significant challenges for a merchant of your stature? Having spoken, Lion feigned childlike wonder, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the grand ships upon the water, affecting the air of an unsophisticated provincial. Observing this display, the merchant drew his own conclusions. With years of worldly experience, he recognized that Lion's refined features, rare among the rough-hewn ranks of the Night's Watch, suggested no ordinary foot soldier. His bearing and eloquence, even in casual conversation, hinted at noble birth, likely a second son or bastard from one of the Seven Kingdoms' great houses, who had impulsively joined the Watch. Now, disillusioned by the reality of the Night's Watch, nostalgia for his former life surely gnawed at him. As for Lion's mention of mines and ores, the merchant assumed it was aristocratic euphemism, a discreet reference to less savory establishments such as brothels. The irony amused him. What need had a man of the Night's Watch, clad in black at the edge of the world, to maintain such fastidious decorum? With a knowing smirk, the merchant inquired, and where might these or as you seek be found? The very delights of King's Landing? The untamed exuberance of Dorne? Or perhaps the exotic offerings of Braavos? He prattled on, listing every reputed or from across the known world. The ore I seek is called Dragonglass, from Dragonstone. Lion replied earnestly, oblivious to the innuendo. Dragonstone? The merchant frowned, racking his brain to recall any famed pleasure houses or courtesans in Stannis Baratheon's barren domain. Is there an issue? Lion pressed, noting the man's pensive expression. He then produced a fragment of dragonglass he had stumbled upon, presenting it to the merchant. You mean this? The merchant nearly staggered at the sight of the translucent, razor-sharp shard, meticulously honed to a dagger's edge. Hastily, he pinched the dragonglass between his fingers, feigning scrutiny to mask his embarrassment. Owing to its brittle nature, this ornamental stone had fallen out of fashion even in Braavos over a century prior. The difficulty in obtaining it is neither too great nor too trivial. The crux lies in the fact that no one is willing to mine it anymore. However, since you believe Dragonstone possesses it, I can assemble a team to extract it for you. Leon listened to the impeccably professional response, admiring the speaker's erudition while harboring one pressing question. The price? As you know, the Night's Watch's financial situation has never been particularly generous. Very well. Provide me with 100 golden dragons as initial funding. Once we successfully survey and excavate Dragonglass from Dragonstone, I shall sell it to you at the rate of 1,000 golden dragons per shipload. By the way, how much do you require? That price is reasonable. Naturally, the more, the better. At present, Leon possessed the plunder skill, earning a golden dragon for every life taken. And with the meteor shower weapon's multi-shot ability, once he ventured beyond the wall, slaughter would become effortless. Given his efficiency, amassing wealth by the day would be trivial. Excellent. Then we have an agreement. The merchant accepted the pouch Leon handed him, weighed it briefly, then extended his hand for a firm shake. Attendants behind them presented duplicate contracts, which both men signed without hesitation. The free cities were built upon reputation. Those who breached contracts faced pursuit by the entire city-state. Thus, Leon harbored no concern over deceit. Then, Lord Leon, farewell. Yet just as the merchant, satisfied, prepared to depart, Leon retrieved a coin from his cloak. The Braavosi coin Mord had left him. According to the method Jaqen Hagar had revealed to Arya Stark in the plays, presenting this coin to any Braavosi would secure passage to the House of Black and White. Do you recognize this? Leon's tone was casual, but his gaze locked onto the merchant's every movement. Though they had just concluded an amicable transaction, Leon would not hesitate to slit the man's throat the next moment. As for the dragonglass, he could always find another merchant. You wish to go to the house of black and white. The merchant's face twisted with fear upon seeing the coin. No. Leon stepped closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. I wish to ask, are there faceless men aboard your ship? Chapter 62. The first wave of faceless men approaches. Faceless men? Lord Leon, whom do you intend to assassinate? The merchant spoke while subtly retreating a step, evidently sensing a trace of menace in Leon's gaze. Seeing the merchant evade a direct answer, Leon inwardly confirmed his suspicion. It seems there are faceless men aboard your ship, he murmured to himself, though his words remained unheard by the merchant. His eyes then darkened as they fixed upon the great vessel upon the waves. Based on Maud's earlier demeanor, Leon surmised that the faceless men he would soon encounter, perhaps even Maud herself, might be among the 3 waves of assassins sent to kill him. Rather than waiting passively, it was better to strike first and seize some measure of control. Against the threat of the faceless men, Leon never once considered calling for reinforcements. What if a faceless man disguised himself as one of his own men and struck from behind? In such a scenario, numbers were not an advantage. My lord, do you require assistance? The merchant, noticing Leon's grim expression as he stared at the ship, timidly ventured a question. May I board your vessel? Though Leon phrased it as a request, his tone brooked no refusal. Without waiting for an answer, he strode toward one of the merchant's smaller boats and gestured for the man to follow and guide him. Lord Leon, if you are interested in my goods, I can provide you with an inventory. There is no need to board the ship, surely? The merchant produced an exquisite handkerchief, discreetly dabbing the cold sweat beading on his forehead. According to the laws of the 7 kingdoms, faceless men are the vilest of assassins, cutthroats, and murderers. As the master-at-arms of the Night's Watch, I cannot allow such outlaws to roam free. Leon recited fabricated legalities with a straight face, seizing the merchant by the arm before commanding the boatman to set sail. After weighing the consequences of defying either his employer or the unfamiliar high-ranking officer of the Night's Watch, the boatman wisely chose to comply. Uyist, my lord. No such law exists in the kingdom, and accusations of murder require irrefutable evidence. Besides, there truly are no faceless men aboard my ship. As the small boat drifted lazily toward the larger vessel, the merchant continued his futile attempts to dissuade Leon. Eventually, irritated by the incessant pleas, Leon partially unsheathed black and white kiss, silencing the merchant instantly. However, upon boarding the ship, the once nervous merchant straightened his posture, his demeanor turning icy as he regarded Leon. Since you claim expertise in the laws of the 7 kingdoms, are you equally versed in the statutes of Braavos? Upon the sea, the deck of every great ship is sovereign territory of the free cities. I may overlook your uninvited presence, but any hostile act shall be deemed a provocation against the free cities. Leon listened impassively before shrugging. Very well. Summon every soul aboard to the deck. I will inspect them. I have already told you, there are no faceless men on my ship. The merchant, infuriated by Lion's attitude, grew increasingly agitated. As a commotion between them drew attention, several curious sailors gathered around to bolster their employer's presence. Is that all? Lion glanced at the surrounding sailors. Though their eyes burned with resentment, he detected no unusual bloodlust in their gazes. Perhaps out of sheer helplessness, the merchant eventually summoned every sailor aboard, including the captain, onto the deck, hoping to dispel Lion's suspicions and hasten his departure. Yet, after scrutinizing each one, Lion sensed none of the repulsive aura that had clung to Maud. Phelan Flowers. How many crew members are on your ship? Lion had glimpsed the merchant's name on the contract and posed the question. Exasperated by Lion's persistence, the merchant snapped. Including myself and the captain, 34. Are you certain? Of course. If you don't believe me, I'll count them for you. And so, amidst the grumbling of the sailors, the merchant began tallying them one by one. Minutes later, shock was unmistakable on the merchant's face, and the crew erupted into chaos. By the 7, there are 35. Point out the one you don't recognize. Lion drew his sword, silencing the clamor, and urged the merchant forward to identify the imposter. After a moment's hesitation, the merchant complied, examining each man and separating them accordingly. Soon, only 2 sailors remained, identical in appearance. Panic surged uncontrollably among the crew as weapons were raised against the pair. "Master Phelan, I'm the real one," he asked the impostor. No, Master Phelan, I've served you for 3 years." The 2 doppelgangers, stunned by each other's existence, mirrored one another's frantic pleas, each accusing the other of deceit. "Are you afraid of offending a faceless man?" Lion, gripping black and white kiss, turned to the still stunned merchant. Without awaiting a reply, he strode toward one of the sailors. Under Lion's blade, the sailor swallowed hard, waving his hands in denial while desperately recounting past events to prove his authenticity. But Lion, vigilant against any counterattack, thrust his sword forward. Though the sailor attempted to defend himself, Lion's strike was too swift. Before he could draw his weapon, the blade pierced his chest. "My apologies, he was the real one." Withdrawing his sword, Lion sidestepped the gush of blood effortlessly before turning back to the merchant with a regretful expression. At this moment, the sailors gradually came to their senses and turned their gaze toward the remaining crew member. It became abundantly clear he was a faceless man. Chapter 63. The ominous tidings of Bear Elder's demise from Black Iron keep even in Braavos. The faceless men are shrouded in infamy. For the common folk untouched by mortal illness, death is no benevolent gift. The true terror of these assassins lies in their chameleonic ability to assume any identity, rendering defense impossible. When enemies pay the blood price for one's life, ordinary men stand helpless before their fate. Disguise is but one thread in the faceless men's tapestry of skills. This exposed assassin now demonstrated another. His blades danced like silver vipers. With a flick of his sleeve, twin throwing knives materialized. Before bystanders could blink, the projectile streaked toward Leon's forehead and heart in lethal succession. Yet the ranger moved with pantherish grace. His long sword deflected the first blade skyward as he sidestepped, the second knife embedding itself in a hapless sailor who flew backward from the impact. Denied ranged advantage, the faceless man drew a slender short sword as Leon closed the distance. Steel shrieked against steel when the assassin intercepted Leon's overhead strike. The clash revealed unsettling truths. Where ordinary Night's Watch recruits would have been sent sprawling even with shields, this opponent matched Leon's formidable strength blow for blow. Only Harma Dog's Head, that bear-sized wildling, had previously withstood Leon's full might. But where Harma relied on brute force at the cost of mobility, this shadow warrior combined strength with eerie fluidity. Leon's circling tactics proved useless against the assassin's whirling defense, their blades tracing deadly silver arcs across the deck. Spectating sailors gaped at the blur of combat, hearts pounding for the black-clad ranger. The faceless men's reputation stretched across Essos like a nightmare. No marked target had ever escaped their embrace. Would Leon shatter this grim tradition? Though gradually recognizing his superior skill, Leon found himself constrained by the assassin's serpentine style. The short sword, barely longer than a dagger, struck with viperish speed, its wielder's footwork creating phantom threats from every angle. While Leon's masterful longsword techniques should dominate this engagement, the faceless man fought with terrifying disregard for self-preservation, trading fatal blows in suicidal counterattacks whenever Leon pressed his advantage. It seemed that for the faceless men, nothing mattered but fulfilling the objectives assigned by the many-faced god. Even their own lives held little significance. Were it not for this consideration, Leon should have subdued his opponent within a dozen moves. As his thoughts wandered, his attention faltered, and the faceless man before him seized the opportunity without hesitation. Raising his arm to block, he allowed Leon's blade to sever it cleanly, while his own dagger thrust mercilessly toward Leon's throat. It was over. The merchant stood dumbfounded, watching as the duel between Leon and the faceless man came to an abrupt halt. On the deck, the two remained frozen in their final stance. Leon's sword, kiss of black and white, was impossibly sharp. No mortal flesh could withstand its edge. Half of the faceless man's arm fell to the ground, and a gruesome gash split open his chest. As for Leon, at the very last moment, he twisted his body just enough to evade the fatal strike. The dagger merely grazed his neck, leaving behind nothing more than a pale scratch. The faceless man collapsed onto the deck, his expressionless face betraying a flicker of disbelief, as if he could not fathom how his desperate, life-risking attack had failed. Then, as blood pooled around him, his eyes gradually lost focus. The commotion aboard the ship had undoubtedly alerted the Knight's watch stationed at the docks. Soon, a contingent of Black Brothers and Leon's own men swarmed the vessel. Upon witnessing the bloody scene, especially the wound on their commander's neck, they swiftly took control, detaining everyone on board and escorting them ashore. Cotter Pike presided over the trial on Leon's behalf, though the merchant vehemently protested his innocence. He and his crew were convicted of assaulting a brother of the Knight's watch and summarily sentenced to serve at Eastwatch by the Sea as penance. Only after paying an exorbitant ransom was the merchant permitted to depart on a small boat. After all, he still had a task assigned by Leon, bound by contract. To break it would disgrace the free cities. As for his ship, naturally, it was confiscated for Eastwatch's navy. In the private chamber of the Fragrant Grass Tavern, which had effectively become the office of Eastwatch's garrison commander, Cotter Pike slid a bulging purse across the table to Leon with a grin. Huh, that Braavosi merchant was filthy rich. Just a coin we found on him amounted to over 1,400 gold dragons. Once we sell off his cargo, he'll be swimming in wealth. Though it was Leon who had been attacked, and Pike had done little more than wag his tongue, this was Eastwatch. One had to pay respects where they were due. So, though Leon knew full well that over 2,000 gold dragons had been seized from the merchant's ship, he accepted the purse without batting an eye. Yet in the depths of his mind, he quietly noted the greed of Cotter Pike and filed it away for later. Dare to swindle my gold? You've chosen the path to your own demise. Leon silently fumed, though his expression betrayed nothing. With a practiced smile, he inquired lightly, such trivial matters could be delegated to my adjutant, Specium. Surely, Lord Carter, you must have something more significant to convey? His casual remark visibly unsettled Carter Peck, whose eyes flickered before settling back on Leon with a calculating gleam. My ravens bring two tidings, one fair, one foul. Which shall you hear first? Bitter before sweet, then? What'll news? The patrol dispatch from Black Iron Keep was nearly annihilated, and the old bear is dead. Carter's tone was eerily composed, devoid of grief, if any had ever existed. The old bear, the Lord Commander dead? Leon rose abruptly, feigning shock. Though, as an outsider to this world, he knew the truth, he played his part convincingly. Carter seemed pleased by the reaction, gesturing for Leon to resume his seat. According to the terrified Knight's watchman who fled the Frostfangs, the old bear's death was irregular. Some rave of White Walkers, others blame wildlings, and a few whisper of betrayal. Regardless of the truth, it changes nothing. He is dead. His voice dripped with cold amusement, stripped of reverence. And the fair tidings? Leon pressed, avoiding further inquiry into the death. Ah, the fair news. Lord Eddard Stark, Warden of the North, has perished. Thanks to his treason, the Knight's watch may now lose deserters without the Northern Lords hounding them like dogs. Carter leaned forward, eyes gleaming. A bargain, then. With my influence, the Lord Commander's seat could be yours. In return, you turn a blind eye as I and my men sail to Braavos to sell our swords. After all, with so many castles along the wall abandoned, what has one more? Eastwatch. Perhaps expecting Leon to erupt in vows of vengeance for the old bear, Carter finally unveiled his design, watching for cracks in the facade. Chapter 64. Rebellion. One could only wonder what was going through Cotter Pike's mind. Had his words been overheard by any honorable high-ranking member of the Night's Watch, it would have inevitably ended in bloodshed between the two men. Perhaps he saw Leon as young and impressionable, his mind not yet rigid with the same unwavering loyalty to oaths that burdened the older brothers. Undeniably, Cotter Pike's proposition carried a heavy gamble. Would you forsake your vows to the Night's Watch? Leon pondered for a moment, his gaze flickering occasionally toward Cotter Pike's neck. His hand instinctively rested on the hilt of black and white kiss, poised to draw at any moment. Yet these movements were concealed beneath the table, leaving Pike oblivious to Leon's tension. Still, the intensity of Leon's stare unsettled him, making his neck itch as if a scar were forming. No, not truly, Pike hastily clarified. It would be a name only a mere formality. To outsiders, Eastwatch would still appear under my command. He paused, gauging Leon's silence before pressing on. Before I depart, I can ensure you are elected Lord Commander. Few hold sway in the Watch now, especially with Hafenkorn and Bowen Marsh missing after the old bear led them beyond the wall. At Castle Black, only Maester Eamon remains influential. Cotter Pike had laid all his cards on the table. Unbeknownst to him, Leon, familiar with the unfolding events, had never once entertained the thought of betraying the Night's Watch. Given the old bear's nature, having witnessed the Whites firsthand, he would never ignore the threat from the north. His ranging would end in near annihilation. With Castle Black left vulnerable, Alistair Thorne dead by Leon's hand, and a loyal following cultivated through his position as Master-at-Arms, Leon had no reason to fear failure in the election. Even the inexperienced Jon Snow had risen to Lord Commander. Why not him? Cotter Pike's assistance, in Leon's eyes, was merely an embellishment, if not entirely negligible. At this thought, Leon smirked faintly. Commander Pike, aren't you afraid I might renege once I become Lord Commander? To his surprise, Pike exhaled deeply in relief. Leon's bluntness suggested honesty. Better to air grievances now than suffer betrayal later. Truth be told, Master-at-Arms, I knew little of you or your house before this. But what I propose is mutually beneficial. Refuse, and I can always groom another puppet for Lord Commander. My loss will be negligible. Yours, however, immeasurable. Cotter Pike hadn't even become a Sel's word yet. But already his speech dripped with mercenary jargon. Words like loss and transaction that churned Leon's stomach. Observing the cold smirk on Leon's lips and his evident disinterest, the shrewd Cotter Pike grasped the situation. Rising to his feet, he loomed over Leon with a threatening tone. Let me lay the truth bare for you. I've reached an understanding with the commander of the Windblown Company from Pentos. He holds my capabilities and those of my men in such high regard that he is willing to offer me the position of vice commander. Right now, 300 elite lancers of the Windblown are stationed at Driftmark Hall, just across the bay from Dolphin Ness Cove, awaiting my signal. There is a consensus across the Seven Kingdoms. Even if the Night's Watch is largely composed of scoundrels these days, their combat prowess remains unmatched in the realm. Yet the Windblown's elite lancers have endured countless brutal campaigns in Essos, surpassing even the Night's Watch rangers. Crushing your ragtag recruits, barely trained for a month, mostly brigands and villagers, would be as effortless as a single charge. Cotter Pike made no effort to conceal his threat. In his eyes, the only true threats in Leon's forces were Leon himself and Specium, who shadowed him relentlessly. The rest? Mere green boys, hardly worth a second glance. Amidst their exchange, the sound of scuffling erupted outside the tavern's private room, Specium clashing with Carter's men. Leon tilted his head, listening. The clamor of no fewer than 20 armored footsteps and the clatter of steel reached his ears. Then came the whistling of arrows raining down, followed by the dull thuds of shafts embedding into shields, a relentless barrage that stretched on. Carter, too, heard the commotion. His expression darkened. By the plan, his men should have subdued Specium by now, storming in to corner Leon. Yet somehow, despite being outnumbered 20-1 by crossbow-wielding Night's Watch veterans, Specium still held his ground. Now, Cotter Pike found himself at a severe disadvantage. Without his men, he had little confidence in facing Leon, a man rumored to cut down 100 rangers single-handedly. So, by your own words, I can now declare you a traitor to the Night's Watch, correct? Leon mused, tilting his head slightly as the sounds outside finally ceased. His gaze settled lazily on Carter. The latter, however, ignored the question, his eyes fixed on the door, waiting to see whose forces would emerge victorious. But fate was unkind. Specium's massive hands pushed the door open, and a shield studded like a hedgehog with arrows clattered to the floor. Then, a wounded Night's Watchman, an arrow lodged in his leg, was flung unceremoniously inside. Through the gaping doorway, Cotter Pike craned his neck to peer behind Spathium, who obligingly shifted his stance to afford a clearer view. Near the entrance lay several Night's Watchmen, each felled by a single lethal sword stroke to vital points, while those further back uniformly sprawled lifeless with arrows embedded in their skulls. The recently concluded skirmish in this narrow corridor had evidently been fiercely contested. Leon could almost reconstruct the battle's progression from the fallen sentinels' postures. A group of Night's Watchmen had feigned camaraderie as they approached Spathium. But whether due to some fool's premature hostility or Spathium's heightened vigilance, the foremost attackers had been effortlessly dispatched. Seizing a discarded shield, Spathium deflected a volley of crossbow bolts before methodically returning fire with his bow. Most who hadn't fled in terror now lay eternally still. "Captain, save me," whether from his leg wound or the psychological trauma inflicted by Spathium. The pleading Night's Watchman's voice trembled with desperation as he lay discarded on the ground, instinctively calling to Carter. Yet Carter Pike's stony expression never wavered, his gaze deliberately averted. It was Leon who finally granted the traitorous sentinel a merciful end. "Lord Carter," Leon remarked leisurely, wiping black and white kiss clean on the traitor's corpse before rising. "I believe it's time we had a proper discussion about your vows." Chapter 65. The arrival of the windblown. "Even if you kill me, you and your men will never leave Eastwatch." Carter Pike fell silent for a moment, his face twisting into a grimace of suppressed fury. It was clear he had already resigned himself to the grim fate of falling into Lion's hands. "Try to intimidate me with the windblown?" Lion's lips curled with a mocking disdain, as if he had long anticipated this very response. "This isn't intimidation, it's the truth. Kill me, and the windblown will raise Eastwatch to avenge me." Desperation clawed at Carter Pike's voice, his bulbous nose flushing crimson with agitation. "Very well. Let us set aside whether the windblown would risk provoking the entire Night's Watch and the northern lords who stand behind them for the sake of a dead traitor." Lion paused, then gestured toward Spathios with a faint smile. "But in my ranks, there are over 100 more just as formidable as him." "Impossible." Carter Pike erupted in protest the moment Lion finished speaking, as though the very notion was an insult to his intelligence. "If you doubt me, I can spare your life. You may witness firsthand how the elite lancers of your so-called windblown meet their end." With that, Lion clapped his hands, understanding his intent. Spathios stepped forward to seize Carter Pike. But Carter Pike, as the captain of Eastwatch's garrison, would not be taken so easily. Far worse than capture was the fate that awaited him afterward. If word spread that he had plotted desertion, the reputation he had built over a decade in Eastwatch would crumble into ridicule. And nowhere in all of Westeros would there be refuge for a deserter of the Night's Watch. So Carter Pike fought back. This also presented Lion with his first opportunity to observe the combat prowess of his elite 6th-tier soldiers up close, and thus he made no move to intervene. Yet the skirmish unfolded with a darkly comedic twist. Carter Pike lunged at Spathios with furious determination, only for the latter to calmly draw his bow, take aim, and loose an arrow as though it were mere training. In an instant, Carter Pike was sent flying backward, pinned to the wall by the shaft. Spathios, aware of Lion's preference for executing prisoners personally, had deliberately avoided a fatal shot. Lion nodded approvingly, silently commending his subordinate's discretion. Then, the people of Eastwatch bore witness to a sight unseen in 100 years. Their garrison captain was dragged by his ankles, his body mercilessly scraping against the earth, leaving a long trail of blood in his wake. Hidden among the onlookers were Carter Pike's loyalists and subordinates, who had already learned from their fleeing comrades that their betrayal had been exposed. But as they turned to flee, they found themselves confronted by unfamiliar faces, men whose very presence exuded an aura of danger. The traitors knew these strangers were the Blackfort Drillmaster's men. "Move aside." The Night's Watch at Eastwatch spoke with hostility in their voices. Those who had the courage to betray naturally possessed the strength to do so. After the weak were weeded out and sent to Black Iron Fort to join the patrol, only the elite remained. And they naturally looked down upon these so-called recruits who had trained for less than a month. Yet almost simultaneously, Leon's men, elite rangers of the Night's Watch, each at least of the 3rd rank, subdued the Eastwatch rebels with ease. Save for a few fortunate escapees, the rest were brought before Leon. The sparse population of Eastwatch could only watch in terror, assuming Leon and his men had staged a mutiny. However, instead of looting, Leon's soldiers guided the frightened townsfolk politely, directing them to follow the trails of blood on the ground. Upon the high platform, Carter Pike lay like a faceless man, his features obliterated, kissed bloody by the earth. His body a ruin of tattered flesh, without an inch of unbroken skin. The agony had rendered him unconscious repeatedly, only to awaken again to torment. His signature bulbous nose was gone. Even his mother, a tavern wench, would not recognize him now. Remain calm. Good people, Leon addressed the panicked crowd below. But before his words could settle, a bold onlooker trembled and cursed, "D-damn you. Traitor, release our garrison commander at once. It is not we who have betrayed, but your beloved Carter Pike," Leon countered, only to ignite greater fury. The people of Eastwatch would never trust the words of an outsider like Leon. Though too cowardly to riot, their voices rose in waves of curses and accusations. But their outcry was soon drowned by two resounding horn blasts. One blast signaled the return of Night's Watch brothers. Two meant wildling invasion. The third had not been heard in millennia, for it heralded the others. The longtime residents of Eastwatch recognized the call. Wildlings were coming. Then, from the coastline, clouds of dust billowed, and on the horizon, the glint of countless cold steel flickered like a forest of blades. Only a handful knew the truth. Those were the tracks of the windblown. Yet most of Eastwatch's people plunged into despair. With Leon's betrayal and Commander Carter Pike captured, the town stood defenseless against the wildling onslaught. Like all castles clinging to the wall, Eastwatch's rear was left unguarded. The wind-blown lancers could sweep through the town unimpeded, leaving carnage in their wake. With only a few good teeth left in his mouth, Carter Pike spat out a bloody froth and gave Leon a ghastly, twisted grin. Slurring his words as he spoke, "The wind-blown have come. Your time is up? Is that so?" Leon raised his hand with unwavering confidence. His Night's Watch troops swiftly formed ranks, shield-bearing infantry at the front, rangers at the rear, their formation assembling with such speed it seemed to happen in the blink of an eye. The residents of Eastwatch then realized these were not wildlings but a band of mercenary knights. Yet this brought little comfort, for the enemy was already charging, their lances thirsting for blood, their momentum unstoppable. Faced with the overwhelming force of over 300 cavalry bearing down upon them, not a single shield-bearing infantryman in Leon's ranks faltered or fled. The seasoned rangers remained utterly composed, raising their bows in unison, awaiting Leon's command to loose their volley. The synchronized movements of over 100 men, moving as one in preparation for battle, left the Eastwatch onlookers utterly stunned. Regardless of whether they viewed Leon and his Night's Watch as traitors, at this moment, these men stood unwavering between them and the enemy. In that instant, regardless of allegiance, every resident silently prayed that Leon's forces would hold against the frenzied cavalry charge. Rangers loose. Leon's command rang out from the high platform. The elite rangers of the Night's Watch released their bowstrings in perfect harmony. The twang of strings played a deadly symphony, and above them, dark clouds of arrows materialized before mercilessly descending upon the charging wind-blown lancers. Yet the arrow storm proved of little threat to the heavily armored cavalry. Only a handful of unlucky souls fell, struck in vital spots. Carter Pike, his one remaining eye wide with excitement, grinned madly. Just as he had anticipated, Leon's forces stood no chance against the elite lancers of the windblown. He could already envision the moment of impact. The Night's Watch skewered like candied hawthorns upon their lances. But his triumphant laughter froze mid-breath, as if time itself had paused. For in the final second before collision, the shield-bearing infantry parted, revealing behind them rows of Night's Watch warriors wielding greatswords. Chapter 66. The Catspaw as an elite lancer of the windblown, he had fought countless battles, some righteous, others wicked, across the known world. Yet never in all his campaigns, against all manner of formidable foes, had he encountered troops who dared to confront a cavalry charge with nothing but flesh and steel. Even the most timid of goatmen tribes would never commit such a grievous tactical blunder. Though the Night's Watchmen before them wielded monstrous greatswords, what of it? No bloody, no matter how long, could match the reach of a lance. And greatswords demanded Herculean strength to wield effectively. These gaunt, wiry men hardly seemed capable of such feats. "Die then," snarled the foremost wind-blown rider, lowering his visor and leveling his lance as he spurred his destrier forward. Yet against all expectations, the anticipated skewering of black-clad bodies never came. Instead, the seemingly cumbersome greatswords moved with viperish speed, dodging the lance's thrust before striking like thunder upon the riders. The overconfident windblown, having foregone shields for precision, were cut down mid-charge in a spray of blood and screams. This scene repeated along the entire battle line. Each watchman danced past the lances with lethal grace before delivering crippling blows. Even those riders not instantly unhorsed were dragged down by nearby infantry and hacked apart. Save for a few unlucky souls impaled by the forest of lances, most watchmen emerged unscathed from the first charge. The windblown, however, found themselves mired as if in quicksand, their formation swallowed whole by the watch's gaping maw. Riderless horses now bolted aimlessly across the field. The wind-blown commander here favored caution, hence committing only 100 riders initially. Surely that sufficed to shatter the watch's flimsy line? Yet these black brothers had gambled everything on this suicidal infantry counter, a tactic only elites could execute. I thought the night's watch had fallen into ruin, the commander muttered, scalp prickling with dread. Beside him, a centurion's stallion stamped nervously. The second wave should have charged by now to finish the rout, yet the watch's scattered line held firm. The wind-blown casualties already bordered on catastrophic. They were Sel's words, not some throne's fanatical lackeys. Commander, shall we proceed with the second wave of our charge? The centurion of the wind-blown company gripped his reins tightly, his face pale with shock at the massacre unfolding along the night's watch defensive line in the distance. He couldn't bear to watch his comrades, who had trained and lived alongside him day and night, being slaughtered like cattle. He yearned to charge forward and save them. Damn it, we've been deceived by that bastard, Caitlin Pike. He never intended to betray them. He probably lurking in some shadowy corner, watching us with that vile smirk of his. The commander of the wind-blown company seethed with fury. The situation had spiraled out of control. Nothing like the promises Caitlin Pike had made. Earlier, Pike had assured him that if he successfully persuaded Lionel, the wind-blown would simply arrive to escort Pike into their ranks. If negotiations failed, they were to eliminate Lionel and his so-called regulars of the Night's Watch. He had even seen Pike's signal indicating the talks had collapsed. That was why he ordered the charge. Yet Pike had sworn that Lionel's forces were nothing but green recruits, barely trained for a month, incapable of withstanding even a single assault from the windblown. But why? Why would that treacherous snake deceive them into believing the Night's Watch was a rabble? Hadn't the captain promised him the high rank of vice commander? The centurion's face twisted in confusion. How the hell should I know? Caitlin Pike, this grudge is carved in stone. We retreat now. But what of our brothers trapped in the thick of battle? Do we abandon them? The centurion protested. Do you wish to throw more lives away needlessly? The enemy was clearly prepared. Regardless of what others might think, the wind-blown commander, now in the heat of battle, bitterly regretted his rash decision to charge without proper reconnaissance. Even though his cavalry vastly outnumbered Lionel's forces, he refused to order another assault. What if Lionel had more tricks up his sleeve? Terrified by the sheer brutality of the Night's Watch greatswordsman, the wind-blown commander chose retreat. Though the centurion seethed with frustration, once the order was given, he exchanged a grim glance with his fellow officer before reluctantly turning his horse and signaling the retreat. From a high platform, Caitlin Pike's emotions swung wildly. First elation as he watched the wind-blown charge, then near delirium when Lionel, in what seemed like madness, ordered his spearless infantry to engage the cavalry. But when the clash turned into a one-sided slaughter against the wind-blown, shock overtook him. Now, all that remained was numbness. Lionel, who had planned to intervene only after the enemy cavalry broke through his lines at great cost, felt a twinge of disappointment. The wind-blown commander had guessed correctly. Lionel did have a contingency. But that contingency was just one man, himself. Finally, Leon reluctantly set down the starfall bow in his hands, awaiting another chance to unleash its multi-shot skill. Your predictions weren't very accurate, were they? Now with leisure on his hands, Leon approached Carter Pike, whose face, if he still had one capable of expression, was frozen in numb resignation. Leon couldn't help but wonder what kind of expression Carter Pike might have worn. Only after all hope had withered away did regret finally take root in Carter Pike's heart. He even began to question why he had ever joined the Night's Watch, why he had chosen to forsake his vows. But most of all, he regretted confessing his betrayal to Leon, a boy who appeared unremarkable on the surface, but harbored an insatiable bloodlust within. Could you give me another chance? Even the lowliest insects cling to life, let alone Carter Pike, who had spent over a decade as the respected commander of Eastwatch. No. So, these are your final words? Upon hearing Leon's question, Carter Pike understood his fate was sealed. He drew a deep breath and sighed. If only you had been born 10 years earlier, perhaps the Night's Watch wouldn't have fallen into such ruin. Now, even the old bear is dead. The last 3 strongholds on the wall, Ser Alisar Thorn at the Shadow Tower, the old bear at Castle Black, and me at Eastwatch, will soon perish one after another. Maybe one day, the people of the 7 kingdoms will forget the Night's Watch ever existed. Perhaps it was true that a dying man's words are kind. Carter Pike, no longer concerned with his own plight, had begun to lament the fate of the Night's Watch. Don't trouble yourself with that. As long as I hold command, the Night's Watch will not fall. With that, Leon raised Donfong, poised to strike at Carter Pike's neck. You speak lightly. Can you alone hold back Mance Raider's 100,000 wildlings? In the end, you'll do as I did. Find a way to flee for your life. Those final words made Leon frown. So, Carter Pike had known about Mance Raider gathering the wildlings. Yet he had never warned the old bear, indirectly causing his death. Worse still, he had likely struck some dark bargain with Mance Raider, which explained why Eastwatch had been left as porous as a sieve, allowing wildlings to come and go as they pleased. With that realization, Leon decided not to grant the traitor another second of life. The sword fell in a flash, and an ugly head rolled to the ground. Leon stepped forward, planting his boot on Carter Pike's repulsive face, and spoke with deliberate emphasis. To spare you the loneliness of the grave, trust me, I'll soon send every last one of the old bear's assassins to keep you company. Chapter 67. Leon's meteor bow begins stacking multi-shot skills. Carter Pike paid the ultimate price to validate Leon's earlier claim that there were 100 warriors like Spathios in their ranks. The Night's Watchmen, ranging from the 4th to 5th tiers, Vowkeepers, Oathsworn, and Border Guardians, differed only marginally in individual prowess. However, the 6th-tier Border Guardians possessed an overpowering buff, unyielding resolve, ensuring morale never shattered, no matter the odds, and desertion was unthinkable. Their capabilities were more comprehensive, if not outright self-sufficient, and even when deployed independently, they could match the competence of minor lords. In contrast, the elite Lancers of the Windblown were merely 3rd tier in strength, compounded by their fatal underestimation of the enemy and their commander's hesitation to commit to a full charge. Their defeat was inevitable. The surviving Windblown prisoners and the traitors from Eastwatch were escorted to the high platform by Leon's subordinates, awaiting his judgment. By then, the residents of Eastwatch had regained their senses and began piecing together the truth that Carter Pike had conspired with these Associ words to betray their Night's Watch vows. Many averted their eyes from Leon on the platform, weighed down by shame. Windblown stepped forward. At Leon's command, the captives were stripped of their armor, bound hand and foot, and shoved to their knees before him by the guarding Night's Watchmen. Those who wish to live will be granted a chance. Stand and don the black. The wind-blown centurion leading the unit had survived, though grievously wounded. Struggling to lift his head, he met Leon's gaze, cold and unyielding, devoid of negotiation. Yet as their leader, he attempted to bargain. My lord, the wind-blown bear no grudge against the Night's Watch. Today was but a misunderstanding. We were deceived by Carter Pike. Spare us, and I swear our captain will pay a generous ransom for our release. Ransom? Leon's voice dripped with disdain. Since when do honorless Cell's words adopt the parlance of nobility? My lord, we are free knights of Essos. None here would abide by the Night's Watch's draconian doctrines. And our captain, the tattered prince, despises traitors above all. Should we betray him, 2,000 wind-blown riders would hunt us to the ends of the earth, severing a foot to ensure we never flee again. His words carried both earnestness and veiled threat. To the centurion, Leon, though formidable, could never withstand the tattered prince's wrath, especially with 100,000 wildlings stirring beyond the wall. Surely, returning the captives was the wisest course. Very well, If you fear your distant captain more than the blade in my hand, then die. With that, Leon wasted no further breath. Raising his meteor bow, he loosed an arrow, then another, and another, pinning each kneeling wind-blown captive to the earth in swift succession. Witnessing Leon's genuine willingness to kill, not as a mere display of intimidation through the centurion's death, but with the chilling simplicity that refusal to surrender meant certain demise, several riders from the Windblown hastily scrambled to their feet. Those who hesitated found one or two arrows embedded in their chests. This was not Leon ensuring their demise with follow-up shots, but rather the culmination of Ryuci Bao's multi-shot skill finally ascending to a new level, each arrow splitting mid-flight into two, amplifying its lethal efficiency. Soon, only 7 or 8 terrified wind-blown captives remained standing amidst the carnage, their fallen comrades now mere stepping stones in Leon's path to mastery. You, Leon declared, on these black cloaks, your past sins are absolved. Henceforth, you shall serve as rangers. With that, he ordered their bonds severed and graciously provided each with a promised garment. Thanks to Cutter Peck's rebellion, Leon's forces, once struggling to equip even their newest recruits with basic leather armor, now had surplus to spare for these new additions. His gaze then shifted to the kneeling traitors of Eastwatch. Lord Leon, several cried out before he could speak, desperation lacing their voices. We were already sworn brothers. We surrender. More pleas erupted like a discordant chorus. The long night approaches, my lord. You need our strength. Command us. And even against the White Walkers, we shall charge without hesitation. Let us serve you, Lord Leon. Washing clothes, tending horses, anything. Spare us. Their groveling only deepened the scowls of the loyal Night's Watchmen surrounding Leon. These men had all taken the same vows. Was betrayal to be forgiven so easily? Since when did treason carry so light a consequence? Yet they held their tongues, for it was Leon, the Lord Commander, who held their fate in his hands. Had he chosen mercy, none would dare openly oppose. But Leon's answer came not in words, but in the relentless hiss of arrows. Each found its mark with lethal precision. As the traitors realized no plea would sway him, panic erupted. They shoved against their captors, ducked behind comrades, even feigned death among the fallen, all in vain. Leon's arrows, as if guided by an unerring will, sought them out regardless. Minutes later, silence reigned. A handful of traitors had fallen to the Watch's blades at the periphery, but the majority lay slain by Leon's hand. In the end, when Leon fired his final arrow, there was no need for precise aim, for arrows fanned out in a small arc, sealing every possible escape route for the fleeing traitor. The execution, akin to a merciless slaughter, concluded swiftly. Several newly recruited, wind-blown riders of the Night's Watch cast uneasy glances toward Leon upon the high platform, their hearts trembling with dread. They couldn't help but compare the man who had just slain 100 without so much as blinking to their former leader, the tattered prince. In contrast, the prince's act of merely severing a traitor's foot seemed almost merciful. Thus, whatever rebellious thoughts lingered in the hearts of these former wind-blown riders were instantly extinguished. Leon's unit roster soon reflected 7 new applications from wind-blown riders, and his Mount Blade interface underwent another change. New recruits detected culture, Pentoshi. Allow them to retain their original cultural advancement path, or assign them to the Night's Watch culture. Pentoshi Peasant Windblown Scout Windblown Elite Lancer. Seeing that the Windblown troop tree capped at only 3 tiers, 2 fewer than the Night's Watch riders, Leon naturally dismissed the idea of preserving their Pentoshi heritage. Instead, he compelled them to embrace the Night's Watch culture and swear their vows. My lord, Spathum approached with a grim expression, holding a raven's missive. Maester Eamon of Black Iron Fort reports sightings of wildling scouting parties nearby. How shall we respond? Leon's gaze hardened. The day has come at last. Order the men to gather supplies and march with all haste. Black Iron Fort must be reinforced. Chapter 68. The Battle of Black Iron Keep when Lion's forces set forth once more. Their presence bore little resemblance to their humble departure for Eastwatch. 200 mounted riders now advanced in formation along the road, while the central column stretched with wagon after wagon laden with supplies and siege equipment. The rear guard, composed of hardened infantry, exuded an aura of unyielding ferocity. The billowing dust clouds stirred by their march deterred even the boldest wildlings and bandits lurking near the wall, who scattered far and wide, wary of drawing the attention of the Night's Watch scouts. Yet Lion had no desire to waste time testing his men against such rabble. Instead, he pressed his troops to quicken their pace. News of 100,000 wildlings gathering in the north left no room for leisurely travel, and thus Lion decisively activated the forced march. A journey that would have taken a week along the length of the wall was now compressed into 2 relentless days. Thanks to Lion's rigorous 10-fold training regimen and the battles against the Eastwatch rebels and the Windblown, his forces no longer boasted only a single 6th-tier warrior in the form of Spathios. Now, 10 sworn defenders of the Night's Watch stood at his command, each nearly matching Spathios in individual prowess. Lion appointed them to various leadership roles, elevating the efficiency of his command structure to unprecedented heights. However, his army's imbalance remained glaring. Among the 200 mounted troops, most could scarcely be called true cavalry. They were merely infantry on horseback, while the Night's Watch oath-sworn could charge with their great swords against weaker foes. Their lack of refined horsemanship left them vulnerable against skilled cavalry. Dismounted, they fought with far greater agility. Lion had once whimsically envisioned these oath-sworn as mounted archers. But even Spathios, a defender of the realm, proved woefully inaccurate on horseback. Only on foot could they unleash their full potential. Thus, Lion's next objective became clear: to forge a corps of elite rangers capable of shielding his flanks and launching decisive charges. Beyond the 200 oath-sworn and sworn brothers, over 100 fresh recruits had now ascended to the rank of Night's Watch guards. With enough steeds, they could one day become rangers. In truth, Lion had scoured every stable in the gift just to amass 200 warhorses, still far short of his vision of a fully mobile force. Had he more? His forced march could have covered even greater distances. By the time the silhouette of Blackiron Keep reappeared before them, night had already fallen on the second day. Yet the fortress was engulfed in chaos. The clamor of battle reached Lion's ears from 5 miles away. "My lord, wildlings have breached the wall. They're assaulting Blackiron Keep." A scout dismounted before Lion, his face etched with panic, as if he had witnessed something unspeakable. Lion's gaze followed the flickering glow of the distant fortress, where towering figures, unnaturally massive, loomed amidst the flames. "Giants?" Lion murmured, half in disbelief. Each standing 4 or 5 meters tall," the scout confirmed. Though hardened by the bloodshed he had endured under Lion's command, the sight of living giants still sent a chill down his spine. The giants, who had long dwelled in the perpetual winter of the far north, rarely revealed themselves to the world. To the common Night's Watch, they had become nearly as mythical as the White Walkers, creatures of legend. Yet now, they stood before them in the flesh, and not just one, but many. As the scouts exchanged words with Leon, a wave of terror and dread spread through his ranks. Many of the Night's Watch recruits, former farmers and brigands, felt their courage waver. Fear in the face of the unknown was only natural. "My lord, shall we charge?" Only a handful, like Spathium and the other seasoned commanders, remained unshaken. To them, the news of giants was no different from hearing of bandits, hardly worth a second thought. Their calm demeanor and unyielding bravery steadied the men. Glancing at their comrades, they silently bolstered their resolve. Thanks to Leon's unbroken chain of victories, morale remained high, and not a single deserter fled. Yet as Leon surveyed the familiar faces around him, a pang of compassion struck him, a commander's burden. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and ordered the charge. After the old bear had taken most of the garrison, Blackiron Keep was left with fewer than 200 men to defend both the castle and the wall. Stretched thin, they were easily overrun by the wildlings. It was no fault of the defenders. The wildling raiding party included giants, living siege engines, and their warriors were all hardened fighters. The Night's Watch never stood a chance. Now, every man in Blackiron Keep bore wounds. The defenders atop the wall had been slaughtered, and the survivors, led by Jon Snow, made their last stand before the Maester's tower, locked in desperate combat. Giant archers loosed arrows as thick as ballista bolts, skewering 4 or 5 men in a single shot. Others, impatient, seized Night's Watchmen and tore them apart barehanded, painting the snow crimson. Wildling berserkers, their bodies adorned with azure tattoos, swung great axes with reckless abandon. They ignored pain, ignored death, trading their lives for those of the Watch in a frenzy of battle. A few thens, better armed than most free folk, wore bronze helms, wielded axes and leaf-bladed spears, and donned quilted armor studded with bronze discs. Their blackened leather shields, rimmed and embossed with bronze, made them formidable on the front lines. The rest, raiders in white fur and bone armor, wildling warriors of every stripe, attacked like madmen, wave after wave, until it seemed the Night's Watch would be wiped out entirely. Jon Snow cradled the lifeless body of his beloved Ygritte, the fiery kissed by fire, his heart consumed by grief amidst the chaos of battle, oblivious to the carnage around him. As a wildling's battle axe descended toward his vulnerable neck, a sudden volley of arrows from the castle gates pierced the would-be assassin like a vengeful storm. At last, Leon's reinforcements arrived, 7 former windblown riders, now sworn brothers of the Night's Watch, lowered their lances and charged shoulder to shoulder into the fray within the cramped confines of Black Ironfort. Behind them, dismounted rangers advanced in support. Yet the narrow streets swiftly halted their momentum. Though their assault sowed chaos among the wildlings, all 7 riders were cut down. Leon had no time to mourn their loss. The reality before him bore no resemblance to the tales told in plays and songs. In those fanciful retellings, Jon Snow alone had turned the tide at Black Ironfort. But here, the castle teemed with wildlings, a dark tide threatening to swallow the handful of black-cloaked defenders before the maester's tower like a lone rock battered by a relentless sea. Victory seemed a distant dream. From the moment Leon's forces joined the fray, the battle erupted into a maelstrom of steel and fury. The wildlings, swift to adapt, wheeled to face this unexpected threat. Though the rangers loosed 2 deadly volleys, the fearless wildling horde closed the distance with terrifying speed. From above, Black Ironfort would have presented a dire sight. Not only were the defenders at the maester's tower encircled, but now Leon's relief force too found themselves ensnared in the wildlings' tightening grasp. The situation had grown desperate indeed. Chapter 69. Leon's duel with the giant as the wildlings approached. Leon slung his meteor bow across his back after claiming a 12 lives, drawing his sword instead. The 2 forces had already clashed, creating a chaotic melee. To avoid friendly fire, Leon refrained from using his bow, though this suited him perfectly. To slay these savages with arrows would have been too merciful, too swift. After days of battle, Leon had shed the civilized restraint of his modern origins, embracing instead the visceral thrill of close-quarter slaughter. The free folk rabble stood no chance against the sworn brothers of the Night's Watch, and soon a mound of wildling corpses piled at their feet. Noticing the commotion at the gate, the wildling chieftains besieging the maester's tower had expected an easy victory, assuming these black-clad cowards would crumble under a single charge, just as they had at Black Iron Keep. Yet the battle took an unexpected turn. The Night's Watch reinforcements wielded deadly bows, and their great swords proved unstoppable, catching the wildlings off guard. Soon, a giant's attention fixed upon the black-clad warrior carving through the fray like a scythe through wheat. With a furious roar, the giant snatched up a nearby body and hurled it at Leon. Caught mid-swing, Leon had no time to dodge. The projectile struck him squarely, sending him flying several meters before he skidded to a halt. Though unharmed, the sheer force left him momentarily disheveled. The giant, believing his foe vanquished, began to turn, only to freeze as Leon rose, dusting himself off with a smirk of approval. Enraged, the giant charged, his massive foot lashing out in a kick meant to send Leon soaring. Knowing better than to meet brute strength head-on, Leon rolled aside with undignified haste. For all its power, the giant moved with lumbering slowness. Leon's agility made evasion effortless. Seizing the opening, he drove black and white kiss deep into the giant's supporting leg, burying the blade to the hilt. Yet the beast barely flinched, swatting at Leon with a crushing palm. Leon dodged again, leaving fresh wounds with each counterattack. Around them, the battlefield fell silent as both armies paused to witness the duel. Here stood the mightiest warriors of each side, their clash destined to decide the tide of battle. The wildlings brimmed with confidence. Their champion was none other than Wong, the strongest of the young giants. The Night's Watch, however, harbored doubts. Despite Leon's earlier dominance, the sheer disparity in size and strength left them uneasy. Specium, unable to bear the tension, quietly ordered his archers to stand ready. Honor be damned. If the duel turned against Leon, they would intervene without hesitation. Just as Spathium raised his bow, the opposing wildling also defiantly took aim at Leon. At the heart of the battle, even if Leon had 3 heads and 6 arms, he couldn't withstand simultaneous attacks from so many. Thus, Spathium, wary of harming his own, ordered his men to lower their bows for the moment, yet remained poised to intervene at any instant. Fortunately, Leon's agile form allowed him to evade each of the giant's strikes just in time, countering with slashes, hacks, and thrusts that left wounds upon the beast. The skirmish swiftly turned into a spectacle where the giant was outmaneuvered and toyed with, much to the wildlings' growing agitation. The giant, though inarticulate, seethed with frustration at Leon's slippery, elusive tactics. Though Leon's strikes were mere pinpricks to its hulking frame, the steady loss of blood from its wounds soon left it weakened. True to expectation, after delivering a feeble punch, the giant collapsed thunderously as Leon severed its tendon, its mountainous body crashing to the earth in a cloud of dust. Seizing the moment, Leon nimbly avoided the falling behemoth and leapt onto its back. When the dust settled, both wildlings and Night's Watchmen bore witness to a sight that would haunt them forever. Leon, drenched in crimson, holding aloft the giant's severed head, its neck artery gushing a foul fountain of blood, transforming him into a figure of nightmarish dread. A blood-soaked specter of war. Even the most battle-crazed berserkers lost their nerve at the sight, their fervor extinguished by sheer terror. The Night's Watch, however, emboldened by Leon's ferocity, rallied with renewed vigor, pressing their advantage alongside the last elite defenders of the citadel in a pincer attack. The remaining giant, beholding its kin's decapitated head in Leon's grasp, hesitated only briefly before turning tail and fleeing, abandoning any thought of vengeance. With morale shattered, the wildling warriors and free folk elites stood no chance against the resurgent Night's Watch. Within half an hour, the Iron Fort was all but purged of wildlings, save for a desperate few cornered in the training grounds. Yet even in victory, Leon's forces paid dearly, his hands stained with the blood of over 100 wildlings. His own ranks diminished by a third. Still, the Night's Watch defenders remained intact, the fallen largely lower-ranked soldiers, a sacrifice Leon could accept, for war spares none. The casualties today have been more than enough. To avoid unnecessary bloodshed, I magnanimously grant you the chance to surrender. At the training grounds entrance, the bloodstains on Leon's body gradually dried, fresh blood layering over the old, forming uneven patches of dark crimson on his armor. Though most of the savages deliberately avoided him, Leon sought out the thickest of the fray. His fighting style was even more brutal than that of the purest berserker tribes. Yet now, no blade could touch him. Though drenched in blood, not a single scratch marred his skin. Damn crow, you've slaughtered so many of our kin, and now you expect us to surrender? Dream on. A savage chieftain clad in bone armor, his movements rattling like chimes, the Bone King, took an enraged step forward, clearly rejecting Leon's generous offer. Is that so? Leon frowned. Indeed, free folk will never be slaves. The Bone King roared in final defiance. Chapter 70. John duels the King of Bones, captures the wildling forces. If you wish to die free, then I shall grant you that mercy. With those words, Leon raised his hand, and 100 Night's Watch rangers knocked their bows, arrows trained upon the last band of wildlings in the training yard. A single command from Leon would unleash a black rain of death upon their heads. Leon, wait. Just as Leon's hand was about to descend, Jon Snow, having shaken off the grief of his lover's death, arrived at the yard. A moment later, and he would have been met with a scene of carnage. Do you wish to kill one of them yourself? I grant you that privilege. Leon assumed Jon had come seeking vengeance against a particular wildling, but the latter merely shook his head before turning his gaze to the King of Bones. During the direst moments of the battle at Black Iron Fort, Before Leon's reinforcements had arrived, John had slain a then prince, Magnersteer. Yet beyond the inherent enmity between the Night's Watch and the free folk, John bore no personal grudge against any wildling. Enough, King of Bones. Your assault has failed. Spare your life. Winter is coming, and we must stand together against the White Walkers. Having lived and loved among the free folk, and having witnessed Ygritte's death, John could no longer fathom why the Northmen and the wildlings still fought, especially with the White Walkers looming. Tormund Giantsbane stepped forward then, wiping blood from his face before spitting a crimson glob at John. Damnable crow, fight if you must. Spare us your prattle. Hefting his great axe, he prepared to charge, only to be halted by the King of Bones beside him. Crow, we will not surrender, but an alliance that we might consider. Open your gates. When the King beyond the wall marches south, we shall face the White Walkers together. Or, the King of Bones added, voice laced with honeyed venom, we could wait for his host to arrive, slaughter your few hundred crows, and then deal with the White Walkers ourselves. His words carried both temptation and threat, though Leon had heard enough empty threats by now to recognize this as little more than a desperate bid to escape their dire straits. No one wished to die for nothing. If you refuse to yield, then let your king beyond the wall collect your corpses. Leon had no patience for obstinate wildlings and moved to give the order, until John stepped directly into his path. John's repeated interference grated on Leon's nerves. Were they not allies? He might have cut him down already. Whatever John had endured during their separation, his newfound hesitation only fueled Leon's irritation. King of Bones, John declared, I challenge you to single combat. Win, and you and your men may leave. Lose, and you submit to Leon's command as prisoners. I refuse, Leon snapped. When I already hold the power to take them captive, why grant them the honor of a duel? Before the Bone King could utter a word, Leon had already voiced his displeasure. In response, the Bone King burst into laughter and declared, John, you must have lost your mind to challenge me. Very well. As long as it's not this blood-prison demon god facing me in single combat, I accept. With that, the Bone King hefted a massive club fashioned from an animal's leg bone and strode into the open space between the two armies. John turned and gave Leon a look that said, trust me, before walking resolutely toward the Bone King without a backward glance. Though Leon harbored no illusions about capturing wildlings, the prospect of bolstering his forces with additional prisoners was appealing. After all, wildlings were classified as bandit units in the Mount Blade system and could be converted into regular troops using the veteran's respect skill. After several consecutive battles, Leon's forces were nearly overwhelmed with wounded. Reinforcements now would ensure they wouldn't stand alone when facing the White Walkers. Thus, Leon lowered his hand, tacitly approving John's duel. John, destined to become the North's greatest swordsman, was already showing his prowess. Despite his youth, he held his own against the Bone King, a long-renowned free folk chieftain. Unlike Leon's aggressive yet agile circling style, John relied on refined swordsmanship to deflect overwhelming force. The Bone King's terrifying leg bone club struck with gale force fury. Yet John parried each blow effortlessly, never yielding, as if he could match anyone blow for blow, fighting for his life and those of his men. The Bone King held nothing back, yet he couldn't overpower John quickly. After dozens of exchanges, even the mighty Bone King began to tire. In his frustration, he left an opening, one John seized instantly. With a precise strike, John severed the Bone King's wrist tendon before pressing Longclaw against his throat. The duel was decided. Though the Bone King seethed with resentment, the cold steel at his neck forced him to concede. He dropped his club with his remaining hand. Damn it! I refuse to accept this. Fight me again, roared Tormund Giantsbane, unwilling to yield. He brandished his axe and advanced toward John. Though John had defeated the Bone King unscathed, exhaustion left him unsteady on his feet. Hearing Tormund's challenge, he steeled himself for another battle. No, your opponent is me. Leon would not stand by and let John be worn down by a war of attrition. With the advantage now theirs, he wouldn't tolerate the wildling's defiance. You, even the fearless Tormund Giantsbane, whose courage was so immense he could sleep inside a giantess's belly, now gaped at Leon with wide eyes before abruptly shutting his mouth. The memory of Leon casually carrying a giant's severed head like a slaughtered pig remained vividly etched in his mind. Compared to his own tavern brag title of Giantsbane, This god of death before him was the true giant slayer, undeniable and absolute. Thus, Tormund wisely swallowed his words and feigned nonchalance, turning his gaze to the stars above. Though the wildlings considered captivity shameful, tribal conflicts spanning millennia had made such captures routine. The only difference this time was falling into the Night's Watch's hands, a likely death sentence. With the Battle of Black Iron Fort concluded, the two apprentices of Maester Aemon were overwhelmed, tending to hundreds of wounded Night's Watchmen and wildling prisoners missing limbs. Survivors busied themselves extinguishing fires and burying the dead. Yet, at Leon's insistence, all, whether brothers or wildlings, were cremated. Though laborious, none dared defy him. Not after his legendary march from afar to crush the wildling threat. By dawn, the work was done. Despite sleepless nights, the Night's Watch remained alert, for a kingdom cannot endure without a ruler. With the Lord Commander, the Old Bear, slain, Black Iron Fort had long lacked a true leader. The interim commander, Bowen Marsh, had also perished in battle. Now, with Leon's return as first ranger, the matter demanded urgent deliberation. Chapter 71. The first step towards independence. Becoming Lord Commander of the Night's Watch was remarkably democratic, with even the election of its Lord Commander decided by the votes of every sworn brother. At noon the following day, the surviving members of the Watch gathered in the Great Hall. Yet this assembly felt strangely unfamiliar, for only two high-ranking figures sat upon the dais. To the left was the blind Maester Aemon, and beside him stood the Master-at-Arms of the Night's Watch, Leon Victor. Even the most seasoned veterans who had once doubted Leon now had to concede that his standing within the order was second only to Maester Aemon, whose 5 decades of service commanded unwavering respect. Leon's return had not only brought 300 well-trained elite rangers, but also secured victory at the Battle of Black Iron Keep, saving the lives of every brother present. The other eligible candidates, including the Old Bear and others, had perished, though some among the assembled brothers harbored ulterior motives. All understood that today's proceedings were merely a formality. When a moment seemed right, Maester Aemon rose unsteadily to his feet. The hall fell silent as every gaze turned toward him, awaiting his words. Are there any nominations for candidates? No sooner had the Maester spoken than a bald man stood from the crowd. Leon's eyes narrowed upon recognizing him. Janos Slynt, the infamous opportunist of Westeros, former Lord of Harrenhal and commander of the City Watch of King's Landing. It was said he would sell his loyalty for gold. And had his betrayal not led to Ned Stark's execution, Stannis Baratheon might well have been king. Unfazed by Leon's piercing glare, Slynt turned and addressed the brothers loudly. Lord Leon Victor is not only a noble of the Seven Kingdoms, but a man of impeccable character. He fulfilled the late Lord Commander's mission flawlessly, and the prowess of the recruits he trained speaks for itself. Last night, he saved Black Iron Keep and led us to victory against the wildlings. He is the only choice. His words were met with immediate approval. Nods, cheers, whistles, and salutes erupted toward Leon on the dais. The support was overwhelming, leaving little doubt of his imminent victory. Yet even in the face of such momentum, dissent arose. Ser Janos Slynt, a middle-aged brother, interjected, his tone pointed. Dennis Mallister has served the Watch since boyhood. His years of loyal duty surpass even the longest-serving ranger. He gestured toward an elderly man with silvered hair but sharp, unwavering eyes seated nearby. A murmur of respect rippled through the crowd, though it lacked the fervor of Leon's supporters. Upon witnessing this, the middle-aged Night's Watchman continued unhurriedly. Lord Dennis Mallister has guarded for 10 winters. As commander of the Shadow Tower, he has defended against wildlings from 1,000 leagues away, possessing unparalleled courage and the experience in fighting wildlings that we sorely lack. None among us could do better than he. After the middle-aged brother finished speaking, many of the Night's Watch present seemed to awaken from a dream. With the wildlings now marching south in force, indeed, no one could serve as Lord Commander better than Dennis Mallister at such time. Soon, the hall erupted in cheers no less fervent than those for Lionel. Since there are no other candidates, let us proceed to the vote. Triangles represent Ser Lionel Victor. Squares represent Ser Dennis Mallister. Maester Aemon brought forth the counting tools and placed them upon the table. due to the order of speeches. The middle-aged brother's address followed that of the sycophant Slint. This led many brothers, in their choice between the two, to instinctively favor the seasoned ranger with extensive experience against the wildlings, Dennis Mallister. Sam and John grew anxious, but each nominated candidate had only one chance to speak. The opportunity to advocate for Lionel had already been squandered by Slint. Had Sam been the one to speak, Lionel's ascension to Lord Commander would have been assured with but a few words. Yet now, there was nothing they could do but cast their votes for Lionel. Soon, all present had made their choices. The small slips of parchment were gathered into an earthen jar, which was then shattered by Maester Eamon's steward, and the counting began. Quickly, the squares on the tally surged far ahead, nearly overwhelming Lionel's count. Though the brothers held no prejudice against Lionel's personal valor, his youth was undeniable. In the brutal war to come, individual prowess would matter little. They felt far more at ease being led by Dennis, who understood the wildlings and had ample experience fighting them. At last, the blind Maester Eamon suddenly asked his steward, "Has everyone voted?" "Yes, Maester." After hearing the steward's reply, Eamon fumbled upon the table for a moment before retrieving a single triangle and handing it to his attendant. John and Sam could do nothing to change the outcome. Sam, in particular, seethed inwardly at Slint, the sycophant. "Your speech was utter rubbish. You failed to mention a single one of Lionel's strengths, his youth and prowess in battle. You've ruined his chances. I ought to beat your bald head into a pig's snout." Nowadays, Sam, having undergone rigorous training under Leon's tutelage, has undergone a remarkable transformation. Not only has his innate timidity been greatly tempered, but his physique and martial prowess have also improved beyond recognition. Should he return to the Reach now, his father might be so moved by the sight of this new Sam that he would reconsider restoring his birthright as heir to Hornhill. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from Sam's gaze, Slint couldn't suppress a shudder, suddenly recalling the damning secrets the younger man held over him. During the Battle of Blackiron Keep, the cowardly Janos had fared even worse than Sam. While Sam had fought bravely, Janos had cowered in a storage room, paralyzed by fear. Until the battle's end, when Sam discovered him hiding alongside Gilly, the wildling woman, and her child, whom Sam had rescued. Earlier, following Leon's orders, Sam had returned to report the wildling leader Harma's movements to the Lord Commander. Yet, circumstances had drawn him into the ranging party, leaving his fate largely unchanged from the original course. Recognizing the precariousness of his position, Slint hastily sidled up to Dennis Mallister, the soon-to-be-elected Lord Commander, shamelessly pledging his loyalty. "Sir Dennis, my nomination of Leon was merely to uphold the Night's Watch's principles of fairness and democracy. Had you stood as the sole candidate, the Seven Kingdoms might have assumed our order had abandoned even this tradition, proof of utter disarray." To this, Dennis responded with nothing more than a disdainful snort, refusing to grant the sycophant so much as a glance. Just as Dennis rose to accept Maester Eamon's formal declaration of his new command, a firm, resonant voice interrupted from beyond the chamber doors. "Wait." Chapter 72. The Night's Watch abounds with talent. Leon's appointment, to be honest. Maester Eamon was merely blind, not deaf. He was well aware of the overwhelming shift in the council chamber's sentiment favoring Dennis. Yet, he still cast his vote for Leon. In his heart, though young, Leon possessed immense potential and was fully capable of shouldering great responsibility. Even if he faced temporary defeat today, the future of the Night's Watch still belonged to Leon. After all, Dennis was already so aged he could scarcely wield a weapon. Just then, the owner of the voice from outside pushed the door open and entered, followed by a large group of Night's Watch brothers whose bodies bore the indelible stains of blood and the aura of slaughter. Spathios? Slint recognized the man. In his memory, this Essosi-born murderer had long lingered in obscurity at Blackiron Fort. But after recently accompanying Leon on a mission, he returned utterly transformed, as if reborn. "You murderer, the voting has concluded. Lord Dennis has won by popular acclaim. Surely you've noticed?" Janos rose to his feet, regarding Spathios and the soldiers behind him with disdain. Then, as if struck by sudden realization, his eyes widened and his jaw slackened. "I am a murderer. I've never denied that. But I'm also a brother of the Night's Watch. Spathios unsheathed the great sword from his back and slammed it onto the table with a resounding crash, drawing every gaze in the room. Who acknowledged you as a brother? Remember your place. You're a green recruit. Without the approval of us high-ranking officers and the swearing-in ceremony, you'll remain recruits forever. Janos Lind had no retreat left, desperate to reclaim his standing in Dennis' eyes. He was willing to openly defy Leon's men, heedless of the consequences. I do. Just as the two stood locked in confrontation, a calm voice drifted from behind Janos. Leon rose from his seat, surveying every brother present. As a master-at-arms, I have the authority to conduct the night's watch oath for Spathios and his men, do I not? No one objected. Then, on behalf of the 218 brothers under Lord Leon's command, I cast my vote for Lord Leon. With that, Spathios strode to the tally counter. Without even glancing at the towering square markers, he picked up a single triangular token and cast it for Leon. Yet behind this single vote lay the collective will of over 200 sworn brothers, a weight even Janos could not immediately refute. I declare Leon victor as the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Maester Eamon's aged yet firm voice carried through the chamber, a smile gracing his lips. At this outcome, Sam and John beamed with joy, while the surrounding brothers erupted into thunderous cheers. Even his political rival Dennis Marist rose to his feet, applauding with a gracious smile that left Janos Sterling utterly dumbfounded. Clearly, he too acknowledged the outcome, rendering Janos a pitiful spectacle caught between retreat and advance. A satisfied grin softened the perpetual murderous intensity on Sperium's face as the dust settled and Leon assumed the commander's seat. After the devastating battle at Black Iron Fort, the Night's Watch stood crippled, with fewer than 500 able fighters remaining, some scattered along the walls in distant outposts. Within Black Iron Fort itself, a mere 300 men faced the looming threat of 100,000 wildlings from the north. Their dire predicament spoke for itself. Yet Leon proceeded with unshaken composure, methodically assigning roles. Traditionally, such appointments served as a new Lord Commander's means to purge dissent, but for the Night's Watch, its leadership decimated. This was an urgent necessity. Leon first summoned Sperium, the decisive figure in this election. My lord, Sperium stood tall, hands clasped behind his back. I appoint you as the master-at-arms of the Night's Watch. May you uphold my legacy and forge recruits into warriors as formidable as yourself. Laughter rippled through the gathered brothers, many already pitying Sperium's daunting task. After all, Leon had trained 300 hardened, disciplined brothers in less than a month, a standard that now weighed heavily upon Sperium's shoulders. I shall, my lord. Expressionless once more, Sperium pressed a fist to his heart in solemn oath before retreating into the crowd. Dennis Marist. Leon then called the name of his greatest rival. Whispers stirred. Would Leon exact vengeance by sidelining the old ranger with a hollow title? Even Dennis himself seemed to expect it, his face betraying his thoughts when addressed. Lord Commander, I name you my steward to counsel me in the war against the wildlings. Shock rippled through the assembly, Dennis included. By tradition, the Lord Commander's steward stood as heir apparent. Had Sam not already pledged himself to Leon, he might have nominated John, the former steward, with a rousing speech. Yes, my lord, I shall serve with all my strength. Ever composed, Dennis betrayed no overt elation, though his posture straightened imperceptibly as he took his seat. Sir Joris Sterling. At that moment, Leon called out the name of this wavering fence-sitter. Huh, my lord. The startled Joris was clearly unprepared. In his view, the best scenario would have been Leon completely turning a blind eye to his actions. After all, flip-flopping was hardly new for Joris. Keeping his head down usually meant a good chance of slipping under the radar. What is the current state of the Shadow Tower? As he spoke, Leon turned to the steward Dennis beside him. Dire, replied the elderly steward with remarkable recall. We are critically short of soldiers and craftsmen. The fortifications have fallen into disrepair. After Commander Colin took the main force, the Shadow Tower now has only 23 men, including servants and recruits. And we face constant threats from the wildlings. Very well. Sir Joris, your task is to rebuild the defenses of the Shadow Tower. As for manpower, recruit your own. Funding shouldn't pose much difficulty for a former captain of the city watch of King S. Landing. But, Joris attempted to protest. Before his exile to the Night's Watch, all his assets had been confiscated. Moreover, it remained uncertain whether the Shadow Tower still stood. Leon was practically sending him to his death. No buts. You may refuse this order, but the price will be the entire Night's Watch branding you a deserter. A brother who shirks his duty must bear the consequences. No one who betrayed Leon ever prospered. Even as Joris glanced around, hoping for someone to intercede on his behalf, the scorn on every face, and not a shred of sympathy, reflected his earlier vacillation. Defeated, Joris slumped wordlessly into his seat. You may flee, if you can escape my grasp. With those final words, Leon delivered what seemed like counsel, but carried the weight of threat. Chapter 73. The Fate of a Turncoat. Dare offend Leon and hope to escape? After announcing Janos's appointment, Leon's gaze fell upon John, who seemed unusually somber. Though he had briefly rejoiced for Leon's ascension as the new Lord Commander, John now wore a bitter expression, lost in thought. Jon Snow. At that moment, Leon called his name. Leon, Lord Commander. Startled, John rose to his feet, perplexed as to why Leon would summon him so abruptly. After all, he had contributed little during the recent election. I appoint you as the First Ranger. Without hesitation, Leon declared John's new position. Upon hearing this, John was first overcome with elation. The coveted rank of First Ranger, which he had long strived for, had fallen in his lap so effortlessly. Yet almost immediately a shadow crossed his mind, and his joy was fleeting. The announcement brought sorrow to many faces among the Night's Watch. Never in the history of the Order had there been two First Rangers simultaneously. This could only mean that, in the eyes of Leon and the high-ranking officers, the former First Ranger, Benjen Stark, was likely dead. Benjen Stark had been a man of remarkable charisma, deeply respected by his subordinates, and his accomplishments were unparalleled. Every ranging beyond the wall had seen him return unscathed, bearing crucial intelligence. Now, his fate remained unknown, and one of the late Lord Commander Mormont's objectives during his final expedition had been to uncover Benjen's whereabouts. Do not grieve, John. I swear to you, I will avenge Benjen Stark, Lord Commander Mormont, and the others. Moreover, your strength now befits the title of First Ranger. Your slaying of the Magnar of Then upon the wall stands as testament to that. No one opposed the appointment. Clearly, aside from Leon, the Blood God Slayer, the Giant's Bane, John was the most formidable warrior in Castle Black. His promotion was met with silent acceptance. With the key appointments settled, Leon deferred to Maester Eamon and First Steward Dennis for counsel, wisely selecting suitable candidates to fill the remaining high-ranking positions. Now, we must turn our attention to the matter of the wildling invasion. The battle at Castle Black was but a prelude. Mance Raider's horde still looms over us like a murder of crows, circling just beyond our reach. Having concluded the appointments, Steward Dennis steered the discussion toward the future of the Night's Watch. Our forces at Castle Black, including those trained by Lord Commander Leon, number barely over 400. Against a host of 100,000 wildlings, our strength alone will not suffice. Have ravens been sent to the Northern Lords to summon their aid? One of the newly appointed officers turned to Maester Eamon, seeking confirmation. Yet the old Maester merely shook his head, and a grim foreboding settled over the assembly. The new Warden of the North, Lord Robb Stark, has summoned all the Northern Lords and marched south to engage the forces of the Westerlands. By now, his army is likely traversing the Neck, and it would take 2 to 3 moons to turn back, far too late to provide reinforcements. Maester Eamon relayed this intelligence to the assembled Night's Watch. So, 400 against 100,000? Another high-ranking brother of the Watch leapt from his seat in alarm. Maester Eamon nodded solemnly, confirming the grim assessment before continuing. The Night's Watch stands at its weakest in history. The burden of halting the King beyond the wall may be beyond our strength. All we can do is sound the warning to the 7 kingdoms with our lives, and hold the line as long as possible. Dread settled over the gathered brothers. Those with connections among the noble houses already weighed their futures, for in their eyes, the fall of the wall was inevitable, and the Watch's doom would come in their lifetime. Their vigil would end in failure. The hot-tempered first builder, Don Olnoy, slammed his fist, his only remaining hand, against the table and roared, "Damn the lords of the 7 kingdoms. While they squabble over that cursed iron throne, the wall is about to shatter, and we must die in their stead." His bitterness resonated deeply among the brothers. Many voices rose in agreement. To hell with the nobles. Let's abandon this post and scatter. What's the point of holding with so few? If we flee, which lord would dare judge us? Let them try defending it themselves. The chaos in Castle Black mirrored the earlier unrest at Eastwatch. Lord Commander Lion observed them in silence, offering no rebuke. Encouraged by his lack of opposition, the dissenters grew bolder, some even leaping about in agitation. Janos Slint, newly appointed commander of the Shadow Tower, seized a moment like a drowning man clutching at straws, spreading desertion and swaying hesitant brothers to his cause. Only after hours of clamor, when their voices had grown hoarse and their limbs weary, did they finally sense the impending doom in Lion's unwavering silence. "Sam, have you recorded their names?" As the uproar faded, Lion murmured to his steward. Sam, renowned for his sharp memory, promptly recited 13 names. Sensing the displeasure in Leon's tone, Janos, who had been the most boisterous earlier, immediately plastered an ingratiating smile on his face and addressed Leon. "Lord Commander, we were merely jesting. None of us would ever flee. I shall depart for Shadow Tower at once." With that, Janos attempted to turn and leave, only to find his path blocked by an outstretched arm. Spatium had intervened. Though inwardly disdainful of low-born recruits like Spatium, whom he regarded as nothing more than a base murderer, Janos had no choice but to grit his teeth and offer a respectful salute. "Lord Instructor, you obstruct my path," he said through clenched teeth. "Maester Eamon." Leon turned to the elderly scholar beside him. "What is the penalty for members of the Night's Watch openly spreading desertionist rhetoric that undermines morale?" Maester Eamon, ever the dutiful advisor, responded gravely, "All such offenses are to be treated as desertion." At these words, Janos spun around and threw himself to his knees before Leon, his face a mask of desperation. "Lord Commander, I was only jesting. Spare me, I beg you. These are dire times. Grant me mercy. Let me redeem myself in battle." The remaining 12 swiftly followed suit, prostrating themselves and pleading for leniency, hoping Leon's judgment would be tempered with mercy. Even Steward Dennis gave an almost imperceptible shake of his head, a silent plea for moderation. After all, even the cooks of Black Iron Keep were needed on the battlefield now. To execute so many would be a waste. Yet Leon rose to his feet, his expression stern and unyielding. "Even if Black Iron Keep is left with nothing but the infirm and the aged," he declared, "we will have no use for deserters. I hereby sentence Janos Sterling and his accomplices to death by hanging. Carry out the sentence at once." Chapter 74. I shall offer him an offer he cannot refuse. When Leon issued his command in that resonant tone, every brother of the Night's Watch present understood there was no room for negotiation. Spathios swiftly rose, yanking the still kneeling, pleading Janos Sterling to his feet. Soon after, a dozen sworn brothers followed suit, apprehending all deserters who had spread treasonous whispers. Had Janos known of Leon's trials at Eastwatch, even the boldest among them would never have dared voice such rebellion before the assembly. As the Night's watchmen escorted the traitors to the execution block, Leon finally stood, lifting black and white kiss from the table before advancing toward the condemned. Janos and his ilk had never imagined Leon would act with such resolve. This moment engraved the Lord Commander's authority deep into their minds. Leon halted before Janos, now pinned against the cold marble of the block. "Any last words?" "My lord, I should never have spoken of desertion. Forgive me, I was craven. Grant me one more chance, and I swear I'll report to Shadow Tower at once." Janos' frantic pleas dissolved into muffled sobs. Beneath him, a foul puddle spread. Fear had emptied his bladder. The other traitors fared no better, their cries and groans filling the air. The remaining brothers, many of whom had privately entertained thoughts of desertion, now watched in grim relief that they had not voiced such folly aloud. Leon did not prolong Janos' suffering. A single, decisive stroke sent his head rolling. Without pause, Leon moved to the next traitor. Though they writhed in their final moments, the sworn brothers held them fast, allowing Leon to dispatch each with swift efficiency. In mere moments, Justice was served. With the Lord Commander's might now undeniable, even the most reluctant among the Black Fortress garrison feigned unity. Yet Leon knew, fear alone could not bind men's loyalty. From what I know, he declared, the wildling host is no monolith. Their unity hinges solely on Mance Raider's charisma. I will send assassins for him. Once he falls, their forces will splinter and cease to be a threat. Leon stood amidst the severed heads of traitors, his blade dripping. Though some might deem his plan folly, none dared challenge him now. Jon's heart clenched in bitterness. He had tried, even surrendered Corin half-hand as head to earn Mance's trust, yet failed. Lord Commander, Samwell spoke into the silence. His voice steady where once it might have drawn mockery. The wildlings are not our only peril. The others, from the far north, pose a graver threat still. For many Night's Watch members present, the White Walkers were no longer mere legends. The Battle of the Fist of the First Men marked the first time in millennia that a 500-strong ranging party encountered the dreaded Three Horn Blasts, swiftly finding themselves besieged atop the peak by the army of the dead. With catastrophic casualties, fewer than 100 survivors staggered to Craster's keep for respite. Discontent with Craster's meager hospitality sparked a mutiny led by Carl Tanner, resulting in the deaths of Lord Commander Mormont and Craster himself. Only a dozen men ultimately escaped back to Castle Black, their harrowing accounts convincing all within the fortress that the White Walkers had indeed marched south, poised to reach the wall at any moment. None dared imagine how vast this legion of the undead might have grown since then. More terrifying still, barely north of the wall, 100,000 wildlings stirred restlessly, potential recruits for the army of the dead. The Dragonglass capable of slaying White Walkers was being sought by ships dispatched from Eastwatch, with weapons expected at Castle Black within days. When a Walker falls, its white army crumbles to dust, declared Lord Commander Alistair Thorne, though his optimistic words rang hollow to veterans who had witnessed the true horror of the others. Jon Snow voiced his concerns. Mance Raider is cautious. Having survived my assassination attempt, he'll be prepared. His words doused Thorne's fragile optimism. I've spoken with Mance. He never sought war with the Watch, only new lands for his people. As his captive, he could have tortured or killed me, yet spare my life. While some brothers nodded thoughtfully, most glared at Jon with open hostility. Had he not just been named First Ranger, blades might have been drawn. To speak of alliance with wildlings at Castle Black, this heresy surpassed even Janos Slint's cowardly counsel. Jon, voices challenged. All know you were the wildlings' captive. Were you truly their prisoner, or did you turn cloak? Whose man are you? Another sneered. Did that dead wildling girl bewitch you into becoming another king beyond the wall? Even if Mance agreed, who'd command this alliance? Could 400 watchmen control 100,000 wildlings? The Night's Watch brothers clamored in disapproval, hurling accusations at Jon Snow, who stood his ground with unwavering conviction. He implored them earnestly to comprehend his vision. We are no different from the wildlings. The only distinction is that before the wall was raised, we dwelled south while they roamed north. Now, the true threat looms, the White Walkers, an existential peril to all mankind. If they turn these 100,000 wildlings into whites, who then shall stand against their march across Westeros? His words swayed many among the brothers, yet the more traditional and stubborn among them resisted. Do we not still have the wall? They argued. Once the Seven Kingdoms send reinforcements, neither wildlings nor White Walkers shall breach our defenses. Jon countered swiftly. Distant aid cannot quench an immediate blaze. With our meager numbers, the wildling horde could storm Castle Black at any moment. His impassioned plea stirred uncertainty, and the men turned their expectant gazes toward their newly elected Lord Commander, Leon Victor, awaiting his final decree. The wildlings must bend the knee, Leon declared, silencing the murmurs. Then, meeting their questioning stares, he added with quiet authority, and I shall give Mance Raider an offer he cannot refuse. Chapter 75. Honing the Blades, Abandoning Illusions. Preparing for battle, as for Leon's claim that he would present Mance Raider with an offer he could not refuse, it left many brothers of the Night's Watch perplexed, quietly speculating what grand strategy their Lord Commander might have in mind. It was well known that during Mance's time in the Night's Watch, tales of his unyielding nature had spread like wildfire along the length of the wall. Jon Snow had once dealt with Mance personally, and the latter had proudly declared to him, "For thousands of years, the laws of the realm have never set foot upon these lands. The free folk kneel to no one, until they call you Southerners what? Kneelers." When he spoke these words, Mance wore an expression of fierce pride, not only because his veins carried the blood of the free folk, but because he had achieved the unprecedented feat of uniting their scattered tribes. Beyond his vows to the Watch, once his mind was set, his resolve was as unshakable as stone. Yet Leon did not reveal then what irresistible argument he would present to Mance. Time flowed steadily within the tense yet orderly preparations at Black Iron Keep. The civilians who once dwelled within the castle walls had gathered their belongings and departed, leaving behind what little warmth and life had lingered in those halls. With their absence, the keep gradually shed its humanity, hardening into something as cold and unyielding as iron in winter. Jenny, the cook, and Three-Finger Hob stood in the kitchens, watching a broad-shouldered figure retreat. Hob shook his head. "Your man died in the battle for Black Iron Keep. Why won't you flee south with the others? There is no reason left for you to stay." "No, Lord Hob, though my husband and I never swore the vows of the Night's Watch, in our hearts we were always part of it. Unless the Lord Commander himself orders me gone, I won't heed your words." In the end, Jenny chose to remain, assisting Three-Finger Hob in preparing enough provisions to sustain 400 men for 3 months, ensuring Black Iron Keep's stores would hold. Meanwhile, the newly appointed Lord Commander Leon spared no effort, personally overseeing the training of recruits in the yard each day. This time, none dared defy his orders. The recruits arrived punctually, and many seasoned brothers of the Watch joined them, enduring Leon's rigorous drills side by side. Every man among them understood. They were preparing for a battle unlike any they had faced before, and it awaited them in the near future. Rangers cover the flanks. With me, charge. Beyond the castle walls, amid billowing clouds of dust kicked up by galloping hooves, 200 Rangers of the Night's Watch, led by First Ranger Jon Snow, maneuvered through shifting formations and tactical maneuvers before charging towards straw dummies in the distance. The dummies had been arranged to mimic wildling berserkers. Jon led his Rangers through several evolutions before finally driving hard into the straw shield wall from the flank. The simulated carnage was devastating. Had it been real, those 200 riders would have cut down an equal number in a single clash. Jon, like his uncle Benjen Stark, was born with the innate qualities of a cavalry commander. Under his leadership, the 200 remaining Rangers of Black Iron Fortress grew increasingly coordinated in their movements. Though he was more adept at infantry combat, within the fortress there was no one more suited to lead the Rangers than him. Lord Leon certainly couldn't appoint the aging Dennis Mallister as First Ranger again, even if the latter would gladly accept the command. Leon stood atop a nearby hill, his gaze suddenly sharpening as he looked skyward. In this season where the long summer was drawing to a close, a formation of geese flew anomalously northward, one among them visibly struggling in its flight. Drawl Leon uttered the command softly. Behind him, beyond the hill, stood a disciplined formation of 200 Night's Watch archers, their movements synchronized as one. They raised their bows in unison, aiming at the heavens. Loose, at his word, a dark cloud of 200 arrows enveloped the geese in the sky. The air filled with the dull thuds of impact and the desperate cries of the birds. Not a single one escaped unscathed. Amidst the sudden assault, one particularly large goose seemed to sense the danger before the others. It swiftly ascended, its keen avian eyes flickering with fear and bewilderment. It could not comprehend how the Night's Watch Rangers could shoot with such precision at such an impossible height. Having narrowly evaded the first volley, the goose climbed higher, casting a wary glance downward. Yet there, upon the hill, it saw Leon, who had remained motionless until now, drawing his bow, aiming directly at it. At this distance, only a giant could possibly reach me with an arrow, the goose thought mockingly. But in the next instant, a black-fletched arrow pierced through its body with lethal precision. Not far beyond the wall, the vanguard of the wildling host, over 20,000 strong, was assembling. Suddenly, a scream erupted from Mance Raider's tent. A small, twisted figure, a skin changer, collapsed from his chair, gasping for breath. "Vermeer, what did you see?" Mance asked urgently. What has shaken you so? My eagle, it's dead. Dead? How? Shot from the sky. By the Night's Watch. By whom? The new Lord Commander, a noble of the Watch, younger than expected. My eagle saw his face before it died. His bow, it struck with more force than even strong Gorm wielding a giant's bow. Warg Varimer, who possessed 3 extraordinary beasts, reported to Mance Rayder with lingering trepidation that from this day forth, he could only control 1 dire wolf and a savage war bear. The formidable Gorm the Great was also present in Mance Rayder's tent, seated upon a massive, specially crafted log throne. His sheer presence forced the tent's ceiling to rise higher than any other. After listening to Varimer's account, he let out a deep, resonant snort through his enormous nostrils. Is this the same Leon Victor who slew my brother, the Giant 1-1? Chapter 76. The final battle between the Night's Watch and the wildlings begins. Strong Gorma, more intelligent and articulate than other giants, served as the current chieftain of his kind. His voice brimmed with fury, its rising intensity unsettling many of the free folk leaders gathered in the tent, who feared the enraged giant might inadvertently harm them in his wrath. My hawk's eyes do not deceive me. That night, it was he who cruelly severed your brother's head. Varimer quavered before retreating to the side, wary of the giant's potential outburst. Mance Rayder, how much longer must your forces gather? Damn it. My people should never have been dragged into this war between you and the Night's Watch. Even the White Walkers could not harm us. Yet, because of your orders, 2 of our giants have already fallen. Gorma turned his accusing gaze toward Mance, his eyes demanding answers, as if dissatisfied with the wildlings' sluggish mobilization. We clashed fiercely with the White Walkers in the Frostfang Mountains. Our young and strong suffered heavy losses, and the elderly, weak, and wounded have severely slowed our march. If you wish for me to abandon them, we could reach the wall within a week, with at least 60,000 wildlings ready to scale it. Mance responded calmly to Gorma's thinly veiled threat, his measured words carrying an unshakable resolve. At this, Gorma's fury subsided. Mance's meaning was clear at this critical juncture. He would not forsake a single free folk soul. Had he harbored such intentions, he would have acted long ago. Prince Magnar of Then fell at Black Iron Fort. Have then stirred upon hearing the news? Mance then turned to his wife, who shook her head in response. The Then seemed to follow their own succession rites. After 100 of their berserkers perished, a warrior named Olaf was chosen as their new prince. He now leads his forces toward us. Good. I have already placated the Giant's Bane and the Weeper's clans. It is time to dispatch another elite force to strike Black Iron Fort. No sooner had Mance spoken than a wildling chieftain voiced his dissent. More men? With all respect, though Black Iron Fort holds fewer than 500 men, its position beneath the wall makes it a tough nut to crack. We need 10, even 20 times their numbers to take it. The chieftain clearly disapproved of Mance's strategy of sending small bands to their deaths. While he doubted it was a ploy to weaken the tribes, he found it far from wise. No, you misunderstand. This time, I shall lead them myself. Mance raised a hand, silencing the complaints, a cryptic smile playing on his lips, hinting at some unseen advantage. You, the king beyond the wall, I do not doubt your courage. But not even you can make men fly over the 100-foot-high wall. There is not always a need to resort to brute force like scaling the wall. Sometimes, one must skillfully exploit the fears lurking in the enemy's heart. Time slipped away swiftly, and soon, 3 days had passed. The tunnel gate leading north of the wall was raised by several brothers of the Night's Watch, working the winch in unison. 200 rangers filed out in 2 columns, assembling at the base of the wall. Initially, the Watch had prepared for a full-scale assault to crush Mance Rayder and eliminate the wildling threat once and for all. Yet, at the moment of departure, Lion led only a mere 200 rangers, half seasoned veterans, the other half raw recruits barely initiated into their ranks. With such limited training and lack of cohesion, these 200 would struggle to make a meaningful impact against the wildling horde of 100,000. Lord Commander, urged Sparium, though the horses of Black Iron Fort are insufficient, we rangers can march on foot and keep pace without slowing you down. Behind him, seasoned brothers like Sam and other elite sworn men echoed his plea, hoping to sway Lion's decision and join the fray. No, Sparium, Lion replied firmly, unyielding to their entreaties. You are our last hope. You must hold the wall. Should we fall, You will stand as the final bulwark of the Night's Watch. The long night approaches. I cannot lead you into a protracted war against wildlings and the others. This must be a decisive battle, one strike to settle all. Though his words eased some of their regret, a lingering sorrow remained in Sparium and his men, a yearning to face the others with their own blades. Even if it meant death upon the battlefield, they had long been prepared ever since taking their vows. Before mounting his steed, Lion clasped Sparium's shoulder and swept his gaze across the men of Black Ironfort. Though his face still bore traces of youth, his resolve burned unmistakably in his eyes. Despite their unspoken disappointment, the brothers instinctively straightened, meeting his gaze with unwavering pride. In the steadfast determination of those 200 pairs of eyes, Lion glimpsed the secret of the Night's Watch's endurance through the centuries. It was because of men like these, steadfast, bound by duty, sworn to defend, that neither wildling hordes nor the terrors of the others had ever breached their defenses and marched south. No one could recall who initiated it first, but soon the remaining Night's Watch and the departing rangers joined in unison, solemnly reciting their sacred vow. I am the sword in the darkness, the watcher on the walls, the shield that guards the realms of men. I pledge my life and honor to the Night's Watch, for this night and all the nights to come. 400 voices echoed as one, their murmurs resonating through the frigid air, stirring the hidden beasts, startled birds, and unseen terrors lurking within the haunted forest. Before the march, traces of fear still flickered across the faces of many young rangers. Yet, as the final words of the oath reverberated with solemnity, each man seemed to draw strength from the ancient spirits of the Watch, buried beneath the ice for centuries. In that moment, trepidation melted away, replaced by unshakable resolve and fervor. Rangers, forward! Jon Snow bellowed, his face flushed with determination. The thunder of 200 horses merged into a mighty force as they surged down the broad path through the shadowed woods. Unbeknownst to them, far to the north, Mance Rayder's vanguard marched southward, less than 3 days' ride between the two forces. The Lord Commander of the Night's Watch and the King beyond the wall, adversaries locked in an age-old struggle, now raced toward what might be their final confrontation, driven by the looming threat of the others. Chapter 77. The haunting totem left by the others at Craster's Keep deep within the haunted forest lies an ancient road leading directly to the free folks' stronghold of then. Legend has it that this path dates back to the age of the first men, steeped in history. Yet, even the grandest of constructions cannot withstand the relentless erosion of time. Today, only fragments of this ancient road remain. Lion did not activate the forced march ability, opting instead for a steady advance. Nevertheless, after a full day's journey through the haunted forest, they had covered over 100 miles. The hoofbeats of 200 rangers followed the fading tracks of those who had come before, their figures gradually dissolving into the endless expanse of snow-laden trees. The end of the road lies just ahead, Lord Commander. Which direction should we take? Steward Dennis rode alongside Lion, while to his right was First Ranger Jon. At these words, Jon couldn't help but think of his uncle, Benjen Stark, who had likely vanished near this very endpoint. Sensing the restlessness of his mount, Jon reached out to soothe it. Horses, with their keener instincts, often sensed danger before men, stirring a quiet vigilance in him. Which way to Craster's Keep? Lion surveyed the surroundings, only to find that at the road's terminus, a dense thicket obscured his vision, rendering every direction indistinguishable. Without a skin changer capable of taking flight to scout from above, reconnaissance proved exceedingly difficult. Thus, Lion had stationed scouts within a 500-meter radius, serving merely as sentinels. Here, follow the guidance of this weirwood. 5 miles east lies Craster's Keep. It was seized by a group of Night's Watch deserters led by Carl, though their current state remains unknown. Steward Dennis, though aged, was a man of vast experience. Even amidst the uniform wilderness, he recognized the path to Craster's Keep without hesitation. Since I became Lord Commander, no deserter of the Night's Watch has escaped justice under my watch, let alone those who betrayed the old bear. We shall rest at Craster's Keep and deal with them along the way. As you command, Lord Commander. The 200 rangers turned their steeds eastward, galloping ahead. Under Dennis' seasoned guidance, they reached their destination in under an hour. Yet the sight of Craster's Keep unsettled Lion. A mere wisp of smoke curled above the keep. Far less than expected for a stronghold housing 60 to 70 deserters and an unknown number of treacherous daughters. At Lioness' signal, a grizzled veteran ranger dismounted. He swept aside his black cloak, drew his sword, and advanced cautiously toward the keep. Though bearing the lofty name of castle, Casterburg was but a humble hamlet encircled by meager walls, scarcely more impressive than the stables of any northern lord. Thus, the veteran ranger swiftly completed his circuit of the village and emerged, his pallid countenance and peculiar demeanor betraying an unsettling disturbance. To be precise, Leon discerned in his eyes the unmistakable dread of confronting the unknown. "What have you found?" Steward Dennis frowned, far more acquainted than Leon with this ranger's steadfast reliability. Never in his long years of service had he witnessed such an expression upon the man's face. "The people of Casterburg." The ranger seemed to rouse himself from profound shock before replying in a low voice. "They are all dead." Dead? Leon found this deeply suspicious. While he would tolerate no traitorous knights, watchmen surviving, neither did he wish for their deaths to remain unexplained. Urging his horse forward, he advanced cautiously into the village. Upon entering, every ranger caught the faint metallic tang of blood, a scent congealed by the frigid air upon the frozen ground, undetectable from beyond the village perimeter. "Lord Commander, the 7 you worship surely cannot explain this sight." Clambering over an obstruction, Dennis halted before an ice-encrusted hollow and addressed Leon beside him. Within the depression, dismembered human limbs had been meticulously arranged into a spiral totem, rigid and tinged blue from the cold. Each severed joint bore a surface smooth as still water, as though the victims had endured a slaughter of surgical precision. "Wildlings?" Leon murmured. Dennis shook his head. Not even the most savage among them would commit such an atrocity. Understanding dawned upon Leon. Beside the totem, the severed heads of the Night's Watch traitors and casters' daughters had been stacked into macabre pyramids, their final expressions frozen in death, eyes wide with terror or eerily serene, silently regarding the assembled brothers. The rangers who beheld this spectacle wore the same dread as their veteran comrade. Yet among them, one figure stood apart, Lord Commander Leon himself. Striding forward, Leon plucked a head from the grisly mound. He recognized this man, once a high-ranking officer of the Watch, famed for his ambidextrous dagger play. It was he who had incited the mutiny, leading to the deaths of the Old Bear and others. Yet his fate proved no kinder. At least here, the Watchman could not recover the Old Bear's remains. While Carl had been reduced to a severed head, his features twisted in eternal defiance. "My lord," a voice called out. "We found one, still alive." As the crowd gazed silently at the totem, a ranger supported a traitor and threw him at Leon's feet. He had been hiding in the cellar, surrounded by potato peels and his own filth. Damn it, who knows how long he had been cowering there. The ranger explained to Leon how they had discovered this survivor. Leon bent down, placing Carl's severed head before the man, and inquired gently, "Do you know who killed Carl and the others?" Yet the man seemed utterly terrified, incapable of answering. His eyes were hollow, his body trembled uncontrollably, and his lips quivered, muttering incoherently. Leon leaned closer to listen. Unfortunately, the survivor had completely lost his sanity. Not a single intelligible syllable escaped his lips. Perhaps Archmaester Emin could find a way to treat him, suggested Steward Dennis opportunely. No need. Leon rose to his feet, casually tossing aside Carl's head before drawing black and white kiss from his belt, granting the survivor a swift and merciful release. Chapter 78. The eve of battle, Lion and John's heart-to-heart, and the resourceful giant only wildlings or the others could so effortlessly annihilate these rebels. Both are our enemies. As dusk settled, Lion surveyed the surroundings and issued his orders. "Clean up this place. The troops will camp here tonight. Everyone must sleep with one eye open." And his gaze shifted to John, whose heart tightened, knowing Lion had a task for him. "John, assign men to tend to the horses. I don't want to wake up surrounded by others or wildlings, only to find we can't even break through." Lion's tone was unusually grave, compelling John to take the command seriously. Resolute, John decided he would spend the night with the horses. Where they stood, he would stand. Since their parting at Black Iron Fort, Lion and John had not seen each other for over a month. Now, The disparity in their ranks made it impossible to return to their former closeness. Even when they met, their conversations were mostly formal, devoid of the warmth they once shared. Yet that very night, as John laid out a bearskin bedding in the stables, Lion approached alone. "Lord Commander," John said, rising halfway and bowing respectfully. "I'd like to think our relationship hasn't deteriorated to such formality," Lion replied, his expression still stern as it had been during the day. Just as John grew puzzled, Lion cracked a grin. "Don't call me Lord Commander, just like before. That wouldn't be proper." "Very well, Lion." Under Lion's insistent gaze, John relented, addressing him as he once had. "Couldn't he sleep tonight?" John asked, assuming Lion was troubled by the impending battle. After all, at such a young age, bearing the fate of the night's watch and all of humanity, no one could shoulder the burden better than Lion. "Can't the Lord Commander inspect his subordinates' work, Lord Snow?" Lion chuckled, punching John lightly on the shoulder. The gesture drew a laugh from John, dissolving the lingering tension between them. "I am deeply grateful you appointed me as First Ranger. It feels like a dream. At 15, you become the youngest Lord Commander in centuries, and I am honored to serve as First Ranger. Truth be told, I always believed a bastard like me would amount to nothing, that no matter what I did, I'd never earn the recognition of men like Alistair Thorne." At this, John paused, then repeated with heartfelt sincerity, "I am deeply grateful you appointed me as First Ranger. It feels like a dream. At 15, you become the youngest Lord Commander in centuries, and I am honored to serve as First Ranger." John's smile, fleeting as the brief warmth of spring, vanished in an instant, replaced by a solemn expression as he addressed Leon. "However, I believe you should not rashly lead the army against the king beyond the wall. Leave such a task to me. You should take your post upon the wall. Leave it to you? Do you have a plan?" Leon's curiosity was piqued by John's words, his gaze lingering with intrigue. I haven't thought of one yet," John admitted, momentarily flustered before his eyes brightened. "But in truth, we both know the real reason Mance Raider is hastily rallying the wildlings south. And deep down, you two wish for them to cross, don't you?" "Indeed. Even the worst excuse I could conjure is that we cannot allow these 100,000 wildlings to swell the ranks of the other's army. If Mance Raider, a former brother of the Night's Watch, can command so many, then surely one among us can as well." John's gaze settled on Leon, an inexplicable certainty in his subconscious that Leon, too, could achieve this, without forsaking his vows or becoming one of the wildlings. "Command that many wildlings? You truly dare to dream." Leon laughed heartily at John's reasoning. Though neither spoke of what had transpired in their time apart, no words, pale or fervent, could match the understanding in their shared glance. Rising, Leon clapped John on the shoulder, a gesture he had grown adept at, though he never revealed his plans. What was the irrefutable reason Leon had mentioned on the night of the Lord Commander's election? After Leon's departure, John lingered by the stable's post, sleepless, turning the question over in his mind. In the dense woods near Craster's Keep, flickers of emerald light betrayed the presence of some nameless beast, its cold gaze tracking the Night's Watch's every move. Not far north of the keep, at least 300 of Mance Raider's finest free folk lay in ambush. Upon hearing Vermeer's report, Mance gave a subtle nod. With the southern paths all but sealed by the others, his host remained stranded at Hardhome. These 300 warriors had set out as 500, only to arrive diminished. Yet Mance remained confident they could overwhelm the 200 Black Brothers within Craster's Keep. "One more thing. Did you see the new Lord Commander, Leon Victor?" Mance asked, his voice edged with unease. Without hesitation, Vermeer responded immediately. "That lad has circled Castle Black several times. On multiple occasions, my owl nearly got detected while tailing him. Absolutely no mistake about it. Abandoning sturdy walls to engage in reckless skirmishes. I truly cannot fathom what goes through the mind of this newly appointed Lord Commander of the Crows." A nearby free folk chieftain overheard Vermeer's report and interjected, though his expression remained utterly relaxed. Clearly, he viewed Lion's decision to lead troops beyond the wall as nothing short of folly. Yet if Lion insisted on foolishness, he was more than happy to witness it. Could it be that he intends to break through our forces in one decisive strike and take Mance Raider's life? The chieftain mused. Only then, with their leader lost, would the free folk scatter in disarray, allowing those crows to retreat safely behind their crumbling walls. Suddenly, a voice of astonishment rose among the free folk chieftains. Though its origin remained unclear, the sound instantly unsettled them, prompting wary glances in search of the speaker. When they spotted the figure leaning against a massive tree trunk, barely visible in the dim candlelight save for his knees, many exhaled in relief, their tension easing slightly. It turned out to be the giant chieftain, Stronggorm. A saying in the far north goes, when a giant ponders, wildlings laugh. Such peculiar notions, if voiced by the cunning but physically frail southern folk, might have stirred concern. But coming from a race of immense strength and little subtlety, it only provoked amusement. Even Mance Raider offered a dry chuckle, as if to align himself with the general mirth. Only Stronggorm remained solemn, convinced of the possibility, though hidden by the treetops. None could see his expression. Chapter 79. The Faceless Men's Second Assassination Attempt. Effortlessly thwarted by Leon, we shall strike at the hour of the owl, when men are deepest in slumber. No sooner had Mance Raider uttered these words than Olaf, the newly appointed Magnar of Then, curled his lips in disdain and scoffed, "King beyond the wall, have your repeated defeats drained you of the courage to crush your enemies head-on?" Olaf was the quintessential northern berserker, his temper as foul as his tongue. Every word he spoke seemed meticulously crafted to provoke, for provoking was but a prelude to the savage brawls he so dearly craved. Even Mance, seasoned in dealing with these wild warriors, felt a flicker of irritation stir within him, though he knew better than to indulge their tempers. When I say the hour of the owl, it shall be the hour of the owl. No man, not even a giant, may defy my command. Do you understand, Olaf? Mance delivered the threat with chilling calm, yet his words sent a ripple of unease through the gathered chieftains. They had witnessed firsthand the terrifying wrath that lay beneath the king beyond the wall's usual composure. This was no feeble peacemaker. Only a ruler of iron could unite the notoriously fractious free folk. Olaf merely waved a dismissive hand. Aye, pity we one be feasting on fresh crow meat tonight. With that, he retrieved a half-gnawed human leg from a soot-stained sack and tossed it into the fire. The other free folk, lacking the then's taste for human flesh, promptly rose and withdrew, putting as much distance between themselves and the Magnar as possible. Meanwhile, within the walls of Craster's keep, Leon completed his final patrol, his instincts taut with unease. Tonight, his spider sense thrummed with unprecedented intensity, as though some unstoppable peril loomed near. Whatever could unsettle Leon now was no mere man. At least, no ordinary one. White Walkers. He dismissed the thought almost immediately. Neither the books nor the show had portrayed them as invincible, and between Dark Sister in his grip and Longclaw and John S., their party wielded two Valyrian steel blades, deadly against the others. Moreover, every ranger carried dragonglass weapons, though time constraints had limited their distribution. Wildlings, then? Leon's gaze lifted to the North Star, confirming the direction of the true threat. Yet from the beginning, Leon had never truly regarded Mance Raider as a worthy adversary. This was no underestimation. With his current strength and bloodthirst's monstrous regenerative power, Leon could single-handedly reduce the king beyond the wall to ashes. Just then, his aimless patrol bore fruit. In the hazy moonlight of the deep night, a solitary Night's Watch ranger stood upon a hillside beyond Castle Black, bathed in the gentle lunar glow. Leon swept aside his black cloak, resting his right hand upon the hilt of his sword Black and White Kiss, poised to draw at any moment. Sensing Leon's approach, the ranger turned toward him. "My lord, you're still awake at this late hour?" Ignoring the greeting, Leon countered abruptly, "The password?" "My lord, what password? Some manner of code?" The Night's Watch ranger, or rather, the Faceless man, Horde forced a stiff smile. "Seems you haven't been among my ranks for long." Under the pale moonlight, Leon unsheathed his blade, its edge gleaming with a cold, lethal light. "Oh, the clever boy set a special code for his men. Only those who answer correctly are deemed allies." Horde's lips twisted unnaturally. "Let me guess, you're the second Faceless man sent to kill me?" Leon stepped forward fearlessly, closing the distance to less than a meter. At this range, neither could evade if the other struck first, a testament to Leon's confidence in his own strength. The boy has always been curious about someone's skill, hasn't he? Today, I'll answer that for free. Before striking, Leon taunted lightly. After I kill you, who will forge my equipment? You may defeat me without worry, boy. With that, Horde gestured for Leon to make the first move. Leon obliged without hesitation. Though his swordsmanship had not progressed further, his strength and agility had grown considerably through relentless combat. His prowess was no longer what it once had been, precisely why he had chosen to confront the king beyond the wall himself. Yet despite Leon's relentless slashes and thrusts, Horde evaded each strike with ease, his movements fluid and untouchable. Seeing Horde toying with him, Leon's fury ignited, his attacks growing ever faster. Horde, no longer dismissive, drew twin daggers from his back, effortlessly parrying every assault. After half a dozen exchanges, the tide shifted. Horde began to press the advantage. Under the storm of blades, Leon felt the first flicker of helplessness, but it lasted only a heartbeat. His resolve unshaken, Leon continued his tireless onslaught. Though Horde's daggers were no ordinary weapons, they shattered under the razor edge of black and white kiss. At last, as Leon stood panting, his sword rested against Horde's throat. Tell your god, if he desires my life, let him come claim it himself. With these words, Leon's blade swept across Horde's neck without hesitation. A flash of cold steel, and Horde's head tumbled to the ground. Even in death, Horde's countenance remained serene, as though mortality meant nothing to him. Yet in his final gaze, there unmistakably lingered a glimmer of admiration for Leon. But Horde's arrival was not merely to meet his end at Leon's hands. It seemed to conceal some deeper purpose. The clamor of Leon's battle with the Faceless Men inevitably roused the Night's Watch Rangers. Dennis, whose advanced years granted him light sleep, was the first to reach Leon's side. Without superfluous questions, he carefully examined the severed head upon the ground before declaring with certainty, "This face belongs to none of our rangers. I know every man's visage as well as my own." More watchmen, yawning and bleary-eyed, arrived at the scene, only to be jolted awake by Dennis' startling revelation. Swords were swiftly drawn as they cast wary glances at their comrades, fearing any among them might be an unseen foe. Suddenly, the air beyond Castle Black erupted with the clamor of battle, the war cries of wildling berserkers and the towering silhouettes of giants. At last, Leon beheld with his own eyes the name he had heard countless times as a man of the Night's Watch, Mance Rayder, the king beyond the wall. Chapter 80. The fated duel, Leon versus Mance Rayder as destined adversaries. Mance Rayder immediately recognized Leon among the Night's Watch. His expression twisted with bewilderment. How had his meticulously concealed and cautious force still alerted the Black Brothers? Now, their planned ambush had dissolved into an open, decisive battle. Yet, the free folk had never lacked the courage to face their foes head-on. They had endured harsher winters and the terrors of the White Walkers. Why should they fear the Night's Watch discovering their trail? Kill. Mance's command was sharp and commanding. Beside him, Steer, the Magner of then, roared with exhilaration as he brandished his twin great axes, charging ahead of the warband. With a single swing, he cleaved a fleeing Night's Watch ranger clean in two, literally from crown to heel. The ranger's blood splattered across Steer's blue-streaked face, only fueling his frenzy. In truth, the free folk surprise attack had succeeded. Stripped of their horses, no ranger could withstand even a single clash against the free folk's most elite warriors. Even shrouded in darkness, the Night's Watch could not discern the full number of wildlings, but the sheer force and ferocity on the battlefield were overwhelming from the outset. Beside Leon, the high-ranking officers of the Night's Watch swiftly drew their swords. Though the enemy surged forward with terrifying momentum, they advanced without hesitation. First Steward Dennis even strode directly toward the blood-drunk Steer. "Huh, I thought the Night's Watch was a brotherhood of heroes," Steer sneered, his voice dripping with cruelty after butchering several Black Brothers. Yet they drag out half-buried old men to fight? Pathetic, but his mockery died in his throat. Despite his age, Dennis matched him in strength blow for blow. As axe met long sword, the two locked into a blistering contest of might. Jon Snow found himself facing a bare-handed giant, its massive hand reaching to crush him. But Jon dodged deftly. Having witnessed Leon slay one of these legendary beasts, Many in the Night's Watch had shed their fear. John, in particular, burned to prove his valor, to slay a giant himself and uphold his reputation as first ranger, unyielding to Leon's shadow. Meanwhile, the chieftains at Mance's side were swiftly engaged by the Night's Watch officers, each duel erupting into single combat. Though initially caught off guard by the wildlings' ferocity, the Black brothers rallied at the sight of their commander's fearless resolve. Morale surged, and the chaotic tide of battle steadied. Fresh recruits fought shoulder to shoulder with veterans, repelling the savage onslaught. So, Mance's voice cut through the din, his gaze locked onto Leon. "You are the new Lord Commander of the Night's Watch?" A smirk curled his lips. Heroes reveal themselves even in youth. The voice of Mance Raider echoed across the battlefield, laced with a hint of mockery and derision. "Well met, King Beyond the Wall. Have you heard the rumor that no deserter of a Night's Watch has ever left my presence alive?" Though the clamor of battle raged around them, the confrontation between Lord Commander Leon Victor of the Night's Watch and Mance Raider, the self-proclaimed King Beyond the Wall, seemed to exist in a realm of its own. Their gazes clashed with an intensity that spoke volumes, a silent duel of wills and resolve. Leon stood clad in the black leather armor of the Night's Watch, the heavy cloak of the Lord Commander draped over his shoulders, a mantle of authority. Young yet unyielding, his eyes burned with determination as he gripped his sword, unwavering despite the chaos surrounding him. Opposite him, Mance Raider wore a cloak of shadowy wolf pelts, the mark of his wild sovereignty. His eyes gleamed with untamed defiance, like a beast that refused to be broken. In his hands rested a massive greatsword, its weight matching the sheer presence of the man himself, a mountain unshaken. Neither moved first. Instead, they measured each other in the stillness between breaths. It was Mance who finally broke the silence. "We did not come here to conquer. We seek only what you already have, shelter south of the wall. You and I both know this war is inevitable. But here, now, I propose a duel, fair and honorable." Leon's brow arched slightly, his gaze sharp with amusement. "A fair duel? On a battlefield? You do know I've slain a giant, don't you? Or do you believe yourself mightier than one?" At those words, Mag the Mighty, locked in combat with Jon Snow, seemed to hear. His massive head turned, fury burning in his eyes as he glared at Leon. But the giant's distraction was all Jon needed. Seizing the opening, he drove his blade deep into Mag's back. Mance Raider merely smiled, the challenge in his eyes undimmed. "We are both warriors, and a warrior's honor lies in single combat." His voice carried like the northern gales. "Let us set aside our armies and fight as men. If you win, I will allow you and your brothers to retreat. If I win, you will open the gates of the wall and let us pass. Should I fall, my people will leave these lands." Mance did not answer Leon's taunt about giants, yet the ease in his tone suggested that felling one would hardly be a feat beyond him. Mance Raider, Leon took several steps forward, his presence swelling with each stride. "Your terms for defeat are far too lenient." His voice was ice. "This is our land. Our blood has been spilled upon it. Do you truly believe you can tread upon it as you please, coming and going as you wish?" After listening, a faintly mocking smile curled at the corners of Mance Raider's lips. He marveled at how shallow the new Lord Commander's knowledge seemed. Since when had Castle Black become a gift to the Night's Watch? Yet he refrained from nitpicking over such trivial semantics, and instead inquired, "What do you propose?" "Any later, and your man will perish. My terms are simple," Lion declared with icy resolve, his voice laced with the authority of the Lord Commander, radiating an aura that compelled Mance Raider to believe his words held weight. "Should you fail, you and all your free folk shall bend the knee to me, Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Then I shall add my own condition," Mance countered. "If I prevail, you and your brothers must forsake your vows and join the ranks of the free folk." As their exchange concluded, the battlefield itself seemed to tremble. Soldiers on both sides halted their clashes, their gazes riveted upon these two legendary figures. They understood. This would be a duel of honor, faith, and duty, a confrontation whose outcome would be etched into history. Chapter 81. The threat of Mance Raider to know oneself best is to be known by one's enemies. Mance Raider's challenge to single combat was no impulsive act, especially not when the advantage clearly lay with the free folk. Yet, the moment he first laid eyes on Leon, he saw in him a reflection of his younger self, the same unyielding resolve, the same fearless spirit, even the same unwavering devotion to oaths. But Mance Rayder understood well. The more one admires something, the more necessary it becomes to destroy it. Should Leon escape unscathed, whether with 400 men or fewer, he would remain a dire threat. Out of respect, Mance was willing to grant Leon a death both glorious and valiant. In this duel, only one would survive. Mance Rayder had absolute confidence in his skill. In his days as a man of the Night's Watch, he had ventured alone beyond the wall, carving his path through wildling territory. He had faced giants and far more terrifying foes. When the Seven Kingdoms spoke of their mightiest warriors, the Night's Watch was always excluded, for the Southern Lords knew too well that any seasoned black brother could march south and bloody the champions of their tourneys. And Mance Rayder was no ordinary veteran of the Watch. Mance, the Magner of then, Olaf, interjected coldly in the tense silence before the duel. Seems you've forgotten one thing. If you lose, no man here will follow the command of a defeated leader, much less bend the knee to a crow. The words struck Mance like a sudden blow, disrupting his poised advance toward Leon. For a brief moment, he faltered, his composure slipping, but the duel had already begun. Leon's blade, black and white kiss, swept toward Mance's head without mercy. The king beyond the wall was no ordinary foe. With a swift adjustment, he parried the strike effortlessly. Yet as the battle wore on, unease crept into Mance's mind. Leon, though young enough to be his son, wielded strength beyond reason, surpassing even Mance's own hardened physique, forged through years of relentless training. Mance was of middling height, his frame thick but solid beneath his leathers, every muscle taut and powerful. Had he underestimated his opponent? What hidden depths did this young black brother possess? No longer would Mance hold back. He drew a deep breath, gathering his full strength for a decisive counter. Their figures blurred in motion, steel flashing between them. Each of Mance's strikes was deftly evaded, while Leon's relentless assaults grew heavier, more punishing. Time slipped away. Mance's stamina waned, yet he refused to yield. The duel's outcome now hung by a thread, and the victor might well be this young crow. You are a formidable warrior worthy of respect. Suddenly, Leon flashed a chilling smile amidst the battle, a sight that sent shivers down Mance Rayder's spine as he gritted his teeth in desperate resistance. Before he could comprehend the meaning behind Leon's words, he had chosen the wrong opponent. In the next instant, an overwhelming divine force surged through Leon's greatsword, striking with his next words. Caught off guard, Mance barely managed to tighten his grip on his hilt before his vision blurred, followed by an earth-shattering agony. The impact of Leon's black and white kiss sent him flying backward like an anvil struck by a warhammer, crashing meters away against a tree trunk with such force that the surrounding leaves trembled and scattered. This, struggling to rise, Mance found himself devoid of even the strength to stand. His gaze dropped to his shattered breastplate, where blood seeped slowly from the wound left by Leon's blade. You! What kind of power is this? Mance rasped, his voice laced with terror and bewilderment as he stared at Leon. Sheathing black and white kiss, Leon regarded him coolly. The power of an Oathkeeper. Oathkeeper, Mance murmured in realization, finally understanding Leon's earlier words. He had gravely underestimated this young brother of the Night's Watch. His strength far surpassed all expectations. I yield. Mance bowed his head, conceding defeat with dignity. Gone was the arrogance in his eyes, replaced only by profound respect. Witnessing the outcome, at least half of the free folk dropped their weapons, standing motionless as the Night's Watchmen cut them down. The bloodied ranger recruits, fueled by vengeance, surged forward recklessly, slaughtering several before the remaining wildlings retaliated fiercely. Among them, Olaf sneered at Mance's failure. King beyond the wall? He mocked, cutting down an oncoming recruit without hesitation. I always knew he was a failure. Mance Rayder, Leon demanded. His voice edged with rare anger as he turned to the wounded leader. What is the meaning of this? Grimacing, Mance forced himself upright. They chose me, trusted me. If I kneel to Southerners, they will scatter like frightened birds. Then am I to believe you deceived me? Leon's gaze shifted between Mance and the defiant wildling chieftain, Olaf of then, who was stirring unrest among the ranks. The young crow, defeating an old one is no great feat if you truly have skill. Olaf kept babbling as he crossed his axe before his chest, while Lion approached with sword in hand. But his words were cut short as Lion's furious strike sent both man and weapon flying. Prince Cern was indeed extraordinary. Withstanding Lion's wrathful blow without perishing proved his exceptional valor and martial prowess. Yet despite his might, he now lay beneath the same tree as Mance Raider, his lips twitching futilely, unable to muster even a single taunt. Even the most stubborn berserkers, under the overwhelming force of Lion's presence, had no choice but to lower their weapons and concede defeat. The giant who had been locked in fierce combat with John now knelt on one knee, submitting to Lion. Though giants possessed immense strength, their sluggish movements in close combat made them vulnerable against masters like Lion and John. Time and again, the giant had nearly met his end at John's hands. Truth be told, only a giant archer could unleash their full, terrifying potential in battle. After regaining some strength, Mance Raider finally spoke, his voice slow and deliberate. Lion, had circumstances not been so dire, I would never have resorted to this threat. But now, even in defeat, you must open the gates of the wall and let us pass. Otherwise, we all descend into the seven hells together. His towering frame cast a menacing shadow under the glow of battle, like a volcano poised to erupt and consume everything in its wake. His eyes gleamed with a cold, piercing light, twin blades that cut straight to the soul. Though the Night's Watchmen were baffled by Mance's threat, an icy dread slithered down their spines. As the saying goes, none know you better than your enemies, especially when that enemy was once one of your own. Chapter 82. The Horn of Winter and the surrender of the then prince under the watchful gazes of the Night's Watch. Some confused, some wary, some furious. Mance Raider spoke with deliberate calm. The long night is coming, and the others follow close behind. What do you intend to do, Mance? Speak. Officer Dennis moved to draw his sword, ready to press the blade against Mance Raider's neck for interrogation. Yet the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Lion, acted faster. He stepped forward, effortlessly discerning Mance's subtle movement and seizing his arm from behind, wrenching the object from his grasp. Mance Raider, what is this? Lion demanded, his voice laced with suspicion and vigilance. For a moment, Mance remained defiant, his eyes burning with unyielding resolve. Then, slowly, he answered, an ordinary horn. Sound it, and the free folk nearby will come to aid. Lion examined the horn in his hand, crafted from an unknown black metal, its surface rough yet exuding an enigmatic power. As he studied it, he felt an overwhelming summons emanating from its depths, a call from the abyss of the unknown, wild and unrestrained. Defeat or kill Mance Raider. Mission complete. Obtain the Horn of the Free Folk. When equipped, persuasion rate against free folk increases by 50. New mission. The long-absent voice of the many-faced god system echoed in Lion's ears. At the same time, witnessing Lion's possession of the horn, the giant Stronggorm, who had already pledged submission, suddenly spoke. Giants respect only strength. If the Lord Commander permits my kin and me to seek refuge south of the wall, the giants shall pledge eternal fealty to you. Though his voice was deep and guttural, his words were surprisingly articulate, enough to astonish the Night's Watch brothers present. Never before had they heard such coherent speech from a giant. Creatures known only for their roars. Though the giant's loyalty was directed solely at Lion, rather than the Night's Watch as a whole, the men paid it no mind. Even the then prince, the berserker Olaf, though barely able to rise from the ground where he lay gasping, struggled to his feet. Following the giant's example, he dropped to one knee before Lion. Though his pride kept him from voicing submission, his posture conveyed it clearly. Half the remaining wild men were Olaf's warriors. Seeing their chieftain yield, they too had no reason to fight on. Battle axes clattered to the ground as the wildlings knelt in surrender. Even Mance Raider, no stranger to upheaval, struggled to comprehend the free folks' sudden allegiance. He had possessed the horn for some time, yet many still obeyed him only grudgingly. Why did Lion wield such influence the moment he held it? Would you care to explain in detail? Lion asked, pulling Mance from his stunned silence. How you intended to use this to threaten us? Before Mance Raider could respond, Leon answered his own question with sharp insight. This artifact was not originally called the Horn of the Free Folk, was it? Or rather, the Horn of Winter is its true name. His piercing words quickened Mance's pulse, confirming the truth in Leon's assertion. As for its purpose, Leon suddenly raised the horn to his lips, puffing his cheeks as if to blow. "Don't!" Mance cried out in alarm, his eyes wide with terror, but it was too late, or so he thought. Yet Leon merely feigned the motion, lowering the horn with a light chuckle. What would happen if it were sounded? Leon mused, his tone laced with playful mockery. Would it truly bring down the wall, as the legends say? Mance, visibly shaken, found himself momentarily speechless. His silence was as good as an admission. Mance had spent nearly 5 years scouring the lands of Always Winter to recover this horn, intending only to use it as a threat against the Night's Watch, never to sound it himself. For if the wall fell, the others would surge south unhindered, and the blame for the world's destruction would rest solely upon Mance Rayder, the king beyond the wall. Outmatched, and with his sole leverage now in Leon's hands, Mance could only concede. Even if all the men I brought here have sworn fealty to you without my consent, Hardhome still holds 100,000 free folk. Without my leadership, the others will devour them all, leaving not a trace. And then, you will face an army of the dead, 100,000 strong. Yet instead of yielding to Mance's thinly veiled threat, Leon burst into laughter, regarding him with the pitying gaze one might reserve for a fool. "Mance," Leon began, his voice laced with cold amusement, "how many free folk lived beyond the wall before this?" The question caught Mance off guard, but after a moment's thought, he answered, "There were over 90 tribes, and, counting those who fled south or perished recently, hundreds of thousands. And what of the Night's Watchmen who lived, fought, and died on these lands over the centuries? We need not speak of those from ages past. Their bones have long turned to dust, returned to the earth. Perhaps. Millions," Mance stammered, the implication dawning upon him. "Precisely," Leon said, his smile chilling. "An army of millions of the dead. What difference would another 100,000 make? You." Mance could only stare, his defiance crumbling. Though Mance Rayder had been prepared, Lion's ruthless words still struck him with such force that he recoiled in horror. Rising abruptly from the ground, many of the wildlings who had just pledged submission began to stir restlessly, instantly putting the Night's Watch on high alert. Tensions flared, blade drawn on both sides. Yet, perplexingly, despite Prince Olaf of Ven's notorious arrogance and belligerence, he showed no impulse to raise his axe against the Night's Watch. Instead, a chill ran through him at Lion's words, a sentiment shared by many wildlings, their faces twisting in despair at the thought of their kin's fate at Hardhome. "Unless they bend the knee to me, I cannot suffer their existence," Lion declared. Then, his tone shifting abruptly, he beckoned the foul-mouthed then closer. "Take this," he said, handing over the horn of the free folk without hesitation, "and bring those willing to swear fealty to the wall. Remember, travel by sea to Eastwatch. Do not march south through the haunted forest." The wildling's disappointment vanished in an instant, replaced by astonishment. Mance Rayder, however, gaped in disbelief. How could Lion so carelessly surrender the horn of the free folk? Did he not fear Olaf's betrayal? Even the king beyond the wall had never truly trusted then. But Lion had no such fear, for he had just received the berserker Olaf's pledge of allegiance. Olaf's reaction stunned Mance further. "Lord Commander, my lord," the then prince muttered awkwardly, clearly unaccustomed to addressing a leader by such a title. Though his pride warred within him, not a flicker of defiance crossed his face. 10,000 wildlings, Lion said sternly. "If even one goes missing, you'll replace them with a white. Understood?" He clapped Olaf on the shoulder, as if to impress upon him the weight of his duty. This left not only the king beyond the wall speechless, but even Lion's sworn brothers of the Night's Watch dumbfounded. Some struggled to reconcile how sworn enemies could now stand as comrades, their camaraderie forged in mere moments. Olaf fought the urge to scoff at Lion's audacity, yet the system's constraints stifled even the slightest mockery, leaving him seething in silent frustration. Suddenly, he found an outlet for his fury. Glaring at the fallen king beyond the wall, he roared, "You leader of savages, what are you gaping at? Kneel and swear fealty to the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch." Chapter 83. The blizzard in the army of the dead Mance Raiders face darkened at Olaf's shout, his long equine features twisting with displeasure. His cold gaze settled on Olaf, the man who had just betrayed him. Why are you staring at my subordinate like that? Do you wish to devour him? Leon stepped forward, shielding his newly recruited warrior. Or is it that your father was a Then, and half your blood is Then as well? The free folk never kneel, Mance Raider retorted, his voice laced with warning. The Thens least of all. Yet at these words, Olaf's knees seemed to spring into motion. He dropped to one knee before Leon, head bowed. Lord Commander, he declared, this wildling king has been provoking the honorable Night's Watch and the valiant Then warriors. I beg you to order his execution, and grant his flesh to me and my clan. When he lifted his head, his eyes burned with bloodlust, regarding Mance as though he were a feast laid bare. Tell me, Leon sighed, do the Thens have any interest besides cannibalism? Maester Dennis had already whispered to him of the wildlings' customs, particularly the Thens' millennia-old tradition of consuming their enemies. Though Leon had grown increasingly ruthless, the thought of human flesh as sustenance still unsettled him. He could not allow such savagery to stain the Night's Watch's reputation, already tarnished as it was. We do, my lord. Olaf's eyes gleamed with sudden enthusiasm. Speak, then, Leon urged. Whatever it is, I shall grant it. Goats. At this, Olaf sprang to his feet, scanning the camp as if expecting to find the creatures among their supplies. Before Leon could react, Dennis's expression darkened. He leaned in, murmuring an explanation. Leon exhaled slowly, momentarily dizzied by the Thens' peculiar appetites. Once your people reach Eastwatch, he said at last, I will see that you have your goats. With that, he turned away, striding toward Mance Raider. King beyond the wall, he called. Your people have bent the knee. Why do you still resist? Truthfully, Leon cared little whether Mance lived or died, especially now that none of the free folk had so much as glanced at their fallen leader. Not a single voice had risen to say, Ah, our former king lies feigning unconsciousness. Someone ought to help him up. It only reinforced his indifference. Unexpectedly, Mance Raider merely clutched the wound on his chest and gave Leon a cold smile, saying, Had I wished to kneel, I would have had better opportunities long before you. With that, Mance shifted slightly, settling into a more comfortable position against the ground. You wouldn't understand how dreadful the loss of freedom is to a man. The free folk don't grasp it, and neither do you Night's Watch. Mance's gaze grew distant and profound as he sank into contemplation. Once a loyal brother of the Night's Watch, he had been injured during a patrol and was saved by a wildling woman. As he recovered, she meticulously mended his torn cloak with red fabric. Yet upon his return to the wall, the old bear, the Lord Commander, demanded he replace it with the standard black cloak. That small infringement on his personal freedom ultimately drove him to forsake the watch and follow his yearning for liberty. Perhaps sensing the unyielding resolve in the King Beyond the Wall's tone, Leon rose to his feet and declared, I believe you've made a grave mistake. Mance replied, The freedom to make my own mistakes was once my greatest desire. With a long exhale, he leaned against the tree trunk and slowly closed his eyes. As Mance Raider's life ebbed away, a sudden blizzard swept in, its origin unknown. The swirling snowflakes seemed to conduct a final funeral for the King Beyond the Wall, silently escorting him to his eternal rest. The dead were gone, but the living endured. What had begun as a raid turned into a brutal skirmish, costing the Night's Watch Rangers half their already dwindled numbers, while the free folk suffered similar losses. Fewer than 300 remained fit to fight. After the battle, Leon ordered his men to laboriously stack the corpses of fallen rangers and wildlings together amid the raging storm. Move quickly, John shouted urgently through the chaos, perhaps sensing the unnatural menace in the blizzard. Just before the storm swallowed the world whole, Leon's men managed to ignite the pyre beneath the piled bodies. The roaring flames consumed the dead, releasing acrid fumes into the air. While the Thens were expressions of wasteful disdain, the others bore looks of grim urgency. My Lord Commander? Steward Dennis had drawn his sword once more, standing back-to-back with a Then warrior, though he held no trust for the free folk. Faced with an unknown threat, the living had no choice but to band together. Beware, the others are coming. Leon had watched the television series, where every brief appearance of the White Walkers was heralded by a blizzard capable of swallowing heaven and earth. At his words, an undercurrent of tension gripped everyone. The warriors of the free folk bore expressions of heightened vigilance, for during their southward journey, They had encountered small patrols of white walkers more than once, yet none had summoned a tempest as vast and terrifying as this. Look there! Suddenly, a keen-eyed free folk dwarf pointed toward a corner of the forest. Shielding their faces from the howling snow, all turned their gaze. At the edge of the haunted forest stood a tide of shadowy figures, black as an avalanche, surging forward with the storm's fury toward the living. You. A veteran ranger mounted his steed and, defying the gale, resolutely sounded the night's watch horn. Though no other brothers remained to heed the warning, he blew it without hesitation, as if it were the sacred duty etched into their very bones. Around him, the surviving rangers swiftly followed suit, gathering their horses around Leon, awaiting the Lord Commander's order to break southward. "My Lord Commander, will you abandon us?" Strong Gorm roared, his massive frame stiffening with betrayal as he watched the black-cloaked riders prepare to flee. Yet his fear was not unfounded. The whites emerging from the woods stretched endlessly, outnumbering the living by dozens to one. The Night's Watch had horses; they might escape. But the free folk, exhausted from their march and battle, could never outrun death on foot. "You spout horseshit," Leon snarled, raising black and white kiss as he wheeled his mount toward the giant. Then, with a thunderous cry, he bellowed, "Rangers, charge!" Chapter 84. The fall of the others, the cessation of the blizzard upon hearing Leon's command. The Rangers showed no surprise, for they were well acquainted with their Lord Commander's peculiar temperament. After relentless battles, only the most elite veterans of the Night's Watch remained. These Rangers followed Leon in grim silence, charging fiercely toward the tide of whites surging from the dense forest. In an instant, chaos erupted, bodies tumbled, bones and severed limbs scattered through the air. The newly surrendered wildlings within Craster's keep, witnessing their new leader's unmatched valor, cast aside all fear of death. Olaf seized the moment, snatching a flaming brand from the fire, devouring it ravenously to replenish his strength before bellowing and charging forth with his twin axes. The other then warriors followed suit, none faltering as they surged along the bloody path carved by the Rangers. "Look sharp. Any mounted others? If you see one, stab it with dragonglass." Amid the tumult, Leon's sword never ceased its dance as he roared his orders. The Night's Watch Rangers beside him scanned the battlefield, searching for signs of the others. Though the whites were numerous, many mere skeletal remnants long buried. Their bones, strengthened by dark magic, had become unnaturally resilient. Blades merely sparked against them, while the whites' own weapons struck with lethal precision, felling even the most seasoned rangers and wildlings. Worse still, they fought on relentlessly even after losing limbs. A nightmare for the living. Casualties mounted swiftly. Fortunately, Leon's timely reminder, "Use dragonglass," prompted the Rangers to draw their prepared obsidian weapons, shifting the tide of battle. "Lord Commander, there!" A nameless ranger suddenly cried out in the chaos, pointing toward a distant cliff where a mounted figure loomed. Tall and gaunt, its skin pale as milk, its icy blue eyes gleaming like cold stars in the night sky. It rode a skeletal steed, towering and withered, as though summoned from the abyss of death itself. The horse's hollow eyes burned with the same eerie blue glow. The other seemed to notice the ranger's accusatory finger, perhaps deeming it an affront, and with a casual flick of its wrist, conjured a spear of ice. Effortlessly, it hurled the weapon. Though the motion appeared almost lazy, the spear sliced through the air with a deadly whistle, trailing a comet's tail before impaling the ranger and his horse to the ground. The ranger's death did not instill fear. Instead, it stoked the collective fury of the living. The Night's Watch and wildlings alike turned their burning gazes toward the cliff. Then, heedless of the whites around them, they surged forward like a relentless tide, led by Leon, toward the precipice where the other waited. Amidst the relentless charge, Leon's warhorse grew increasingly battered under the fearless slashes of the whites. Yet the noble steed, loyal to its core, refused to falter and risk throwing its rider. But flesh and blood could not withstand the onslaught of steel, and with a final mournful whinny, the horse collapsed onto its knees mid-charge. Leon was hurled from the saddle by the tremendous impact, rolling to the ground only to find himself encircled by a sea of undead. His nearest comrades were held at bay dozens of meters away by the white horde. Upon the cliff's edge, The White Walker had long recognized this fearless human. Once, with the aid of another entity, it had attempted to recruit him through dreams, only to be met with scorn. Time had passed, and the human's growth surpassed even its expectations. A flicker of interest crossed the White Walker's frostbitten visage as it raised its left hand in a subtle gesture. Instantly, the whites that had been savagely attacking Leon's men turned as one, their hollow gazes locking onto him. Like a swarm of locusts blotting out the sun, they surged forward, engulfing Leon in an instant. The living found their burden lightened. Even as they struck down whites with dragonglass daggers, the dead paid them no heed. Their target was singular: Leon. Jon Snow, wielding the Valyrian steel sword Longclaw, carved through the whites with lethal precision, his strikes no less devastating than Leon's. Seeing his commander overwhelmed, fury and dread flashed in his eyes as he fought to close the distance. Yet the White Walker atop the cliff regarded him with indifference, as though he were invisible. "Fight! Save the Lord Commander!" Jon roared in despair, each step demanding multiple slashes through an endless tide of whites. "He must not stand alone," bellowed Dennis. Magnar then Olaf cast a disdainful glance at the skeletal foes around him. "Brothers, let us carve through these walking corpses." As time crawled, the chaos around Leon gradually stilled, as if the eye of the storm had settled upon him. From the cliff, the White Walker observed its minions successfully isolating the living. At last it moved. Its mount, defying gravity, descended the sheer cliff face as though galloping across level ground. It sought to meet the human who dared face it, and to extend one final offer. For winter was coming, and the Night King required capable servants to aid in conquest, or annihilation. At the heart of the tempest, Lion continued his relentless slashes without respite. Over time, even the indestructible blade of Black and White Kiss showed signs of metal fatigue, no longer delivering fatal blows with each strike. The White Walker parted its minions and approached Lion, speaking with lofty arrogance. "Submit. The Night King shall grant you honors no less than mine." Yet Lion offered no reply. Instead, he unsheathed the starfall from his back, even the formidable magical construct. The White Walker felt a flicker of unease in that moment. Swiftly, it conjured an icy spear with its right hand and hurled it toward Lion with blinding speed. But Lion moved faster. The starfall bow in his hand was already knocked with a specially crafted dragonglass arrow. In the blink of an eye, 5 dragonglass projectiles fanned out in a deadly arc, enveloping the White Walker instantly. Though the ice spear flew like thunder, it could not save its creator. It shattered midair, mere inches from Lion's face. A rare glimmer of astonishment flickered in the White Walker's eerie blue eyes. Before it could even glance down at the arrows embedded in its chest plate, the potent fire energy within the dragonglass erupted, dissolving its form in an instant. As if synchronized, every white surrounding it froze mid-motion, then crumbled like shattered terracotta statues. With the fall of the White Walker's legion, the blizzard that had blotted out the sky dissipated into nothingness. Chapter 85. Defeating the King Beyond the Wall and repelling the White Walkers as the blizzard finally subsided. Figures began to rise from the heaps of corpses within the haunted forest, gathering around Lion. Their eyes were not the piercing blue of the undead, but those of the living survivors of the White Walker's shattered army. Jon, clutching a deep wound in his abdomen and limping from an injured leg, staggered toward Lion. Disbelief etched across his face. Are these dead men truly gone? Not just Jon. Nearly every survivor who could still stand bore wounds, their expressions a mix of shock and the dazed relief of those who had narrowly escaped death. Yes, Jon, once the White Walkers commanding them are destroyed, the lesser whites crumble. Hearing Jon's question from behind, Lion turned with an effortless smile, though to Jon and the others. It seemed as though he was merely putting on a brave front. But Lion knew better. He possessed bloodlust, a skill so formidable it bordered on the divine. Hundreds, if not thousands, of whites had thrown themselves at him, only to be cut down. With each kill, his vitality was restored. Now, at the peak of bloodlust, a single strike replenished his strength entirely. Though his appearance was ragged, drenched in the black blood of the dead, Lion remained unharmed. Jon, still skeptical, moved closer, as if to inspect Lion for missing limbs. amidst the sea of severed limbs and broken bodies. He half expected to find Lion lacking some part of himself, and was prepared to remedy it if so. In the desperate breakout from Craster's keep, 300 warriors had marched with the resolve of men already dead. Yet when the battle ended, only a tenth remained. The rest had fallen valiantly against the tide of whites, leaving the survivors steeped in grief for their lost brothers. Amidst this solemn air, Steer, the Magner of then, plucked a femur from the carnage and studied it intently, even going so far as to scrape off a bit of congealed blood and taste it. Ugh, definitely a moon worshipper. Disgusting. With a grimace, he tossed the bone aside. Among the survivors happened to be a bearded free folk of the moon worshippers, who immediately bristled. Steer, you insult my ancestors. I challenge you to a duel. The heated exchange between the free folk and the then lightened the oppressive weight of the moment, if only slightly. Dennis, tally the survivors. Lion called for his first steward, but no answer came. Dennis? Only silence followed. Lord Commander. A ranger approached, his face heavy with sorrow, gesturing for Lion to follow. There, beneath the corpses of several white walkers, lay Dennis. One had torn off half his arm. Another had gnawed away part of his face, yet his sword remained lodged in the chest of a fallen white. He still maintained the combat stance from his lifetime. Witnessing this scene, Leon was profoundly moved and fell into silence. In this moment, Leon finally comprehended the immense difficulty faced by the living against the apocalyptic calamity of the others. A thought now violently fermented within Leon's heart as he glanced at the meteor bow in his hand. At that moment, a veteran Night's Watchman with an expressionless face spoke to Leon in a grave tone. Lord Commander, you must appoint a new steward. Olaf, tally the casualties among the free folk. Yet Leon had no time for sorrow. He turned to Olaf, who immediately surveyed the surroundings and counted. Lord Commander, I cannot say how many free folk perished. Only 13 of us outran death itself. Olaf wore a mocking grin, seemingly indifferent to the annihilation of the then clan in this battle, his callousness chilling to the bone. After hastily bandaging his own wounds, John rushed over and reported to Leon, Lord Commander, we still have 17 Ranger brothers. I command that all recoverable bodies of our Night's Watch brothers and free folk be given to the flames. As dawn's first light crept across the horizon, the final corpse carried to the pyre was that of Sir Dennis Mallister. The grizzled veterans of the Night's Watch painstakingly reassembled his remains, laying him side by side with all the fallen. Though in life they had belonged to different factions, even sworn enemies, in death they relinquished all hatred and strife, embarking together on their final journey. Here all grievances ceased. Today we gather to honor 183 valiant brothers of the Night's Watch. They were not merely the pride of our order, but the unyielding bulwark of the realm, the last hope of the living. Their lives stood as steadfast as the wall itself, brimming with devotion and sacrifice. Through their deeds, they embodied the vows of the Watch. Through their blood, they defended the peace of the kingdom. Through the long night, they shone as luminous stars, piercing the darkness to guard the realm's borders. Unlike the traitors of Craster's keep, these fallen brothers received eulogies spoken by Leon himself. Their names need not be listed one by one. Their watch has ended, here now. With those words, Leon cast his torch upon the kindling, and roaring flames engulfed the pyre. Strangely, Olaf, ever the loquacious jester, unexpectedly chose silence during this solemn farewell ritual, refraining from his usual torrent of mocking jibes. His eyes burned intently as he studied Leon's retreating figure, lost in contemplation. Nor was he alone in this. The remaining 17 free folk stood equally pensive. After the ceremony, Olaf could no longer contain his burning curiosity. Scratching his head restlessly, he inquired, Lord Commander, if we too take the oath and join the Night's Watch, when we fall in battle, will you personally conduct our funeral rites? If you swear the vows, I shall. Though Leon's expression remained composed, the unwavering resolve in his gaze left no room for doubt regarding his honor and determination. Clearly, the seed of joining the Night's Watch had been planted in the hearts of Olaf and the other free folk. With the prayer concluded, Leon immediately dispatched Olaf to rally the free folk and arrange their voyage south by sea. Simultaneously, he summoned John and said, John, You witnessed the significance of dragonglass in this battle, did you not? John nodded without hesitation. Had Leon not reminded them in time of dragonglass's potent effect against the army of the dead, far fewer among them would have survived. Take the remaining men back. Inform them that I permit the wildlings to cross south and gather more dragonglass while you're at it. The moment the words left Leon's lips, John discerned the unspoken implication beneath them. You're not returning with us? John's face twisted in disbelief. Despite the heavy losses among the Rangers, they had successfully defeated the king beyond the wall and subdued an army of 100,000 wildlings. With such reinforcements, surely they could hold the wall and await aid from the Seven Kingdoms in time. Why would Leon risk remaining here? I have my reasons. Seeing John about to protest, Leon hardened his expression, a rare sight, and cut him off. Have you forgotten the old bear's words to you here? How could John forget? After being caught spying on Craster and beaten senseless, he had been dragged before the old bear, who had growled at him, if you expect others to obey your commands, you must first learn to follow them. Yet John was puzzled. Leon hadn't been present at the time. How could he possibly know of that incident? Chapter 86. Leon Victor crossing the Ven Mountains toward the night King the wounded were loaded onto wagons, while the living divided into 3 groups, departing separately from beyond Craster's Keep. One contingent headed south under John's leadership, tasked with conveying Leon's decree. After fighting alongside the free folk, even the most stubborn veterans of a Night's Watch had to acknowledge their bravery and value in battle. They would carry the order to allow the wildlings passage south and their settlement in the gift. Do not worry for my safety. Did you not see how I slew the White Walkers? Leon spoke lightly, though everyone had witnessed the grueling struggle behind his words. Lord Commander, I shall await you at the wall. Without hesitation, John turned and led his men away. He understood his duty, to fulfill Leon's command and safeguard the wall and its people. Another group marched east toward Hardhome by the Sea, led by Magnar Olaf of Ven and the giant Strongorm. Their mission was to persuade the free folk to pledge allegiance to Leon and march south without delay. For Olaf and his kin, this was no hardship. Having witnessed Leon's prowess against the White Walkers, the wildlings saw no issue in proclaiming him their new king beyond the wall. Fear not, Lord Commander, I've yet to meet a warrior among the free folk who could match you. Believe me, the title of King Beyond the Wall is yours by right. Olaf's parting words carried his usual irreverence, much to the disdain of the highly perceptive giant. To him, Leon embodied courage and strength. Hardly the reckless brute Olaf made him out to be. The final path was Leon's alone. His resolve was unshaken. Even his newly surrendered free folk pleaded with him to reconsider. Once the others had departed, Craster's Keep stood silent, its halls empty save for Leon. For days, he had known no respite, fighting ceaselessly, with little time to even glance at his long-neglected system panel. Now, witnessing the heavy toll on his forces, Leon chose to venture north alone and slay the Night King, ending the White Walker threat once and for all. This was no act of false righteousness, but the stirring of a deeper compassion, one that could no longer bear the sight of lives extinguished before him. Had he lacked the power to change fate, he might have yielded, but he possessed both the strength and the will to see it done. Panel. The word felt unfamiliar on his lips as he summoned the long-dormant interface. After relentless battle, its attributes had transformed. Identity: Leon Victor, Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. King Beyond the Wall, level 24 household. Tier 3, fiefdoms, Black Iron Keep, East Watch by the Sea, Shadow Tower, Nightfort. Former territories of the Night's Watch, attributes, strength, 25, one-handed, two-handed. Polearms, agility, 23, archery, crossbows, throwing, black and white kiss 10. Endurance, 20, horsemanship, athletics, smithing, cunning, 11, espionage, tactics, vices, charisma, 20, charm, leadership, trade, intellect, 13, administration, medicine. Engineering, available attribute points, 10 available skill specialization points. 0, gain 1 specialization point per 5 attributes above 20. Inventory, Black and White Kiss, Lord Commander of the Night's Watch armor set. Meteor Blade, Horn of the Free Foe currency, 4. 396 golden dragons, higher drop rate from elite foes like White Walkers, active quest, slay or persuade Mance Raider. The King Beyond the Wall completed. New quest. Obtain and hatch a dragon egg. See clues in the free city of Pentos. Reward. 100 Dragon Affinity passive quest. Evade 3 assassination attempts by the Faceless Men. 2-3 completed. Abilities. 1. Bloodlust. Max level restores full endurance upon slaying or defeating an opponent. 2. Ennoblement. Unlocks when leading over 10 subordinates. Allows promotion of battle-hardened followers into elite units. New Free Folk Lineage, Tier 3, then Survivor Tier 4, then Warrior Tier 5, then Impaler Tier 6, then Berserker Tier 4, Giantkin Tier 5, Giant Archer Tier 6, Giant Elder 3. Plunder, guaranteed theft of 1 golden dragon per kill, regardless of the foe's wealth. 30 chance to steal superior equipment when defeating an opponent in single combat, scalable. 4. Drill Master. Subordinates gain 10x experience from daily training and battles. 5. Retinue Ascension. Promote a Tier 6 unit as a personal guard, sharing combat attributes. Number equals household tier. After careful deliberation for the impending solo confrontation with the Night King, Leon allocated 5 attribute points to strength, not out of reluctance to invest further, but because progression halts beyond 30. Reward. Polearm Mastery. The host now wields all polearms with Night King level proficiency. Leon was taken aback by the system's intervention. He had intended to specialize in great swords to bond with his Knight's watch brethren. Yet, he harbored no resentment. Polearms held undeniable superiority in cavalry charges. And with his strength maxed, the difference between blades and spears was negligible. After allocating the remaining 5 attribute points entirely to endurance, Leon contemplated his decision. Just in case, he thought, should the Night King's attacks prove overwhelming, that extra endurance might grant him a sliver more health. With his endurance now at 25, the system rewarded him with an irresistible specialization point, Horsemanship Mastery. From this moment, he could mount and perfectly control any steed. That's it, nothing more. After a long pause with no further elaboration, Leon felt a pang of disappointment, suspecting he'd been swindled. Even a basic blacksmithing skill, something to let him forge a crude dragonglass mech to stand a chance against the Night King, would have been preferable. But soon, he realized how mistaken he was. The moment he dismissed the panel and stepped beyond the walls of Castle Black, an eerie figure materialized before him. Leon's eyes narrowed, and a single thought escaped him. Well, damn, there it stood, the white horse, the very mount of the White Walker. Somehow, it had not crumbled into dust alongside its fallen master. Instead, it lingered beneath a skeletal tree, its half-rotted jaw feigning the act of grazing, as though it had been waiting for him all along. Leon vividly recalled the creature's terrifying descent, how it had scaled the sheer cliff face as effortlessly as if it were flat ground. What magnificent beast! Grinning like a fool, Leon beckoned the white horse forward. The creature's skull-like face twisted into an almost human expression of reluctance, yet its hooves carried it toward him regardless. Without realizing it, Leon's fingers brushed against the frayed reins. The instant they made contact, the system's cold voice echoed in his mind. Detected, legendary mount, white horse rideable. The horse seemed to hear it too. The sparse remnants of its mane bristled before it knelt with uncanny intelligence, allowing Leon to swing onto its back with ease. The moment he settled into the saddle, Leon understood the beast's true power. The same absurd, invincible sensation he had felt upon mastering the one-handed sword surged through him once more. His gaze darkened with resolve, his chest burning with battle lust. Sensing its rider's fervor, the white horse reared its head high, muscles coiling as though preparing to rise onto its hind legs. Leon matched the moment, thrusting a commanding finger toward the distant peaks, a frozen tableau of defiance.